a world of spirits and monsters. People are capable of unleashing the potential of their souls to awaken various superpowers within themselves. They are strong enough to destroy demons and destroy everything around them. Those who have awakened are collectively called heroes. News of extraordinary events can be heard throughout the city. This world is truly insane. Somewhere in a doorway, a nearly naked young man climbed out of a trash can. It was Lin, and he had just woken up in the trash. The young man immediately fixed his hair. He thought his hairstyle might have suffered, but certainly not his head. Other newcomers are invincible from the start and know no equal. Lin considered himself a talentless nobody. Scum that had been destroyed and thrown into the trash. Lin had been handsome for most of his life, but suddenly found himself transformed into such a shameful and humiliating image. Lin decided that if he found out who had done this to him, he would destroy that person. The young man turned around at a strange sound and saw a man relieving himself right on the wall. Lin thought, could the level of development of people in another world really be so low? But when did this guy appear? The stranger turned his head strangely and said that he could smell fresh human flesh. A long, sharp tongue appeared from his mouth. Lin was frightened and screamed loudly, "What is this?" The stranger approached and said he wanted to help the young man check his body. The guy couldn't get away from him because there was a dead end ahead. Lin continued to scream for him not to come closer. The stranger turned out to be a monster. He opened his mouth and roared, demanding that the young man climb into his mouth. Lin desperately called for help again. Suddenly, huge scissors appeared in the air and immediately cut off the monster's head. The scissors cut the monster's body into small pieces. Lin continued to be frightened and did not understand what was happening. A girl in a red dress with a scarlet umbrella appeared. She took the scissors in her hand and greeted Lin, calling him her little brother. The young man was polite and sincerely thanked the girl for saving him. He noted to himself that the girl in red was very pretty. The stranger came up close and asked her little brother if she was beautiful. Lin was confused. Were all girls in this world so forward? The guy had to admit that her figure was really gorgeous. The girl's mouth suddenly became huge, almost reaching her ears. She asked if she had become even more beautiful. Lin was frightened. Why was the monster back in front of him? He thought this girl was a beautiful heroine who had come to his aid. He had even fallen in love with her a little. The stranger came close, licked the young man's cheek with her long tongue, and said she was waiting for an immediate answer. She pressed her chest against him, and the guy experienced an unreal feeling. Lin tried to chase her away, because the main thing now was to stay alive. Lin thought if he said she was beautiful, she would definitely slit his throat, and if he called her ugly, she would destroy him immediately. What should he do? The girl held long scissors to the young man's face and said that since he was silent, she would have to decide everything for him. Lin mentally begged someone for help. Suddenly, the system reported that the carrier was in danger and the divine choice system had been successfully linked. Time stopped, and Lin couldn't move his body. A system panel appeared before the hero's eyes. He was offered a choice: run away immediately, kneel and beg for mercy, or die under the lips of a beautiful girl. But for that, he had to kiss her. Lin had been playing games for many years, so he decided to choose the SSS class to get the maximum profit. He preferred the third option. Lin took the girl by the shoulders and said he would try, but it would be his first kiss. The young man pulled the girl close and kissed her on the lips. He tried his best. After the kiss, the girl blushed and said that now she was no longer impure. Lin did not expect this beauty to be so sweet. Lin thought that if she was a female demon, he would have to use the power of love to change her mind. The girl turned away and said shyly that her name was Hong Ye. She promised to return. A tornado appeared in the air and lifted Hong Ye off the ground. The system announced that the carrier had completed the task. The reward began: a randomly selected SSS-class supernatural ability. Lightning flashed in the sky. The system suggested that the young man shout out the lottery chant, "Let thunder break through the darkness." Lin was surprised. Who would shout that? But there was no choice. Lin thought, if he forced himself to kiss this girl, what was there to be ashamed of now? The young man raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Let thunder break through all the darkness." At that moment, lightning struck the young man, and a bright light flashed around him. Lin screamed loudly. The townspeople witnessed a mysterious phenomenon. A bright beam of light pierced the clouds and illuminated the earth. A monster appeared from the clouds. People decided, could it be that the devil himself was descending from heaven? Away from the crowd stood a woman with a black umbrella. She was surprised. Was it really a thunderstorm? In fact, someone had awakened an S-class or higher ability. As far as she knew, only one person in the city of Janlin had reached S-class. But who was it this time? Could it be that guy? After a while, the clouds closed again, and the pillar of light disappeared. The system congratulated the carrier on obtaining the SSS class ability, Chi-Yu. The young man thought, could this be his supernatural power? The carrier's power was still weak, but the SSS class ability Chi-Yue could supplement it. In the future, it would be possible to gradually unlock other parts of this ability. Lin realized that this was the power of Chi-Yue. Lin remembered that according to this body's memories, the limit of power in this world was S-class. He himself had awakened S-class. That meant he would become invincible. With an SSS class ability, he would be able to become the boss, climbing to the top of this world. Just thinking about it was enough to send shivers down the young man's spine. The system reported that a powerful demon had been detected nearby. It was necessary to leave this place as quickly as possible. Lin decided to change his location immediately. He was still too weak, and it was better not to get into trouble. Escape was also a kind of victory. It could be considered a sign of respect for the situation. After walking along the road for half an hour, Lin Qiu finally reached the house. The young man was delighted to see such a luxurious mansion, definitely very expensive. Lin Qiu was in such a house for the first time, so he was a little nervous. He encouraged himself, because his loved ones were probably waiting for him inside. A girl met the young man at the door and asked why her brother had been so long in coming. Lin Qiu remembered that he had a younger sister named Lin Shi. Lin Shi asked what had happened to her brother. She thought he might be injured. Lin Qiu replied that he was fine. He had just slipped because of the rain. The road was wet. His sister said that she had just brewed some ginger root tea and that Qiu should drink it. Lin Qiu thought he was lucky to have such a caring sister. The young man remembered that he was a child adopted by the Lin family. After the death of his adoptive parents, he lived with his older sister Lin Hua and younger sister Lin Si. Both sisters possessed outstanding intelligence and talent, which allowed them to make their way in life. Only the young man, in the opinion of those around him, turned out to be useless, suffering sarcastic ridicule all his life. Due to her busy schedule, his older sister was rarely at home, so the care of his younger sister fell to Lin Qiu. The young man regretted that his past self was completely hopeless. He could not even take care of himself and was indifferent to his younger sister's feelings. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, demanding that Lin Qiu come immediately. The young man was even frightened. Who dared to burst into the house and scare him while he was drinking this pleasant drink? Lin Qiu turned around and saw a girl standing in the doorway who said that hide-and-seek was over. He recognized her immediately. It was Chu Zhongxiao, his childhood friend. The young man asked why she had come. Chu Zhongxiao demanded an explanation. How could he have the audacity to come home after confessing his love to her in front of the whole class over the loudspeaker that morning? He had disgraced her. Lin Yue thought that his confession and subsequent destruction behind the school might be somehow connected. But first, he had to deal with Chu Zhongxiao. The young man said he was just fooling around. Did the girl really believe him? He would never fall in love with someone like her. He didn't need her at all. Chu Zhongxiao became even more angry and kicked him. Lin Yue was observant and accidentally saw the attacker's underwear during the kick. He even cried out in surprise. Chu Zhongxiao understood everything and called him a scoundrel. Had he really seen everything? The young man replied that he had no choice. At that moment, where else could he look? Moreover, she herself had forced the honest young man to look where he shouldn't have. The girl should be ashamed of her behavior and apologize immediately. Chu Zhongxiao declared that she would never agree to this. After all, it was Lin Qiu who was shameless, and he would have to pay for it. The hero's younger sister appeared between them and told Chu Zhongxiao not to make a fuss and to stay away from her little brother. Chu Zhongxiao calmed down a little and said that she had no intention of stooping to the level of a child. Then the girl reminded everyone that tomorrow was the day of the ability test. Only students with C-class abilities and above were eligible to enter the Kanglin Academy. Chu Zhongxiao added that she had awakened her A-class abilities long ago and secured her place in the academy in advance. For people like her, any path was open. As for Lin Yue, according to her, he would remain at the bottom, enter a third-rate university, and live an ordinary life. Lin Qiu disagreed, because he had awakened an SSS class ability and could not possibly be ordinary. The protagonist received system tasks. He had to make a choice: keep quiet, apologize to Chu Zhongxiao, or disagree and swear to awaken his ability. The hero chose the third option. Lin Qiu told Chu Jungxiao to remember. He would not only awaken his ability, but also enroll in the Kanglin Academy. The girl replied that it was easy to throw words around, but real strength was what mattered most. He could do whatever he wanted from then on. Lin Si said that she believed in her brother and was sure that he would definitely awaken the ability. When night fell, the protagonist was tired and fell asleep on the bed. The window was open, the room was filled with fresh air, and the young man slept soundly. Suddenly, a girl in red appeared next to him. Hong Ye said she had finally found him. This guy stole her first kiss, and now he would have to take responsibility. In the morning, a scream rang out throughout the house. Lin Qiu was yelling that he was late because he had overslept. Hurriedly getting ready, Lin Qiu grabbed his backpack and ran out into the street with a sandwich in his teeth. His younger sister wished him luck. The young man confidently said that he would pass the aptitude test. Lin Si shouted after him. Her brother was the coolest and would definitely not let his sister down. On the way to school, Lin Qiu remembered a strange dream. It seemed as if he had slept with that demoness during the night. It seemed too real, as if it had happened in reality. The hero arrived at Kanglan Middle School, where other students were gathering. Chu Jungxiao was already there, and wondered why not all the participants had gathered yet. The exam participants were invited to come out onto the platform one by one. Chu Jungxiao thought that these students were really like a herd. Why did they have to crowd together like that? Lin Yue asked his peers if this was where the aptitude test was being held. A guy told him not to bother him. Lin Yue recognized him. It was Yang Xiao. He was surprised that Lin Yue was still alive. Lin Qiu thought that Yang Xiao also liked Chu Jungxiao, and that they were rivals of sorts. Yang Xiao contemptuously asked how such trash dared to show up here. The teacher announced that the aptitude test was about to begin. This test would determine the student's future. Only students with C-class aptitude or higher would be able to enter the Kanglin Academy. Wang Xiaoming was the first to take the exam. The young man believed that he should not disgrace himself because he was the first. Wang Xiaoming placed his palm on the glowing sphere. What would the result be? The examiner announced, Wang Xiaoming, frying pan, F-class item, failed. Xu Qiang, chopsticks, a D-class item, failed. Hu Shuai, toilet paper, failed. Those present laughed openly at these results. Next was the student Yang Xiao. Those present greeted him with approval. The young man placed his palm on the glowing sphere, and an A-class beast appeared above him. A hellhound. This was not surprising. He had indeed awakened an A-class ability. Chu Jungxiao did not expect this guy to be able to raise his strength and awaken an A-class ability. Then Lin Qiu's disciple was invited to the sphere. Chu Jungxiao stared at him intently. Could this young man really have decided to come to the exam? Lin Yue decided that it was time to prove himself and felt like a boss stepping onto the stage. Those present raised a commotion again and laughed loudly. Did that piece of trash Lin Qiu dare to show up here? Who gave him the courage pill? Yang Xiao thought that this guy had decided to say goodbye to the last drops of his dignity. Lin Qiu decided that everyone was looking at him precisely because he was so handsome. The young man began to bow to those present. The examiner said that Lin Qiu's fly was open. The guy understood why everyone was laughing. Lin Qiu decided that his fly wasn't the main thing. The main thing was his ability. The protagonist approached the sphere and said that the arrogance and prejudices of those present would now disappear. Lin Qiu placed his palm on the glowing sphere. The people watching the young man were indeed very surprised. Lin Qiu said that he was the boss here because he was an SSS class ability holder. However, the examiner stated that Lin Qiu was an FFF class holder. He had a defective ability, the purpose of which was unknown. Yang Xiao said that this guy did not disappoint him. Such an ability is perfect for him. Now he doesn't even have to think about approaching Chu Jungxiao. Lin Qiu said that he tried his best, but he didn't expect to be trampled on like this. The protagonist said that there was clearly some kind of mistake here. Suddenly Hong Ye appeared behind the hero. The girl suggested that this guy needed her help. She was here to lend him a hand. The examiner noted that Lin Qiu's ability potential had begun to increase. It continues to grow at a rapid rate. The examiner stated that this was a completely new record. S-class ability potential. If he was not mistaken, those with such potential could reach A-class and above with sufficient effort. Those present were surprised. How is this possible? Maybe Lin Qiu cheated? The examiner said that although the young man's ability was FFF class, S-class potential was 1 in a million, so he could be considered to have passed. Lin Qiu declared that he would soon become the strongest. 10 minutes later, our hero found himself in the waiting area for the second stage of the exam. Yang Xiao said that trash is always trash, even with potential. It doesn't change anything. The second stage is ahead, and Lin Qiu doesn't stand a chance. Lin Qiu asked if Yang Xiao was jealous of his strength. Yang Xiao was surprised. Who would be jealous of such trash? If he had strength, let him show it. The system offered a choice: to remain completely calm and ignore him, to satisfy Yang Xiao's desire and hit him hard, or to hug him and resolve everything peacefully. Lin Qiu chose the second option and knocked out his opponent. He told everyone that it was what the man wanted. It was impossible to ignore such a request. Yang Xiao was outraged. Even his father had never hit him. How dare this trash raise his hand against him? Suddenly, a girl appeared nearby and told them to stop immediately. The second stage was about to begin. The students who had passed should follow her. They were going to the test site. Lin Xu noticed a chevron with the Tengshe emblem on her shoulder. This meant that the girl was a representative of the Zanglin Academy. Buses carrying students headed for their destination along a winding mountain road in the suburbs of Kanglin. The girl said that the second stage of the exam was extremely important. Those who passed would be able to enroll in the Chenlin Academy immediately, and those who successfully completed it would become official students. Therefore, everyone needed to try their best. Lin Qiu couldn't help but notice the girl's figure. Her waist and legs were particularly impressive. However, her gaze was stern. Joking with her could end badly. The bus driver noticed something suspicious ahead. He said that something was approaching the bus. Huge flying creatures appeared in front of the bus and began to crash into it, even damaging the glass. The driver was forced to brake sharply. There was a collision between buses, some of which even overturned. Passengers were injured. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why did the bus overturn and what was going on? Su Tang also did not understand what had happened. They had not yet arrived at the exam site. Where did the monsters come from? Lin Qiu was surprised. Did even Su Tang not understand what was happening? Su Tang led her colleagues into battle and told everyone to stick together. The monsters had to be destroyed. Lin Qiu was surprised. Had they really just jumped into battle? Something was clearly wrong here. Yang Xiao took advantage of the confusion and declared that Lin Qiu was now definitely doomed. Yang Xiao used his abilities to catch one of the monsters right in midair. He said he had a gift and threw the monster toward Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu replied that Yang Xiao could keep it for himself and kicked the monster back. Su Tang appeared nearby. The disciples exclaimed admiringly that the examiner was simply magnificent. Yang Xiao said that he had only just finished warming up. Was it really over already? Suddenly, everything around them shook. Was it an earthquake? Huge chains burst out of the ground. The chains grabbed the students by their arms and legs and lifted them off the ground. The students were frightened and began to call for help. Suddenly, a motorcyclist appeared out of nowhere. He stopped and said he could see the cute students. He continued to speak in English. Lin Qiu thought that this would not end well. The students continued to call for help. The motorcyclist approached Chu Zhongxiao and touched her face with his hand. Yang Xiao shouted at the scoundrel not to dare touch his girlfriend. The motorcyclist turned to the young man and said that in that case, he would touch him. Su Tang couldn't stand such violence. Breaking the chains, she rushed towards the motorcyclist. She shouted for everyone to stay where they were. Lin Qiu asked Su Tang to untie him. The motorcyclist hit Su Tang with the chain, and she flew far back. He said she was moving too slowly. Lin Qiu caught the fallen girl under her arms. The young man declared that heroes always appear at the most critical moment. A system task appeared. It was necessary to choose one of three options: run away with Su Tang in his arms, kneel down and ask the motorcyclist to let everyone go, or defeat this monster and free everyone. The young man chose the third option. Lin Qiu said that he appeared here to deal with this scoundrel. The enemy turned out to be a B-class demon. How can he be defeated? However, if Lin Qiu unleashes his potential, he might just succeed. On the very first attack, our hero was hit in the teeth with a chain and flew far back. Hong Ye appeared in front of the young man again. The girl even supported him. She said that Lin Qiu seemed to have misunderstood. He needed to concentrate and gather all his spiritual energy in his right hand. Lin Qiu replied that he understood everything. Hong Ye was very close. The young man wondered if she was going to kiss him. Lin Qiu decided that since he was a man, he should take the initiative. The protagonist told the girl to come closer to him. Hong Ye asked sternly why he was standing there like a statue. They needed to go into battle immediately. Lin Qiu was surprised at how quickly her appearance had changed. The students told Lin Qiu to hold on, because he had to help them. The motorcyclist said it was very good that the guy had gotten back on his feet. Our hero decided it was time to get serious. He hadn't been pretending to be a hero for nothing. The motorcyclist swung his chain again, and added that this young man would now be destroyed. Instructor Su Tang shouted for Lin Qiu to be careful. Yang Xiao decided that Lin Qiu would not survive. Lin Qiu grabbed the chain, clenched his fist tightly, and asked if the motorcyclist was really that weak. The protagonist pulled on the chain, and the motorcyclist began to approach. Lin Qiu said it was time to end it, and with a sharp tug, broke the chain. The motorcyclist lost his footing and flew far backward. Su Tang didn't understand how this guy had become so strong. Yang Xiao couldn't understand it either. The motorcyclist said it wasn't bad. This guy had managed to knock the blood out of him. The villain jumped back on his motorcycle and asked what his opponent was going to do now. The villain increased his speed and began to rapidly approach our hero. When he got closer, he started to drift. Su Tang stepped forward and told the student to leave it to her. The villain claimed that the girl had attacked him from behind. The opponents were holding their own. Su Tang approached to a dangerous distance and delivered a devastating blow to the motorcyclist. The villain flew far back and said that he had run out of energy. Instead of simply dealing with them, it seemed that he would have to die here. A glowing ball appeared in the motorcyclist's hand. Yang Song shouted that this guy was about to blow himself up. They had to run to a safe distance immediately. There was an explosion. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Lin Qiu and Su Tang were safe and sound. Lin Qiu told the instructor that she had been hit in the chest, but he could help her with a massage. For these words, Su Tang sent the young man far away for a long time. Everyone present decided that Lin Qiu had successfully hidden his strength, but he was a real man. Yang Song still did not understand where this guy got such strength. The system reported that the task was complete. Lin Qiu thought that this way he would be able to improve his abilities. Lin Qiu decided that modesty was the highest virtue. If he were petty, he would only become a handsome scoundrel in the future. Those present noticed that something was flying toward them. Information came in that the second stage was complete. Everyone was surprised. Had this attack been planned? The second stage was aimed at testing practical skills. Cameras recorded who performed well and how. Students who performed valiantly officially became students of the Zanglin Academy. Su Tong was angry. Why wasn't she warned? After all, she is an instructor. However, the academy did this to create the most realistic situation possible, and everything would be explained later. Lin Yue was the student who scored the highest on this exam. The protagonist said he had no doubt about it. The students began to cheer our hero, saying that he was incredibly cool because he saved everyone. Su Tang thought that Lin Qiu had been hiding his enormous potential until now. If he enrolls, he will shake up the entire academy in the future. Lin Qiu finally came home and announced this. His younger sister asked if he had passed the exam. Lin Qiu replied that he had passed because he was very cool, and he also had a special ability, and he had been admitted to the Zanglin Academy. His sister asked if that meant he would soon be leaving home to study. Lin Shi said that her brother must be tired and needed to rest well. She would prepare dinner. Lin Qiu should not forget to share the good news with his older sister. Lin Qiu told his sister that he had passed the exam and been accepted, and that he also had special abilities. His sister said that was wonderful. If their father were alive, he would surely be happy to hear this. She hoped her brother would not stop there. However, she had things to do now, and they would talk later. Lin Qiu lay down on the bed and thought about his sister, Lin Hua. She was so busy. When would they be able to see each other? Our hero's head was spinning again. Hong Ye appeared next to him. The young man wondered why she always appeared when his head was spinning. He was a man in his prime. She shouldn't behave so provocatively, or he might not be able to control himself. Hong Ye asked if he wanted her. Hong Ye said that she needed Lin Qiu. She could teach him how to increase his strength, but he had to promise her something. Hong Ye declared that the young man must marry her. Lin Qiu had to sign a spiritual contract, and they would get married. The protagonist replied that he wasn't like that. He couldn't just marry someone like that. First, they needed to go on a few dates, and then solidify their relationship. Hong Ye said that she was already exhausted. The girl in red activated the blood contract. A blood bond was established between the young people. Hong Ye said that their blood was their witness, and the marriage was sealed. Lin Qiu felt his head getting heavy and couldn't think straight. 1,000 years ago, demons and gods descended upon this world. They destroyed people. The heroes were defeated, and this continued for 1,000 years. This lasted until she was reborn. Lin Qiu realized that this was Hong Ye's memory from the past world. The young man felt tired. In the morning, his sister knocked on the door and told her brother to come to breakfast. He had been so tired the day before that now she had to wake him up. Lin Qiu woke up and got out of bed. He wondered where Hong Ye had gone. Weren't they supposed to have their wedding night? What had happened in her past life? In the future, if the opportunity arose, he would definitely have to ask her about it. Lin Qiu remembered that today he had to go to the Kanglin Academy. He mustn't forget to say goodbye to his sister, Lin Shi. Lin Shi said she didn't want her brother to leave. Lin Qiu replied that it wasn't forever. He would come home during the holidays. Lin Qiu thought that he was becoming more and more attached to this girl, but he couldn't take her with him. He told Lin Si not to worry. He would definitely come back. The bus driver told the young man to hurry up. He couldn't wait any longer. The bus departed. Lin Qiu asked his sister to take care of herself. Lin Si thought that she couldn't just wait for her brother to return. She had to go after him. The Kanglin Academy looked simply gorgeous. The protagonist thought that many beautiful women studied at this academy. The girls noticed that the hero Lin Qiu was already there. Lin Qiu thought that he could deal with the beauties later. First, he had to report his arrival and find the teacher's room. In the hall for applicants, one of the teachers said that this year's outstanding freshman would belong to her. Her colleagues did not understand on what basis she had decided this. Did she really think that because she had large breasts, she could do anything she wanted? The woman replied that this was indeed the case. Whoever has breasts like that is right. Our hero was surrounded. The young man asked how he could be of service. The teachers rushed towards the protagonist, each of them wanting to grab him. They all began to argue that Lin Qiu should become their student. Lin Qiu told them not to fight, because everything could be resolved with words. The teachers began to sort things out among themselves, each praising himself. Lin Qiu thought that this was not surprising. After all, this was the Zanglin Academy, and it had its own traditions. A woman approached the hero and asked if he wanted to become her student. Lin Qiu looked at the teacher and immediately appreciated her voluptuous figure. His colleagues told Tang Lin not to even think about taking their student. Tang Lin told Lin Qiu not to listen to the other teachers. Tang Lin added that she would provide him with the best dormitory and in the future, a special position. All he had to do was recognize her as his teacher. Her colleagues were forced to admit defeat. No one could resist her charm. Lin Qiu bowed and asked the master to accept him as her student. Tang Lin announced that this young man now belonged to her. Tang Lin kissed her student on the forehead and told him not to forget to train hard and not to let her down. Lin Qiu noted that his mentor, Tang Lin, smelled very good. Tang Lin warned him that if he let her down, she would tear him to pieces. Lin Qiu thought that this place was quite good. There were even separate dormitories. There was no better place to be found. Someone called out to the hero from the window. The young man asked if he was the newcomer named Lin Qiu. The student said his name was Shang Qiang. According to the teacher's instructions, he would be advising the newcomer. Lin Qiu greeted him and asked Shang Qiang to take care of him. Shang Qiu said that there was no need to address him so formally. He could just call him Fatso. Lin Qiu asked what Fatso thought of teacher Tang Ling. Was she very fierce? Fatso replied that she was a weapon of mass destruction. Fatso suggested that Lin Yue had agreed to become her disciple after being seduced. She must have promised him a special position in the future. He was surprised. Wasn't that the case? The fat man said that he had also been fooled once. As someone who had been through a lot, he had to warn the newcomer. Teacher Tang Lin had simply deceived him. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was Tang Ling really that cunning? The fat man said he wouldn't hide it. Her nickname was Witch. He didn't want to return to this conversation anymore. And the promised special status was a complete nightmare. Most likely, Lin Qiu would not be able to handle it. The fat man added that this special status was a bluff, and that a newcomer had nothing to gain in this quagmire. Lin Qiu said he was fine and had nothing to worry about. The fat man said that Lin Qiu could do as he pleased. In the office, Yang Xiao told his grandfather that Lin Qiu was to blame for everything. On top of that, he became Tang Lin's student today. This guy competes with him everywhere. He could lose his authority. Grandpa must help. The old man said not to worry. He would help rein in this arrogant young man. Lin Qiu got into a hot bath. He didn't think there would be a private spa here. Suddenly, Hong Ye appeared next to him and stroked the hero's chest. The young man was surprised. Where did she come from? Did she really live inside him? Hong Ye corrected him. She lived in his spiritual world. The spiritual world is a space created from the spiritual energy hidden inside. Thanks to his enormous reserves of power, the young man's spiritual world was vast. It was a pity that the combined power was too weak. It would not be possible to use the internal energy to its full extent. Lin Qiu asked if she had entered into a marriage contract with him and lived in his spiritual world solely because of his internal energy. Hong Ye confirmed this. Her own spiritual world had been destroyed, and it was impossible to accumulate much energy in spirit form. Lin Qiu interrupted the girl and said that it was time to remember their wedding night. He was ready to pour spiritual energy into her. There was a sudden knock at the door. Lin Qiu rushed outside and said that lightning strikes those who interfere with something. However, there was no one outside. Who were these pranksters? The young man noticed a shadow. Someone had quickly flown into the room. Lin Qiu returned to the house and saw a yellow ferret on the sofa. The animal asked how the man had managed to dodge its attack. It could be considered that he was not weak at all. Lin Qiu thought that this was the yellow talking ferret from the legends. At midnight, the ferret looks for people and asks them questions. Whatever the person answers, that is what he will turn into. But this animal had already taken on a form. Why did he come here? The yellow weasel thought that the man was confused, and that he should take advantage of this. He pounced on our hero and said that he would destroy him now. The yellow ferret was instantly stopped by a pair of scissors. A woman's voice asked how such a rat dared to attack her husband. Lin Qiu looked at the ferret lying on the ground and said that it was despicable. Hong Ye swung her scissors and said that it was just a yellow ferret. Now she would destroy it, and that would be the end of it. Lin Qiu told his beloved to stop. Hong Ye turned around and smiled. Did he really call her his beloved? Lin Qiu said that if this ferret had come here, it would be better to have some fun with it and turn it into something, such as food. 10 minutes later, the ferret was tied up. With tears in his eyes, he asked if they really thought yellow ferrets were delicious. Lin Qiu replied that they were going to cut him up and try him. After all, it wasn't every day that you got the chance to try yellow ferret. The animal asked, "Are these two demons really willing to eat such a small and cute animal?" Lin Qiu said that if the ferret didn't want to become food, it had to confess why it had attacked and who had sent it. The animal said it wouldn't confess. Ferrets never give up. Lin Qiu told his beloved to light a fire. They would have ferret on the coals for dinner tonight. The animal said it had changed its mind and would confess. It had been sent by Yang Guang. Lin Qiu realized that this was the work of his grandfather, Yang Xiao. Yang Guang is a high-ranking elder of the Kanglen Academy. Our hero decided to be cautious, because there are people who want to get rid of him. The system informed him that the user had a choice. He could release the ferret, destroy it, or become a chef and prepare an exquisite dish. Lin Yue said that he cares about living creatures and will not destroy it. The yellow ferret can leave. The animal was surprised and did not believe it at first. Hong Ye was also surprised. What is her husband doing? Lin Qiu said that the ferret could leave quickly. The animal thanked him and said that he was a very good person. The system reported that the task was complete, and the user received bone marrow purification pills. Lin Qiu thought that if the task was completed, he could stop pretending to be a good guy. Lin Qiu managed to catch the yellow ferret and asked where it was going. Did it really want to run away? The ferret was confused. He had just been released. It turned out that this person could not be trusted. The young man said that he had indeed let the ferret go, but then changed his mind. That happens sometimes. After a while, the ferret was tied up from head to toe with tape and couldn't even move. Hong Ye asked, "Honey, are you going to eat it?" Lin Qiu said that he didn't eat such things, but he had a better idea. A collar appeared in his hands. The next day arrived. In the courtyard of the dormitory, the yellow ferret was put on a chain. The animal was furious. It had already lived more than half its life, but some scoundrel had turned it into a guard dog. The night passed quietly, and the ferret didn't bother anyone. Our hero looked happy. Lin Yue woke up, sat up in bed, and looked at Hong Ye. After taking the bone-cleansing pill in the evening, his temperature rose, and he passed out. It was good that someone had taken care of him. Hong Ye had watched over him all night. Lin Qiu thought that having a wife wasn't so bad. The girl also woke up and sat up in bed. She said she had slept very sweetly. Lin Qiu asked how his sweetheart was feeling. Our hero couldn't understand why he was still afraid of her. Hong Ye said that her husband had become stronger and more handsome. The protagonist looked in the mirror and said she was right. It seemed to be the effect of the pill. Lin Qiu felt his whole body overflowing with strength. Hong Ye said she didn't know where Lin Qiu got the pill, but it was too early to rejoice. The girl explained that the pill he had taken could greatly increase his strength, but with his current body, he would not be able to absorb it completely. Hong Ye explained that this time she had helped him restrain the power of the pill so that he would not suffer from pain. If he wanted to fully absorb the power of the bone-cleansing pill, he would need to strengthen his body to S rank. Then he would be able to constantly cleanse his muscles and bones. Lin Yue asked if she knew how to do that. Why were they waiting then? It was time to start cultivating together. Hong Ye was surprised. Who did he think she was? Lin Chu thought that this girl was untouchable. Lin Kyo said that for him, his beloved was like milk tea, which he wanted to hold in his hands every day. Hong Ye agreed to tell the young man the quickest way to refine his muscles and bones. It consists of constantly enduring physical pain. Hong Ye added that, simply put, he had to be beaten. The young people were welcomed at a ceremony in honor of the freshmen. The students were invited to come out onto the field one by one. Lin Yue didn't know whether to trust the method Hong Ye had described. Now it sounded different to the young man. On the way, he met Fatso, who asked why Lin Q was so pensive. After all, he had a welcome ceremony today. The young man replied that he felt self-conscious because of his good looks, and it made him uncomfortable. The girls, looking at our hero, said that he was handsome. He was one of the most beautiful freshmen. Lin Kyo thought that being the center of attention was quite pleasant. He decided to play the Ice Prince, whom girls couldn't reach. Lin Kyo saw his mentor Tang and greeted her. Tang Lin was delighted to see her student. Tang Lin introduced our hero to the senior students, Muzhong Qinwei and Ho Teng. Tan Lin said that Su Tang was also from their group. She had previously been an examiner for newcomers, and they had already met. Su Tang said that Lin Chu was late on his first day of school. Lin Kyo said that they had only been apart for a few days, but Su Tang had already improved her figure. Su Tang said that this guy was a real shameless person. Lin Q wanted to remind her of how they had been close to each other last time. However, he didn't have time to finish his thought. Su Tang attacked him with her foot. Lin Q managed to dodge. Muzhong Qinwei told Su Tang to calm down. This guy was his own worst enemy. Tang Lin noticed that this guy was pretty good at moving. The mentor said that she had gathered information about the new student. She did not think that he was Lin Yuan's son. The fat man said, could Lin Q really be the son of his idol? Hao Tung was surprised. Wasn't Lin Yuan the strongest man in the city of Kanglan in the past? Su Tang said that Lin Chu came from the family of the strongest hero. Lin Yue never thought that many people knew about his adoptive father, especially considering that even he, as an adopted son, had only vague memories of him. Chu Zhongxiao thought that this guy looked much stronger than before. What methods did the 7th group witch, Tang Lin, use to train him so quickly? Yang Xiao thought that the yellow weasel sent by his grandfather had not yet returned. Lin Kuei looked quite normal. That meant the plan for a hidden attack had failed miserably. The elder asked for silence and greeted the freshman. It was the deputy director of the Konglan Academy, Xuan Yang. He said he was glad to see everyone at today's welcome ceremony. The deputy director suggested that the young people had come here with the hope of becoming the strongest, so the Kanglan Academy would look forward to their achievements. Xuan Yang asked the outstanding freshmen to come on stage to receive their personal Kanglan emblems and give an introductory speech. Lin Yue asked Fatty what these Kanglan emblems were. The young man explained that they were awards given by the Academy to outstanding freshmen. They were student cards for all events held at the Academy. At the same time, it is a spatial storage device. In short, it is a very useful thing. Lin Chu was surprised to learn that the Songlan Academy had such treasures. The fat man showed his Kanglan emblem. Lin Yue was surprised. Was the fat man really an outstanding freshman before? Appearances can be deceiving. The fat guy asked if Lin Q had any manners. The protagonist replied that he said what he thought. An outstanding freshman from the first group, Chu Zhongxiao, was invited to the stage. The girl thanked the Academy for this award and promised to live up to the expectations placed on her. Next was the outstanding freshman from the second group, Yang Xiao. The young man announced that he would compete for the title of the strongest student at the Kanglan Academy. The Academy would be proud of him. Lin Yue thought that when he took the stage, he would give a real thank you speech. The outstanding freshman from the 7th group, Lin Yue, was invited to the stage. The system informed him that he had a choice. He could give an official speech, a bold speech, or a positive speech. Lin Kyo thought that this time, charm points had been added to the rewards. That meant he could attract even more attention. The protagonist thought that truthfully, as a good young man, he should choose the first option. But he wanted to be the most charming. He needed to get beaten up well. Our hero chose the third option. He would be a good boy. Lin Q said that he was extremely happy to accept the title of outstanding freshman, but regretted that he was not worthy of it. Chu Zhongxiao was surprised. What was he saying? The protagonist added that he was just a worthless weakling with no strength at all. Even considering all this, the Academy awarded him a high title. He couldn't help but feel the greatness of the academy. Lin Yue thanked everyone present for their leniency towards him. He hoped that in the future, they would show him even more leniency. He would work hard to become stronger and be a pillar of support for the academy. Chu Zhengxiao thought, could she have been wrong about this person all along? Yang Xiao thought that this guy had taken all his honors for himself. The system reported that the task had been completed, and the reward had been credited. After that, the protagonist declared that everything he had said was a lie. Everyone present was simply worthless. Of course, no one present expected such a revelation. How could he say that? Lin Shui began to grimace and announced that he was not going to run away. Anyone who disagreed could come out and try to hit him. They could vent their anger. The young man thought that if he was beaten, he would be able to learn the method of purifying muscles and bones faster. The vice principal said that the welcome ceremony for the students was coming to an end, and everyone should leave the field in an orderly fashion. Lin Qiu wanted the storm to rage even more fiercely. Lin Qiu said that everyone could come to him at the same time. The fat man asked the students to do him a favor and let Lin Qiu go this time. Lin Qiu said that this fat man was useless. Why was he pretending to be a hero? The fat man was surprised. What was this guy talking about? Yang Xiao thought that he didn't even have to do anything. The fat guy would deal with this guy without him. Chu Zhengxiao said that nothing could change Lin Qiu now. Muzhong Qinwei said that she was not mistaken. This guy was his own enemy. Mentor Tang Lin thought that this guy was really crazy and slightly resembled his adoptive father. However, he was letting himself be beaten up. He must need it for some reason. Lin Qiu asked to be beaten. He is a super cool master, unmatched, spewing thunder and lightning. He has been standing here since morning. Is there really no one who wants to beat him up? Hong Ye suggested that her husband return and come back another day. Lin Qiu believed that he couldn't just give up. He had to absorb all the power of the bone washing and obtain an S-rank body. To do this, he needed to be beaten up. One of the students was angry and really wanted to hit this man since he had been asking for it since morning. His colleague said that this guy was definitely crazy. Lin Qiu was upset. What kind of times were these? It was impossible to even beg to be beaten up. One of the students said that if Lin Qiu was so brave, he could try confessing his love to Mo Qingcheng, one of the 4 beauties of the academy. Lin Qiu declared that he was super brave. If a girl was one of the 4 beauties, she must have many admirers. If he confessed his love to her, he would definitely be chased by many of her minions. Lin Qiu decided to write about it on the academy's public page. Hong Ye tried to control herself, because he was just pretending. She had to remain indifferent. After a while, the protagonist said that he had succeeded. There was a response. A huge number of students appeared from around the corner. They were all eager to meet our hero and were aggressively disposed. The armed students shouted that Lin Yue shouldn't even think about their goddess. Now he would be destroyed. Lin Qiu thought he had made a mistake. Why were there so many of them here? Hong Ye said that she was returning to the spiritual dimension. If her beloved had decided to train, then he should do so diligently. Mo Qingcheng also read the message on the academy's public page and thought that she would remember Lin Qiu. He was the first one who dared to confess to her so boldly. Lin Qiu was thoroughly beaten. The young man thought that it was both painful and pleasant. The main thing was not to die now. Mentor Tang Lin said she intended to put a stop to this. How dare they harass her student? The teacher said she would give everyone present 3 seconds to disappear. The number of students began to decrease noticeably. Tan Lin asked if the boy was deliberately provoking the crowd. Was this really a way to train? Lin Qiu asked if teacher Tan Lin had something against him. The woman said that his command of language was simply amazing. She wanted to add that a spiritual source would open at the academy the day after tomorrow. When the world's spiritual energy was reborn, countless traces of energy appeared throughout the land. The spiritual source is one of them. You can imagine it as a hot spring with spiritual power that can help you become stronger. The young man should focus on stabilizing his power for 2 days. The source will be open for a limited time. Lin Qiu should be grateful to her for this. Tang Ling told her student to follow her. It was time to fulfill her promise, his special status. Lin Qiu was delighted. The fat man warned him that this did not bode well. Apparently, he was trying to scare him, but he was not going to back down. Noon, the mountain behind the academy. The protagonist tried with all his might to escape from the huge rock rolling towards him. Was this really the special status? Tang Ling said that the student had to speed up, otherwise he might die. Lin Qiu was doing push-ups on the ground. His mentor was sitting on his back, telling him to keep trying. He only had 1,000 more to go. Next, the young man sat with his hands tied. Tang Lin waved a whip behind him and told him to keep holding on. Only half an hour left. Now our hero had to jump off a cliff onto a trampoline. Tang Lin told him not to be afraid and to be brave. Lin Kyo thought that if this continued, he would most likely die. He had to get out of there. Lin Kyo said that he hadn't eaten or rested all day. Tang Lin was a real demon. The mentor agreed to give her student a few minutes to rest. Tang Lin said she wanted to talk about his father, Lin Yuan. The young man knew nothing about his past. Lin Kyo said that when his father was still alive, he rarely spoke about his past. He learned about many things related to him only from third parties. Tang Ling said that in that case, her student did not understand how great a man his father, Lin Yuan, had been. 10 years ago, an army of demons attacked the city of Kanglin. The demons destroyed a huge number of citizens. Humanity found itself in unprecedented danger. Lin Yuan fearlessly stood up against them and defended the city together with his Basilard squad. Tang Ling said that she was once a member of this squad. She was fortunate enough to fight side by side with Lin Yuan. They protected the citizens, destroying demons without sparing their own lives. They fought for the future of humanity. Unfortunately, there were too many demons, including some S-class ones. After many battles, the Basilard squad finally repelled the attack, but Lin Yuan and other members of the squad sacrificed their lives for victory. Lin Yue did not know that his father had fallen defending humanity. The young man thought, even though he was just a stranger, being the son of such a man was the greatest honor. After arriving in this world, our hero soon had to forget about his comfortable life. People do not live in peaceful times, they only live in peaceful places. The price for this short period of peace was the blood and lives of Lin Yuan and other members of the squad. After her father's death, her older sister joined the superpower squad and continued to fight against demons, protecting the city. By the will of fate, our hero came into this world, and now, for himself, for his loved ones, and for the people of the whole world, he must become stronger and do good. He came into this world to protect it. Lin Wei told his teacher that he had overstayed his welcome and wanted to continue. He needed to become stronger urgently. Tang Ling said she had no objection and ordered him to do another 1,000 push-ups. The elders said that Lin Q should be expelled. Did his interlocutor understand this? Mu He, an outstanding student in the second group, replied that he was just a minor freshman. He could simply crush him. The elder handed over a bag with 1,000 spirit stones. No mistakes could be made. This student had to be dealt with. Mu He told the deputy director not to worry. He was a student with A-rank ability and the right to participate in the fight for the spiritual source. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Lin Q. Mu He thought, if Lin Q dared to be rude to his goddess, Mo Ching Cheng, again, he would be destroyed immediately. Mu He added that no one would help Lin Q, and he would return for his reward as soon as he dealt with this guy. The next morning, our hero said goodbye to Hong Ye and told her he was leaving. Today, he would go to the spiritual source. Perhaps in the evening, there would be an opportunity for paired cultivation. Lin Qiu thought that thanks to Hong Ye's help, and teacher Tang Ling's demonic training, as well as the effect of the bone-cleansing pill, he would soon cultivate an S-rank body. Lin Yue saw a yellow ferret sleeping on a leash. There was a doghouse and a bone nearby. Lin Qiu approached and asked what was wrong. Was the ferret on a hunger strike, or did it not like the bone? The beast said it would rather starve to death than take anything from this man. The young man showed the ferret a chicken leg and asked if the animal would accept it. The yellow ferret snatched the chicken leg and said he would try it, but it would probably be tasteless. Lin Qiu said that no one could resist fragrant food. As a sign of gratitude, the ferret told the young man to be careful these days. Knowing Yang Guan's character, it can be assumed that he would not give up and would send someone else after the young man. Lin Qiu thought that this weasel wasn't so evil after all. Tang Ling told the students that their place of cultivation today was a spiritual spring. Our hero would never have thought that such a natural place was adjacent to the city. Tang Ling noted that each student had 500 spiritual stones stored in the Kanglin emblem. This was a gift from the academy. The stones would be useful for the spiritual spring, and they had to be used wisely. As soon as the students reached the spiritual spring, they had to throw the stones into it. This would release more spiritual power. Lin Qiu asked Fatso what these spiritual stones were. Fatso explained that they were natural stones containing spiritual energy. They could be used as consumables to restore spiritual power, as well as currency. The source was opened, and the students rushed to take their places. Su Tang said it was time to go and that it was better to take a good place in advance. Tang Lin told little Chu to come back soon. She would wait for him here. Lin Chu promised to come back. Lin Kyo looked at the source and said it was very beautiful. It was located in a separate cave room. It would be wonderful if the Zanglin Academy could occupy a place like this. The fat man said he would go help the girls find a suitable place. Lin Kyo became angry. What kind of friend was he if he traded him for girls? He didn't even suggest which spring would be better to occupy. Lin Kyo was surprised. Was Yang Xiao here too? That meant he had to be careful. The protagonist didn't know where to go. So now the show Intuition was about to begin. In front of our hero was a large, sturdy gate. He assumed that there was something special behind it. Lin Kyo opened the gate with his foot and went inside. What he saw definitely surprised him. There were girls in the hot spring. The girls recognized this guy. After all, it was Lin Chu. Mo Ching-cheng thought that this was the guy who confessed to her in the academy community. Lin Q realized that he had accidentally stumbled upon this girl. The system offered him a choice. Look at the girls and leave the room, jump into the spring and start a water disco, or beg the girls for forgiveness. Lin Q thought that if everything had happened this way, his explanation was not needed here. Lin Kyo chose the second option and jumped into the spring. He chose the water disco. After that, there was a loud bang, and the young man flew out of the room. Mu He realized that Lin Q had been thrown out of Mo Ching-cheng's room. Could it be that he had seen her naked? Lin Kyo thought he was in pain, but he found a small spring and was able to admire the beauties. He also received a reward from the system. This spring has quite a dense spiritual power. Suddenly Hong Ye appeared in front of our hero and asked, "Is she not enough for you? Why do you need others?" The door to the room was kicked in with a bang. Mu He appeared on the threshold. He asked how Lin Chu dared to desecrate his Ching-cheng. Mu Ha declared that Lin Q would be destroyed today and rushed at the protagonist. Lin Q was able to effectively dodge his opponent's attack. However, due to the attacker's aggressive actions, the spring was destroyed, and the young people began to fall down. Lin Q thought, could there be something else under the spring? Lin Q held onto the edge of the abyss with one hand to keep from falling down. Mu He was dangling below. He grabbed our hero's leg to hold on, but the young people couldn't hold on and continued to fall down. This was accompanied by screams. Hong Ye rushed after her husband. As he fell, Mu He shouted that his mission was accomplished. Yang Guang and Yang Xiao should know that he had kept his word. As he fell, our hero saw water below. That was where he landed. There was land under the water. He was already at the bottom. Hong Ye grabbed her husband by the shoulders. Mu He fell onto the underwater land from a great height. Blood flowed from his mouth. Lin Yue said that he was lucky to have such a wife. No one helped Mu He. Even Lin Chu couldn't imagine that such a space was hidden under the spiritual spring. Maybe something is hidden here? Should I take a look around? He thought. The young people approached Mu He, who was lying motionless on the ground. Lin Kyo checked his condition. Mu He did not move and showed no signs of life. Lin Kyo put his hand in Mu He's pocket and decided to take everything he had so that he could leave this world in peace. Mu He had spiritual stones on him that he no longer needed. Hong Ye looked around and said that the local dark energy was quite strong. There must be a cluster of demons nearby. Lin Q remarked, "If they are as beautiful as Hong Ye, then I don't mind." Hong Ye told her husband not to even fantasize about it, because this was a demonic realm, the habitat of the most terrifying and powerful demons. Lin Q promised not to think about other girls anymore. Lin Kyo asked what demonic realm meant and why Hong Ye was so angry. The girl replied, "The demonic realm is an ominous territory favored by demons." Lin Kyo said, "In other words, we have now invaded the demon's home." Someone's laughter was heard ahead. Hong Ye warned that caution was necessary. Something jumped from place to place and fell at our hero's feet. Lin Kyo was surprised. Where could this ball have come from? After the ball appeared, two fiery creatures appeared before the young man and asked him to teach them how to play soccer. Otherwise, they promised to destroy him. The system offered a choice: return the balls and have a friendly time. Refuse to play with the two and make them angry. Destroy one of them and become the enemy of all demons. Lin Q decided that he had to play with them in a friendly manner. Lin Kyo kicked the ball with all his might and told them to catch it. The ball hit one of the demons in the head and he fell to the ground. Lin Q said it was strike. The demon declared that the second had perished. The demon shouted loudly that a human had invaded their territory and destroyed the second one. Hong Yin noted that the demon was calling for others and that they needed to leave quickly. Lin Q said that everything was going according to plan. Lin Kyo said that he had almost completely absorbed the bone-washing pill. Isn't this a great opportunity to finish it? He thought. Armed demons appeared from around the corner. "Who dared to offend our relative?" they asked. Lin Qiu replied that he was the culprit and was waiting for them to take revenge. One demon said, "Today, this man destroyed the second one, so we must deal with him. Everyone get ready." The armed demons rushed at the protagonist, saying they would take revenge and destroy him, and then eat him. Hongye watched from the sidelines as the demons beat her husband. The demons saw the girl and said that she was the man's ally. But since she wasn't interfering, they could continue. Lin Yue lay calmly on the lawn and told the demons not to stop. "How long can we wait for them?" he thought. The demons assumed that this man had superpowers. "We must eat him alive," they said. Lin Qiu thought that things might not go according to plan. Hong Ye disagreed. "If this continues, your husband will die. We must help him," she decided. Hong Ye saw a bright light and assumed that Lin Qiu had already broken through. Lin Qiu stood up to his full height and declared that he had finally become the owner of an S-rank body. The young man told the girl to follow him into battle, because they were now going to destroy all the demons. The girl agreed to help and activated her huge scissors. Hong Ye congratulated her beloved on awakening his S-rank body. Lin Qiu said that all the combat trials had borne fruit. It should be mentioned that the S-rank body has excellent sensitivity. When the protagonist uses his power, he feels a burning heat inside him that flows through the channels of his entire body, and the young man is reborn from the ashes like a phoenix. Lin Qiu experienced a strange feeling. "What is this?" he wondered. The protagonist felt as if something was enveloping his body. Hong Ye took the young man by the hand and said it was time to leave. "It's the aura of a high-class demon. Perhaps it's the Demon King." Hong Ye added that she would first get her husband out of there and then return to the spiritual world. Lin Ye returned. The fat man noted that the young man was really lucky. Tang Ling noticed that his body had improved significantly. Tang Ling suddenly shouted for Xiang Qian to get out of there with Lin Qiu. She would take care of things here herself. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why had the teacher become so serious? What kind of demon is there, he thought. After a while, our hero was studying the contents of his smartphone while sitting on the sofa. Hong Ye was wet cleaning nearby, moving around the room with a mop in her hands. He learned that Mu He's body had not been found. In the demonic realm, he had been devoured by demons. A message came from the fat man. Due to the temporary closure of the spiritual source, the academy decided to compensate the students for this loss. All participants would be given a spiritual jasper. Therefore, it was necessary to pick it up as soon as possible. Lin Qiu was surprised. "What is it?" Hong Ye explained that it was the energy core of demons. Their spiritual power accumulated in it. The core was named so because of its similarity to jasper. After a demon dies, a spiritual jasper may drop. Its quality depends on the demon's cultivation level. After receiving the jasper, warriors can process the spiritual energy accumulated in it. Sometimes cultivators even gain superpowers. Lin Qiu said, "If it's such a cool thing, who would refuse it? Does my wife have jasper? Can I touch it to see where it is?" Lin Qiu asked when it would be time to divide the spoils. Hong Ye replied that when the time came, they would talk about it. The yellow ferret thought that these two did nothing but talk all day long. It annoyed him. Lin Qiu brought the yellow ferret some chicken soup. The animal couldn't believe that the young man had had a change of heart and decided to feed him. "Something's not right here," thought the ferret. Lin Qiu said it was his way of showing gratitude. If the yellow ferret hadn't warned me about Yang Xiao, things could have ended badly. Lin Qiu complained that his back hurt. His wife promised to give him a massage in the evening. The yellow ferret thought that this young man was really not like everyone else. Yang Guang did not appreciate him, often beat him and forced him to work. "This guy may be shameless, but he's still a good person," concluded the ferret. In the elder's office, the master did not understand why Lin Qiu was still alive. His grandson said that his grandfather should help after all. "We need to send someone else, but this time someone stronger." Yang Guang added that they could not act rashly in this matter. The old man noted that they would have another opportunity in the future. They just had to wait. At noon, the young men came to the treasury to receive the spiritual jasper. There was a guard in the room whom everyone called the Old Man. Lin Qiu said that he should be called Master Old Man. However, for some reason, he was asleep. The old man opened his eyes slightly and looked at our hero. The young man felt a shiver run through his body. It was like spiritual pressure. The old man told everyone to follow him. The young people found themselves in the spiritual jasper storerooms. They were extremely strong and sealed with a spell. It was incredibly difficult to open them with bare hands. They are also used to test strength. The old man said they could begin. How to open the box was up to the young people. The easiest way was to use brute force, so the students started with that. There was no result. Why won't it open? They wondered. The fat man was upset that he had gotten a worthless jasper. Lin Q said that his friend was strong if he could open it. The protagonist was deciding which one to choose. He felt a familiar feeling, reminiscent of the lottery from his past world. Suddenly, a system task appeared. He had to choose one of 3 options: not to attract attention, and open the box in the usual way. Hardcore opening, break the box, pretend to be a novice, and ask others for help. Lin Qiu decided to try his luck and test his strength. He delivered a powerful blow and completed the task. The fat man said that Lin Qiu was extremely strong. He could take the nickname Lin the Destroyer. The old man was surprised. How could the young man do that? Lin Qiu replied that the old man himself said that it was necessary to open it, but did not specify how. So he opened it with his bare hands. Lin Qiu continued to use this method to find suitable jasper. However, he continued to find only ordinary jasper. The students decided that they couldn't delay and needed to get involved in the process. The old man told the young man to calm down and follow him. The old man led our hero to another office. The young man asked why they were there. The old man explained that the young man had to choose a worthy spiritual jasper. He could leave the boxes to the other students. He added that this was his collection of rare spiritual jade. The young man turned out to be very strong, and such talent should be encouraged. Therefore, as an exception, he could choose one of them. Suddenly, our hero heard Hong Ye's voice in his head. The girl said that the red spiritual jade was quite good. It was the jade of a flaming demon, even though it was only F-rank. It had little spiritual energy, but it was rare and could awaken potential, allowing the owner to master the element of fire. Hong Ye added that although the young man's body had reached S rank, his abilities had not yet fully manifested. Now this jasper was perfect for him. The guard said that the young man knew what he was doing. Although the jasper's rank was low, it significantly increased his potential. The old man thought, no wonder, because this young man is Lin Yuan's son. He has a good feeling about him. The system reported, spiritual jasper. Should I absorb its energy? Our hero did not think that the system could absorb the energy of spiritual jasper. He allowed the system to absorb it. The process was successful. The Chi-Yu ability was developed in the fire direction. The additional skill, Flaming Fist, was unlocked. Lin Qiu thought that his wife knew what she was doing. After all, it's a real treasure. The old man was surprised. Could the young man really absorb the energy of the spiritual jasper directly? Lin Qiu thought that the fire element had been awakened under the influence of his abilities. He needed to unlock the skill on his left hand urgently. The guard was surprised. Where did the young man get this ability? The ability enhancement effects were activated. Lin Qiu decided that now he was truly unrealistically cool. Finally, our hero unlocked the ability of his left hand. However, the complete form of Chi-Yu was not yet complete. The young man thought he needed to try harder. The old man thought that this young man was the heir to Lin Yuan. The academy could rest assured about its talents. A great future awaited it. A fat man entered the room and said that trouble had happened. It was necessary to find an alternate exit for escape. Mo Qingcheng's fans had come to deal with the young man. Lin Qiu thought, you couldn't ask for anything better. The fat man added that the leader of the Breeze fans, the academy's top bully, was there. It's better to be cautious. Lin Yue said that he had just acquired a new skill, and that this was the best opportunity to test it. The student outside ordered Lin Yue to come out immediately. He had to leave the academy. Lin Qiu was not afraid, and appeared at the door of the building. The protagonist asked who was in charge of these people. The young man told Lin Qiu to watch his language, because he didn't know who they were. Why did he confess his love to their goddess Mo Qingcheng, he thought. Lin Qiu replied that he was tired of these conversations. If they want to, let them attack, he added. The ringleader activated the Gigantopithecus ability and rushed at the hero with his fists. Lin Qiu didn't even bother to dodge, but simply deactivated the blow by grabbing his opponent's fist. He did the same to everyone who tried to attack him. One of the attackers activated the Call of the Cannon ability, but it didn't have the desired effect. The young man said he couldn't waste so much energy anymore. Lin Qiu was surprised. Is this an Italian cannon or an Armstrong cannon? These are definitely not Mo Qingcheng's fans. He sensed their combined firepower and said, now they'll get a taste of my new ability. Lin Q headed towards the cannon and activated Flaming Fist. There was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, everyone was curious. What happened there? The attackers were in shock, unable to comprehend. Wasn't this guy supposed to have a defective ability? Just a moment ago, he had asked to be beaten up, and now everything had changed so drastically. One of them asked how Lin Q had managed to change the direction of the attack, and whether he had decided to spare them. Lin Q thought he had just missed by accident. The hero said that great people do not remember the misdeeds of ants. This time he would let them go. But they should remember the lesson. If they interfered, it would be the last thing they would ever do in their lives. The fat man noted that it wasn't bad. Most likely, the spirit jade was of high rank if Lin Q was able to awaken such a powerful skill. The young man replied that it was ordinary F-rank jade. It was quite weak, and he needed to train more. The guard thought that Tang Lin had found a worthy disciple. This young man would definitely be useful in the future. The younger sister looked at the house and thought that her brother had been very busy lately and only wrote occasionally. It was good that she asked her sister to find out her brother's address from the academy. She would finally see him. Lin Shi walked around the house and realized that her brother wasn't home. She decided to wait for him inside. He would be surprised when he saw her. The yellow ferret noticed the stranger and told the girl to leave, otherwise he would not be hospitable. The ferret thought, something is wrong here. Why did he suddenly start protecting Lin Q's house? After all, he is the great yellow saint. Lin Si approached the ferret and said he was a cute little dog. The ferret declared that he was the great yellow saint and would not look at her age. Does she really think she can fool me? A huge bear appeared above the girl and asked, does this little dog dare to talk back? The ferret felt intense pressure. The girl was definitely at the level of a demon king. The yellow ferret barked and said that he was indeed a dog. Lin Shi added that she wanted to pet him. Late in the evening, our hero returned home and was surprised to find the door open. Hong Ye said that she sensed a strong aura and that they needed to be careful. Lin Shi and the yellow ferret hid behind the sofa. The girl decided that her brother would be surprised when he saw her. The ferret thought that Lin Qiu would not survive because the terrifying demon queen was in the house. Lin Qiu searched the house but found no one. He found this strange. The young man assumed that he had simply forgotten to close the door before leaving. Suddenly, Lin Si jumped out of her hiding place and threw herself into her brother's arms. Lin Qiu was surprised. Where did she come from? The girl said that her brother had forgotten her, so she decided to come herself. Hong Ye realized that this was Lin Qiu's younger sister, and there was no need to worry. The young man said that he had cultivated a lot to become strong and protect his sister. The yellow ferret was surprised. Could the demon queen really be Lin Qiu's sister? Lin Qiu said that he wanted to join the superpowers department so that he could fight evil side by side with his older sister. Lin Si said she had good news for her brother. His sister had applied for homeschooling. She asked her older sister to help with the paperwork. Now she could live with her little brother and study at home. Lin Qiu was delighted. Does that mean Lin Si will live here now? That meant his happy days with his beautiful wife might change. The yellow ferret thought it was a joke. Was the demoness really going to live here? Lin Shi picked up the yellow ferret and said he was very cute. Lin Qiu thought that things would not be easy for the yellow ferret now. Lin Shi said that the house was very clean. Does my brother clean up after himself? That doesn't sound like him. Lin Shi asked if her brother brought girls here. Who does he hang out with? Do they help him around the house? Lin Qiu said that he was indeed cultivating and had no free time at all. He wouldn't do such a thing. His sister warned Lin Qiu to stay away from other girls because they were all cunning. The yellow weasel thought that this little demoness was the most cunning of all, and he needed to stay away from her. Lin Qiu realized that he would now have to meet Hong Ye in secret. There was food on the table that Lin Shi had prepared. Is this really what they eat for breakfast? The young man wondered. Lin Shi was surprised. Why isn't my brother eating? Lin Qiu asked if it was edible. The girl said that of course it was edible. The yellow dog ate everything and is sleeping. Lin Qiu assumed that the ferret was no longer breathing. Lin Qiu tried the food and realized that he liked it very much. He thought that it tasted good, so his sister didn't want to poison him. The protagonist thought that the dish had a wonderful taste, as if he were among mermaids deep underwater. Lin Qiu decided that after such a lunch, he needed to look for a job, since he had no classes today anyway. He thought that first he had to support his wife and dog, and now his younger sister had been added to the mix. His wallet was empty. Lin Qiu realized that he couldn't just go to his older sister and ask for money. Supporting a family is a man's responsibility. Children shouldn't have to go through this. The fat man noticed Lin Q and said that he had also come out to get some fresh air. Lin Q asked where the fat man was going with an axe on his back. "Are you going to get firewood?" he asked. The fat man replied that he was going to do some odd jobs. Lin Q asked to come along. The fat man agreed and said that he was just one man short. He offered to take Lin Q into the squad. The mercenary hall surprised Lin Q. The fat man hadn't mentioned that he worked as a mercenary. The protagonist knew about the existence of the mercenary union, but had never been interested in it. Today he managed to visit it in person, and there were quite a few people there. Every city has representatives of the union. They are even called earning houses. Every day, tasks are posted on the bulletin board by the Superpowers Department and various law enforcement agencies. The rewards vary, but all the tasks are worth checking out. Lin Q saw such a board for the first time. The fat man said that they had free time, and the academy did not mind if students joined mercenary groups. Sometimes the academy itself acted as an intermediary, helping students find work. Lin Q approached the bulletin board and said that all of this would be his. He would become a billionaire. All he had to do was complete the task, and he could forget about his financial problems. The mercenaries were surprised. Why is this man so confident? Did he want to become a mercenary too? Lin Qiu thought that after he got rich, he would go all out. But Hong Ye would not pat him on the head for that. The fat man told Lin Qiu to follow him. He explained that he could recommend a friend, but admission would depend on how well the young man performed. The young man approached the office and said that their team, Muzhen, was ahead of them. They were quite popular and even had fans. The fat man introduced Lin Qiu to the boss. He was a freshman, studying with him, and wanted to join the squad. The boss extended his hand and greeted the young man. He introduced himself as Chu Li, the leader of the Muzhen squad. Lin Qiu said that he had heard about the team and decided to try his luck. Chu Li noted that they were always happy to welcome outstanding students from the academy. The fat man explained that Lin Shui belonged to the attack class. A few days ago, he had acquired a fire-type ability, making him a perfect fit for the squad. The squad commander told Lin Qiu to take the ability rank test. Lin Qiu noted that it was the same device that was at school. He was also curious to see how far he had progressed. The ball showed a C+ rank. That wasn't bad. The commander thought that the young man might be promising. Chu Li said that Lin Qiu was a good fit for them and welcomed him to the Muzhen squad. Lin Qiu thanked him and promised that with him, the squad would reach unprecedented heights. He did not expect it to be so easy to join. One of the squad members said that these were bold words. Young people are often impulsive and lack experience. Not everyone can become a mercenary. Lin Qiu thought that perhaps they already knew each other. Where could he have seen this man before? Chu Li said that Lin Qiu was now with them and suggested that everyone introduce themselves. The girl said her name was Keike. She was a healer, and she was happy to meet everyone. The young man introduced himself as Yu Zhu, responsible for long-range attacks. Chu Li added that the young man's name was Mo Shu. He was the deputy commander and Mo Qingcheng's older brother. Lin Yue realized that he was in for a rough time. Mo Qingcheng's older brother would surely remember what had happened before. Mo Shu asked, "Didn't you expect this?" Lin Qiu replied that he was ready to take responsibility for what had happened, and asked his brother-in-law not to be angry. Mo Shu became angry. "Who did this guy call his brother-in-law? Only I am worthy of being with my sister." Then Mo Shu realized he had said too much and added that he only meant to protect his sister. Lin Yue thought that Mo Shu was a pervert with a little sister complex. Mo Shu added that if Lin Qiu wanted to join the squad, he would have to defeat him. Lin Qiu was surprised. Do I really have to fight? The fat man warned that Mo Shu was B-ranked and should not be underestimated. The system offered a choice. Apologize, respond with violence, persuade others, or refuse loudly. Lin Qiu chose dexterity. Mo Shu still looked aggressive and asked if Lin Qiu was afraid of him. Our hero chose the first option to earn agility points. Lin Qiu approached and apologized to Mo Shu, adding that he would never dare to approach his sister again. Mo Shu thought that the young man was frozen with fear. Lin Qiu asked if the deputy commander would forgive him. Mo Shu said he would show mercy and forgive him. The system reported that the task had been completed and the reward credited. Lin Qiu thanked him and suddenly punched Mo Shu in the jaw. Mo Shu flew backwards. Lin Qiu noted that his agility had greatly increased, which was not surprising. After all, it was a reward from the system. Mo Shu, kneeling on the ground, cursed, "How dare this scoundrel hit him from behind?" He thought the blow was on a completely different level. "Is this guy really S-rank?" Yu Zhou asked if everything was okay. Lin Qiu said that he had won, so he would be on the team. As Mo Shu had promised, a man must be responsible for his words. The squad leader told everyone to calm down. There were still tasks to be done, so personal grudges would have to wait. Moshu asked the commander if the decision would really be his. The protagonist had already told those present how he had just defeated Moshu. The girls might become his fans. Hongye said that after returning home she would teach her husband a lesson. Moshu thought that he had been too relaxed and that was why he had missed Lin Q's blow. It wouldn't happen again. Kike said that this guy was very cute. The fat guy noted that Lin Q was not perfect, but they would get used to him. The squad leader said it was time to move out, as their mission was waiting for them. Lin Q started to make faces, and Moshu told the guy to stay away from him. He decided that he had underestimated the young man before, and that he needed to be more careful next time. Not long ago, a group of 7 young people decided to explore an abandoned mansion in the western suburbs. It seemed like a dilapidated, dark, and scary place, but who would have thought that they would stay there forever? The squad leader Chu Li laughed and added that this was exactly what was written in the missing persons search assignment. Lin Qiu thought that everyone understood that it was just a cheap internet bank. According to the Supernatural Forces Department, several E-rank man-eating ghosts inhabit this estate. It is necessary to either exorcise these ghosts or rescue the missing persons. Shuli told Mo Shu to distribute communication devices to everyone. Lin Qiu thought that he could destroy the E-rank man-eating ghosts with a single blow. Mo Shu handed the protagonist a communication device and expressed his hope that he would not survive. Lin Qiu decided that this guy was vindictive. The squad commander warned that they were starting the operation and reminded everyone to stay in touch. Lin Yue was supposed to check out the hallway. The young man was surprised. Why was it so cold here? Our hero felt spiritual pressure as strong as in the demonic realm, but it wasn't as cold there. The young man was sure that there were many ghosts nearby. Hong Ye, as always, appeared unexpectedly and said that Lin Qiu had made great progress. The girl added that the young man's senses did not deceive him. The information was incorrect. There were no weak E-rank spirits here at all. There were even A-rank spirits present. Hong Ye suggested that the local ghosts were good at disguising themselves if they had not been noticed before. Caution was necessary. Lin Yue heard the sound of falling drops and was surprised. Where could the rain have come from? Something was wrong here. Suddenly, strange creatures appeared behind our hero. The young man felt as if someone was following him. 2 girls appeared next to the young man and asked if the handsome guy was busy. Was he bored? Hong Ye told her husband to step aside and leave these girls to her. Lin Qiu told Hong Ye not to rush and let him enjoy this pleasant torture. The system offered the user a choice. Choose the girl on the left, choose the girl on the right, or choose neither and take everything. The reward for the third option was the best. The young man hoped that Hong Ye would understand and forgive him. Lin Qiu announced that the lights could be turned off, as they were no longer needed. The young man added that he had made his choice. He liked both girls. Hong Ye said that this guy was very shameless. She would ask him about it when he returned home. The system reported that the task had been completed and the reward had been transferred to Lin Qiu's personal wallet. After that, our hero apologized and said he had changed his mind. Now he would act like a real man. The young man pushed the girls away and said that his heart belonged to only one person. Lin Qiu told Hong Ye to calm down. He only loved her. He was a faithful and well-mannered husband. Hong Ye understood this man less and less. The girls said that this guy had deceived them. It turns out he already had someone else. Lin Qiu was surprised. Were they still here? One of the girls told her sister that this young man was a liar. He would pay for his deception. Demons began to crawl out from under the ground. The sisters told their boyfriends to teach this man a lesson. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why were these demons summoned from underground? Hong Ye said that they needed to run away. His companions were nearby. She couldn't help them now, otherwise they would notice her. The demons rushed after the protagonist. The girls shouted not to let the young man escape. Hong Ye said that these demons must be the men who fell for the sisters' charms. Lin Qiu suggested that, based on their numbers, more people had disappeared here than had been reported in the mission. How many guys had they deceived? The squad leader, Chu Li, asked Mo Shu if the young man had found anything. Mo Shu replied that the place was empty, with no traces of ghosts. Chu Li noticed that the temperature in the rooms was much lower. Someone was clearly here. They must be hiding. But where was Lin Qiu now? The fat man was surprised. Had Lin Qiu still not returned? Kiki said that there was a strange sound coming from outside. The doors to the room swung open, and Lin Qiu appeared. The young man shouted that they had to run away. They were coming. The squad leader was surprised. What kind of creatures were these? Keek and Yuzhu shouted that it was an army of demons. Mo Shu was surprised. Why did Lin Shui bring them here? The young man replied that it was an accident. He didn't know there would be so many of them. The monster girl said that this young man was a liar and was hiding behind the backs of others. However, this was pointless. At the same time, she released a green liquid from her mouth, attacking the mercenaries. The fat man said that it was a very thick liquid. But what was that smell? The thick liquid got on Keiki's clothes and started to eat away at them. The girl screamed in fear. Lin Chu thought it was a good job. The fat man shouted that the liquid had even splashed on him. Squad leader Chu Li was also injured and found himself almost naked. Chu Li shouted that this was no time to be embarrassed. No matter who their enemy was, they would not be afraid and would bravely face the enemy head-on. The fat man grabbed one of the sisters by the neck and told her not to move. Keek declared that she would also fight. However, the girl was embarrassed by the lack of clothing on some parts of her body. Hongye told her husband to throw some clothes on the girl. Lin Chu said he would wait a little while. Hongye declared that she would bring her husband to his senses in an instant and put her hand on his shoulder. Lin Qiu wondered why he couldn't move. Lin Qiu threw a cloak over KK's shoulders and told her to be careful. The young man understood that Hongye was now controlling his body. Keik didn't think Lin Qiu would turn out to be such a gentleman. The girl didn't understand why her heart was beating so fast. Half an hour later, the two demons were detained and captured. The fat man noticed that, although they were of low rank, they could summon and control minions, so it took a lot of effort. Chu Li assumed that the 7 missing people had also become one of those demons. First, it was necessary to report everything to the superpowers department. The fat man offered the sisters his business card and added that he was always available. The girl did not understand this kindness and cursed him. Lin Qiu thought that he had been too relaxed today. He still didn't understand. Was Hongye really capable of controlling his body? Kiki said she would wash his clothes and return them to him later. After saying this, she kissed our hero on the cheek. The fat man called the protagonist a Casanova because he didn't offer him his clothes. Lin Qiu asked why the fat man didn't use his powers. His friend replied that he was a summoner, and places like this weren't very suitable for that. Next time, Lin Qiu would see everything for himself. Mo Xiu said, "Does Lin Qiu really think he's the coolest?" Lin Qiu thought that Hong Ye had forced him to give KK clothes, but everything did not go according to her plan. She was offended, and he would probably have to apologize. The squad commander reported that he had news from the superpowers department. Due to an error in the information, the difficulty of the mission had been increased. In addition to the main reward, compensation would be paid. Everyone would receive about 30,000. Lin Qiu was delighted and decided that now he would live happily ever after. The fat man thought that Lin Qiu was really happy about these small payments. The young man was truly pitiful. Chu Li added that the superpowers department was already on its way here. They would gather information and take these 2 demons away. After that, everyone could go their separate ways. After a while, representatives of the Night Watch met with the Muzan squad and asked where the demons were. Chu Li said that according to their aura, they were D-rank demons. In terms of strength, they were close to the initial stage. Lin Yue thought that if the demons were only D-rank, it was hard to imagine how strong a real B-level demon would be. A representative of the Night Watch approached the car and asked Miss Hua if they should transport these demons now. Lin Qiu was surprised. Could it be that his older sister Lin Hua was in the car? The car window rolled down, and the young man saw that it was indeed his sister inside. Lin Hua asked in surprise how little Chu had ended up here. At the estate in the suburbs, the squad commander asked in surprise why Fatso hadn't told him earlier that Lin Qiu's older sister was from the Night Watch. Fatso said that he had only just found out himself. Lin Hua asked if her brother had joined the mercenaries. Lin Qiu replied that it was all for Lin Si. He had decided to get a part-time job. Lin Qiu told his sister that he had recently learned about his father's military achievements and decided to become like him. Could she tell him how to join the Night Watch, because he needed to become even stronger? Lin Hua replied that her brother's abilities were not yet sufficient. Even if he enrolled in the Kanglin Academy, it was only the beginning of the journey. Many trials still awaited him. Lin Ko replied that he understood everything. The young man believed that in the eyes of masters such as Sister Hua, the academy was a kind of village for beginners. He really had a long and thorny path ahead of him. Lin Hua added that this did not mean he had no chance. Soon, the Night Watch, together with Janlin, would hold the autumn trials. Sister added that if Lin Qiu took first place, It would undoubtedly be a good investment in the future. Someday she would tell him about his father. The girl threw something at the young man and said it was a gift from her sister. She also wished him luck. Hua thought that her brother Chu had changed a lot. The fat man said that they were finally done and could leave. His friend told the protagonist that this guy was really good because he came from a family of heroes. Lin Qiu replied that it wasn't his doing. He still had a long way to go. Lin Qiu returned home and told his younger sister that he had met Hua today and that she had given him a gift. Zaire said that it wasn't fair. Why didn't she get anything? Lin Qiu told Sire not to be angry. Next time, her brother would definitely bring her something. Lin Qiu opened the box. He wanted to see what was inside. Inside the box was a spiritual jasper. Who would have thought that his sister would give him such an expensive gift? Lin Si told her brother to try to absorb it quickly. The system reported that a spiritual jasper of rank A had been detected. Lin Qiu thought that he shouldn't delay and should try to absorb it right away. His sister was surprised. Could Lin Qiu really absorb energy directly? Only great masters could do that. Lin Shi thought that her brother had indeed become stronger. He had even changed a little. Now he seemed like a different person. The yellow ferret thought that everyone in this family was a demon. Our hero did not think that absorption could take so long. However, everything went well. Although our hero did not receive the new attribute of the Qi Yu ability, he did gain a useful ability. Now he can cover his body with energy and turn it into a protective layer. This is absolute protection. With his S-rank body and new ability, he can single-handedly take on a warrior with a rank higher than C. Lin Xi congratulated her brother on his achievement. Lin Chu said that it was all thanks to his sister's help. He would do his best not to let her down. The protagonist understood that he needed to take care of Sheer. He couldn't let anything happen to the girl. Hong Ye thought that seeing how rapidly her husband was developing, she simply couldn't be angry with him. The next day in class, Mentor Tang Lin said that they were done with theory for the day. Lin Qiu told the instructor that he wanted to take part in the autumn trial. Tang Lin asked if the young man already knew about it. She wrote his name on the list of candidates. Tang Ling said that if the student had time, they could do some emergency training, since he was in a special situation. Lin Qiu said that of course he agreed and was eager to do so. The fat man asked if Lin Qiu already knew about the autumn trial. That meant they would give it their all together. Mo Qingcheng said that these young people were truly shameless. They should get out of here immediately. Lin Qiu thought, is this really Mo Qingcheng? Next to her is the girl who was at the spring. Did they come here to take revenge? The young man said that the girls had made a mistake. His name was Xiang Qian. He pointed to the fat man and said that his name was Lin Yue. The fat man was surprised. The girl said that she remembered the young man's face, that she would not be fooled, and that she would now destroy him. Lin Qiu activated his absolute defense and repelled the attack. The girl was surprised. Could he really defend himself? After all, she had put in 90% of her strength. But why wasn't there a scratch on him? Lin Qiu told his sister not to stop. How wonderful that she had come to give him a massage. The girl replied that it was too much. Mo Qingcheng wondered why Su Tang had interfered in their conversation. Lin Qiu also didn't understand why she had done so. Lin Qiu thought that there might be animosity between these girls, so they weren't sorting things out right now. Mo Qingcheng thought that Tian Yu was very impulsive. They had come here for Lin Qiu. Why did she start fighting with Su Tang first? The fat guy explained that these girls were sworn enemies and had been rivals since their first year. They simply couldn't stand each other. Su Tang hates it when someone barges into her class and causes trouble, which is why she intervened in the conversation. Lin Qiu decided to tease them and said that Su Tang was awesome. He loved watching girls fight. Suddenly, a stranger in a black cloak appeared between the girls. He asked if the girls were having fun. Would they let him join them? Lin Qiu was surprised. Who was this? Hong Ye told the handsome stranger to be careful, as he had a demonic aura about him. Tian Yu asked who he was. The stranger replied that he was the ghost in the darkness. Destruction was his only goal. Mo Qingcheng asked who he was. Was he from the underworld? Lin Qiu wondered what that meant. The fat man explained that it was the most powerful demonic organization. They needed to find Tang Ling quickly. The stranger approached Mo Qingcheng and said that she was right. He was a member of the underworld abyss. She was quite knowledgeable about it. It was not surprising, since she was from the Mo family. The stranger moved with great speed and Mo Qingcheng found herself trapped by his demonic powers. The villain said that today, this girl would be his target. The power of the Mo bloodline was too attractive. Tian Yu waved her whip and told him to take his hands off her. Tianyu added that this scoundrel would not even be able to touch Mo Qingcheng with a finger. The villain was surprised. Could this girl really hurt him? She was not bad and could follow him. From now on, she would be his servant. Lin Yue interrupted the conversation and said he had a question. What does Underworld Abyss mean? Is it edible? The girls looked at the protagonist with surprise and pity. How could he ask such questions? The stranger called our hero ignorant. How could he not know about this? The Underworld Abyss is a powerful demonic organization. Some of its members are fallen human beings. Most of them are people who are willing to help demons in order to gain power. They have no predisposition to awakening. They sell their souls for the opportunity to take revenge on this world. Su Tang added that the Underworld Abyss is a gathering place for trash, a rabble incapable of anything from birth. Lin Kyo said that now he understood everything. That's why this guy, surely he stinks badly. The stranger praised the young man. After all, this guy managed to get him angry. Now he definitely won't be able to escape. The representative of the Underworld Abyss assumed a strange posture and created a formation. Everyone present looked up and wondered what was going on. The representative of the Underworld Abyss continued his movements, and the formation turned into a snake's lair. People were attacked by demonic snakes descending from the sky. They had to dodge them. Lin Qiu said that he had nothing to do with it. He was just passing by. Su Tang believed that he was to blame. There was no need to insult this stranger. The villain said that his snakes were everywhere. People could continue to dance, dodging them until they fell from exhaustion. Lin Qiu grabbed his phone and decided to contact the Superpowers Department. The young man wanted to report that there was some crazy guy talking to snakes here. However, there was no connection. The villain said that everything was going according to his well-thought-out plan. In his formation, these people were not only locked up, but also cut off from the outside world. Lin Qiu decided to organize a stream and greeted the viewers. He said that today's guest was a madman who strangles bows. The villain became even more angry and said that now he would destroy this young man once and for all. Lin Qiu thought, now it will be interesting to see who will actually wear whom down. The girls did not understand why Lin Qiu continued to provoke this guy. Our hero received another choice from the system. He could abandon everyone and avoid the battle alone, betray the academy and join the forces of the Underworld Abyss, or lend a helping hand and fight a member of the Underworld Abyss. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why was only one choice available? He could have completed several at once, but only one reward was given. The young man decided that the pill of life was the best option right now. Tianyu approached the girl lying on the ground and asked if Mo Qingcheng was okay. The villain shouted that the girl now belonged to him. Su Tang appeared nearby. She threw the demonic snake aside and stood up to defend Mo Qingcheng. Su Tang said that this scoundrel would not take any of the students from the Kanglan Academy. The villain asked who would stop him. Could it be the girl in the short shorts? Lin Wei remarked that the Snake Master had put it well. Su Tang was surprised. What did that mean? Tian Yu asked what Lin Yue had called the villain. Lin Qiu offered his sincere apologies to the respected master. The young man added that his words had been harsh and he hoped for forgiveness. Lin Qiu added that, in his eyes, the academy was a dump. The Underworld Abyss was much cooler. Therefore, he had only one option. He would serve faithfully. He would do everything in his power for the well-being of the Underworld Abyss. The girls told Lin Qiu to be ashamed of his words. How could he betray his academy? The villain laughed and said that those who understand the situation are wise. The villain added that if the young man decided to serve him, he must bring Mo Qingcheng now. The protagonist agreed. The system reported that the task was completed. Our hero added that he now had one request. The villain was surprised and asked, "What is it?" Lin Yue activated his flaming fist of fury and declared that he wanted the villain's life. Then, he delivered a devastating blow to the villain's chest. The villain did not expect this and was sent flying backwards. Everyone present witnessed the stranger's flight and scattered in different directions. The girls, of course, were also surprised. Had Lin Qiu really taken him down with one blow? Lin Qiu was surprised. Was everything really that bad at the Underworld Abyss? Even a dog didn't want to join them. The girls thought that he had pretended to be weak in order to deliver a surprise blow. The young man declared that people like this guy would have nothing to do with villains. He would only join the Night Watch. The villain got to his feet and tried to attack Lin Qiu, but Hong Ye saved him and pulled him aside. The villain's attack missed. Lin Yue thought that it was only thanks to his wife that he remained safe and sound. However, his opponent was strong. Even after the flaming fist of fury, he was still alive. The villain said that if the young man could dodge his blow, it meant he was capable of something. Otherwise, he would be doomed. The villain activated the dark snake's ability, absorption. The protagonist did not lose his composure and activated absolute defense. The dark snake could only break its teeth on the defense, but it never reached the hero. Lin Kyo grabbed the demonic snake and tore it to pieces. The representative of the underworld abyss told his opponent to witness his destructive movement. A squad of brave men led by Tang Lin came to the hero's aid. The young man was delighted to see his teacher. He realized that Fatso had run away to bring help. Tang Ling asked who was going to show the destructive movement. She was looking forward to it. The representative of the underworld abyss was surprised. His formation was impossible to destroy. How did they manage it? Tan Lin was surprised. Was it really a formation? Don't make her laugh. The criminal said that it didn't matter how they got here. No one could resist his destructive movement. Their lives were now like a candle flame in the wind. The snake attack was activated again. Tan Lin was not afraid and did not even blink. The Oblivion skill was activated, and the snake completely swallowed Tang Lin. The students were frightened. Had disaster struck? Had their teachers been swallowed up? The villain laughed. It turns out that righteous warriors are just a bunch of trash. They must submit to the abyss of the underworld. The world will still belong to them. However, the huge snake exploded, and Tang Lin appeared in its place. The mentor was indestructible. It became clear to everyone that the snake's explosion had been initiated from within. Lin Q understood the true power of teacher Tan Lin. The villain was upset. His snake had been injured. Tan Lin sarcastically apologized and added that she had destroyed the snake completely by accident. The villain was surprised. Why wasn't there even a scratch on her from his destructive strike? Was she cheating? Tang Ling was surprised. Did someone think she was a cheater? In that case, she could show even more severe cheating. The technique to summon Zhu Yan was activated. Lin Q understood the power his mentor possessed. The flame of the underworld was activated. Everything around them was immediately engulfed in flames. The villain shouted that he would not retreat, but he was deactivated and found himself on the ground. Tang Lin stepped on his chest and said that she had only just begun. Why was he giving up so quickly? Lin Kyo approached his mentor and said that her summoned animal resembled a monkey. The monkey slapped the young man in the face. Lin Kyo said that this spirit animal was a very evil monkey. The fat man said that his friend was lucky. Zhu Yan could have roasted him. It is a mythical ancient beast summoned by the teacher that uses fire. It expands Tang Lin's abilities and gives her fiery powers. Tang Lin and her students approached the bound representative of the underworld abyss. The villain declared that he would die, but he would not reveal anything. He would remain silent, like a fish. Lin Yue and her mentor carried out the execution. They beat the villain with whips and demanded that he confess their goal. The young people looked at Lin Shu and Tang Lin and thought that they were a pair of demons. The villain grew tired of enduring the torture and said he was ready to tell everything. However, at that very moment, he was destroyed. Someone's hand pierced his body through and through. Everyone present was frightened. The woman who carried out the sentence declared that he was dead. Everyone realized that she was a real demon. How did she end up here? Lin Kyo was surprised. Who was she? She exuded a powerful demonic aura. Tang Ling thought that she was the #1 demon of the underworld. Could it be Shiji? Where did this devil come from? Huaji told them not to worry. She had come only to destroy one person. At the same time, she grabbed Lin Q by the shoulders. The young man was frightened and cried out. Onaji turned around and dragged Lin Q with her. He said he wasn't tasty, and that it would be better to take Mo Ching Cheng instead. Tang Ling rushed forward and demanded that the woman return Lin Q. Lin Q, disappearing into the spatial portal, asked why he was always the one to suffer. Mentor Tang Lin called on everyone to go after them, because the woman was running away with Lin Chu. Shiji and Lin Chu found themselves somewhere outside the city, at the foot of a mountain. Lin Qiu shouted loudly for help. The woman replied that he could shout as much as he wanted. No one would hear him here anyway. Lin Qiu asked why she had brought him to this mountain. The protagonist declared that he would now let her taste his flaming fist. However, the young man could not do anything. He did not understand what was happening at all. Ongji told him not to resist. She had already sealed his soul in spiritual world. Lin Qiu asked in fear what she was going to do with him. He said he was not going to sell his body. Wasn't Mo Ching Cheng the target of the underworld abyss? Oniji replied that initially, that was the case, but she had been secretly observing what was happening. The young man, with his Qi Yu ability, turned out to be a more valuable test subject than the girl. Lin Qiu was surprised at how she knew about Qi Yu. Hongye said that it was this girl who was able to seal the spiritual world. She couldn't do anything now, but she hoped that her husband was okay. Lin Qiu wondered how this woman was able to determine his potential, because to everyone else, he was just an ordinary person. His SSS-Rank Qi Yu ability had not yet been fully revealed. Ongji said that if he was an obedient boy and accepted the demonic blood, she would not only do him no harm, but would even reward him generously. He had to make a choice: refuse, because this thing was surely poisoned; humbly accept the conditions and become an obedient boy, or stall for time and look for any chance to escape. Lin Qiu said that he would rather jump down and die than accept this thing. Thus, the task was completed. Qingji said that in that case, she could only cripple him. But then she would still feed him her blood. Either way, he was just a test subject. Lin Qiu said that in that case, she had convinced him. Yingji smiled and called him an obedient boy. After these words, the woman promised to give him an additional reward. She put the crystal in her mouth and kissed the young man. Lin Qiu thought about what this demonic blood was and what it represented. Why didn't he feel any changes? Tang Ling appeared out of nowhere. Cheesy noticed that they had caught up much faster than she had expected. The demoness waved to the hero and said that they would meet again. Then she headed for the spatial portal. The fat man grabbed the young man by the chest and asked if he was okay. What had the demoness done? He needed to be examined immediately. Lin Qiu replied that he was fine. One of the students asked the mentor if they should continue the pursuit. Tang Lin said that they shouldn't corner the rat. There was no telling what she was capable of. They had to proceed with caution. Perhaps the Deviless would decide to break into the academy again. Tang Ling said that after returning, Lin Qiu should rest. He had done well. He had managed to delay the enemy until they arrived. Lin Qiu said that it was all because he was the unrivaled handsome man. It was easy for him to defeat the petty demoness. In the evening, his sister was delighted when Lin Qiu returned home. The young man said he had brought Seer something delicious. Lin Qiu added that he was tired and needed to rest. Seer told her brother to take care of himself. Lin Qiu thought that when he accepted the demonic blood, he felt nothing. But now, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, as if everything inside was burning. Now the young man knew for sure that Oniji had bad intentions. He remembered that the pill of life could remove any negative effect. Hongye asked if he was okay. The protagonist said he needed to take the medicine. His spirit was so weakened that he couldn't even retrieve the item from the system. Hongye suggested that the demoness had given him a catalyst for his potential. She wanted to nurture this power in him. However, Lin Qiu was simply not ready to accept it now. It was too dangerous. Hongye said that there was only one way left. Lin Qiu asked in surprise what she was going to do. Hongye took off her clothes and said that they must merge their yin and yang, male and female energies, to distribute the load between the two of them. Therefore, Lin Qiu must be gentle with her. Lin Qiu agreed, as he had long dreamed of this. Morning came. The young man woke up feeling refreshed and cheerful. Lin Qiu looked at the sleeping Hongye and thought that it was all like a dream. He felt only a spiritual experience, no tactile sensations. Apparently the living and the dead really do have different paths. Lin Qiu noted that Hongye was very tired and needed to sleep a little longer. Lin Qiu decided that in the future, he would have to find a way to restore her physical body. Lin Si saw her brother and said that he had finally woken up. Today, they had thick rice porridge with salted lean meat and canned eggs for breakfast. Her brother said that Sheer was getting better and better at cooking. Seer said that at night she heard strange noises coming from her brother's room, as if he were fighting with someone. What could that mean? Lin Qiu said that it was just her imagination. Sire demanded that her brother confess. Could he have a girlfriend? Lin Qiu ran out of the house and said it was time for him to go to class. They would only see each other in the evening. Lin Si hoped her brother wasn't lying to her. And Yellow Weasel wondered how long Lin Qiu could hide his demonic wife. Lin Qiu thought that this couldn't go on any longer. Otherwise, Seer would find out about him and Hongye. In the auditorium, Fatso said that they had been looking for Lin Qiu for a long time. Why was he late? The fat man added that last night, demonic energy was swirling around Lin Qiu's house. He saw the silhouette of a girl in the window. Could Lin Qiu have been with that demoness? Lin Qiu replied that he was pure and innocent, and didn't even understand what they were talking about. The fat man said that these were not empty rumors, and showed an audio recording on his smartphone. Someone in the academy community had passed by Lin Qiu's house yesterday. He heard indescribable sounds. Now everyone is discussing it and saying that Lin Qiu can't even walk past the demonic skirt. Lin Qiu declared that he was pure and innocent, and that malicious tongues were simply spreading rumors. The fat man was one of them. Su Tang said that men are nothing but trouble. Teacher Tang Lin entered the classroom and told everyone to take their seats. The lesson was about to begin. The teacher announced that there are 2 weeks left until the autumn exam. She has already recorded everyone's seats. All 5 will be on the same team. Tan Lin added that there was little time left, so they needed to train harder. Everyone should carefully review the training plan. The young people studied the training schedule and were even frightened. Tan Lin said that there was no time to waste and that they needed to gather on the mountain. It was unacceptable to lose a single minute. The mentor, whip in hand, ordered the students to push themselves. They still had 1,000 push-ups left. Lin Q noted that compared to this training, the previous one had been a breeze. The girls didn't understand why they had to pull such a huge stone. Was there really nothing else to do? The young men trained by running away from huge stones rolling down the mountain. The girls boxed with each other at this time. After that, they began practicing hand-to-hand combat skills, and Su Tang chose Lin Chu as her sparring partner. The young people were exhausted and rested on the lawn for a while. Their mentor said that the sun was still high and they shouldn't lie around. 2 weeks passed, and it was time for the autumn trials. Lin Q told Fatso not to fall behind. He replied that this was his maximum cruising speed. Su Tang told them not to talk and to save their energy. None of the students even imagined that they would live to see this day. Half a month felt like half a year. They were forcibly kept in training and not allowed to return home. It was like torturous agony. Tang Lin announced that today was the first day of the autumn festival. Everyone should cheer up. Tu Song asked if the instructor had really named their squad Basilard, and if it was true that she wanted to make Lin Q their commander. Tang Lin said that they were already registered under that name and it was too late to regret it. The woman added that Lin Q was capable of leading the team to victory and winning the grand prize. Although he was scatterbrained, he could take control of the situation at critical moments. The deputy director announced that the event was now open. He would now name the teams that would participate in the autumn trial, as well as their commanders. The Berserker Squad commander, Qin Feng. The commander said that they always take first place. The Flywheel Squad commander, Yang Xiao. The commander said that he would lead his guys into battle. The Qing Cheng Squad commander, Mo Qingcheng. The girls said that they will try very hard. The Muzhen Squad commander, Chu Li. He said that it would be better if no one got in their way. The Divine Q Squad commander, Lu Feng. The commander said that he would follow in the footsteps of his brother Lin Q and lead his men to victory. Lin Q was surprised. Wasn't this the same Lu Feng he had beaten up? Next, the Basilard Squad was announced. Squad commander, Lin Q. The protagonist said that his team would take first place. The guys present were surprised. Did they really decide to take the name Basilard? It was the strongest squad in history. Chu Jungxiao didn't think Lin Q could become a commander. Was this really the same guy she knew? Yang Xiao was indignant. For what merits had this guy been made commander? If his grandfather didn't want to help him, he would deal with this insolent person himself. Yang Xiao said that Lin Wei was just an ordinary jester, unworthy of the name Basilard. The young people standing behind Yang Xiao supported him, and said that Lin Chu really didn't deserve it. Yang Xiao thought that many people were on his side. Lin Shi decided that this Yang Xiao was constantly interfering with him by opposing the Basilard Squad. He had already crossed all boundaries. The system offered the user a choice: to object to Yang Xiao and prove his determination, to ignore him and change the subject, or to admit that Yang Xiao was right and that he was wrong. The protagonist chose the first option. The young man said that his father, Lin Yuan, commander of the Basilard Squad, fought against demons for the peaceful skies of humanity until his last breath. He added that he was not boasting about his greatness, but it was thanks to people like his father, who fought silently against demons, that they could now enjoy peaceful skies above their heads. Lin Yue said that he would continue the work of the Basilard Squad and would fight to the end for himself and his people, despite any adversity. The protagonist added that the world would know. Lin Q was not one to imagine himself a hero, basking in the glory of others. Lin Qiu did not expect his speech to be so inspiring. Now everyone realized how wonderful he was. Lu Feng said that this was no surprise. Lin Qiu had said everything perfectly. Lin Qiu ordered this squad to stay away from him. He was not interested in boys. Lu Feng asked who dared to slander the divine Lin Qiu. Only he was worthy of the honor of being the leader of the Basilard Squad. Tian Yu said that Lin Qiu constantly behaves foolishly, but at the same time he is honest, open, and noble. Mo Qingcheng agreed. Lin Qiu is indeed a good person. Yang Xiao was discouraged. Could so many people really support this guy? The girls from the cheerleading squad shouted at the top of their lungs that they were in love with Lin Qiu. Chu Jungxiao decided she was wrong. This guy used to be completely useless. But now she was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the ground. Lin Qiu thanked his fans for their support. Xinfeng said that this guy was really not bad. He clearly had character. If the opportunity arose, he would definitely have to fight him. Tang Lin thought that handing over control of the Basilard squad to Lin Yue was the right decision. Tang Lin also thought that the commander's son had become an outstanding person. He could be proud of him, watching from heaven. Yang Xiu said that Lin Qiu would pay for this and tried to leave the deployment. Lin Qiu said that those who wanted an autograph should not crowd around him and should come up in order. The members of his squad thought the world had gone mad. A trampled Yang Xiao said that the autumn trials would be Lin Qiu's last. Red Demon Territory. Young people are invited to the autumn trials. The Red Demon Territory battle arena is about to open. The young people acknowledged that it was very lively here, and everyone was noticeably excited. Lin Qiu said that this was to be expected from the joint organization of the tests by the Kanglin Academy and the Night Watch. The fat man noted that this was the first joint event of the two most influential forces, so it was receiving special attention. Lin Qiu asked what it was. The fat man explained that many people were laying out goods to earn some extra money before the tests began. It was an academy tradition. Students were allowed to trade with each other. If you were lucky, you could buy a map of the demon territory. The sellers invited them to look at their goods and choose something. There was even a complete collection of Mo Qingcheng's candid photos on sale for a nominal fee. There were also autographed photos of the 4 most beautiful girls in the academy. Lin Yue noticed that only photographs were being sold here. He was surprised. Who would buy such things? Lin Yue made a lot of purchases and explained to his friends that it was solely to save the reputation of his classmates. He had to buy all the photos. The protagonist decided that he could even make money on this. He just needed to find someone to resell everything to. The commander of the Muzhen squad also offered photographs of the divine and beautiful Mo Shu. He had a limited series. Lin Qiu greeted Kike and asked how she was doing. The girl felt embarrassed as soon as she saw this guy. But in fact, she herself had wanted to talk to him for a long time. Lin Qiu asked what Uncle Chuli was doing among the students. The squad leader replied that he was still studying at the academy, which was why he was here. Lin Qiu looked at another item on display and asked what it was. Chuli replied that it was a map of the Red Demon's territory. He had found it by accident while on a mission. Lin Qiu thought that it would not be easy to obtain such a detailed map, as it marked all the dangerous places and warnings. Chuli said he was willing to sell the map at a 10% discount. The young men began to negotiate. Lin Qiu grabbed the map and ran away. He said he was just borrowing it and would return it as soon as he had studied it. Chuli demanded that the unscrupulous Lin Qiu return the map immediately. Kiki told the squad leader to calm down. He had known this guy for a long time. Chuli sighed and said that it was no big deal. Lin Qiu had stolen the wrong copy. He still had the original. Lin Qiu told his friends that he was a fast runner. It was their joint robbery, and the group gradually became imbued with joy at their own unscrupulousness. The senior examiner greeted the students and announced that the rules for the autumn trials competition would now be announced. The examiner noted that cameras would record the entire process of the trials. Points would be awarded for spirit hunting, teamwork, emergency response, and other criteria. In the final, the organizers would form a ranking based on the results. Lin Qiu thought that everything here was almost the same as when he entered the academy. It was necessary to take first place. It was announced that the Red Demon territory was about to open. Everyone could enter the portal as part of their teams. Lin Qiu thought that there were many portals, and most likely they led to different places. Lin Qiu chose one of the portals, and his squad headed there. Lin Qiu told his colleagues not to worry, and to let their commander determine where they were. The young man opened the very map. The young people decided that their end had come, because they found themselves near the most dangerous zone of the Red Demon's territory. The students said that Lin Qiu was extremely unscrupulous. His luck had run out. He had led them into a trap. Lin Qiu thought for a moment and said he had a plan. The examiners monitored the students with surveillance cameras. The protagonist's sister noted that this group was actively exploring the territory. Tang Ling said that they had exceeded her expectations. The duty officer entered the office and reported that something bad had happened. A student and his squad had stolen an SUV with cameras. Those present were surprised. Were there really students like that? The elder suggested that they were fans of Lin Hua's younger brother, imitating their commander. After all, everyone considered him the demon king of the academy. Tang Ling suggested that it was probably Lin Qiu himself. Our hero's squad did indeed seize the SUV. The young man said that they were going on a tour of the demon territory. The girls noticed that Lin Qiu didn't care about his reputation at all. Manhwa lowered her head and said that she no longer had a younger brother. The deputy director said that Lin Qiu turned out to be a very interesting guy. Su Tang looked out the window and asked in surprise, "Haven't we strayed from the route? Where are we going?" Lin Qiu asked where Ho Feng was going and if he even knew the way. According to the map, they should have already reached the center of the Red Demon territory. Hu Feng was surprised. Where did Lin Qiu get such confidence? The young people stopped the SUV. A settlement appeared in front of them. Lin Qiu never imagined that there would be a village here. Could spirits really live here? Hong Ye said that such dwellings are found in demonic regions, so caution must be exercised. The young people saw a terrible sight. In front of them, on the ground, lay people who had been kidnapped by demons. They were bound hand and foot. Lin Qiu instructed that these individuals be untied, and he decided to survey the surroundings. Su Teng noted that the squad leader had suddenly become very responsible. The protagonist moved through the deserted village and shouted for the demons to come out quickly. This is robbery. Hong Ye thought it would be sad if Lin Qiu didn't become the Demon King. Lin Qiu saw a sign and was surprised. Did they really have shops? It must have all been stolen from humans. Hong Ye told her husband not to do anything reckless. They might encounter a very dangerous enemy. Lin Qiu said that since Hong Ye was with him, there was nothing to fear. He asked his beloved to envelop him with her aura. Hong Ye was surprised. Did he want to pretend to be a demon? Lin Qiu put on sunglasses, kicked open the door, and announced that everyone should stay where they were. This was a robbery. He was only interested in valuable items. The salesman was surprised. What was going on here? Where did the Demon King with such a powerful aura come from? Lin Qiu said he had no money, but there was something in this store he wanted to take. The demon salesman replied that His Majesty could take whatever he wanted. Lin Qiu took out a large bag and began to grab everything he liked from the shelves. Hong Ye told her husband to take as much as he wanted. The young man took a package that said it had a banana flavor. Did demons use this too? The door to the store swung open, and the senior demon appeared in the doorway. He asked what was going on. The salesman rushed to his boss and said that this Demon King was bullying him. Hong Ye reminded him that she had already said to keep quiet. Lin Qiu felt a powerful aura. This demon was at the peak of the C rank. The boss asked why this guy had come to rob him. Lin Qiu thought that first he needed to reduce hostility, determine the enemy's strength, and as soon as the moment arose, strike suddenly. The young man told the shop owner that he had decided to borrow something. The system offered a choice: return everything stolen and apologize, show the demon who was stronger, or tactically retreat. Our hero chose the first option. Lin Qiu told the shopkeeper not to be angry, apologized, and returned everything. After the task was completed and the reward credited, the young man turned around and started running away with the bag. Lin Qiu ran quickly, the demons chasing after him and shouting for him to stop immediately and return the loot. Hao Feng told the fat man that they were quite lucky this time. Who knew that demons had so many valuable things? The students saw Lin Qiu run past them with a bag of loot on his back. They said he was unscrupulous because he was supposed to be on reconnaissance. Why did he always cause trouble? Lin Qiu asked why the two had left the squad and gone looting. As a result, the people were surrounded by demons. The young men turned around and started running again. The fat man said that Lin Qiu had set them up again. The girls waited for the members of the squad who had gone on reconnaissance. Why hadn't they returned yet? It was good that at least the people had been freed. Lin Qiu and the others appeared from the gate. They were running away from the pursuing demons. The young man shouted that they didn't have time for explanations. They had to start the car engine immediately. In the observation room, the Academy's leadership was closely monitoring this squad. The old man said that demons used to rob people, but now it was the other way around. Tang Lin noted again that Lin Qiu was doing well. He had gathered a good squad around him. His older sister expressed hope that he would not do anything like this again. Tang Ling said that although Lin Qiu was shameless, he was not extreme. The most interesting part was yet to come. Linhua wondered what her brother had gone through. It was hard to believe that this man was actually her younger brother. The girl said that these demons were very evil and constantly robbed them. They were similar to Lin Qiu. Mo Qingcheng pointed out that Xiao Yu was very biased against Lin Qiu. Xiao Yu asked what was wrong with her. Maybe Qingcheng had fallen in love with this guy? Mo Qingcheng said that wasn't the case. An SUV was approaching the girls. Lin Qiu said that the Basilard mobile shop was now open. They had everything you could possibly want for sale. Yang Xiao remarked that Lin Qiu was too arrogant. Perhaps he would be able to help them. The student said that Lin Qiu was indeed too shameless. Their commander Qin Feng simply hated him. Yang Xiao offered his brother a spiritual jade of the E rank for his help. He said he would go to Commander Qin Feng and discuss all the details with him. Together, they would deal with Lin Shui. The student said that it wasn't worth doing. It was too valuable. He couldn't accept it. Yang Xiao remarked that there was no need to be so polite. They were all friends here. The hooded young man added that the jade was very small. It would not be enough to help the berserkers. They would have to pay extra. Yang Xiao became angry. If this guy weren't a member of the squad, he would have been dealt with long ago. Yang Xiao realized that there was no other way and offered 1,000 spirit stones. The hooded youth said that in that case, there was no need to waste time and pointed in the direction of his squad. The protagonist, hiding his face under a hood, decided that he had sent these guys straight into the lair of demons. Yang Xiao looked ahead and thought that this was where the dangerous lands began. However, Lin Qiu was the commander of the berserkers. He could easily set up camp in such a place. Lin Shui thought that these guys had decided to deal with him using someone else's hands. However, they had chosen the wrong enemy. Our hero not only obtained spirit stones and jasper, but also found a way to deal with Yang Xiao. His plan was unscrupulous, as long as he didn't run into the real members of the squad. Yang Xiao saw people ahead and said that someone should be sent to Commander Qin Feng. Lin Yue wondered what they were doing here. Yang Xiao approached Commander Qin Feng and said that it was just a coincidence. He was looking for them. Qin Feng asked who he was. The young man said he was Yang Xiao, and that the elder of the academy, Yang Guang, was his grandfather. Lin Ke took off his hood and declared that there was no point in continuing to play games. He was the well-known Lin Ke, also known as the Angel of Righteousness. Yang Xiao cursed loudly and asked how this scoundrel dared to deceive him. He must immediately return the spirit stones and jade. Yang Xiao called on his companions to punish this scoundrel and take back what did not belong to him. Lin Qiu decided that he could easily defeat these 5 weaklings. Qin Feng stood up for the protagonist. Had these people decided to gang up on one person? Did they know what honor was? Yang Xiao was frightened. What was Qin Feng up to? Was he really going to defend Lin Qiu? Lin Qiu thought that the bald man had decided to steal his moment of glory. The system again offered the protagonist 3 options: to stand with Qin Feng against Yang Xiao, to sincerely apologize to Yang Xiao, or to waste no time and run away. Qin Feng said that he adhered to the path of justice. He had no desire to have anything to do with dishonorable people, so he would defend Lin Yue. Lin Yue chose the 3rd option and ran away. He said that he would leave Commander Qin Feng to Yang Xiao and that he had complete faith in him. Qin Feng couldn't even imagine that Lin Qiu trusted him so much. There was no need to worry. He would handle it. Peeking out from behind the bushes, the protagonist wondered how the fat man and the others were getting on with their business. Hong Ye told her husband that there was a powerful demon nearby. Lin Ku thought that all was lost. Lin Qiu looked back and saw students running past. They were shouting that they were being pursued by an entire army. A fleeing student said that someone had opened a cave with demons and brought them here. They had to get out of there immediately. Lin Qiu decided that he had to find the fat man and the others as quickly as possible. Lin Qiu ran to the SUV. The fat man asked where he had been. Lin Qiu asked what had happened to the car. The fat man replied that the car wasn't working, so they would have to walk. The young man said they didn't have time. The monsters were already close. And that was true. The squad was confused and didn't know what to do. They understood that they had to fight, but they could also run away. Lin Qiu shouted that they would attack together, and everyone immediately rushed into battle. Even Mo Qingcheng was fighting. Everyone had to try their best. The squad showed incredible courage and bravery. They even summoned magical beasts. Lin Qiu asked why the fat man still hadn't used his unique abilities. The fat man said he would demonstrate them now. The fat man's summoned beast was a dragon, but for some reason, it was very fat. The fat man told the dragon to burn everything here. When they returned, he would feed the dragon a chicken. The dragon flew up with difficulty and began to burn everything around it, destroying demons and monsters in the process. Qin Feng continued to fight bravely, skillfully using his spear. Qin Feng said that he had heard about the demon attack, so he came to help. It was his duty. Lin Qiu thought that this guy wanted to be in the spotlight with him. Yang Xiao thought that if it weren't for the ratings, he wouldn't be here at all. Lin Yue said that the battle was not over yet, so they couldn't relax. Yang Xiao summoned his magical beast. The young man added that he wanted to help, but apparently accidentally injured Lin Qiu. Lin Shui scattered white powder and said it was his gratitude. Yang Xiao could try the lime. Yang Xiao got angry and wanted to hit Lin Q. However, our hero dodged. In response, the protagonist struck his opponent and said that now it was his turn. Yang Xiao saw a grenade in front of him and was very frightened. Lin Q, running away, thought that he had managed to stock up on useful things from the storage room, and now it was time to use them. There was an explosion behind him. The students standing on the side of the forest road were surprised. What was that sound? Su Tang said that it was his grenades again. Lin Qiu declared that he did not harm good people. A huge demon appeared before the young people and said that he had met some pathetic little people. But why had no one dealt with them yet? The demon said that those who couldn't defeat these people would be eaten. Lin Qiu said that, judging by the aura, they were facing a B-rank demon. Compared to that weakened biker, this one was much stronger. The students thought that this demon was very powerful. It was impossible to deal with him. Under his pressure, it was difficult to even move. Lin Qiu thought that Yaksha's pressure had automatically activated his Chi-Yu ability. Now he could move freely. Should he abandon his comrades and run away? Or should he become a hero and fight the demon? Qin Feng said that the path to becoming a warrior was now in Lin Qiu's hands. The young man should run away and leave this demon to him. Lin Qiu said that he did not consider himself a hero. He always did what he wanted. In this case, his only desire was to protect people. Lin Kuo declared that he would not run away now. He had other plans. Yaksa was surprised. Could someone really move under his pressure? Then this guy should be swallowed first. As always, the system offered the young man a choice. Run away, fall to his knees and beg for mercy, or fight Yakshi alongside his comrades. Lin Qiu chose the third option and said that he was the demon's enemy. They told Lin Qiu not to be foolish. He would not be able to defeat this monster. He should save himself and run away, as before. Lin Hua, who was at headquarters, said that she had ordered all B-rank demons to be dealt with before the trial. How could this have happened? Had someone let it slip through? The students needed help. Lin Hua said that someone should be sent to watch over them, but not to interfere. Where else could these students gain combat experience if not in trials? We need to see what they are capable of. Tang Ling suggested that Lin Hua believed in her brother. The girl thought that she wanted to give him a chance to prove himself and hoped that he would not let her down. Yaksha said that he was facing a tiny ant. How could he be a worthy opponent? He should stop resisting and just become his food. Hong Ye asked, "Honey, are you okay?" Lin Qiu told his wife not to worry. He still had the strength to fight. Hong Ye said she would take on her battle spirit form and defeat this monster. Lin Qiu said that she shouldn't do that. The Academy and the Night Watch were watching them. If she was exposed, there could be trouble. It was better not to show herself for now. Lin Qiu promised that he would be fine, and that he would definitely win. Lin Qiu gathered his strength and rushed into the attack, saying that he would destroy this demon now. The depths of the dungeon, the territory of the Red Demon. Young people stand at the huge gates. The young man is interested in what is happening above that is causing the earth to shake here. His colleague said that he doesn't care about the autumn trial and needs to focus on his task. The student declares that they have nothing to fear from the blood demon. They haven't even assigned a guard change. His colleague notes that they should be more focused. He just wants to finish this quickly and go home. A demoness appeared from the spatial portal and destroyed these two people. The demoness said that the Academy had assigned 2 scumbags to guard her. Why did they underestimate her so much? Uyi thought that while Yaksha was rampaging on the surface, the Academy's attention would be focused on him. There was no time to waste. She had to break the unbreakable seal with a demonic stone, and the job would be done. Yiji struck the stone several times, trying to destroy the demonic seal. However, the aura was powerful. Yiji destroyed the seal and saw the demon bound in chains. She said she had come to free him. It was the blood demon, one of the 8 great rulers. He said that people thought they could keep him here forever. Today, he would see the sun and the sky again. Yiji thought that this demon was incredibly strong, breathtakingly so. The smell of fresh blood was unmistakable. Yiji said that these 2 were B rank and asked if the demon could devour them. The demon replied that they were not bad food. Yiji thought that although they were of the same species, his way of devouring people was too cruel even for her. After a while, the demon said that dessert was over. It was time to enjoy the fresh air and take revenge on humans. Lin Qiu felt unwell and had no strength left. Qin Feng thought that Lin Kuei was fighting to the last, but there was no way to help him. Hong Ye was very worried about her husband. Lin Yue told his beloved not to worry. Until he found a way to get her body back, he would not give up. Lin Kyo swallowed the life pill he had received earlier and thought that it would come in handy now. The huge demon laughed and said that he would swallow these people one by one. The demon decided to start with Mo Ching-cheng and even reached out to her. However, the protagonist used his body to protect the girl. The young man used his unique technique and struck the monster in the stomach with a fiery fist of rage. The blow was so powerful that blood spurted from the demon's mouth. The result of the blow exceeded all expectations. A huge hole appeared in the demon's body. Lin Yue even flew through this giant. Qin Feng was unblocked and said he could move again. The Yakshi's pressure effect instantly disappeared. It was all thanks to Lin Qiu's attack. Yakshi was very angry. How could this pathetic human do this to him? Lin Qiu turned to the team and suggested that they attack and finish off this demon at the same time. The life pill not only removed the negative effects, but also completely restored all strength. Hong Ye said that her husband had indeed become better. He was even able to defeat such a monster on his own. Now, even the fat man's red dragon could attack Yaksha. Everyone supported the call to action and decided to help the commander. Hong Ye said she would help her husband. Lin Qiu thanked his beloved. The massive attack on Yaksha continued. The monster suffered irreparable damage. The confrontation ended with the huge demon Yaksha being destroyed. The members of the supervisory board saw this on their monitors. They witnessed Lin Qiu saving his friends by destroying the demon. Tang Ling said that she had not been mistaken about this student. The old man was also pleased with the young man's performance. Lin Hua thought that her brother had grown up and achieved great success. Perhaps in the future, he would become like his father, an S-rank warrior. The guard entered the conference room again and reported that another disaster had occurred. There was no communication with the guards of the Red Demon's underground territory. The unbreakable seal had been broken. He had returned to the world. The news was disturbing and upset everyone. Lin Hua said that all participants must be notified. They must leave the demon territory immediately. The task was completed, and the reward was credited to our hero's personal account. Lin Shui was satisfied. The protagonist gained a new ability, the incomparable egg. Now our hero can transform spiritual energy into a nutritious egg. Lin Qiu was surprised. Could he now lay eggs? Lin Qiu asked Shengman to open his mouth and threw the egg into it. The fat man was surprised. However, the egg turned out to be delicious, and the fat man was satisfied. He said that the egg melted right in his mouth. The fat man felt as if the egg angels themselves were feeding him. It was amazing. Another student said he wanted to try it too. Lin Qiu thought it reminded him of something. Another person was satisfied after trying these eggs. Shang Qian said that these eggs tasted very good and asked for more. Mo Qingcheng asked what the young people were eating. Tang Su said that even if she were hungry, she still wouldn't eat these eggs. Lin Qiu explained that they were just eggs and suggested that Mo Qingcheng try them too. The young man reassured everyone and said that he had enough eggs for everyone. Everyone who tried the eggs was satisfied. Their bodies were filled with delightful energy. Lin Qiu suggested that the spiritual energy eggs were indeed delicious. In the future, he would have no problems with food thanks to this nutritious product. Lin Qiu offered Su Tang one to try. The girl replied that the young man should keep his eggs for himself. However, her companions said she wanted to try one. Shang Qian said that these eggs were nutritious and quenched thirst. He asked what the squad leader was going to do with the Yakshi's body. After all, it was so huge. Lin Qiu suggested dismantling the body into its components. He only needed the spiritual jasper. The rest was of no value to him, and they could take everything else. Mo Qingcheng said that was fair. Lin Qiu had played a decisive role in destroying Yaksha, so they had no objections. The young people began to dismember Yaksha's body and had already broken off its horns. Su Tang said that they didn't understand anything about ingredients, and suggested a certain part of the body. She said it was useful for something. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why was that part of the body so huge, while the jasper was so small? Qin Feng said that the jasper was very shiny and very useful, and Lin Qiu shouldn't waste it. The members of Qin Feng's team didn't understand when their boss became a fan of this guy. Suddenly, urgent information came in from the observation center. The students fell silent and listened. An emergency situation had been declared. They had to leave the test site as quickly as possible through the illuminated portals. Lin Yue was surprised. What had actually happened? In any case, they had to leave this area. The fat guy asked where Yang Xiao had gone. They had to make sure he didn't stab them in the back. The girl said he was a coward, so he ran away immediately. Demons appeared from the portal. Where had these people gone? Why hadn't they met a single one yet? Suddenly, the demon sensed a woman's scent. One of the student groups, which included girls, was nearby. They were upset that it had been decided to end the test. What about the points? They had a team of losers. Even their commander had run away. They would definitely end up at the bottom of the rankings. They would have to go back. A demon appeared before the girls and said that he had found several lost individuals. The girls were frightened when they felt a strong demonic aura in front of them. They asked who they were. Upon closer inspection, the girls turned out to be not very good looking, and the demon said that he had even lost his appetite. They thought that the blood demon loved to drink the blood of human women the most, so there was nowhere for them to go. The blood demon asked if such ugly creatures wanted to become a little more beautiful. Xiao Shu expressed such a desire. Her friends were surprised. The blood demon said that was very good. The villain declared that in that case, he would show them mercy, and waved his demonic hand. At that moment, the girls became more beautiful and changed their appearance. They immediately felt the transformation. At this stage, the girls were satisfied, assuming that now all the handsome young men would be at their feet. They thought that by changing their appearance, the blood demon was gaining control over their hearts. The girls had fallen into his trap. Xiaozhu and the others thanked their little brother, addressing the demon. They said that in accordance with his help, they wanted to repay him and asked what he wanted. The blood demon smiled and said he wanted their blood. After these words, the monster sank his teeth into the neck of one of the victims. The girl immediately lost consciousness. The blood demon said that this was not enough for him. This blood was not enough. He needed much more. Oniji stated that the test subject with the Chi-Yu ability was somewhere nearby. The blood demon said he was ready to feast on the possessor of the demonic deity. Ongji warned the blood demon not to touch him. He was a test subject that the leader had decided to cultivate. The blood demon disagreed and said that he would swallow this man today anyway. Suddenly, the demons were attacked. Tang Ling and Lin Hua said that they had finally found these villains. The blood demon was surprised. Did these representatives of the Academy and the Night Watch really think they could stop him? Tang Ling said that there was no time for talk and attacked the blood demon. The villain flew far back. Lin Hua attacked Oniji, pouring her magical energy into her. Oniji immediately realized that her opponent was very strong. The blood demon said that although he liked cats, he hated female monkeys and tigers. Tang Ling became even more angry. The blood demon said that they were leaving and added that he needed Oniji's portals. The blood demon flew up and said he didn't have time to play with these kitties. He needed to meet with the bearer of Chi-Yu. Tang Ling thought that her opponent even had the ability to fly. No wonder he was the king of A-rank demons. Lin Hua thought she had heard this Chi-Yu somewhere before. Lin Hua activated her energy beast and told her companion that they had to go after him. They had to prevent this demon from attacking the disciples. Tang Ling thought that a massacre was inevitable in the Red Demon's territory. She just hoped it wouldn't affect Lin Qiu. On the outskirts of the Red Demon's territory, Shang Qian waved his hand and called Lin Qiu over. Where did all these people come from? Now they could stay here for 6 months. The Academy didn't have time to prepare more portals. They needed to get in line quickly. Yang Xiao was nearby and thought that he would not let Lin Qiu leave. The protagonist saw this guy and pointed him out to everyone. He used to look handsome, but now he looked like a mongrel. We need to get out of here first, and then settle the score. Suddenly, demons appeared from the portal. The students got a good look at them. Lin Qiu thought that there was a female demon who had shared her blood with him. What kind of demon was next to her? Was he really from the abyss of the afterlife? The demon began to exert bloody pressure on everyone. He told the people to fall prostrate before the master. All the people obeyed and knelt down. The protagonist thought that this pressure was much stronger than that of Yaksha. It was impossible to resist. Hong Ye said that this was one of the 8 great demon rulers, Shui Ye. The girl told her husband that they needed to run away. She used all her energy to help as much as she could. Lin Yue thought that if this was the demon king, he was at least an A rank. The blood demon said that these people would become his food. Everyone was bound by the bloody pressure. It was impossible to even move. Qin Feng disagreed and said that he couldn't die here. He still needed to become a warrior. He turned to the protagonist and said that he had found the scent. This was the test subject, Chi-Yu. The blood demon added that he was surprised. He did not think that the carrier of Chi-Yu would be some vagrant. Ye Ji told Shui Ye not to touch this person. Otherwise, the head would not forgive it. Lin Shui was surprised. Why did the head of the underworld need him? The blood demon told the man to stop talking. It was none of his business. The demons disappeared into the portal along with Lin Jue. The fat man and Qin Feng said that the commander had been kidnapped. What should they do now since they had no means of flight? The next moment, Lin Hua and Tang Lin appeared on a magical beast. The mentor asked if everyone was okay. Were there any casualties? Xiang Qian told the teacher that they were here. Tang Ling immediately asked where Lin Qiu was. Lin Hua sensed her brother's aura. It came from the blood sphere. The fat man said that they must immediately rescue the squad commander. Lin Hua said that it was a personal space created by a demon. If someone from outside entered it, it would immediately collapse. All that remained was to wait and catch them off guard. Tang Ling expressed her hope that Lin Qiu would survive. It was necessary to find a safe way to rescue him as soon as possible. Our hero found himself inside the blood sphere. The young man fell to the ground and said that he had hit something and was in a lot of pain. If it weren't for his S-rank body, he would have been crushed. The blood demon welcomed the protagonist to the bloody dimension. Ongji said that Xueye had completely lost his mind. Did he really decide to swallow Lin Qiu in front of everyone? The blood demon said he didn't want to waste time. The protagonist interrupted the villain and told him to shut up. Now he would have to taste the incomparable eggs. At the same time, one of the eggs had already hit the blood demon in the chest. He hated people like this narcissistic villain the most. Zhuye said that he had lived for 1,000 years, but no one had ever thrown eggs at him before. He couldn't bear such humiliation. Zhuye activated the blood seal on his fingertip and said that the young man would now be destroyed, along with all the people outside the dimension. The protagonist took a fighting stance, but thought he was powerless. Even absolute defense was useless now. There was no way to use his spiritual powers. The villain said that the young man need not try. All that remained for him was to accept his doom. Lin Yue did not want such a fate. Suddenly, huge scissors appeared in front of the villain and plunged into the ground. A girl in red also appeared nearby. Hongye asked how this scoundrel dared to take her beloved away without her permission. Ongji sensed the girl's aura and realized that she was also an A-rank demon queen. But why was she helping Lin Qiu? Xueye said that the girl looked familiar to him. Had they met before? Hongye knew that Xueye was one of the 8 ancient demon rulers. He was hard to forget. 1,000 years ago, when she was still a princess of the empire, he had her family slaughtered and wanted to destroy her personally. The girl said she would not allow this demon to harm her loved ones again. Lin Yue realized that Hongye had been a princess in her lifetime. Moreover, she had died protecting her people. Yue said it was time to end this 1,000-year-old story. First, he would destroy her, and then he would kill her beloved. Zhu Yi attacked the girl, but she parried the blow with her scissors. Oniji watched the battle without interfering. At one point, Hongye went on the offensive and began to overwhelm her opponent. Oniji thought that this was what an A-rank demon battle looked like. Even she, a B-rank demon, had suffered internal injuries. She definitely shouldn't interfere. The blood demon said he would see how long his opponent could hold out. Hongye was wounded and realized that Xueye's claws were poisonous. Her internal spiritual power began to gradually dissipate. Lin Yue didn't understand what was going on. He was a man, but he couldn't do anything. Was he really going to just watch them fight for him? Lin Yue thought, if he couldn't even protect Hongye, what kind of man was he? The young man began to take appropriate measures. Ouyangji looked at the young man and was surprised. Where did Lin Qiu suddenly get such an incredible amount of energy? It seemed to be demonic power. The protagonist activated the power of Qi Yu. His blood and soul burned, and the young man demanded more and more power. Isuye grabbed his opponent by the throat and lifted her off the ground. He said that 1,000 years ago, he had exterminated her people like a herd. Now he would deal with her too. Suddenly, the blood demon was punched in the jaw and flew to the side. The girl fell from his hands and Lin Yue caught her. However, our hero was himself in the form of a demon. He said that he must destroy the blood demon. Hongye was now free and thought that although her husband had become much stronger, he had lost his mind in return. Suddenly, he did indeed become stronger, as expected of a test subject with the power of Qi Yu. Xuye said that this man was still destined to become his food. The demon rushed to attack again. Lin Yue dodged and counterattacked the villain. The blood demon lost his bearings. The blood demon got to his feet and kicked his opponent in the chest. Lin Qiu, bleeding profusely, kept repeating that he had to destroy his rival. Hongye thought that her husband had completely lost touch with reality. If this continued, he would quickly exhaust his spiritual energy and die of exhaustion. Zhu Ye said that this man had forced him to fight at full strength. The villain continued to beat the protagonist. Our hero, exhausted, fell to his knees. His strength was leaving him. OG thought that even though Lin Yue had awakened his ability, he was still no higher than B rank. It was unthinkable that he could defeat Shui Ye, who was A rank. There was no warrior here who could defeat him. Hong Ye hugged Lin Qiu and told him to calm down and pull himself together. Our hero said that he must protect his beloved. Xuye said that even awakening did not help this man become stronger. He promised to destroy his rival in front of his beloved and drink his blood. Lin Qiu repeated that he must continue the fight. Hong Ye said that her husband had helped her a lot. The days they spent together were the best days of her life. Lin Yue began to calm down, come to his senses, and return to his normal appearance. Hong Ye said that her husband still had a lot to do and must not die. 1,000 years ago, she lost too many loved ones, but she did not want a repeat of those events. Hong Ye stood up and said that she loved Lin Qiu very much, but this time she would fight herself. The girl thought that Lin Qiu's attacks had weakened the demon enough, so it would be easier to destroy him. Xuye asked, had she really decided to hide this boy under her skirt? There was no need to worry. They would soon meet in the afterlife. Hong Ye asked the Almighty to take her spirit and turn it into a destructive blow. OG thought that this demoness had also gone mad. Was she really willing to burn her soul for the sake of her beloved? Zhuye was outraged. What was she doing? However, the blow was devastating, and the blood demon, unable to stay on his feet, flew far back and fell on his back. Hong Ye raised her scissors high and was determined to carry out her plan. Zhuye was attacked by these scissors and his body was cut in two. Hong Ye told her lover that they had won. Lin Yue raised his hand and said the name of his beloved. Hong Ye reached out her hand and said the name of her beloved. Their fingers touched. Hong Ye said she did not want to part with him, but it seemed there was no other way. Lin Qiu disagreed. Hong Ye told Lin Qiu to take care of himself. After these words, the girl disappeared and glowing balls appeared in the air after her. The young man reached up and caught a red ball. It was Hong Ye's soul, her core. With tears in his eyes, Lin Qiu thought that as long as her life was hanging by a thread, he would definitely find a way to revive her. Ouyangji looked at the dismembered body of the blood demon and thought that he should take it with him to the abyss of the afterlife. There, he would be helped. Shuye said with his last ounce of strength that she would not make it in time. She would simply become food for him so that he could recover. Zhuye grabbed the demoness by the throat. They screamed and began to suffocate. Using her energy and life force, Shuye was able to restore and heal his body. Qianzi was destroyed. Zhuye said that although he had managed to avoid death, he had no strength left to fight. His wounds were too serious. Lin Yue, burning with rage, shouted that he would destroy this scoundrel right now and rushed to attack. Xu Ye quickly flew up and said that the man did not have enough strength to catch him. He added that he would let the man live a little longer, but sooner or later the young man would inevitably end up in his stomach. Lin Yue cursed viciously and declared that he would not let the demon get away so easily. Tang Ling and Lin Hua noticed the bloody demon running away. The teacher said that his space sphere was collapsing and that it was necessary to save the young man. She would pursue the bloody demon. Lin Hua said she understood and went to carry out the task. Lin Qiu understood that the space had been broken from within. Everything around him was collapsing. Lin Qiu decided that they needed to leave as soon as possible. But then he noticed the demoness. She had taken the form of a young girl after Shui Ye had taken her powers. Lin Qiu reached out to Oniji. The young man thought that she must know where Shui Ye had gone and how to get his wife back. First, he needed to save Oniji, and to do that, he had to transport her to his spiritual dimension. Shangqin looked back and said that it was dangerous here, and that they needed to leave quickly. Lin Hua, riding on a spiritual beast, stretched out her arms and prepared to catch her falling brother. The girl caught her brother and asked what had happened to him. Lin Qiu replied that he was just tired. Lin Hua told him to hold on, she would take him back to the academy. In our hero's memories, there were moments of intimacy with Hong Ye. Losing consciousness, the young man said that he would definitely save his wife. 3 days passed. The protagonist, recovering, trained his body. Lin Shi stepped outside and thought that her brother had become a different person after returning from the autumn trial. As soon as his wounds healed, he began to train hard every day. Had something happened? The yellow weasel thought that Lin Qiu's demon wife hadn't appeared for quite some time. Maybe something had happened to her? Lin Shi heard a noise and looked back. In the room was a maid who had dropped a glass, and it had broken. The maid turned out to be a young demoness named Oniji. Oniji bowed and apologized for her carelessness. Lin Shi said that Oniji was useless and had carelessly ruined her brother's breakfast. Sire wondered why her brother had brought her along. The yellow weasel thought that the clumsy Oniji was not even fit to be his servant. When he was a servant, he never made such mistakes. Lin Si said that if Oniji now lived in their house, she had to do all the work. And if she couldn't even handle that, what was she capable of? The maid promised to improve and prepare breakfast for Mr. Lin Q. Lin Si told Oniji not to forget about them. Oniji got angry. She agreed to help only Lin Q in gratitude for his kindness, but not his sister and that yellow weasel. Lin Qiu continued to work in the courtyard of the house. Lin Qiu thought that a lot of time had passed, but his beloved still hadn't woken up. He had tried many things, but nothing helped. Lin Si called her brother and said it was time for breakfast. Lin Qiu thought that maybe this demoness knew how to restore the soul. After breakfast, Lin Si and the yellow ferret were satisfied. The animal said that beef doshirak was simply delicious. Lin Qiu told Oniji to follow him. The protagonist leaned the demoness against the wall and reminded her that she was a member of the underworld abyss, so she must know how to restore his wife's soul and return her body. She must tell him everything she knows. Oniji replied that she would very much like to help. Lin Qiu asked if Oniji didn't want to talk because she was still loyal to the underworld abyss. Oniji replied that she was simply not entirely sure. Xueye had absorbed most of her power, causing her to regress. Most of her memories were lost. The only thing she remembered was that Xueye's soul was extraordinarily strong. If she could obtain his spiritual jade, she might be able to bring her beloved back. Linja said that this time he would believe her, but she would be in trouble if it was a lie. In any case, he would fight the blood demon. Neither of them would be able to live in peace. Ongji thought that Lin Qiu really loved his wife deeply. Could a human really have such deep feelings for a demon? When they met, Xiangqian said that Lin Qiu seemed distracted. What had happened to him? The fat man said that Yang Xiao was very upset when he found out that the Baselard squad had taken first place. The fat man added that there was a good reward for first place. Tang Lan wanted Lin Qiu to come over to her place. Any ideas on how to spend the weekend? Lin Qiu said he had to find a demon and deal with him. The fat man was surprised. Since when had Lin Qiu become so serious? The abyss of the underworld, the throne room, Sue Ye came to see the Lord. He said that he had already sent his subordinates in human form to destroy the traitor Oniji. At the same time, they would capture Lin Si's younger sister, whose name was Lin Si. The Lord praised Xu Ye and added that his goal was not this test subject and his family. The goal was the entire city of Zhonglan. Xu Ye was surprised. Was the master preparing an invasion? The leader said that this was a correct assumption. The Academy's forces were constantly growing. They had already become a threat not only to all the demons of the underworld abyss, but also to their plan for world domination. Battle was inevitable. 10 years ago, thanks to Lin Yuan's steadfastness, the city of Konglan managed to avoid destruction. However, this hero died, and now the people of the city are defenseless. Xu Yi said that in that case, he could lead the troops. All he needed was authority. The Lord asked how someone who had almost been destroyed by an ordinary person could become the leader of an army. Xu Ye assured him that his powers had been restored and were now at their peak. He would lead the army into battle and capture Kanglan, turning the city into a new, demonic territory. Xu Ye reminded him that his ability allowed him to control people. If used in battle, it would be possible to capture the city without much effort. The Lord agreed and added that he would give the blood demon part of his troops. If he completes his task, he will receive a test subject with the power of Qi Yu as a reward. The Lord said that the portal to Zhanglan would soon open, and the advance guard would begin its attack. There was no time to waste. Everyone else would come under the command of the blood demon. Xue Ye promised that everything would be done in the best possible way. The villain thought that he would raise Zhanlan to the ground, cut Lin Qiu into small pieces, and drink his blood. Mentor Tang Lan told her students that even though they had taken first place in the autumn trial, that was not all. In the future, much greater battles awaited them. She reminded them that Xue Ye had escaped, and that the underworld would not sit idly by. Therefore, it was necessary to concentrate on training and become stronger. Tang Lan noted that the next few weeks would be demonic training of increased difficulty for the students. They must maximize their abilities. After another training session, one of the students said she couldn't take it anymore. She was a cleric responsible for healing the team. Why did she have to do this too? The fat guy asked if Lin Qiu was still meditating. The mentor said not to disturb the young man. He had been training hard lately to become stronger. Xiangqian thought that there was a powerful aura concentrated around him. Could Lin Qiu be about to break through soon? Lin Qiu understood that his spiritual powers had already grown enough. His abilities had also improved. He would soon reach B rank. The last time our hero took on the form of a demon, he gained this power in an instant. This time, this level would truly belong to him, no matter what it took. For Hong Ye's sake, the young man was willing to become better. The system reported that 10 unused ability fragments had been detected from completing the task of defeating the Yakshas. The user chose to combine them. The answer was positive. Lin Qiu once again felt the power of Qi Yu emerge. The young man thought, if he became a demon, the whole world would fall at his feet. If he became a general, all cities would fall. If he became a god of war, martial arts would destroy the world. Lin Qiu felt the power of merging with Qi Yu. To test his abilities, Lin Qiu struck the ground with his fist, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. The system congratulated the user on breaking through to B rank. Tang Ling sensed the aura of a B rank warrior from afar. So Lin Qiu had succeeded. The protagonist saw a system panel with data before his eyes. But why was there a question mark next to his soul? Was it because he was from another world? A reward was received for reaching B rank. The young man activated the gift box. The system congratulated the user on receiving an S-rank combat weapon. It was the Chenjie Demon Sword. Lin Yue thought that this was exactly the weapon he needed. The fat man asked if Lin Qiu had awakened some kind of combat weapon ability. Tang Lin said that it wasn't bad. The student had managed to break through to B rank. Tang Ling thought that Lin Qiu really had talent. Perhaps he would be able to reach S rank. Suddenly, Tang Ling sensed something bad and said that enemies had appeared nearby. A rift formed in the sky above their heads. The crack grew larger and a demon peered out of it. Those present did not understand what was happening. A large number of cracks appeared above the city, and demons peered out of them. Tang Ling said that everyone needed to prepare. She sensed a terrible demonic aura. Why did the underworld abyss decide to strike so quickly? The attack was carried out in the area of the city of Jianlan. A huge number of armed monsters burst out. People were frightened. Why did these demons appear here? A law enforcement representative called for an end to the panic. The Night Watch warriors would soon arrive at the scene. However, people were terrified and scattered. One of the demons even approached the law enforcement representative. The monsters instilled fear and terror. They claimed that victory would belong to the abyss of the afterlife. Tan Lin urged caution and demanded that they work in groups. The protagonist took out his sword and said that this time he would repay the underworld abyss for everything they had done. 2 more spatial portals appeared before our hero. Jin Lei, a B-rank commander, and Yin Zhen, a B-rank commander, emerged from the portals. They declared that they were Lin Qiu's enemies. Lin Yue thought that the demonic power of these rivals was at an intermediate stage. He needed to be extremely careful. Jin Lei said that in the previous war for this city, Lin Yuan had fallen at the hands of the abyss of the underworld. Today, his son would die here. Yin Ren said that Lin Yue should accept his death with dignity. Lin Qiu, waving his new sword, said that these two talk too much for suicides. Their demonic aura is simply ridiculous. The demons sensed a strong thirst for blood in their opponent and decided that they needed to deal with him as quickly as possible. Lin Qiu understood that he had to avenge his father and Hong Ye. The underworld abyss must pay for all its evil deeds to the full extent of the law. The protagonist, swinging his sword, gave his opponents no chance of escape. The young demons thought they had been given a very easy task. Did they really have to catch some girl? The boss must have taken this matter too seriously if he sent them. They considered themselves great generals of the underworld abyss. Sending them on such an easy task was a waste of their talents. The messengers believed they had arrived at their destination. According to the available information, Lin Qiu's house was located right here. At that moment, Lin Xi was eating cake and thought it was simply incredible. Her older sister took care of her. Fei Ji was cleaning as usual. The yellow ferret pondered the meaning of life and asked the maid to give him a massage. Oni Ji couldn't refuse. She thought that this beast was under the protection of its master. If it weren't for Lin Qiu's mercy, she would have eaten it long ago and left no bones behind. The yellow ferret urged Oni Ji to move her hands more vigorously. Why was she so weak? Lin Shi told the yellow ferret to be quiet as he was disturbing her watching TV. Suddenly, there were noises at the front door. Was someone there? The door burst open and strangers appeared on the threshold. The leader asked who among those present was Lin Shi. Lin Shi and the yellow ferret thought that these clowns had been forgotten here. Ouyangzi immediately realized that they had come from the underworld. One of the villains asked where Lin Shu got the dog. The yellow ferret got angry. He was not a dog, but the Great Yellow Saint. They tried to stop the ferret, because these uninvited guests could be incredibly strong. The villains said that the hosts would now see their true nature, and began to reveal it. They turned into real monsters. The monsters declared that the cute and charming great demon generals had come here to destroy the world and celebrate true evil. The monsters decided to attack and destroy the renegade first. One of them remembered that Oniji was once a figure skater. That meant her figure was completely flat. Oniji was seriously angry when she heard this. The monsters decided to take the feeble-minded girl with them, but they decided to let Oniji live for now. Lin-Si was angry. Did they really think she was feeble-minded? Oniji was surprised. Where did Lin-Si get such a demonic aura? Lin-Si said that these 4 freaks shouldn't even hope to get away from here. Lin-Si activated the Black Vortex, and a huge energy beast pounced on the representatives of the Abyss of Evil. The toy bear took the form of a huge monster, and the girl ordered the bear to swallow these villains. The demons, disappearing into the bear's mouth, did not understand where they had gone wrong. After all, the information said that she was an ordinary girl. One of the monsters managed to survive. He was terrified by what had happened to his colleagues. Oniji thought she had already seen Lin Chu's transformation. But who would have thought that his sister was the same? No wonder they were related. The monster tried to escape, but a huge yellow beast blocked his way and said that no one would let this demon go. The yellow weasel said that the spiritual beast's form was too weak for dragons, but fortunately, it could test its new ability, transformation. The monster asked, did the beast want to use it as a punching bag? Lin-Si was surprised. Could the yellow ferret really take on human form? The next moment, the Great Yellow Saint transformed. Lin Kyo continued to fight his 2 opponents. The demons said that the young man was a worthy opponent. The system offered the user a choice: destroy these 2 personally, destroy them together with his comrades, inflict serious injuries on them. The protagonist chose the first option. They must pay for all their evil deeds. Yin Zhen attacked and told the man to say goodbye to life. Our hero blocked the attack. Jin Lei also attacked the young man, swinging his 2-handed sword. Lin Qi activated his absolute defense, and a barrier appeared around him. Jin Lei struck, but his sword couldn't break through the barrier. He thought that his opponent had a powerful technique that blocked his attack. How was that possible? Yin Ren attacked the young man again and declared that she was his opponent. Lin Qiu kicked Yin Ren in the chest and she flew far back. Lin Qiu thought that after his previous training on the S-Rank body, normal wounds healed right before his eyes. Yin Zhen didn't understand where this guy got such a fast recovery speed. The new generation of warriors were just cheaters. Jin Lei shouted that he would now cut his opponent to pieces and see what he would do. The protagonist dodged his opponent's attack again. Lin Qiu swung his arm and struck his opponent in his most vulnerable spot. The pain was unbearable, and Jin Lei, forgetting everything else, cried out loudly. The demons said that the young man had left them no choice and surrounded him on all sides. Lin Qiu realized that his opponents had decided to trap him in the air. There was no choice left. Lin Qiu took dynamite out of his spatial storage and decided that it would be just right. He threw the dynamite forward and said goodbye to them. There was an explosion, and the demons were seriously injured. The demons said they would not forgive this, and the man would have to pay. Our hero understood that enemies should not be underestimated or pitied. They must be destroyed decisively, and without a shred of doubt. Lin Qiu was decisive and did what he thought was necessary. The demons were destroyed, the task was completed, and the reward was received. The yellow weasel turned into a girl. Together with Oniji, they buried the remains of the uninvited guests. Lin Shi said that they had to hurry before her brother returned and cover up all traces. The girl believed that by becoming human, she would immediately escape her position as a slave. But now she understands that all this is fleeting. Cracks appeared above our hero's house, and demons began to emerge from them. Lin Shi saw this and said that the 2 of them would have to dig a deeper hole. They cried out that because of these demons, they would now have much more work to do. In the sky above the Zanglin Academy, the guards of the Zanglao Academy and Deputy Director Xuan Yin appeared. The 2 attacked the demons and declared that they would all be destroyed. After the successful operation, the Deputy Director said that the head of Zanglao was really good. Zanglao praised the deputy and noted that he was also quite cool. The elders decided that they had another opportunity to see the world. They hadn't had this much fun in a long time. After a while, the demons and monsters were finished off completely and unconditionally. Tang Ling thought that even Zhuan Yin and Zhang Lao had crawled out. It seemed that war had indeed begun. Tang Su wondered where Lin Qiu had gone. It seemed that he had fallen behind the group. The fat man said that it was necessary to find him urgently. The protagonist appeared and said that he was in the building, and the demons were in the grave. Tang Ling said she could see 2 B-rank spirit jades. That meant he had dealt with 2 B-rank demons. The mentor praised her student. Lin Qiu said it wasn't difficult. Tang Ling said that they could return. There were no more demons in the area, but they had to be ready for a similar attack at any moment. Lin Qiu was glad to be home. Finally, he could rest. Lin Si hurried her assistants to move faster. They had to finish before her brother arrived. Lin Si turned around and said, "My brother is finally home." The girl threw herself into her brother's arms and said that as soon as he left, some scoundrels came and frightened her. Lin Si told her brother not to worry. She had dealt with all the demons. Lin Qiu was surprised. Had his younger sister really done it? She was definitely strong. Perhaps they wouldn't need protection anymore. The redhead told Lin Qiu not to slack off and to start helping them. The young man asked who she was. The girl hit Lin Qiu and said that she was the Great Yellow Saint. Didn't he recognize her? Lin Qiu thought, wasn't she a dog? Why did this beast turn into a girl with cute golden ears? What had happened since he left? Lin Qiu told the girl to admit that she was really a yellow ferret. Lin Qiu decided to check whether the person in front of him was a boy or a girl. The yellow girl was indignant. The girl was embarrassed and asked what Lin Qiu was doing. Was this acceptable? Lin Qiu tried to stop the girl from attacking and said that she looked like a boy with such strength. Ouyang Ji said that when the master was at home, it became very lively. The maid wondered if she could join everyone else once Mr. Lin Qiu recognized her. Could he defeat Shui Ye? After all, he was one of the 8 rulers. Xu Ye watched from above as the city was filled with people seeking material wealth and intoxicated by the golden glamour of nightlife. He decided that humanity had degenerated. Xu Ye sent his subordinates out to search for prey and ordered them to turn the entire city into his servants. Flying monsters began to circle above a girl walking alone. One of the monsters grabbed her neck and began to suck her blood. The girl lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After a while, she turned into a zombie and got to her feet. The fat man knocked on our hero's door and shouted for him to get up. The fat man said that an opportunity to make good money had arisen, one that could not be missed. The night before, there had been another demon outbreak. The Night Watch was mobilizing the Academy's forces and offering a good reward. Lin Qiu read the information and thought that the underworld had indeed decided to wage war. The fat man said he needed to get ready. Lin Qiu must not delay. Teacher Tang Lin had an important task for him, so he had to hurry. Lin Qiu said goodbye to his family and said he had things to do. His sister asked when her brother would return. Lin Qiu said he wanted to take a walk around the city and would be back soon. Lin Si told her brother to be careful. She would wait for him at home and not go anywhere. Lin Qiu thought that his sister had grown up and become wiser than before. The girls lined up at the door and wished him luck. When her brother left, Lin Si told Yellow to get ready. They were going to town. Yellow agreed that it was a good idea. Lin Si noticed that all her ideas were good. They would destroy demons, walk around the city, and eat something delicious. Yellow said that he had been stuck at home for too long and finally had a chance to go out into the city. Oiji thought that these two were seriously out of their minds. One could only feel sorry for the demons in the city. In the city, the young people met Commander Chu Li. The man greeted them and said that they had met again. He didn't think they would end up on the same team again. Kiki greeted our hero. Lin Yue asked how she was doing. The girl didn't understand why she always got nervous when she saw him. Chu Li reminded Lin Qiu that he still hadn't paid for the map. The young man was indignant. How could the commander have the nerve? Because of his fake map, they got into trouble. Lin Qiu added that their goal now was to exterminate the demons. The rest could wait. Shangqian said that there was a strong demonic aura nearby. Zombies were moving toward the group of students down the street. There were many of them, and they were female. Xu Li suggested that all these creatures were zombified and were most likely their target. The zombies were not demons. They were just people who had fallen under a demonic curse. Therefore, they could not simply be destroyed. They should be tied up and handed over to the Night Watch. The young man said that zombies must not be allowed to bite anyone. Otherwise, you could become one yourself. Lin Qiu asked the zombies, do they really like to bite people with their fragile teeth? The zombies pounced on the fat man and tore his clothes off. He didn't understand why they were targeting him. Was it because he ate more meat than anyone else? In the middle of the zombies was the commander of the squad, Chu Li. The man told the sisters to be gentler with him. However, the zombified girls ran past him. Chu Li was surprised. Why did they ignore him? The fat man continued to flee. Chu Li didn't understand how Shangqian was able to attract these zombies. Chu Li saw the male zombies approaching him, turned around and started running away too. He thought it was unfair. Why were only the guys running after him? Nevertheless, the group of students bravely fought the zombies and deactivated them. The zombies did not touch our hero. The young man thought that this was probably due to his Hongye aura. That is why these low-level demons did not dare to attack him. The fat man was lying on the ground and screaming for his sister to spare him. The female zombie tried to sink her teeth into his neck. Lin Kyo grabbed the zombie girl and threw her far away. The young man thought he should try to remove their fangs. The fat man approached the nearest girl and pulled out her fangs. After that, he shouted that he had succeeded, and the girl came to her senses. Lin Kyo also pulled out a zombie's fang and said that this was their weak spot. You just had to pull out their fangs. The students realized that this was a call to action and began to do the same, bringing the zombies back to their senses and returning them to humanity. On the roof of one of the buildings, the blood demon was already anticipating his victory. Su Ye said that very soon his ability would turn people into puppets, and the whole city would be at his feet. The blood demon wondered how Lin Yue would be able to fight him. He couldn't wait to see Lin Yue suffer. To observe what was happening in the city, Shui Ye activated the observation sphere. The demon saw the students removing the zombies' fangs, mercilessly pulling them out with pliers. Sui Ye was angry because Lin Qiu had ruined his plans again. He had to deal with this boy quickly. The blood demon said that he was fed up and that he needed to deal with this guy. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Meng Yan, the deputy commander and holder of the B rank, said that it was not wise to leave the current location so recklessly. He explained that Shui Ye was now the commander-in-chief, and all the demon troops needed his leadership. Zhu Ye asked if Meng Yan had volunteered to help him. The deputy commander confirmed this and added that he could easily deal with someone like Lin Qiu. Zhu Ye noted that if the deputy failed, he should be prepared to lose his head. Meng Yan told the gentleman not to worry, and to wait for him with good news. The night watchman told the students that they had done a good job. The zombies had been stripped of their fangs and tied up. The reward for the task would be credited to the students' accounts. The squad commander also agreed that they had done a good job this time. The fat man asked them to stop laughing at him and help him find some clothes. Lin Qiu thought that the rest of the city was probably also swarming with demons. They had to be gotten rid of. Apparently, Shui Ye was also somewhere in the city. They had to find him to prevent destruction. The young people heard cries for help coming from far away. The fat man said he could hear women's voices. Chu Li confirmed this. The fat man rushed to help and shouted that demons had attacked the lovely ladies. The squad leader ordered everyone to follow him. The lovely ladies were tied by their hands and dangling above the ground. The group of students stopped below, wanting to help these girls. Su Tong was indignant, asking what these demons had done to the girls. Shu Li told the girls not to worry. They would get help soon. The girls, their eyes sparkling, asked the young men to help them as soon as possible. Lin Qiu sensed a demonic aura from the girls and shouted for everyone to step back. The students noticed that they were trapped in a magic circle. It was an ambush from which there was no escape. The entire squad lost control of themselves, and all the people flew up, hovering directly above the magic circle. The girls hanging on the ropes turned into straw dolls. Meng Yan laughed and said that these people had fallen for a rather simple trick. The world of dreams had been activated. He explained that when a person enters this world, they fall into a deep sleep, lose their spiritual powers, and then their consciousness. There was no way for these people to escape. Lin Yue and his friends were doomed. The fat man dreamed that he was sitting at a table with lots of delicious food and pretty girls around him. Even the dragon ended up in his spiritual world and was eating too. The girls offered brother Xiangqian various dishes to try. The fat man thought he was in paradise. Xiangqian was also offered alcoholic beverages. The fat man said that he could not eat anymore, otherwise everything would come back up. The commander of the detachment, Chu Li, introduced himself as the ruler of the mercenaries. The elders begged Mr. Chu Li to accept their assignment. They couldn't find anyone else who could deal with this disaster. KK begged the leader to accept one more mission. Shu Li told the elders to tell them that they would not take on assignments with a reward of less than 5 million. He emphasized that without money, it was impossible to hire the world's #1 mercenary leader. Mo Yan dreamed that he had become the fiancé of his little sister Qing Cheng. The wedding guests shouted, "Advice and love." The young man dreamed that he would share a bed with his wife that night. Each of the students dreamed of something different. Meng Yan believed that he had done an excellent job. Everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Only Lin Qiu remained, and now he had to pick at the most painful wound in his heart. Our hero was also in a state of oblivion. Lin Qiu suddenly woke up at home in bed. His wife was nearby. She asked why her husband had woken up so early. Lin Qiu hugged Hong Ye and said that he missed her very much. Hong Ye also hugged the young man and asked why he was so moved. The girl told her husband to get up because it was time for breakfast. Lin Kyo approached the girl again and said that he wanted to hold her forever. Hong Ye replied that she was ready to do this forever. The protagonist understood that it was only a dream, but he was happy about it. Hong Ye said she was lonely and asked if Lin Kyo could stay with her. The system offered the hero a choice: stay in the dream and spend the rest of his life with Hong Ye. Refuse and dispel the illusion. Destroy the dream world and save his friends. The protagonist believed that one day he would save Hong Ye and chose the third option. Lin Kyo announced that he would deal with Shui Ye himself. Meng Yan was furious because this guy had destroyed his dream world. Meng Yan said that the dream world was destroyed, and the wounds from the recoil were too serious. People began to come to their senses. Finally, the nightmare was over, but they didn't want to wake up, believing that it was better in their dreams. Lin Kyo said that perhaps they could escape through the cracks in the dream world. Everyone had to wake up. They had to get out of there quickly. The group of students found themselves back on the road in the deserted city. The magic circle had disappeared. Lin Kyo looked at Meng Yan and determined that the enemy had a strong aura, no lower than B rank. It was necessary to be cautious. Meng Yan said that if Lin Kyo didn't want to play nice, he would have to play dirty, and prepared to physically attack the hero. Lin Kyo effectively dodged the attack. Meng Yan lost his footing and lunged forward. The protagonist met his opponent with a knee strike to the chest. Blood spurted from the demon's mouth. Meng Yan fell to the ground and thought he didn't have the strength to fight. To avoid defeat, the demon was forced to activate an explosive device and use the smoke screen to change his location. Lin Kyo, breaking through the smoke, decided that this demon could not be allowed to get away with it. Everyone began coughing, having swallowed smoke. The fat man warned that the smoke was poisonous. Lin Kyo declared that he was ready to dispel the smoke and activated the Flaming Fist of Fury. However, it was too late, and Meng Yan managed to escape. The hero did not rush in pursuit, because his main enemy was Shui Ye, not this scoundrel. Meng Yan hid around the corner and thought that one man would not be able to deal with him. He needed to hurry back and report to Lord Shui Ye so that reinforcements could be sent here. A convertible sped down the deserted road. Huang was behind the wheel. She had never driven such a powerful car before. Heezy shouted that this was not a toy and that she should not drive so fast. Lin Shi shouted that it was very cool and demanded that she increase her speed. Meng Yan heard the noise, turned around, and saw the out-of-control car flying towards him. The car sped past, and the girls didn't even notice that they had run someone over. Meng Yan remained lying on the road. Ouyang Zi asked if they had just run someone over. Huang said she didn't know because she was focused on stopping. There was something wrong with the car. The harder she pressed the brakes, the faster they went. Right on course were 3 demons returning home with a good haul. They had many valuable items in their bags. Since the car couldn't stop, the demons were also hit and run over. At this time, the group of students continued on their way. Lin Kyo said that, in addition to this nightmare demon, there were still others that needed to be dealt with. The students decided to fight shoulder to shoulder and destroy all enemies. Suya continued to rest on the roof of a high-rise building. He said that half a day had passed since Meng Yan left, and he should have already dealt with Lin Kyo. Lin Wei decided to look at the winner through the observation sphere. However, at that moment, the winner was lying on the road where he had been hit by a car. Of course, Sui Ye was outraged. The blood demon said that he had lost again, and that Lin Yue had interfered. Apparently, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Genyo declared that he would burn Lin Kyo along with the city. The protagonist also saw a convertible speeding down the road, which looked out of control. The car was speeding at tremendous speed straight into a wall. Lin Si thought that their end had come. Ong Ji grabbed the kids and jumped out of the car with them. Oni Ji told the yellow-haired girl not to even get behind the wheel next time. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Kyo was surprised. Where did Seer come from? What were these 3 doing here anyway? Lin Shi hugged her brother and said that she wanted to stay at home, but the yellow one forced her to come here. She even drove the car without any experience. They all almost died. The yellow girl asked if Lin Shi hadn't made her drive and yelled the whole way that she needed to speed up. Lin Shi cut her off and told her to shut up immediately. The fat man said that he didn't even know that Lin Kyo had not only a younger sister, but also a demonic girl. Lin Shi grabbed Redhead by the ears. Redhead immediately screamed that they wanted to kill her. Lin Shui thought that these 2 could wreak havoc in the city. One could only feel sorry for the demons. Chuli announced that he had received an urgent notification. Shui Ye had launched a full-scale offensive, and his army had occupied the city center. Lin Qiu said that the hour of reckoning had come. Monsters appeared in the city, chasing peaceful citizens. Xu Ye ordered his monsters to destroy everyone. At that moment, Tang Ling and Lin Hua appeared above the city on a magical beast. The mentor said that they had finally found these monsters. They must destroy them all together. Xu Ye said that he had met these two cuties again. He declared that he was tormented by thirst and had decided to quench it with their blood. Tang Ling said that this time the villain would not escape. Lin Hua suggested that the demon prepare for battle. Xu Ye said that if they wanted to play, he agreed. After these words, the blood dragon was summoned. The blood demon added that no one in this city would survive from now on. The monster mounted the blood dragon and prepared for battle. Lin Hua rushed into the attack on her energy beast. Tang Ling told the monkey sitting on her shoulder that it was time for transformation. Zhu Yan must act. Zhu Yan transformed into a huge energy monkey, ready to destroy the blood dragon. Xu Ye activated the blood dragon's poisonous breath. At the same moment, Zhu Yan delivered a devastating blow with a huge bamboo stick. The blood dragon reared up and roared loudly. It was difficult for him to deal with two strong opponents at once. However, Zhu Ye said that only two girls at the middle stage of A rank were fighting him. They were definitely no match for him. The red demon activated his weapon technique and delivered a blow, which Lin Hua effectively parried. At that moment, Tang Ling struck her opponent with her energy-charged fist. Lin Hua thought that she couldn't give her opponent a second to rest, so she activated the lightning execution skill. The blood demon Shui Ye said that these girls had angered him. Tang Ling said that they should finish him off at the same time, and a coordinated attack was carried out. At that time, a group of students was moving through the city streets. 3 girls followed them. The fat man asked the squad leader if it was safe for the girls to stay here. Lin Zhue replied that he had no choice. If there were demons everywhere, they would be safe together. Besides, they shouldn't underestimate the 3 girls, because they were also strong. Demons appeared right in their path. Lin Qiu told everyone to be ready. A battle was inevitable. Lin Si approached her brother and said she was scared. Yellow was surprised. Was Lin Si really afraid of demons? Hadn't they provoked her? Renji added that earlier, Lin Si's sister had been ready for battle. Lin Si told them to shut up immediately, or no one would see their pitiful bodies anymore. Lin Qiu told Oniji and Yellow to protect Sire. He would deal with these demons. Lin Shi said she didn't need her brother's protection and released her bear. The bear turned into a huge beast and began to destroy the demons that crossed its path. The students thought that even Lin Qiu's younger sister was fighting. They couldn't stay on the sidelines. Yellow said she had endured too long. Now it was time for her to stretch her legs. Things became even more difficult for the demons. Oizi thought that the underworld abyss was not going to be polite to her. Now they should not blame her for being insensitive. The demons kept coming, and there were more and more of them. The system reported that 2 unused B-rank spirit jades capable of granting abilities had been detected. The young man remembered that they were left over from Jin Lei. Now was the time to absorb them. Jin Lei's spiritual jasper was successfully absorbed. A thunder-type ability was obtained. Yinjin's spiritual jade was successfully absorbed. An air-type ability was obtained. The student said that Lin Qiu had single-handedly fought off all the demons. Su Tang added that now he would have enough strength to be their commander. The fat man, sitting on the back of his dragon, said that trouble was approaching. An entire army of demons was advancing on them. Everyone present turned and looked in the direction the fat man was pointing. The entire street was indeed densely packed with approaching demons. Lin Qiu activated his sword and said that he could feel a powerful aura. The protagonist prepared to face this army of demons. The young man understood that if he could not defeat this bunch of small demons, he would not be able to defeat Shui Ye either. Shang Qian put the whole squad on his dragon's back and said they should leave quickly. It was time to activate retreat mode. Lin Si told her brother that they had to leave. The redhead added that these monsters could not be defeated. The system offered the user a choice: stall for time until help arrived, flee with his comrades, or fight back and defeat the demon army. The protagonist chose the third option, because he had decided to fight to the end anyway. Lin Qiu decided that fleeing the battlefield would only make the situation worse. Because of such retreats, the cities were captured by these creatures one after another. Lin Qiu said that many innocent people had been destroyed, but he would destroy these demons and cut through the darkness with lightning, whatever the cost. The young man engaged in battle with the army of demons and began to destroy them. After a while, the demons were destroyed. The protagonist declared that it was time to settle the score with Shui Ye. His beloved Hong Ye should wait for him. Zhu Ye, riding on the back of a blood dragon, continued to wreak havoc in the city. Xu Ye attacked the girls, but his attack was ineffective. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tang Lin said that she had a good chance, and, approaching her opponent, delivered a devastating blow with her fist to his chest. Xue Ye lost his balance and began to fall down along with his blood dragon. Lin Hua used the power of the Thunder Shadow Tiger and also delivered a devastating blow. Xu Ye fell to the ground, and with him, the blood dragon. Lin Hua said that it was her strongest blow possible. After that, the Bloody Knight Ghost would undoubtedly die. However, Xue Ye was still alive. He asked how this man dared to injure him. Lin Hua couldn't believe that he could still move. The Bloody Dragon's fusion, transformation, was activated. An even more terrifying monster appeared before the girls. Lin Hua and Tang Ling were forced to admit that they were facing someone with an incredibly strong aura. The monster laughed and suggested that his rivals had not expected this. However, the king always had a backup plan. The girls attacked the blood demon again. The villain was outraged. How dare these low-level creatures attack him? Now, he would definitely have to destroy them. The monster stretched out his hand and said that they would make excellent minced meat. Tang Ling warned that they still needed to be careful. Lin Qiu suddenly appeared. The young man activated his new ability, Wind Stop, and transported the girls to safety. The hero was followed by his assistants and a group of students. The protagonist told the girls not to worry. The enemy would be destroyed. Lin Hua saw her younger sister and noted that this girl was afraid of nothing. Healer immediately began treating the injured girls. Xue saw Niji and said that she had betrayed him, so she and Lin Qiu would not leave here alive. Lin Qiu attracted his opponent's attention and declared that he was his enemy. After that, a devastating blow was delivered. The blood demon was surprised. What was going on here? Why had Lin Qiu become much stronger than before? The system again asked the user to make a choice: escape with the team, destroy Xue Ye and avenge Hong Ye, or defeat Xue Ye by finding another way out. The hero chose the second option. The demon shouted that he would tear this man to pieces. Lin Qiu declared that he was doing this for his beloved. The protagonist was forced to take on a demonic form. The students were surprised when they realized that Lin Qiu had the ability to transform. However, the blood demon shouted that he would not give this man a single chance and struck him. Lin Qiu fell to the ground but did not let go of his sword. Lin Hua shouted that they should all help her brother. This call was supported. A massive attack was launched on the demon, and he lost his balance and began to fall. Zhu Ye cursed loudly. He had not expected such resistance. The huge bear Lin Si activated the black wind and attacked. They Ji used her ghostly palm, and Yellow said that the monster should taste her truck. The blood demon said that he would destroy them anyway, sacrifice his blood, and unleash darkness. An impenetrable dome was created around him. The people realized they were trapped. Lin Qiu realized that this time he had failed to get close to his opponent. Xue Ye thought that his magic circle, summoned by 2/3 of his blood, was indeed powerful. Now he would eat everyone alive. Lin Qiu realized that he could only rely on brute force to break his opponent's pressure. The blood demon did not understand how Lin Qiu could move at all. Perhaps the power of Qi Yu had broken out of the circle. In that case, things were bad. He had expended too much energy, and it would be extremely difficult to continue fighting. Lin Qiu said that he would rather die standing than kneel before this monster. His people would never be slaves. The blood demon was surprised. Was his opponent attacking him with the power of thunder and lightning? Lin Qiu said that he was fighting for his family and loved ones, to protect his homeland, and for his beloved Hong Ye. There was a powerful explosion, which turned into a bloody cloud. The task was accomplished. The blood demon was destroyed, and the magic field disappeared. The jade soul of the Blood Knight Ghost fell out of the demon. Lin Qiu thought, finally, she was saved. Lin Hua rushed to her brother and told him she was proud of him. Seer also declared that her brother was the best. Su Tang had to admit that Lin Qiu had become much stronger. The fat man declared that this guy was worthy of being their commander. Everyone looked up and saw the beautiful sky. It had been a long time since this city had seen such a sky. Tang Lin thought that 10 years ago Lin Wan had saved this city. Today his son had inherited the glory of the Basilard team and saved the city once again. Was this fate? Lin Yue thought that he would help his beloved wife wake up. 2 days passed. Lin Yue realized that after purification during these days and nights, the power of the Blood Knight's soul jade had finally been transferred to Hong Ye. The actions were correct, and it worked. The necessary transformations began. The hero felt the breath of life in Hong Ye. His heart began to beat faster. He reached out his arms to his beloved wife. Hong Ye woke up and they were able to embrace each other. Joy shone on both their faces. The girl said she had given up hope of ever seeing him again. Lin Kyo said that he had been miserable without her. Hong Ye admitted that she had missed him greatly and had been sleeping in the spiritual world. She felt her husband's pain and anxiety with all her soul. Lin Kyo declared that he was ready to do anything for his love. The young people embraced again and kissed passionately. Mingyuan's headquarters. The messenger reported to Milord that the battle at Zanglan had failed. Shui Ye had died. The advisor asked if Milord wanted to increase the troops and continue the attack on the city. The leader said that there was no need to rush. Although the operation had failed, battles in other cities had been won. This allowed for a significant expansion of territory. Zanglan was only a small piece of land. First, the occupied lands should be stabilized, and then new attacks should be launched. The followers said that the Demon King was wise. There was no doubt that he would rule Daxia skillfully. At home, our hero's sister, Huang, said she had eaten too much. Lin Shi noticed that her brother had not come downstairs for 2 days and was completely ignoring them. Lin Shi took the tray of food from Oniji's hands and said she would take it to her brother herself. Lin Shi knocked on the door and said she had brought food. No one knew what Lin Chu was doing in his room. Lin Shi opened the door and was stunned by what she saw. The girl even dropped the tray from her hands. Lin Kyo and Hong Ye were sitting on the bed at that moment. The young man asked why his sister had come. He thought that Shi'er had seen Hong Ye after all. Lin Shi immediately realized that her older brother had a girl in his room. Yellow said that Lin Q's ghost wife had woken up. Lin Si looked at Yellow and asked what she was talking about. Deji and Yellow remembered that Lin Si knew nothing about it. Lin Shi asked her brother who this ghostly lady was and why she was in his room. Sire demanded an immediate explanation. Lin Qiu understood that he couldn't avoid the conversation now, so he had to tell her everything. Lin Qiu added that Hong Ye was very dear to him. It was his choice, and he would always love her. Hong Ye was happy because Lin Chu had introduced her to his sister. Lin Si said that although Hong Ye was beautiful, she was still a stranger to their family. Sire added that she and her older sister were the only ones in the whole world who sincerely loved and supported their brother. Lin Si burst into tears. Hong Ye thought that Seer was jealous of her. Hong Ye said that Lin Si was very sweet. Did she really think that someone would steal her little brother away from her? Hong Ye said she understood the young lady's excitement, but hoped that Lin Si would trust her and her brother's choice. Lin Shi thought that since Hong Ye was just a spirit, she couldn't really touch her. However, she still felt something tender. Lin Shi said that she would only accept her for her brother's sake. But Hong Ye must understand that Lin Chu would always be her brother. Hong Ye said that the girl was very funny. Yellow added that even the Demon Queen had a weak spot. Lin Qiu hugged his wife and said that in the future they would definitely become a family. Hong Ye thanked him for his words. Hong Ye suddenly turned pale and said she was very tired. OG stated that her soul was still too weak and severely damaged. Even if she recovered, she would still remain weak. She needed to be returned to the spiritual world as soon as possible. Lin Qiu told his beloved to rest, and he would definitely come up with something. The protagonist asked if there was a way to restore Hong Ye's soul to its normal state, or even change her body. Ong Ji said that the previous battle had taken too much of her strength, and now even the absorbed jade would only help her a little. Hong Ye once told the hero that her spiritual world had been destroyed and she could not accumulate much power relying only on her soul. Now her condition had become even more serious. Yiji stated that without a physical body, even 10 Blood Knight Jades would not be able to revive her soul. Therefore, only by changing the shape of her body could the problem be solved. Lin Qiu said that no matter the cost, he would help Hong Ye. Yezu remembered that there was one thing in the world that could change the form of the body. It was the Sage Stone. It is an ancient treasure that endows its owner with divine power. Unfortunately, during the battle between ghosts and monsters, the stone was broken into 9 pieces. Now these pieces are scattered all over the world. All of their owners are powerful ghosts. Taking the fragments from them is harder than climbing to the sky. Lin Qiu declared that until his beloved restored her body, he would gather the Philosopher's Stone together, even if he had to go through fire and water. All the students were gathered in the academy's largest auditorium. The deputy director said that their city had defeated the demons. However, most other regions had turned into ghost towns, and the local population had been taken captive. The refugees had endured hellish torture. Many had been humiliated, and many had died. There was no trace left of their former lives. The city of Janlen would soon be engaged in rescuing people and fighting the evil ghosts. The Academy and the Ghost Patrol have established generous bonuses as rewards for assistance in combat operations. Interested students can participate voluntarily. The deputy director said that in the recent battle, the Basilard team led by Lin Q performed very well. The young captain possesses courage and bravery. He is truly worthy of praise. The squad will receive a reward of 3 million. Other students can follow their example and participate in subsequent missions. Lin Q thought that he could not have dreamed of such a reward. Before the award ceremony began, the young people looked at the red armbands and felt like escorts. The girls admitted that the winners looked ridiculous. However, Lin Q was still handsome. Qin Feng said, "As expected of Lin Q, we must work harder and explore the path he is taking. Only then can we become strong." Tang Ling asked if Lin Q would participate in this mission. Lin Qiu said that Ming Yuan is an enemy of the city and all the people of Daxia, so he must be destroyed as soon as possible. Tang Ling said that this young man is worthy of being the star of Kanglin. He is getting stronger every day. Lin Qiu thought that by going into this battle, he could try to find the Philosopher's Stone. This time, it was necessary to act immediately. One day after school, Sister said that she had passed the exam for the junior class. She has the corresponding admission notice. Lin Qiu said that this was not bad. Seer will study there for now, so that she can go to school in the future. The junior class is an educational class for minors. Lin Si is very talented and popular. Oiji said that she also wants to study. Huang was surprised. Does the Demon Queen really need to study in order to complete tasks to earn money? Lin Shi asked if her brother had to leave already. She decided she wanted to go with him. Lin Qiu forbade her to do so. His little sister should study. He hoped that when he returned, he would see her progress in her studies. Lin Shi agreed to listen to her brother. The girl thought that Lin Qiu didn't trust her, so she had to become stronger. Lin Si said goodbye and told her brother to take care of himself while she was studying. The city of Haimu is located between the cities of Zanglan and Linfen. According to information from refugees, Haimu is occupied by the Ghost of Emptiness. Now this city is actively enslaving people. The squad led by our hero walked through the deserted streets of the city. The local elders met the students and thanked them. The young man promised to help destroy the ghosts and inquired about the current situation. The old man said that he had heard other people in the city say that the Ghost of Emptiness was from Ming Yuan. Lin Qiu thought, if he met this ghost and could catch it alive, it would be a great opportunity to learn about the Sage's Stone. The old man added that everyone who could had already fled. Those who remained were trapped. The Ghost of Emptiness was fierce and lustful. It often sent its minions to search for girls in the city. They spared neither women nor children. The old man said that a few days ago, they took his granddaughter and said they would raise her as a wife. She is only 8 years old. Lin Qiu thought this was complete madness. The magician declared that she was extremely angry and would make the villains regret what they had done. The fat man told the old man not to worry. If they were already here, they would definitely destroy the ghost and rescue all the captives. Outside, they heard the sound of a motorcycle. The old man was frightened and said that someone was coming. These were the minions of the Ghost of Emptiness. They were already here. The young people needed to leave quickly, otherwise things would end badly. The students left the house and saw the bikers stop nearby. The leader said he was very hungry and also wanted something to drink. The old man said that these three worked for the ghost and did not recognize kinship. Lin Qiu was surprised to learn that people served the ghost. The biker saw the female students and said they were beautiful. The villain ordered his assistants to deal with the men and take the women away. First, they would have some fun themselves, and then they would hand the girls over to the Ghost of Emptiness. Tang Su was outraged. What were they saying? Lin Qiu took decisive action and told the bikers to try the invincible eggs. The villains screamed that they couldn't see anything. Their eyes were hurt. The eggs were indeed running down their faces, covering their eyes. Lin Qiu decided that it was time to deliver a real knockout blow. However, our hero had not yet taken any action when the girls themselves rushed into the attack. A few seconds later, the bikers were deactivated and lay unconscious. Tang Su said that they were a bunch of scumbags who didn't even know how to fight. Lin Qiu said that Tang Su and Mu Zhong had done a great job. The fat man thought that evil women had always frightened him. The old man said that although these young people were strong, this ghost was not ordinary. They should be careful. Lin Qiu declared that they would save the people, deal with the Ghost of Emptiness, return the captives, and force the villain to disappear from the city forever. As always, the system offered the user a choice. Attack the headquarters of the Ghost of Emptiness directly, dress up as women, sneak up, and launch a surprise attack, or take the townspeople away and leave the city. The reward for the second option was very large. However, our hero thought, Who would wear women's clothes? Lin Qiu decided that Tang Su and Mu Zheng should protect the townspeople, and they would return soon. They just needed to leave for a short while. After a while, the young men appeared dressed as girls. The fat man said that if the plan didn't work, Lin Qiu would not escape alive. Lin Qiu noticed that the two had obtained these clothes themselves. The young men were almost there. The demon guards couldn't help but notice such beauties. The beauties said they had come to see the king of the ghosts of the void. The demons were surprised. Could such gorgeous women really exist? They told the lovely ladies to come in. Lin Qiu thought that these ghosts had rather peculiar tastes. The ghost of emptiness asked who was making noise outside the door. They were disturbing him. Lin Qiu looked at this demon and was surprised. Could this really be the ghost of emptiness? How was that possible? The girls went inside and said they had come to see the ghost of emptiness. Would he accept them? They had heard about how charming he was, and now admired him. The ghost of emptiness said that was wonderful. It turned out that there were 3 more beauties in the city. For him, it was triple happiness. The ghost of emptiness invited the girls into his room to talk about life. Soon, the demon found himself sitting on the floor, bound hand and foot. He had a gag in his mouth. Lin Qiu said that the lovely ladies would now serve him at the highest level. The protagonist added that the show was over. The young men tore off their women's clothes, and now 3 brothers from the city of Zhanglan stood before the ghost. They offered to fight right now. The ghost of emptiness was surprised and shouted loudly. He ordered the 3 not to come near him and to stay away. Lin Qiu said that the ghost of emptiness screamed beautifully, but no one would save him. Suddenly, the demon disappeared. It turned out he had the ability to teleport. The ghost of emptiness appeared in another part of the room and said that he hated it when men deceived him. He demanded an apology. He swung his arm and declared that he would now use his crushing fist. Lin Qiu dodged, and the crushing fist flew past. The young man said that the ghost of emptiness had missed. Lin Qiu said that this demon was not called the ghost of emptiness for nothing. It fully deserved its title. The demon showed with its whole appearance that it was extremely angry. However, the ghost of emptiness could do nothing against these 3 young people. Lin Qiu kicked the villain with his foot, and he flew up into the air. The fat man suggested playing soccer and added that he was very good at it. Xiangban delivered the next blow to the void ghost. The villain flew off to the side again. The lock man said he caught the ball and began to strangle the demon. Lin Qiu used his invincible eggs and began throwing them at the ghost of emptiness. The demon screamed that he couldn't see anything, that his eyes were hurt. This was not surprising, as the broken eggs were all over his face. Shang Qian said it was wasteful. Why waste so many eggs? It would be better to just eat them. The void demon disappeared again, activating teleportation. His friend shouted, "Why was Lin Qiu throwing eggs at his own comrades?" The fat man said that now it was his turn and kicked the demon in his most vulnerable spot. The student said that if the void ghost managed to dodge, then he would have to experience the blow of 18 palms. The demon thought that these were very terrible people. They used strange techniques in fights. It was impossible to endure any longer. He had to escape from here urgently. The ghost of emptiness activated the rift and was about to disappear through it. Lin Qiu was indignant. Where was he going? The game wasn't over yet. The frightened demon cowered in the corner and begged for mercy. He admitted that he was wrong and added that he was ready to atone for his sins. As always, the system offered the user a choice: to release the ghost, showing compassion, to destroy the ghost, or to defeat the ghost of emptiness and use it for his own purposes. The young man decided to choose the third option. Our hero asked the ghost of emptiness if he knew anything about the Philosopher's Stone. If he provided the necessary information, he would be pardoned. The ghost was delighted and said he did. His boss had a red sword that contained a fragment of the stone. The boss had obtained it during the War of the Ghosts. The ghost of emptiness added that the boss cherished this stone, which is why he had it inlaid in his sword. Lin Qiu thanked the demon for sharing such valuable information. The young man promised to think about how to make this demon's life easier. Lin Qiu took the sword from behind his back and cut the ghost of emptiness in 2. The protagonist said that it was unfair to treat women this way and oppress the townspeople. The void demon had committed many evil deeds. He could not expect mercy. The students decided to behead the remaining ghosts and restore order to the city. It was also necessary to rescue the detained women. After a while, the battle ended and the townspeople were free. They came out to thank the rescue team. Lin Qiu said goodbye and told them that the city had been cleared of ghosts and that the people had nothing to worry about anymore. The old man said that these young people had saved them. He didn't even know how to repay them. Lin Qiu told the old man not to worry. Our hero announced that they had come here on a mission. The townspeople could thank Daxia for that. The students waved goodbye to the locals once more and set off in the specified direction. Tangsu, with a navigation map in her hand, showed the direction to Lifeng. The squad followed her. Shang Qian asked why the commander needed information about the Sage's Stone. Lin Qiu thought that Hong Ye's case should not be disclosed. Our hero said that he had heard that by collecting the fragments of the Sage's Stone, one could summon a dragon to make a wish. The fat man said he didn't believe a word of it. A strange sound came from the forest. The students became alert and turned around. A strange little animal appeared from the forest, apparently running away from someone. Armed men who looked like Native Americans ran after the animal. They shouted at it not to run away and to stop. Lin Qiu wondered why these people were chasing the fox. The system offered the user a choice. Save the fox's life, stand still and not move. Think about ghosts and let the animal die. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was this another task? Hyler said that it was a very cute little fox and she felt sorry for it. The protagonist felt Hong Ye's touch. The girl said that this animal had a strange aura and asked him to save it. Lin Qiu said that he thought so too. The fox cub didn't understand why the ghosts wanted to eat him. Lin Qiu told the fox cub not to be afraid. He would save him. The protagonist used the Moonblade and the Fist of Memory. The fox cub's pursuers were finished. Tangsu asked what they would do with the fox cub. Maybe release it into the wild? Lin Qiu suggested taking it into the team. It could be a talisman sent to them by God. When night fell, the young people set up tents and built a fire to cook food and keep warm. The fat man admitted that he never thought pheasant eggs could be so delicious. Lin Qiu fed the fox cub and said that today he would sleep in the tent with Mu Zhong. The fox cub threw himself into our hero's arms and said he wanted to sleep in the tent with him. Mu Zhong was surprised. Why not with her? Was she not pretty enough? Shang Qian said that Lin Qiu liked the fox cub. Maybe this fox cub is female, and she will turn into a woman and repay him with her body. Mu Zhong said that the fat man's tastes were quite specific. Shang Man noticed that the ghosts chasing the fox cub were strange. Looking at their costumes, one could assume that they were hunters. Tang Su said that these ghost hunters were real cannibals who lived in groups in the wild. They were good at silent attacks. There must be a tribe behind those two. They should be careful during the night. Lin Yue said that everyone should go to sleep first. He would stay on guard, and they would take turns every 2 hours. It was Xiang Qian's turn to be on guard duty. The fat man sat by the dying fire. Everyone in the tents was asleep except our hero. Lin Qiu was meditating in the lotus position at that time. Shang Qian couldn't fight off his fatigue and fell asleep too. Strange shadows appeared behind him. The fat man sensed something was wrong, opened his eyes, and shouted that enemies had infiltrated the camp. The young people woke up, jumped out of their tents, and asked what had happened. The camp was surrounded by armed ghosts. They also resembled a tribe of Indians. The fat man grabbed an axe and shouted that they were ghost hunters. There were a lot of them. Lin Qiu ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Immediately, a huge demon appeared. He said that this was an unexpected encounter. Humans are delightful creatures. The commander of the ghost hunter tribe stood before the young people. He was a B rank. The ghost commander declared that this clearing was destined to be the burial place of these people. Tang Su said that this ghost hunter had heavy breathing. He was definitely their commander. Lin Qiu told everyone not to be afraid. He would deal with this commander himself. The squad would take care of the rest of the ghosts. The fat man swung his axe and said that he was ready to destroy the ghosts and then devour their souls to increase his power. The ghost commander laughed and said he wanted to see what these people were capable of. All the students joined the battle, and a bloody confrontation ensued. The battle took place in a nighttime forest, and only the flickering light of a dying fire illuminated the opponents. The ghost commander said that this boy was very brave, so he would have to try his main trick. The demon used the killer hunt skill. Lin Qiu thought that this opponent had materialized the spirit of destruction. Could he really have such power? The system suggested that the user extract the Ghost Jade's ability, Spiritual Awakening. Now skills could be converted into a physical aura. Our hero could analyze his opponent's abilities and extract skills. The extraction was successful. The skill Spiritual Coercion was acquired. The demon thought, could there really be a person who could compensate for skills? But that's impossible. Monster initiated a triple strike. The protagonist effectively dodged the attack. The spears flew past. Lin Qiu laughed and asked if the demon had taken these spears from his little sister. Did he think he was Ma Chao's son? Lin Qiu took out his unique sword and thought that it would be much easier to fight B-level enemies now. However, each ghost had different abilities, and he should be more careful next time. The fat man said that it wasn't bad, and it turned out to be easier than easy for their commander. Lin Kyo pointed out that it was actually a mid-level ghost, so it wasn't particularly difficult. Tang Su said that they had also defeated all the ghosts and obtained a lot of soul jade. The fat man said that with the help of this jade, many of them could gradually become stronger and soon reach B level. Lin Kyo said that this was very good. In the heat of battle, everyone was getting stronger. Xiang Qian said that the ghost hunters were leaders, just like that military commander. Their tribes must be nearby, so they had to deal with them immediately. Lin Q noted that the terrain here was difficult. Where could they find these tribes? The fox cub said he could show them everything and asked everyone to follow him. Lin Yue suggested that this fox cub really knew the route. The fat man suggested following him. The fox cub was right about the location. After another battle, the ghost camp was finished. Xiang Qian held a handful of soul jades in his hands and said that the catch was not bad. The rescue team broke the chains and freed the prisoners. The people thanked the young man. Mu Zhong volunteered to help the sick. The people said they were from the city of Lifeng. Recently, there had been an influx of red sword ghosts, and the city had been occupied. Those who had not managed to escape had become slaves to their king and were obliged to serve him day and night. The people added that this was why they had left the city, but they had not expected to encounter these ghost hunters. Lin Q told the people that the city of Kanglin was not far away and was currently safe. He could lead them all there. Lin Kyo watched the people walk away and said that the ghost of the red sword was terrifying. He wanted to go to Lifeng to see what it was all about. Hong Yi said that this ghost was one of the 8 great ghost kings. Its power was comparable to that of the Blood Knight. They had to be careful. Lin Q said that this ghost had fragments of the sage's stone, so they would have to deal with it like men. The young people looked into each other's eyes and decided to kiss. Tang Su and Fatso looked at the commander and wondered, what is he doing with the air? He must be deceiving himself. The rescue team arrived in the city of Lifeng. Lin Kyo suggested that there might be a spiritual aura nearby, so caution was needed. Another squad was nearby. It was led by Kongya. The girl suggested that this was another group of ghost servants and ordered their arrest. Mu Zhong and Tang Su were indignant. Were they really the ghost's minions? Lin Q was indignant. Perhaps they were robbers. The fat man looked at Kongya and said that his heart was broken. Lin Kyo approached the girl using the wind step skill and prepared to resist. Kongya activated the time pause skill, and the protagonist froze in space. Lin Kyo thought that this was pretty good. It turned out that this girl could stop time. Such an ability was very rare. Kongya thought that this guy had high mental power. He was impossible to control. Suddenly, our hero appeared behind the girl and said that she was very slow. Kongya's colleague asked her what she was doing. The girl replied that she wanted to fight this guy one-on-one. The colleague was Qin Feng. He had just returned from hunting wild boar. The young man asked if Lin Q was also going to Lifeng. And why did he quarrel with Kongya? Lin Q was surprised to see Qin Feng there. Did he know this girl? Qin Feng replied that she was a student at Lifeng Academy. They had met by chance during the battle with the ghosts. Lin Q said that in that case, there had been a misunderstanding. Xiang Qian shouted at Qin Feng not to dare touch his goddess. His friend told Fatso to calm down, since he was seeing this girl for the first time. Lintu camp, somewhere outside Lifeng. Young people were warming themselves by the fire. The students exchanged information. Lin Yue added that although the ghost of the red sword ruled Lifeng, he had not completely destroyed the city. Instead, he allowed ghosts to enslave people and forced them to work for him. What kind of operation was this? Xiang Qian thought again that Kongya was very beautiful. Tang Su was surprised. Isn't being enslaved worse than death? Kongya said that the ghost of the red sword does this on purpose. He becomes stronger by absorbing negative human energy. In this situation, there is plenty of it. Lin Kyo thought that everything was much more complicated. This ghost would be much more difficult to deal with than the Blood Knight. Lin Kyo asked if humanity had tried to resist. After all they had to do was control their emotions. Kongya replied that this was precisely what was so difficult. Even if people knew that the red sword fed on negative energy, they couldn't calm down. Only by destroying the ghosts could this problem be solved. The red sword lives on the ghost ship above the city. It usually releases negative energy through the dark towers, plunging humanity into madness and chaos, thereby multiplying negative emotions. Coney added that recently, the ghost has absorbed too much energy and is temporarily planning to retreat. There will be no better chance to attack. Lin Qiu stated that in that case, the Dark Towers must be destroyed one by one, then it will be left without sustenance. The protagonist added that even though they have a mission, justice lives in their hearts. They also want to defeat the ghosts and save innocent people. Kongya thanked the young man. The girl added that with his help, they would increase their strength. The young people shook hands. Lin Qiu said he was happy to work together. The next day arrived. Lifeng, Northern District. Kongya hid around the corner and watched the ghosts, representatives of the local security service. Kongya said they were ready to act. They needed to go and destroy the Dark Towers as soon as possible. Kongya said that they were taking action and asked some of the young people not to clutter the airwaves with unnecessary confessions. Lin Qiu told Fatso not to talk too much. He worked hand in hand with Kongya and set off to destroy the Dark Tower. The young people peeked around the corner and saw a strange scene. In the middle of the road, a training session was taking place. What was this? The demon told the students that studying was their only way out. The children said they loved to study. They wanted to study every day and every night and devote their entire lives to it. One student asked the teacher to give him more homework because he loved doing homework. Another student said that learning makes people happy, so he was very happy. Lin Qiu couldn't believe it. Were they obsessed with studying? The fox cub noticed that these people were very unhappy. The protagonist asked Kongya why they were not affected by the negative energy of the Dark Tower. Kongya replied that it was because of their high level of mental strength. That is why they were immune. Lin Qiu suggested going to the control room immediately, which they did. Lifeng, Northern District. Here, the students also encountered zombified people. The young people were crying and claiming that the girl was driving them crazy. One of them had fallen in love with her for the 50th time. But why hadn't she agreed to date him yet? The girl was puzzled. Why did these people keep asking her? She needed a wealthy man. If she didn't marry a rich man with good looks and a wonderful personality, her soul would be shattered into tiny pieces. His mother asked her child why he was still not married. He was already so old, and he still did not have a girlfriend. Other men had been married for a long time. Lifeng, South District. Qinfeng, Muzhong, and Tangsu were walking along a deserted street following a set route. Suddenly, the students saw an open-air office in the middle of the road. Qinfeng was surprised. Had they come to the wrong place? In the office, the boss promised his employees a raise next month because this job was very promising. One of the employees said that he was working hard for the sake of his marriage. He needed to buy a house, and he would succeed. Qinfeng said that these people had a difficult life. It was good that he was not an office worker. Tang Su admitted that it was indeed very difficult. Lifeng, Western District. The demon asked Lin Qiu how he dared to invade the Dark Tower. The Red Sword Ghost would deal with him in an instant. However, before that, our hero had already destroyed some demons. This demon was also deactivated. Kongya was forced to admit that Lin Qiu was very strong. The system offered the user another choice. Destroy the Dark Tower, abandon the capture, or start controlling the Dark Tower. Lin Qiu thought that the third option was the most preferable. Kongya offered her help in controlling the Dark Tower. The girl added that she was well versed in technology. Perhaps she could even adjust the frequency of the negative energy so that the ghosts would experience mental torture. Lin Qiu said that Kongya was reading his mind. On the ghost ship, the subordinates arrived with a report for their leader. The Red Sword Ghost was surprised. Was there really an invasion in the city? The demon confirmed this and added that 3 Dark Towers had been captured. 2 subordinates appeared before the Red Sword Ghost. He said that when these 2 were here, they were invincible. If the dragon and the phoenix were left alone, they could rest in peace. The intruders must be caught immediately. The demons descended from the ghost ship on parachutes and said that it was time to demonstrate their skills. Lifeng, Western District. Kongya tuned the negative energy to the frequency for ghosts. The same method was used to remotely control other Dark Towers. The control was successful, and a reward was received. Lin Qiu said he did not expect the girl to be capable of such a thing. Thanks to Kongya's help, our hero now has the water of life. The connection between demons and humans was broken. Now the students didn't understand why they had to do their homework. How long ago did their mentor become a ghost? The men didn't understand what they were doing there. The fat man noticed that everyone was slowly returning to normal life. Lin Qiu must have found a way out of the situation. The office workers were harassing their boss. How could he make them work overtime? Qinfeng, watching the people, said that there was nothing left for them to do here. The people came to their senses and threateningly sought to destroy the demons. The messengers from the ghost ship, descending to the ground, could not understand what was happening here. Why was the fighting power of their soldiers so weak? Had the people rebelled? Lin Kyo and Kongya noticed the paratroopers. The young man said that a group of more experienced ghosts had been sent to eliminate the problem. Kongya said that it was time to learn from them. The demons were outraged. What did these people think they were saying? They would not pass on their experience. Lin Kyo activated his fiery fist of fury and demanded that the demons come down to earth quickly. After the planned attack, our hero said that the demons had flown quite far away. The demons said that these people would die today and activated the Dragon Wind skill. Lin Kyo was surprised. Are these petty demons trying to provoke them? The demons were indignant because they were capable of more than just intimidation. Now people would see their fighting techniques. The energy around the demons began to grow. A huge monster appeared in front of the young people and told them to tremble. Lin Kyo said that it turned out pretty well. They must have learned the skill of enlargement from the Blood Knight ghost. Kongya said that she could even feel a powerful breath. Hongye hinted to the protagonist that their power after the merger had reached an intermediate level, so they needed to be careful. The demons merged into a monster demonstrated their power of friendship for the humans to see. Lin Chu dragged Kongya to a safe place. The system suggested that the user use the water of life to deal with the enemy. After ingestion, the attribute transforms spiritual power into liquid, strengthens the body, and increases ki energy. The system reminded our hero about the living water, and he thought it was a great idea. Lin Kyo handed Kongya a jar of living water and told her to drink it, because today he was treating her. Kongya wondered if Lin Kyo was practicing magic. After drinking the liquid, the young man noticed that the effect was quite good. The chi, blood, and spiritual power in his body were strengthened. Kongya didn't understand what was happening. Why was her whole body burning? The huge monster said that humans were being arrogant. He could not be ignored, and even the drink would not help them. Lin Kyo suggested meeting the monster face to face and attacked his opponent. Their fists met, and sparks flew in all directions. There was a release of excess energy. The monster couldn't hold on and flew far back. He decided that his opponent was really strong and was at the B level. Lin Kyo, sword in hand, said it was time to end this. A magic spell was activated. The huge monster said he had the speed of a phoenix. A human would not be able to hit him with his attack. However, our hero advanced, swinging his sword. Lin Chu decided to test how fast his opponent was. The monster also teleported and appeared in close proximity to Lin Chu. The villain grabbed our hero by the head. Kongya shouted for Lin Chu to be careful. The girl activated her unique temporary pause option. The huge monster became immobile and couldn't move for a while. Lin Chu ran to the side and thought that standing face to face with him, he wouldn't be able to use his sword technique. In that case, he would have to strike from behind. After the attack, the monster was lying on the ground. It couldn't understand why it couldn't dodge. Kongya regretted that. When faced with an enemy stronger than herself, she could only stop him for half a second. But even that helped Lin Kyo. Lin Kyo struck with his sword, but the monster blocked it with his hands. He asked, did the man not expect this? He not only had the speed of a phoenix, but also the defense and strength of a dragon. Lin Kyo shouted that in that case he would break its armor and swung his sword. The monster replied that the man didn't stand a chance and activated Predator's Fist. Lin Kyo managed to dodge, and his opponent's Predator's Fist flew past. Our hero understood that this opponent would not be easy to deal with. He needed to come up with something else. Hong Ye said that ordinary attacks were useless here. She would share her ghostly aura with her husband. Perhaps this would allow them to break through his defense. The monster stretched out its Predator's Fist, and said that now the man would definitely be destroyed. Suddenly, the fox cub on our hero's shoulder activated the charm skill. The monster did not understand what was happening to him. Why did his body stop obeying him? Lin Kyo said that the fox cub had done an excellent job. He would take care of the rest himself. The monster screamed in horror that his armor was broken. The armor couldn't withstand another sword strike. The protagonist was back in action. The villain did not understand where the ghostly aura of this attack came from. Thanks to it, his defense was broken. Thanks to Konya's skill, time was accelerated, and a period of destruction began. The monster noticed that his injury had become much more serious. Koni thought that attacking the enemy's wounds with the acceleration ability only aggravated the injury. Lin Kyo decided to take advantage of this and destroy his opponent. The lightning strike was activated. The monster was destroyed, and the protagonist received 2 pieces of Jade Soul. Konya declared it a victory. Lin Kyo handed the girl a Jade Soul Stone and said that thanks to her abilities, they were able to defeat such an enemy. Kanya replied that Lin Q was the main character in this story. She and the fox cub only helped him a little. Hongye looked at the blushing Coney and thought that the girl's reaction was wrong. The fox cub said that he also deserved a prize and was counting on a reward. A can of cola was offered to the fox cub as a prize. The students who appeared nearby said that the ghosts of the city had been destroyed. Now they could attack their headquarters. Lin Kyo said that they had done an excellent job and suggested that everyone drink this refreshing beverage. The young people enjoyed drinking the living water. Each of them felt their chi increase. They felt energy coming from all sides. Kongya looked at the students' reactions and said that Lin Q had definitely added something to the drink. The Red Sword Ghost received the information and became angry. Had his assistants died in battle? Was the enemy drinking to celebrate their victory? The Red Sword Ghost decided to put everything back in its place. An additional group must be sent to bring these people here, dead or alive. The assistant reported to his master that these people were already on their way. The Red Sword Ghost remarked that this was very presumptuous. The people were heading straight into a trap. A huge red dragon circled above the ghost ship, carrying a rescue squad on its back. The landing party descended from the red dragon onto the ghost ship. The fat man said that they had gotten here quite quickly. The demons were ordered to destroy the uninvited guests. As he descended onto the ship, the fat man activated bomb mode. The red dragon began to grow in size. The rescue team began to eliminate the ghosts on the ship. The students activated their unique skills and achieved their goal. Thanks to the skills Fire Fist and Moon Blade, the demons had no chance of escape. Coney activated the temporary skill Attack Acceleration. Things went much faster. The protagonist activated Fiery Fist of Fury again. After a while, the rescuers confirmed that there were no more ghosts left to fight. The ghost of the Red Sword appeared above the rescuers. He declared that the invaders must die. Our hero said he could feel a strong breath. It must be the Stone of Wisdom that awakened the consciousness of life. Hong Ye confirmed this. The stone has strong vitality, gives strength to all things, and even awakens self-awareness. Hong Ye told her husband to be careful. Lin Qiu replied that she should not worry. He would personally fight this rival and retrieve the fragments of the sage's stone for her. The Red Sword Ghost said that these people were true fools. They would pay for their arrogance. The summoning of ghosts was activated. Bloody ghosts began to appear on the ship's deck. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was he still able to summon creatures? Kanya explained that these were people consumed by negative energy. They had all been turned into ghosts. The students shouted in unison that these ghosts must be eliminated immediately, and, brandishing their weapons, rushed into the attack. The Red Sword Ghost appeared before our hero and said that he was his rival. Lin Yue thought that it was necessary to keep a close eye on the enemy and be cautious. Kongya said that if Lin Qiu broke the Stone of Wisdom, he would become nothing more than a pile of rubbish. The ghost of the Red Sword activated the Shadow Combo skill and declared that his opponent didn't stand a chance. However, our hero was not one to be intimidated and bravely continued the battle, repelling all attacks. The Red Sword Ghost declared that no one could stop him and that his opponent's spells were useless against him. Lin Qiu activated his absolute defense. Our hero realized that he couldn't wait another second. If another group of ghosts appeared, it would be even more difficult. The system reported that the ghost hunters Jade and Voids had been detected. Did the user wish to absorb them? Lin Qiu thought that this would be very useful. The ghost hunter's Jade was successfully absorbed. The passive skill Hunter's Intuition was acquired. Mental perception was improved. Lin Qiu said that these skills were very useful to him. The Red Sword Ghost suddenly disappeared from view. The skill Teleportation was activated. Our hero noted that his opponent had strong perception. Lin Qiu saw through the Red Sword Ghost's trick and dealt him significant damage. Lin Qiu was able to attack correctly and knock the stone out of the sword. The young man said that he had finally obtained a fragment of the sage's stone. Our hero declared that Hong Ye would definitely be saved. The students noticed that the ghosts were disappearing. The sword that summoned them had been destroyed, and they were dying along with it. Lin Qiu handed the crystal to his wife and told her to absorb the power of the fragment. Hong Yi thanked the young man. Hong Ye used the fragment of the sage's stone as intended and said that Lin Qiu had done well. Now her soul had returned to its normal state. Lin Qiu said that while they were collecting the remaining fragments of the sage's stone, Hong Ye would be able to regain her human form. The fat man drew everyone's attention to the fact that the ghost had returned. A crack appeared on the deck of the ship. Kongya said that it was the ghost of the Red Sword. It turned out that he had not retreated. A demon emerged from the crack and said that this was some kind of nightmare. These pathetic humans dared to attack his base. Lin Kyo said that it was somehow awkward. The demon glanced around the deck, saw a huge number of destroyed monsters, and asked what had happened here. The demon activated Red Sword Summon and asked who dared to destroy his spirit. The demon was very sorry and even cried when he saw that his red sword was broken and the stone fragment was missing. The demon shouted that the culprit would pay for this with his blood. The students decided to fight side by side, protecting their commander. Lin Kyo warned that the demon was in a state of rage. Lin Kyo suggested that without his sword, the ghost's power was significantly weaker. His abilities were somewhat similar to those of Blood Knight. The demon activated the summon. Kingdom of 10,000 Swords. The demon's martial arts skills were used, and the young people were thrown into the portal. Where would it throw them? The students were thrown onto the battlefield. There were many destroyed bodies around, and old swords stuck out of the ground. Lin Kyo got to his feet and asked in surprise why these ghost portals were always located in the sky. It was a good thing that his body was S-level, otherwise he would have broken everything long ago. But why were there so many swords here? Shang Qian asked how Kongya was feeling. The girl replied that she could get up without help. Tang Su said that high-level ghosts have other measures. His ability is to suppress breathing. Being here, she feels her spiritual power being suppressed. Ahead was the Red Sword Realm, a place where pain and anger were concentrated. It was an ideal world for negative energy. The demon decided to gather thousands of grievances into the Sword of Destruction. Lin Yue said that his opponent had created a new weapon. The system offered the user a choice. Surrender to the Red Sword Ghost, destroy the ghost, or flee the realm. Lin Kyo decided that he must not retreat and chose the second option. The confrontation began immediately. Lin Kyo realized that demons were dangerous and that caution was necessary. His comrades declared their support for their commander. The demon said that these people's techniques were useless. The fat man even sent his red dragon to help. Kanya also provided support by activating a temporary pause. Lishyok activated the charm skill. The demon said that it was all useless. The students attacked simultaneously, but the demon was invincible at this stage. The villain declared that people should not mistake their desires for reality. Lin Kyo thought that another way had to be found. If they could remove the interference, they could weaken the suppression of spiritual power, and it would be easier to defeat the ghost. Lin Kyo said that the underworld consumes everything, so the opponent must sense the smell of resentment. The protagonist's idea worked. The suppression was removed, and spiritual power was restored. Now they could attack simultaneously. The demon activated his armor and asked if they really thought they had become stronger. The QE of his sword was capable of creating indestructible armor. The system reported that the Soul Jade had been detected. Was the user ready to absorb the power of the Dragon Jade? The young man said that if his opponent was invulnerable, who could defeat him? He received the passive skill, Dragon Power. The demon thought that this could destroy him and his sword. He couldn't take such a risk. Hongye said she would help her husband and transferred some of her energy to him. Lin Kyo thanked his beloved. Now was the best moment to destroy his opponent. Hongye added that her husband should not worry. They would handle it together. The demon felt a powerful spiritual force. Could this be an A-level attack? The demon was surprised. Why should the Ghost King be afraid of some humans? The Blood Shadow skill was activated. Two powerful forces collided, and the burst of energy was unimaginable. The Ghost King sensed his opponent's spiritual body nearby. Fighting became even more difficult. Why was his attack completely absorbed? Lin Kyo and Hongye carried out the destruction strike in unison. The monster acknowledged defeat. He had lost to a human. If it weren't for that sword, there would be no trace of him left. Lin Kyo, as always, received the Jade Soul. The task was completed. The skill Ghost Summoning Technique was obtained. Hongye told her husband that they had won. Lin Kyo replied that it was all thanks to her. The fat man noted that the squad leader had done an excellent job, as always. Lin Kyo replied that it was the result of their joint efforts. The rescue squad boarded the Red Dragon again, and the students headed home. After the battle, peace reigned in Lefeng. People gradually rebuilt their homes and beautified the city. Lin Kyo said that Kanya should not go with them. The mission was over, and they needed to report on the results of the battle. Kanya admitted that she had heard about a brave man who could save the city. She didn't believe it until Lin Kyo appeared. There really are heroes in the world. The girl hugged the protagonist and said that she cherished the days she had spent with him. She thanked him for everything and promised that she would come to them after the city had stabilized. Hongye sarcastically thought that her husband now had even more female admirers. She was so happy. The fat man sobbed. His goddess had hugged Lin Kyo, and he couldn't believe it. His friend said that Lin Q was just more handsome, and there was nothing wrong with that. The fat man told the guy to shut up immediately. How could he be so cruel? Hong Ye praised her husband for his skill. Lin Qiu was afraid that she would misunderstand him, and said that he had been forced and had resisted. Lin Qiu said he would wait for Kongya in Zanglan and planned to save other cities in the future. Kongya hoped that they would meet again. Xiang Qian aggressively asked why the commander was hugging his goddess. Lin Qiu replied that she had started it. But if Kongya liked the fat man, he could follow her. His friend said that the fat man was completely indifferent to this girl. Qin Feng and the girls laughed. It was unexpected for them that the fat man liked Kongya. Lin Xi was interested in what her little brother was doing now. Yellow asked what was going on, because Lin Xi had been acting strange lately. Lin Xi replied that she missed her brother. He had been away from home for almost a month. She didn't know if he was okay. Yellow said that he would definitely be taken care of, because her brother and that girl were a loving couple. The blow to the jaw followed immediately. Lin Xi asked what Yellow wanted to say. She had a real connection with her brother. Lin Xi received a cake from the young man. The girl told him to put it on the table. Yellow asked for a piece. No one in the class wanted to anger the cocky bully. The young man kicked the door open and asked where Lin Xi was. He wanted to talk to her and teach her good manners. The young people were surprised. Weren't they high school students? The day before, some bully had beaten up several punks from the graduating class. It seemed they had come for revenge. Yellow got up from the table and asked what these people wanted. The senior pointed at Yellow and said, "Are there really such ugly people here? What can this little monster do to me?" In response, Yellow knocked the senior out with a punch to the jaw. Yellow said that none of the three would leave today. The young people began to apologize and swear that they would never do it again. Lin Xi ordered them to take off all their clothes and leave. The order was carried out immediately. The girls reported that Lin Qiu had just arrived at school. Lin Xi was, of course, delighted. Everyone present welcomed Lin Qiu's return to school. The young man's team had won. The hero who saved Li Feng had returned. The young people were confused, not expecting such a reception. Hong Ye was extremely unhappy when her husband was surrounded by a crowd of girls. Lin Qiu didn't understand what was going on, or where everyone at school had come from. Lin Xi appeared at the door and happily announced that her little brother had finally returned. Lin Qiu asked his sister how she was doing and whether she was studying hard. Xia replied that she was studying every day and had made friends with her classmates. Lin Qiu asked about the bullies who, as he had been told, might be picking on his sister. Lin Xi replied that everything was fine. She was a normal student who loved to study hard. Yellow confirmed that they were law-abiding citizens. Lin Xi thought that Yellow was playing her role perfectly. Lin Xi saw the fox cub and asked where her brother got it. The fox cub said that this girl had a terrible aura. Lin Qiu noted that the fox cub was very cute and suggested that his sister hug it. The fox cub refused to touch the girl. Lin Xi picked up the fox cub and said that they had a new family member. His name would be Snowball. Yellow said she also wanted to hug the fox cub. The fox cub was frightened by another monster. Yellow admitted that she was pleased and happy. The fox cub noted that he was being treated very rudely. Yellow said that today she would caress the fox cub. The fox cub thought that was terrible. There were so many evil people around Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu said that he was offering everyone a taste of his masterpiece today and had prepared baked fish. Everyone present noted that Lin Qiu had done a great job. Had he really prepared all this himself? Lin Qiu told Oniji to sit down at the table with them. She had worked hard and was able to take care of Shire. Oniji thanked him and added that it had been difficult and unforgettable. Oniji thought that all this time it had been like torture. How had she survived? Lin Xi admitted that all the dishes were very tasty. Huang said that Lin Qiu was a real chef. She had underestimated him. Oniji tried the food and thought it was very tasty. Lin Qiu was really good. It was a pity that he loved Hong Ye and not her. Hong Ye did not expect her husband's cooking skills to be so good. Lin Qiu thanked her for the praise. The young man said that he really wanted to feed his wife meat and put the piece in his own mouth. Hong Ye replied that it was enough for her to see her husband eat every day. That alone made her happy. The young couple held hands and confessed their love for each other. Lin Xi peeked at the scene and thought that Hong Ye was pestering her brother again. Lin Xi said that Hong Ye couldn't eat anything anyway. Her brother could offer this piece of meat to her. Lin Qiu offered his sister the piece of meat, and the girl was delighted. Seer felt like the happiest person alive. Yellow asked if she could have some too. Lin Qiu took a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in Yellow's mouth. Yellow was surprised. Why did the food taste so much better from his hands? She was now in seventh heaven. Oniji said that she was also ready to try it. The fox cub noticed that he didn't mind either. Lin Kyo said he was ready to feed everyone. The girls felt great, even the fox cub was happy. Yellow said she wanted more. Lin Shi even got jealous. Lin Shi told everyone to leave. Her brother would only feed her. However, it was quite difficult to disperse everyone. Lin Kyo and Hong Ye silently watched as the younger generation sorted out their relationships. Lin Kyo was surprised. Was his food really that delicious? Hong Ye said that they were quite funny. Tang Lin sent a message and invited the young man to her office. The young man was surprised. What could his mentor need from him? Maybe she wanted to assign him a special task. Lin Kyo knocked on the office door and asked if his mentor was looking for him. Tang Lin said that he had only been in college for 1 semester, but he already had outstanding results. The management highly valued his achievements. Tang Lin added that she was taking this opportunity to invite him and others to serve as instructors. Was Lin Kyo interested in participating in the military training of this year's freshmen? Lin Kyo said that Qin Feng is a role model, and Mo Qingcheng has first-class organizational skills. But what does Yang Xiao have to do with it? Tang Ling said that this young man is the elder of the academy and belongs to the He family. The mentor expressed her hope that they would all use their power for good. Lin Kyo told the mentor not to worry. Everything would be done at the highest level. He was ready to be an instructor. Lin Kyo met with the students and said he was happy to see them all. Qin Feng said that those with abilities would never back down. Together, they could overcome anything. Mo Qingcheng said that everyone should train hard. Yang Xiao declared that no one should back down. They would tear everyone apart. Lin Kyo introduced himself to the younger generation and said that starting today, he would be their instructor. One of the students said that Lin Yue was also a freshman before. What is his qualification now? Another student said that the instructor should not be underestimated. He had already participated in battles, and many ghosts had fallen at his hands. The girl admitted that their instructor was very handsome. The student said that the instructor was about the same age as them. All these rumors simply couldn't be true. Where did Lin Kyo get the right to command them? The system offered the user a choice. Resign, turn around and leave. Show his strength and hit the students. Be smarter and explain everything in detail. Our hero always adhered to the principle of virtue, so he chose the third option. Lin Kyo showed the middle finger to the student and asked what he was talking about. The student was outraged. After all, the instructor had insulted him. Lin Kyo told all the students that they were trash, useless nobodies. Lin Kyo added, "Did they really decide to stand out from the rest of the students? Did they really think they were the best? He saw them only as children at the bottom of the food chain. Arrogant and ignorant. Did they really expect to become excellent fighters with their abilities?" The instructor noted that a capable person must soberly assess their abilities and constantly practice. The students decided that these words made sense. The instructor was right, they were too confident. Once you reach a new level, you can't stop. You have to keep going. Lin Shui urged his students to work hard, become winners, and win glory. Lin Kyo told the students to repeat these words after him and to do so very loudly. The instructor said that they would now begin training and start with a 10-kilometer run. The deputy director, walking around the stadium with mentor Tang Ling, asked, "Is Lin Kyo now an instructor? Will everything be okay?" This young man is cynical, but he should take such things seriously. The teachers saw the students running in front of them. Led by instructor Lin Kyo, the students ran on the track. They were wearing only their underwear. The instructor urged them to get rid of unnecessary fat, run, look ahead, and smile. The training session proceeded at a good pace. The deputy director and mentor were surprised. What kind of strange teaching method was this? How could this person be trusted to become an instructor? Mo Qingcheng suggested that her students take a break. They would definitely get through it all. Qin Feng taught a hand-to-hand combat lesson with a combat stick in his hand. He encouraged his students to fight until victory. Everyone must stay in shape and protect their families and country. Yang Xiao told his students that regardless of whether they were fighting or not, they needed to pay attention to speed and accuracy. If they wanted to win, it didn't matter how they did it. Lin Shui rested under a canopy while his students served him. The instructor said that everything looked pretty good. Lin Zhue asked the students doing push-ups if they were tired. The students promised to do at least 1,000 more sets. Yang Xiao didn't understand why Lin Kyo's team was so motivated. He couldn't fall behind him. Lin Kyo conducted strength training and told the students to run 100 laps around the field with weights. Next, they did balance training. They had to walk across a rope stretched between buildings. Not all students liked this. Some of them were ready to go home. Many found these teaching methods unique. Zanlin Academy, entrance to Mount Hu. Teacher Tang Ling appeared at the door and told them to listen carefully. Practical training was about to begin. According to the rules, the instructor will lead the team into the forest so that the students can catch ghosts. Each ghost has a collar. The team that collects the most collars will win. During the ghost-catching process, the instructor is not allowed to do it himself. He can only supervise. Qin Feng urged his students to do their best and show their strength. Mo Qingcheng urged the students to move forward together and pay attention to safety first. Unity is strength. Yang Xiao urged his students to take first place. If they don't win, it means they are worthless. Lin Xue handed out eggs and drinks to his students and said he had enough for everyone. If the students believed him, they would gain strength and also enjoy a delicious meal. Tang Ling thought that compared to other instructors, Lin Chu behaved like a little child. Mo Qingcheng told the students not to disperse. The ghosts would appear very soon. They needed to stay together. The students heard strange sounds and felt a strong ghostly aura approaching. They had to prepare for battle. They couldn't disgrace their instructor. After a while, ghosts appeared from the forest. They asked for help and shouted that people were chasing them. Lin Qiu and his squad appeared from the forest behind the ghosts. They shouted that no one should touch the ghosts. They were their prey. The ghosts said they had already given up their collars. Why were they still being chased? Lin Qiu replied that he was interested in the jade of their souls. Lin Qiu told the students to immediately capture these ghosts. Kindness to ghosts is cruelty to humanity. Mo Qingcheng said that Lin Qiu still adhered to his unethical method. The students noted that the cadets from his group had defeated everyone. Were they crazy? They were just a group of terrible animals. Lin Qiu asked the girl if she wanted her team to work together. She could eat a piece of his meat, and he would eat some of her soup. They could join forces and capture the ghost's soul jade together. Mo Qingcheng asked if Lin Qiu still wanted to capture the soul jade. Wasn't the goal to collect the collars? Qin Feng appeared in the clearing with his squad and said that it was a coincidence that they had all met here. Lin Qiu said he had an idea. The three of them could work together. If each of them shared their strength, their teams would easily overcome all the challenges. Qin Feng said that something was wrong here. However, this way the team could indeed gain many advantages. Lin Qiu said that in that case, everyone could help themselves, and began to distribute the living water and eggs to everyone. All the students agreed to unite in an instant and eat everything that was offered to them. After that, they needed to track down the ghosts hiding in the darkness. Lin Qiu thought that with the help of cola and eggs, everyone would increase their power level. The rival team was surrounded. They were asked to hand over all the collars that had already been collected. Resistance was futile. Yang Xiao, peeking out from behind a tree with his team, thought, could it be that the three teams had joined forces to intimidate them? Yang Xiao told his disciples not to stand rooted to the spot and to continue dealing with the people from the other teams. The group of disciples rushed at the ghosts with the aim of taking their soul jade. The ghosts screamed that humans were terrible, that they were too brave. That day reminded the ghosts of the fear that humans once possessed. Entrance to Mount Hu. Tang Ling announced that Commander Lin Jue and his squad had won. Lin Qiu accepted congratulations and said that it was all thanks to teamwork. Yang Xiao was angry again and believed that Lin Qiu was constantly taking his place in the sun. After all, he was unable to take first place precisely because of Lin Qiu. The system again offered the user a choice: respond politely to the complaint, punch Yang Xiao in the face, or act wisely and ignore it. The first option came with a fairly large reward. Lin Qiu told Yang Xiao not to be angry, that it was indeed his fault. Yang Xiao could come up and hit him. Yang Xiao said that Lin Qiu shouldn't even think that he wouldn't dare to do it. Thus, the task was completed and the reward was received. Lin Qiu thought that now he could let loose, and rushed at his opponent, saying that he would destroy him. Lin Qiu delivered a devastating blow to his opponent, and Yang Xiao flew far back. Our hero said that as an instructor who committed bad deeds, Yang Xiao had caused great harm to his students. For this, he would be punished. Yang Xiao said that if Lin Qiu was really a man, he should fight one-on-one. Lin Jue agreed and threw a can of water right at his opponent's forehead. Yang Xiao reacted instantly and said that he would not let it go so easily. Lin Qiu would get what he deserved. Lin Qiu pulled down his opponent's pants and said that he had a very unique style of clothing. Yang Xiao was furious. Yang Xiao swung at the protagonist and said that they weren't done yet. Yang Xiao lost his footing and fell to the ground. Tang Ling suggested ending the argument there. Lin Qiu said that it was the first time he had seen someone fall because of their own pants. Our hero didn't think this guy could become a laughingstock. It's a pity that the time to really deal with him hasn't come yet. Lin Qiu said that military training would soon be over. It was time to go back. Yang Xiao was upset. Why did this happen to him? Since childhood, he had never been bullied. However, Lin Qiu decided to rectify the situation. Yang Xiao said that he would never accept this, that he would become stronger and surpass Lin Qiu. Even if Lin Qiu gave his life, sold his soul, or changed along with all of humanity, he would not escape punishment. Lin Qiu returned home. Dai Ji asked if the master had worked hard. Yellow asked why he had returned at all. Lin Qiu asked where his sister was now. Had she been studying hard all this time? Lin Qiu smelled something from the kitchen and asked what smelled so good. Was his sister cooking something? Lin Si announced that the chicken soup was ready. Thanks to her secret recipe, it should be very tasty. Lin Si was delighted to see her brother back. He must be tired from military training, right? Lin Qiu should eat her soup. It would help him replenish his lost energy. Lin Qiu said that his sister could read his mind. He had lost a lot of weight and was now ready to eat several servings at once. Hong Ye noticed that her husband had been eating a lot these days. Where had he lost weight? Lin Qiu said that his sister's cooking skills amaze him, but the soup tastes strange. Lin Si suggested that she might have mixed something up. However, on the internet, the man who ate this soup was satisfied. Lin Qiu thanked his sister for her concern. Our hero had a strange premonition. He decided that something was wrong. Lin Qiu felt a sudden rush of heat, and his mind became clouded. There really was something wrong with his sister's soup. Hong Ye asked her husband what was wrong. Lin Qiu said that he needed his dear wife very much right now. After saying this, our hero threw Hong Ye onto the bed. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Lin Qiu said that although humans and ghosts had different paths, he couldn't help himself. Hong Ye understood his feelings. She felt the same way. The young people melted into a kiss. Lin Qiu and Hong Ye confessed their love for each other again and continued kissing. Morning came. Then another 48 hours passed. Lin Qiu woke up in his bed and thought that the past 2 days had been wonderful. Everyone thought he was practicing and did not disturb him. Hong Ye asked her husband how he was feeling. Lin Qiu noticed that his wife seemed more shy than before. The protagonist replied that he was feeling much better now. Last night seemed like a fantastic dream to him. Now he had to help his wife. She needed rest. The phone rang. The young man woke up with a start. He had gone to bed too late the night before and completely forgotten about school. Tang Lin shouted that Lin Qiu had completely forgotten about the assignment. Everyone had already left, so he had to wake up quickly. Lin Qiu, putting on his pants on the go, shouted that he was coming out. Tang Lin announced that the elder would personally lead them on a joint assignment. Lin Qiu replied that he understood. Konglin Si. Tong Su said that Lin Qiu had arrived too late and almost missed the mission. What was with the young man's appearance? Had he had a rough night? Lin Qiu replied that he was still a lonely, innocent teenager. Mo Qingqing said she believed the young man. The elder of the Lebu Academy, B-level holder Yue Bukun, said that he would be the guide for this mission. Lin Qiu said he was pleased to meet him. The girls also introduced themselves and talked about their skills. Yue Bukun said that this time they had a special mission. The place they needed was on the Island of Shadows. Before the ghosts invaded, the locals were infected, stopped looking like humans, and turned into slaves. Lin Qiu said that in that case they must defeat the demons and save the people on this island. Elder Buchan confirmed this. First, they needed to explore the area, gather the necessary information, and then take action. Suddenly, the enemy appeared overboard. The people formed a circle to repel the impending attack. Armed ghosts jumped out of the water, ready to attack the people. The ghosts repeated that they had come here to fight. They wanted spiritual stones and treasures. Bank cards would also be useful. All of this would belong to them. Elder Buchan said that there were 3 young people, so they could easily deal with the ghosts. Lin Qiu was surprised. What was wrong with this elder? One of the ghosts said that there were women on board, which meant there was a reason to take them with them. Su Tang said she was ready to act. Lin Yue said he was also ready to attack. Mo Qingcheng said that the group of B-level ghosts no longer posed a threat to them. The ghost leader called on his brotherhood to attack the humans and finish them off once and for all. Lin Qiu declared that it was time to use the ghost summoning technique. They had to destroy them with the help of their own kind. Our hero used his unique abilities and activated a magic circle on the deck. Skeletons were summoned. The young man was upset. He had hoped to summon a beautiful girl. The skeletons demanded satisfaction. They decided to rob their opponents. A confrontation between ghosts and skeletons unfolded on the deck. Each squad was determined and fought selflessly. Lin Yue said that they were doing well. They were showing excellent technique. Hong Ye was surprised. Could her husband even summon ghosts? Tang Su asked in surprise how Lin Chu had managed to do that. Mo Qingcheng was forced to admit that Lin Chu really did have many abilities. Elder Buchan, peeking from around the corner, thought that he had greatly underestimated this guy. He would have to revise his plans. The enemy was destroyed, and the summoned skeleton army was victorious. Lin Q said that it turned out pretty well. It's great to send someone else to fight in your place. Our hero felt the sweet taste of victory. Elder Buchan appeared on the deck and ordered the bodies to be thrown overboard immediately. It should not be forgotten that their goal was the Island of Shadows. Lin Kyo asked why the elder had tucked his tail between his legs and run away when the battle began. Yuobukun replied that he had not run away, but was testing the students. Lin Kyo suggested that it was all done on purpose. Was the elder trying to frame them? Lin Kyo took a closer look and said that the island was very beautiful. Hong Ye told her husband to be careful. The island had a strong, ghostly aura. Lin Kyo thanked his wife for her concern. The elder stated that they did not have enough information about the island. They could not take any risks. First, one person had to explore the area. Lin Q was the best person for the job. Tang Su said that it was too dangerous. How could Elder Buchan allow a young man to go alone? Mo Qingcheng agreed. What if something went wrong? The elder said that he was in charge of this operation, and everyone had to obey him. Lin Q told the girls to calm down and promised to return. Our hero became curious about what the elder had in mind. Lin Q set off alone into the depths of the island. The young man activated his wife's demonic aura, deciding that no one would recognize that he was not a ghost. Behind a hill, our hero saw construction work. Ghosts were forcing slaves to work until they dropped. Lin Kyo said that this was terrible. People were being deformed and turned into ghosts. But could a monster that had turned into an octopus be a slave owner? The monster saw our hero and his wife and assumed they were newcomers. The villain waved his whip and told them to get to work immediately. The monster demanded that people not be lazy. All the work is aimed at building a new beautiful island of shadows. For every effort, the Lord will personally reward them. In the future, they will want for nothing. Lin Kyo was surprised. Did even monsters do this? The user was given a choice. Join in the creation of the Island of Shadows, oppose the monsters, or flee from this place. The young man decided to choose the first option. Hong Ye thought that, judging by her husband's expression, he had come up with another good idea. Lin Q told the monster that he completely agreed with him. The monster demanded proof of this man's agreement. Lin Q declared that he was ready to go through fire and water for the Island of Shadows. The task was completed, and the young man received an SSS-Rank card. Lin Q, our hero, decided to treat the ghosts to food from his hometown. The young man appeared with a basket of eggs and a basket of jars containing living water. The ghosts said that the food looked delicious. However, if this man poisoned them, they would tear him to pieces. Lin Kyo suggested that the ghosts simply enjoy the delicacies. Spiritual power had been infused into this food, which could definitely harm them. Hong Yi thought that her husband's acting skills were getting better every day. The monsters felt happy. Was this the power of food? They had no regrets in their lives, but as they ran at sunset, they thought about their lost youth. One of the monsters said that something strange was happening to his breathing. The other monsters also felt a sudden surge of strength throughout their bodies. They were overwhelmed with power. The monsters asked what the man had put in the food. Lin Q replied that he had only added a few secret ingredients. If the monsters couldn't resist them, they shouldn't blame him. Lin Q thought that all these ghosts were at the B level. However, considering that they were now weakened, he would still have to fight them with all his attention. The enslaved ghosts couldn't believe they were dealing with a human. Were there still humans alive? That meant they had a savior. It had finally happened. The armed monster guard said they would prepare their weapons and destroy this man. Lin Q decided to use the SSS-Rank sword. Now was the best time to use the new prop. The enhancement was successful. The magic sword reached SSS-Rank. The sword spoke, saying that it had been very bored and could finally communicate. Lin Q and Hong Ye were surprised when they heard these words. What was going on here? The ghosts swung their weapons and said they would send this man to hell. The sword was surprised that the man did not react. The enemy was approaching. It was necessary to use it quickly. Lin Q said he understood and asked the sword to be quiet. Lin Q announced that his SSS-Rank magic sword was indeed powerful. The sword told the man to use it and destroy all enemies. Our hero was victorious, and the enslaved demons thanked him. A proposal was made to jointly create an island of shadows. The tyranny of demons and ghosts was destroyed. Now the world belongs to humanity again. At the edge of the forest, the girls sat by the fire and worried. Why hadn't Lin Q come yet? Had something happened to him? They had to go look for him. Elder Buchan said that the Island of Shadows was indeed very dangerous. Lin Q would most likely never return. Mo Qingcheng was indignant. How could the elder say such a thing? Yue Bukun said that the girl looked very charming when she was angry. The elder grabbed his swords and said that one of them carried the blood of the Mo family. The other was a descendant of the moon god. He would steal them and thoroughly study all their abilities. The girls were outraged. What was the elder going to do? Was Yue Bukun really a traitor? He had deceived their commander in order to take advantage of his absence and capture them. The old man said that he no longer saw the need to pretend and act like a decent person. Bukun declared that these girls would never be able to defeat him. It would be better if they surrendered immediately. Mo Qingcheng replied that their abilities were also at the B rank level, so they were not going to give up, let alone lose. At that moment, on the Island of Shadows, low-ranking demons were fighting their despots, cruel monsters. Lin Yue attracted everyone's attention and said that he had found a passage. Hong Ye asked her beloved to be careful. She could sense a strong demonic aura in this cave. Their fish god must be underground now. Lin Qiu thought that fish god sounded like the name of an exotic dish. The young man put his wife on his back and told her to prepare for the worst. The young people jumped down. After our hero sank to the bottom, he agreed that this was indeed a different universe. There were bones under his feet, and people were hanging above him. Hong Ye pointed out to her husband that a huge red octopus monster was sitting on a pile of bones in the distance. Lin Qiu was surprised. Could this really be the fish god? It looked like a normal sleeping octopus. Hong Ye said that the energy of the sage's stone fragments emanated from this fish god. Lin Qiu grabbed his sword and said that these fragments were exactly what they needed. They would have to destroy the octopus and take the fragments by force. The sword said that it was looking forward to the moment when they could begin. The octopus woke up and asked how a human dared to interfere with its recovery. They would have to destroy this insolent creature. The sword was indignant. How dare a human use it as a shield? Lin Qiu was surprised. Was a B-level fish really called a god? That was ridiculous. Hong Ye declared that she would fight alongside her husband. The octopus said that the man was ignorant and arrogant. He shouldn't have shown himself here. The man should prepare for his demise. Lin Qiu disagreed and attacked the monster again. The protagonist said that these tentacles were difficult to resist. The sword repeated that it wanted to destroy the villain. The system reported that the host had discovered Ghost Jade, which could be used in the current battle. Should he absorb its power? Lin Qiu thought that if he listened to the system, he would have a chance to win, and decided to absorb it. After the absorption, the system suggested releasing his blood to obtain the blood-devouring sword skill. Lin Qiu thought that now he had even more abilities. Hong Ye kept reminding her husband not to forget to stay alert. Some of the tentacles were cut off. The monster said that this man had managed to anger it. The protagonist couldn't believe that the monster had the ability to regenerate. Lin Qiu suggested that the fragments of the sage's stone played an important role in its body. Hong Ye said that if they continued like this, they would only waste their energy. The sword said that the octopus's weak spot was in the forehead area. The stone fragments were hidden there. Lin Qiu was surprised. Could the sword really see through the enemy? Why hadn't it said so before? Hong Ye told the two not to argue, but to attack their opponent quickly. Lin Qiu grabbed the octopus by the tentacle and told his wife not to worry. This time, they would win. The monster asked what the man was going to do. The protagonist replied that he had heard that the octopus's tentacles contained enormous life force. He had to check if this was true. The monster told the man not to believe rumors and immediately let him go. The system offered the user a choice, not to destroy the monster and let it go, to overcome the monster and calmly destroy it, or to eat the octopus. Lin Qiu decided that he should not worry and promised the monster that he would release it. However, the monster continued to move even after its tentacles had been cut off. The octopus became angry and declared that it would definitely destroy this man now. Lin Qiu struck the monster on the forehead and said that it would be finished. The second fragment of the sage's stone was in the protagonist's hand. The sword caught up with the octopus and pierced its body through and through. The sword said that this monster would not escape him. Lin Qiu rushed to Jen and told her to take the stone quickly. Hong Ye thanked her dear husband. The girl said that her soul had stabilized a little, and the first signs of awakening blood had appeared. Lin Qiu noted that Hong Ye was getting enough fragments of the stone and had a chance to change her body. Yue Bunchen continued to fight the girls and claimed that they were not worthy of being his opponents. Tang Su reported that she had sent a distress signal to her mentor, and Tang Lin should come to the rescue. Mo Qingcheng admitted that they could no longer hold out, as their opponent was much stronger. The girls noticed that an old man with 2 swords in his hands was approaching. They would not be able to resist him. Suddenly, something stopped the old man. He was extremely surprised. At that moment, the girls found themselves in the arms of the protagonist. The young man declared that as long as he was there, the elder would not dare to harm them. Hong Ye indignantly asked who her husband had decided to hug. Lin Qiu said again that his wife should not misunderstand him. He was simply saving the girls from the cruel elder. Yue Bunchen was surprised. How did the young man manage to return? He should have been destroyed by the ghost. The protagonist gave the old man the middle finger and said that he had already seen all his techniques and tricks. Could the old man demonstrate anything new? Tang Su declared that this old man was doomed. The elder shouted that the young man was just another experiment. How dare he interfere with his plan? The old man yelled that he would now summon the octopus. Lin Qiu showed him a small octopus and asked if that was what the old man was looking for. The monster looked worn out. Bunchen was surprised. Had the octopus died? The old man declared that in that case, he would use a completely different technique. Today, he would destroy everyone. After these words, Bunchen turned into a monster with long horns and sharp claws. Lin Qiu decided that this old man had indeed sold his soul to the devil and should be executed for it. The sword said it was ready to fight decisively. The old man activated his sword attack and declared that his opponent would not be able to dodge it. Lin Qiu easily deflected all of his opponent's flying swords. The old man asked where the man had learned such a technique, since it was not mentioned anywhere. Hong Ye told her husband that she would help get rid of the old man. The young man replied that thanks to his wife, he was becoming much stronger. The old man could not imagine that Lin Qiu would cause so much trouble. This situation must be treated with caution. He swung his demonic swords again. Lin Qiu laughed. Had the old man decided to use the merging of 2 swords skill? In any case, he would do everything he could to destroy the elder. Baokun declared that humans were evil and that he would be victorious. The girls decided to help the commander as much as they could and rushed into the attack. Bungyun cursed and thought that he would not be able to defeat them all at once. He would have to use a forbidden technique. The girls saw tongues of fire and thought they looked like tentacles, burning their bodies in the same way. The old man laughed and said that none of them would be able to move a finger. Mo Qingcheng admitted that she was already confused. Lin Yue said that it looked amazing. Hong Ye was surprised. Shouldn't her husband be saving the girls now? The old man wondered why the technique didn't work on this young man. What was so special about him? The system offered the user a choice: kneel and beg for mercy, destroy the enemy, or flee the combat zone. The protagonist chose the third option. Lin Qiu grabbed his wife by the waist and said he had some business to attend to. Mo Qingcheng and Tang Su would figure things out themselves. The girls thought in surprise. The commander can't just run away like that. Baokun was also surprised by what this guy was doing. The task was completed. The reward was received. Mentor Tang Lin jumped out of the forest and announced that she was already there. The girls thought that the mentor had responded very quickly to the distress signal. Tang Lin swung her arm and said that the old man was now on the academy's list of prisoners. She advised him to be an obedient boy, otherwise she couldn't vouch for herself. The old man told Tang Lin not to interfere with his work. Lin Qiu swung his sword and helped the girls free themselves from their bloody shackles. Tan Ling struck the old man with a devastating fire fist blow right to the bridge of his nose. Blood gushed from Bunsen's mouth. Bungyun was upset. Why was this happening? At the academy, he was the weakest elder, forced to do menial tasks. The old man added that after joining the Ming clan, he had changed a lot. Tang Ming announced that the old man now had nowhere to run and knocked him to the ground face down. The old man said that there was no point in existing, but that people could always find things that were meaningful to them. This time, he chose life. The elder managed to escape. The girls were surprised. Baokun decided to sacrifice his arm just to save himself. The old man, disappearing into the spatial portal, said he was saying goodbye to these people. Whoever rules the world in the future will surely achieve unprecedented power. Tang Ling wanted to attack the old man again, but he disappeared into the portal. The mentor thought that if the old man returned to the Ming clan, he would surely come up with a new conspiracy. Lin Qiu asked why the elder needed to attack the girls. The girls told him the real reasons. It was all about their ancestry. Lin Kyo thought he was the only one cheating, but it turned out that this was far from the case. Hong Ye declared that her husband was the best in any case, and that she would always be by his side. Tang Ling said that the young people had done well. Now they needed to rest just as well. From now on, they should be wary of the Ming clan's territory. Lin Qiu noted that he was very pleased to receive many awards during the battles. Now he could rest peacefully. Hong Ye was glad that her husband was truly happy. At home, our hero presented the girls with gifts and said that there was enough for everyone. In addition to jade soul stones, there were other interesting things. Lin Shi said that there were many different things here. Huang added that Lin Shu was simply incredible. Fox didn't say anything, but he enjoyed it very much. Oni Ji said that this fabric was just perfect. Sword declared that with the jade soul stones, he would definitely be able to become the strongest. Lin Shi suggested that her brother put the extra items up for auction. They said on TV that anyone could participate. Lin Qiu agreed. Hong Ye said that her sister was very caring. The girl felt truly happy because Hong Ye had just praised her. Lin Qiu arrived at the auction house, and there were an incredible number of people there. Fortunately, our hero had disguised himself in advance so that he could not be identified. A representative of the auction house said that you had to register in advance to participate. Did the young man have the appropriate document? Lin Qiu was surprised. Why was that necessary? He was here incognito. The representative said that the young man could not enter the hall without registering. Therefore, he should not interfere and leave the premises. The director of the Zhanglin Auction Center, Mr. Wu, inquired about what was happening. The employee greeted Mr. Wu and said that the young man had not registered in advance. He was not allowed to proceed, even if he had any goods. Mr. Wu said that since the young man was already there, he should either follow the rules or come up with something convincing. The director noted that the young man did not look like someone who wanted to cause trouble. If he really had goods for auction, why not allow him to participate as an exception? Lin Qiu thought that the director seemed quite sincere. Perhaps it would be possible to cooperate with him. Our hero said he wanted to show something interesting and took out a bag of low-level soul jade. It was the first time the director had seen so many C-rank soul jades. The employee also realized that this young man was clearly not so simple. Mr. Wu said he was willing to pay 6 million coins for these stones. This was above their market value. Lin Qiu noted that the deal was very profitable. However, he restrained himself. He needed to earn money calmly. Mr. Wu noticed that the young man seemed somewhat indifferent. Apparently, he was not satisfied with the price. He needed to offer more. The director said that he had changed his mind and was willing to offer 8 million. Lin Qiu thought it was difficult to restrain himself. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest. This was a huge amount of money. Mr. Wu said he could see the young man's dissatisfaction. In that case, his final offer was 10 million coins. Lin Qiu realized how rich he had become. The young man said calmly that he agreed to 10 million. Our hero showed his bank card number and added that every penny was important to him. Payment first, then delivery. Mr. Wu said he would do so. They were also ready to organize a personal auction for the young man. The auction began. The host introduced a special guest, Mr. Lin Qiu. The protagonist greeted everyone and said that today he had brought a special drink called Happy Life Water. The auction participants were surprised. Where did this guy come from? How dare he put a bottle of cola up for auction? Who let him in here? Could the special guest really be like this? The employee didn't know what to do next. Lin Qiu said not to worry. He had everything under control. Lin Qiu announced that, to prove his point, he would give away one bottle of this drink absolutely free. One of the auction participants drank the beverage. The others didn't understand what was so special about it. The man hoped he wasn't mistaken. After drinking it, the man experienced strange feelings, as if he were back on campus with his goddess of love, enjoying happy times. It was a period of his youth. The man, with a can of cola in his hands and tears in his eyes, said he wanted his goddess to come back to him. Those present felt a ghostly aura emanating from him. It seemed as if he had gone mad. Other participants in the auction also decided to try the drink, and after drinking it, they reached climax. Lin Qiu forgot to warn them. If your physique is too weak, this water can cause stomach cramps. The auction participants realized that this water was truly a miracle. Everyone wanted to buy it. The reporter told the cameraman to go live immediately. This was a real sensation. Lin Qiu said there was no need to worry. There was enough water for everyone. 200,000 bottles were available. To purchase, you need to scan the QR code. The next lot was the treasure of the Demon King. The young man asked if anyone wanted to buy this lot. The cameraman realized they were live on air. Lin Si, sitting in front of the TV, wondered why the broadcast had suddenly stopped. Ouyang-ji suggested that they had shown some inappropriate content. Huang said that Lin Chu was clearly involved. Only he could have arranged something like this. On the way home, Lin Q told his beloved that even though the situation had become awkward and the broadcast had to be interrupted, they had still managed to complete the auction and earn 10 million coins. If a similar opportunity arose in the future, he would attend such an event again. Our hero handed the girl a bracelet and said it was for her. When they were participating in the auction, she got distracted, and he bought it for his dear wife. Lin Q hoped that she would like it very much. Hong Ye said she really liked the gift. The young man helped her put the bracelet on her wrist. Lin Q told his beloved not to worry, he would definitely help her. Hong Ye said that she was happy when they were together. The headquarters of the Ming clan. The Lord sits on his throne. The old man said that he had failed to obtain the blood of the Mo family and the Moon clan, and asked for forgiveness. The Lord said it was a waste of time. What good had Buchan done? The old man told the master that Lin Q was to blame for everything. It was because of him that the mission had failed. The Lord said that since Buchan had worked for him undercover for a long time, he would be given one last chance. What was he going to do? The old man replied that he would use a man from Kanglan to prepare for the next espionage mission. If it didn't work this time, he was prepared to pay with his own life. The Lord said that in that case, he would eagerly await the information. At night, Yang Xiao squatted on the lawn near his house with a barbell on his shoulders, trying to get stronger. The young man knelt down and thought that he was still too weak. He had to keep going, otherwise he would never be able to surpass Lin Q. An old man appeared behind the young man and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Yang Xiao recognized the old man and asked what he was doing here, since the whole academy was looking for him. Yue Bukun told the young man not to worry. He was here to help. The headmaster appreciated the young man's potential and wanted to reward him with the power of darkness, which would help such a fine young man become strong. Yang Xiao wondered why he should trust the old man. If the headmaster really wanted him to join, he would first have to show his sincerity. Buchan showed him the soul jade of the Night Devil, one of the 8 great ghost kings. This thing has existed for 1,000 years and still contains great power. With its help, anyone can be destroyed, even Lin Q. Yang Xiao said he was willing to join on the condition that he could get rid of his rival. He was willing to do anything. The elder said that he must first complete one task. Yang Xiao must deal with an old man. The young man was indignant. Yue Bukun asked if he didn't need the soul jade. Yang Xiao replied that he would complete the task right away. The young man entered the room where the deputy director of the academy was sleeping. The young man thought that he had been forced to do it anyway. The old man opened his eyes and asked why Yang Xiao had come so late. The young man swung his knife and said that he had come to visit the old man, whom he had always respected, and would do everything himself. Yang Xiao knelt down. The blade was sticking out of the deputy director's chest. Bukun laughed and said that Yang Xiao was truly a man of his word. Only he was worthy of the jade of the Night Devil's soul. The young man felt an incredible power surge through him. Bukun said that this power was difficult to control. Many people couldn't do it the first time. Would Yang Xiao be able to master it? Strange transformations began to occur in the young man. The young man shouted that he would cope with it and must destroy Lin Q. Bukun thought that the young man had combined the power of jade with his own abilities. Yang Xiao declared that he was overflowing with power, and that it had reached its limit. The old man warned that the young man's condition was unstable. He should not go into battle right away. He could go to the boss first. Yang Xiao did not listen and said that he had urgent business. He broke free and flew out the window. The protagonist handed out gifts to the girls. The young man said that there were enough gifts for everyone. Ji was surprised. New Year had not yet arrived, and they were already receiving gifts. Huang said that Lin Chu had earned a lot of money and decided to treat them. Qianzi, clutching the money to her chest, said that the master had finally remembered her salary. The young man took out a can of canned fish and said it was especially for Fox. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door. Hong Ye warned that there might be an enemy outside the door and that they should be careful. Lin Chu said he could sense the aura of the devil. The door flew open and Yang Xiao appeared on the threshold. He was not himself and said that it was Lin Chu's last day. Today he would definitely be destroyed. The protagonist told the scoundrel to get out of there immediately and kicked him in the jaw to show him the direction of travel. Yang Xiao flew out of the house into the courtyard. Lin Q looked closely and said that the guy had flown far away. The girls admitted that it was a very strong blow. Lin Q noted that Yang Xiao looked very bad. Had he turned into a monster? Yang Xiao replied that today he would send this guy straight to hell. Yang Xiao rushed at our hero, but Lin Qiu deactivated his opponent's attack. Hong Ye told her husband to be careful. Judging by the indicators, he has the soul jade of the Night Devil. This fact should not be underestimated. Yang Xiao activated the King of Wolves skill and summoned an energy beast. Lin Qiu asked what Yang Xiao was doing, how he dared to claw at him. Our hero delivered a devastating blow to his opponent's jaw with his fist. The system offered the user a choice: destroy Yang Xiao, torture Yang Xiao, or forgive and show mercy. Lin Qiu thought that the reward for torture would be best. Would the system really help him achieve S-Rank? For the reward, he was willing to do it. Lin Qiu began dancing in front of his opponent and suggested playing a game. He continued dancing and even sang, wrapping his opponent in white tape. Yang Xiao thought, is this really not the end? Lin Qiu struck with a frying pan and knocked his opponent to the ground. Lin Xi ran into the courtyard and said she also wanted to play with her brother. The girl's bear grew in size and turned into a monster. It growled loudly and pounced on Yang Xiao. The bear flew at the beaten young man with all his might. Lin Qiu barely managed to jump out of the way. Lin Xue thought that he had not yet completed the task, but it would not hurt to join forces. Yang Xiao shouted for them to let him go. His opponent was not acting alone. Lin Qiu said that Yang Xiao had come on his own and suddenly attacked. Of course, he wanted to fight one-on-one, but circumstances had turned out differently. Oniji rushed out of the house with a bucket and said she wanted to take out the trash. Oniji swung the large trash can at Yang Xiao with all her might. Zhuang asked if they had decided to intimidate someone without her. If they wanted to bully someone, they should call her right away. Yang Xiao said that this person's family scared him. Lin Qiu didn't expect Yellow to have such a trump card up her sleeve. Yellow replied that this was a completely new attack. Yang Xiao decided to run away, but Lin Qiu stopped him and said that the game had just begun. Yang Xiao cried out in fear that he was being attacked by a group of demons. He regretted his rashness. Behind the fence was an old man. He decided to watch the sounds of victory. Yang Xiao combined the Soul Jade and his abilities. Now he was able to destroy Lin Qiu. The uninvited guest was deactivated. The girls held him tightly. Our hero declared that he wanted to have some fun with Yang Xiao. Yue Bukon looked into the courtyard and was surprised. What was going on here? It was impossible to watch calmly. The task was completed. The young man thought that happiness comes unexpectedly. Yue Bukun rushed into the courtyard and grabbed Yang Xiao by the arms. The old man said he would save this guy. Lin Kuo said that there were two traitors in front of him, but it was useless for them to stick together. They would not win anyway. Yang Xiao shouted that he would eat Lin Ke to free himself from the hatred in his heart. The old man thought that even though Yang Xiao had become stronger, his physical abilities were still weak. If he continued in the same vein, he would perish. He could still be valuable, so he needed to be saved. Hong Ye said that Yang Xiao had awakened and his power was growing. It was necessary to deal with him. The sword added that he was ready to fight. Yue Bukun decided to leave and said that they would take revenge. Yang Xiao did not want to leave because Lin Qiu was still alive. Our hero caught up with the fugitives and asked how far they were going. However, the old man and the young man managed to escape. Lin Kuo thought that next time he would not be so kind. The situation was quite serious, and Tang Ling needed to be informed. Ming Yuan's henchmen had infiltrated the city, so measures had to be taken. The next morning came. The girls were arguing as usual. Deji was cleaning. The young man received a notification from the academy. The old man had been found dead in his home. The killer turned out to be Yang Xiao, who had joined the Ming clan. Lin Qiu said that Yang Xiao was willing to do anything to increase his power, even commit crimes. The sword said that it had finally absorbed enough of the Soul Jade's power. Lin Qiu realized that the sword was about to evolve. The sword turned into a spirit and acquired a body. It ended up in the hands of a girl. Lin Qiu said that the sword had also become human. Lin Si said that she could become this girl's older sister. Yellow said that this girl was very small compared to them. The girl laughed and said that starting today, she would drink beer and become the best master. Yellow thought that the newcomer was just crazy. Hong Ye laughed and said that the young man now had many sisters. Lin Qiu said that as the head of the family, he felt a lot of pressure. The mentor came on the line and asked if the young man had seen the announcement from the academy. Training exercises were being held in the city to raise the students' morale and make them feel safe. Lin Qiu asked if he should participate. Tang Lin replied that in order to compete with other teams from the academy, Lin Qiu had to form his own team of 3 people. He asked who his teammates would be. Tangling said that the young man already knew them. The protagonist had a bad feeling about this. The host invited the students to the competition. There were many spectators around the arena. The host said that soon the student teams would go to other cities to help. But first, they needed to improve their physical and mental abilities. He suggested welcoming the two groups in the first round of the competition. They were representatives of the Guangzhou Academy. Shang Qian said it was dangerous. Lin Qiu was surprised. Wasn't Fatso happy to be picked for the team? Qin Feng suggested everyone calm down. The broadcast was still going on. The audience was surprised. The competition had not yet officially begun, and three members of the same team were already arguing. Guanhou's team decided to attack and win in the first round. However, the Zhanglan team was ready for the attack and repelled their opponent's attack. The young people said it was their old combo. Their opponents were fooled. The fat man noted that the commander's idea was brilliant. The host said that the Zhanglan Academy had shown unprecedented power. It was definitely a victory. Shan'an Academy said they would not fall for such a trick. Lin Qiu said that now it was the turn of the magic sword. The girl was delighted that she had finally been called upon, and asked who she had to defeat. The Chengnan students were frightened. Had their opponent really called someone else to fight on his behalf? He even had a weapon. Lin Qiu declared that a spirit was not considered a substitute. This was known to everyone in the world, so the rules had not been broken. The girl threw the sword aside and said that if the opponents were afraid to fight with their bare hands, the Chengnan students said that it was just a small artifact, so they would attack. They would be ruthless, and their opponent would see their power. The girl said not to underestimate her, because she was very strong. She didn't care how many opponents there were. The spirit of the sword dealt with everyone. No one could handle it. After the battle, Lin Qiu admitted that the girl was indeed strong. Qin Feng asked where the commander had found her. Representatives from another academy said that the strong are not afraid of difficulties. Their academy is second to none. The fat man said he was excited. Qin Feng called for preparations for battle. Lin Qiu was surprised. Who were these aristocrats? After the battle, the host announced again that the Kanglan Academy had exceeded all expectations and won a crushing victory. Lin Xi watched the performance on TV and said that her little brother was very cool. Yellow said that she also wanted to enroll in this academy. They Ji once again acknowledged that the master was magnificent. Qin Feng said that they would continue to fight. The fat man declared that he had enough courage to fight everyone. The commander asked, "Are young people really wasting their energy?" The students ran onto the stage, shouting that they also wanted to fight and that they had fighting spirit. Tang Su thought that Lin Qiu had ignited the fighting spirit of these students with just a few words. This was the charm of their commander. A girl approached the stands and looked at the arena. It was Kongya. She said that she had finally met Lin Qiu. The host announced that the champion of this competition was the Zhanglan Academy. Lin Qiu thanked everyone who had sacrificed something for their victory. He expressed his gratitude to the audience, the students, and his fans. Lin Qiu was surprised. Would the prize really be an honorary banner and 500 coins? The fat man said that the main thing was participation, because it was a friendly match. Qin Feng added that it was the highest honor. Lin Qiu was delighted to be surrounded by many female fans. Hong Ye asked with a dissatisfied look why he was so excited. Shang Qian was also happy to see so many beautiful women around him. Qin Feng was surprised. Had the fat man never seen beautiful women before? One of the female fans said that she really liked brother Qin Feng. The bald man immediately offered to exchange phone numbers. All the fans wanted to know if the protagonist had a girlfriend and if he could give them his contact information. Lin Qiu said that he didn't have anyone and that he had never even touched a girl. Hong Ye, of course, was very angry. Suddenly, a stranger appeared and pushed all the fans aside. The girls were outraged. The unknown girl threw herself into the young man's arms and said that she had missed him very much. Lin Qiu was surprised. Where did Kongya come from? Tang Su and Mo Qingcheng were surprised. Who was she and why was she acting so presumptuous? The fat man was extremely upset. Why did his goddess hug Lin Qiu? Hong Ye was also against it. Our hero did not expect Kongya to show such enthusiasm. How could he justify himself later? The young man asked how the girl was doing. Kongya replied that the city of Lingfeng was completely safe. She had nothing to do, so she arrived early. The girl was excited and thought that Lin Qiu was still as handsome as ever. Qin Feng waved and greeted Kongya. He said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Kongya noticed that the bald man was still full of energy. The fat man asked if the goddess had forgotten him. Kongya asked in surprise who he was. Shang Qian was overwhelmed with grief. Now he didn't like the light. The fat man said that there was no longer any room for love in his life. Qin Feng pointed out that it wasn't the end of the world. The fat man would not remain alone for the rest of his life. Shang Qian asked why the bald man was so blunt and didn't know how to comfort people. Mo Qingcheng cried out that she couldn't accept it. Why was some girl hugging Lin Yue? Tang Su was frightened. It was the first time she had seen her friend so angry. The young man's admirers asked him who this girl was and why he was so close to her. Kongya said she was Lin Qiu's sister. They were so close that their rivals couldn't handle them. The young man thought his reputation was completely ruined. He hoped that his popularity would not disappear after this. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why had it gotten so cold all of a sudden? Hong Ye looked like an ice cloud. The next morning came. Lin Qiu saw Kongya at the door and thought it was all over. Hong Ye was angry with him. There was a big misunderstanding between them. The girl said she had bought food and suggested they have breakfast together, and she had also bought something for her younger sisters. Lin Qiu said that these dishes were for everyone, but why was no one eating? Our hero was afraid that this meal might be his last. Kongya said she had already had breakfast, so she would just sit nearby. Yellow asked, "Does this girl really think she can make them like her just by feeding them a normal breakfast?" Kongya asked Yellow if she was Lin Qiu's favorite. If so, she had a gift for her. Yellow replied that Kongya was very beautiful and kind. Lindsay said angrily that Yellow had changed her opinion very quickly. Was she a traitor? Sire declared that Kongya would not be able to get her little brother so easily. She should not try to please him. He already had a girlfriend. Kongya thought, had she made a mistake? Hong Yi appeared at the door and asked if this was Lin Qiu's friend. Kongya thought that this girl was very beautiful and had a wonderful figure. Lin Qiu was surprised. Had his wife materialized? It seemed that she was really angry. Hong Ye reached out and greeted her sister. The girl introduced herself as the bride and added that she had already signed a marriage contract with Lin Qiu. Kongya was surprised again. Lin Qiu had said the day before that he was single. Was it a joke? Kongya decided that she couldn't handle this beauty, so she greeted her in return, saying that she was Lin Qiu's friend. Hong Ye said that Lin Qiu's friend was her friend. The next time Kongya came to visit them, she should let them know in advance. Lin Shi said that brothers and sisters love each other. Kongya couldn't interfere with that. Kongya repeated that she was just a guest. Kongya turned to Hong Ye and expressed her hope that there would be no misunderstanding between them. Lin Qiu was like a brother to her, nothing more. Lin Shi got angry. She thought that Hong Ye had stolen her brother and her love, and now she wanted to take on the role of sister. Lin Shi declared that she was the only sister and no one should try to take that place. They Ji, holding the girl back, told Lin Shi not to get into a fight. Lin Shi warned the two not to get in her way, talk to her, or try to interfere with her. Huang and Oni Ji shouted that Lin Shi was going to fight them and was hurting them. Lin Qiu thought that he used to be angry and tried to keep everything under control. Now, no one can hurt him. He is completely devoted to his family. Hong Yi laughed and said that this was a real family idol. Kongya couldn't understand what was going on here. Lin Qiu had a terrible family. The young man had a very difficult life. The protagonist received a message from his older sister. The girl wanted to meet him the next day. Lin Qiu thought that she might have something important to discuss with him. Lin Qiu remembered the family hearth. Those were good times. The young man missed the days when his parents were still alive. They were ordinary, carefree children. Lin Qiu remembered the time when Seer took him by the hand and led him to catch a butterfly. His older sister told the children to be careful, otherwise they might fall. She and Qiu did indeed fall. Hua rushed to their aid because she had warned them not to rush. Hana told the younger ones not to cry and offered them candy. After that, the pain would surely go away. Their mother said that her children were growing up and learning to take care of each other. Their father said that the children were growing up and that childhood would soon be over. When trouble came, the parents took up arms to defend the city, but they knew they had to return to their children. Lin Wen swung his sword and destroyed the monsters that attacked the city. As a result of the fierce fighting, the parents died. The children cried bitterly and did not want their parents to leave. The older sister told the younger ones not to worry. She would protect them. Lin Qiu looked at his older sister and saw her tears. Had the memories touched her heart so deeply? Hana said she was fine. She just remembered the old days. Lin Qiu took his sister's hand and immediately felt embarrassed. The girl was surprised. Wasn't that normal when they were children? Lin Qiu replied that they had grown up. Lin Hua said that after the Night of Blood, her brother had matured considerably. It was time to tell her who he really was. Lin Hua continued. Her brother knew that he was actually adopted, didn't he? He was an orphan, and her father had brought the boy from the land of ghosts. They couldn't part with him, so her parents adopted him. Lin Q asked, had he simply been abandoned? Hana said that she and her sister would never have done such a thing. They had always loved him. Lin Kyo said that Hua would always be his beloved sister. He would become as strong as his father and protect Kanglan to the end. Hana said she believed her brother. He could do whatever he wanted, and she would always support him. The young man replied that he would live up to her expectations. Xinyuan City, the mission site. A helicopter circles over the destroyed area. The pilot reported that there were many ghosts on the ground, and they had split into groups. The young people should put on their parachutes and wait for the signal. He would look for a safe place to land. Lin Kyo looked down and said that the place was completely destroyed. Only ruins remained of the buildings. The fat man noted that there was a terrible smell coming from the ground. Qin Feng declared that it was time to fight. Lin Kyo announced that it was time to make money. They had to destroy their enemies and defeat all the ghosts. The students jumped out of the helicopter. Xiang Chen said that he would show them how to parachute. While he was skillfully performing stunts, the goddess would surely pay attention to him. Kongya said she didn't know how to parachute and asked if she could do it with Mo Ching-chung. Ching-cheng said she didn't know how to jump either and asked Lin Yue to take her with him. Lin Yue said that it was not difficult. The young man thought that the girls trusted him and he would help them with honor and dignity. The girls grabbed our hero from both sides and the three of them jumped out of the helicopter. Hongye tried to calm herself down. Lin Qiu was just helping his friends. She understood everything and wasn't angry. Under the force of gravity, the protagonist overtook his comrades and said he would go first. The fat man declared that this was too much. Lin Qiu had taken 2 girls at once. After landing, our hero invited the girls to take the express train and added that he was looking forward to their next visit. Kanya noted that the young man was a true gentleman. Lin Qiu stepped on some sticky liquid and said it was ghost slime. Huge insects were circling above the young people. Lin Qiu said that ghosts were approaching. Qin Feng immediately determined that they were insect ghosts and activated his weapon. The fat man said that if these insects bit, dangerous swelling would be inevitable. The insects secreted mucus, and Mo Qingcheng was attacked. The young people watched the girl's actions with interest. Hong Ye looked at her fiancé with anger. Qin Feng, watching Kongya, thought that it was necessary to save people. Hong Ye asked what her husband was thinking and why he wasn't saving the girl. Lin Yue thought that his wife was sometimes terrifying. He was just an innocent teenager. Couldn't he just watch? The main thing now was to destroy the insects. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why were there so many insects here? The fat man explained that according to the information he had received, this city had always been swarming with all kinds of insects. He added that they were just small fry. However, at that moment, a huge monster spider appeared. Lin Qiu told the fat man to keep quiet and not say anything unnecessary. Our hero began to move around the monster and thought that in this position he could dodge any attack. Kongya said she would take care of this monster and the rest could move on. Lin Ko said that the whole group was working well. They needed to focus and surround the monster. In the end, the huge monster spider was destroyed. But even in this form, it somehow grew in size. Hong Ye said that something was wrong here and that it would be better to leave this location. Suddenly there was an explosion. Another monster flew out of the spider's body. Lin Qiu shouted for everyone to spread out. Shang Qian looked at the winged monster and said that it looked disgusting. Qin Feng immediately suspected that this monster was similar to a fly. In addition, it had human skin. It could parasitize living organisms, controlling the movements of its victims. Kongya suggested that the monster was gathering others like itself and that they needed to deal with it quickly. However, it was too late to do anything about this monster. The number of such creatures had increased many times over. The people were surrounded. Lin Qiu said that if these monsters could parasitize, they would come to an end. Hong Ye admitted that this could end badly. The girl added that judging by their characteristics, their boss was one of the 8 ghost kings, the demon fly ghost. Lin Qiu expressed his hope that this time he would get the philosopher's stone. The fat man asked what they should do now. The protagonist replied that they could only fight. Suddenly, an SUV appeared in the town square with an armed man behind the wheel. There was a dog in the passenger seat. The armed man greeted the young people. Lin Qiu was surprised. Where did this old man come from if they had been told that there was no one here? The driver, shooting at the monsters, said there was no time to talk. The young people should get into the car quickly. Lin Qiu told everyone to get in the car. They didn't know the whole situation, and it was impossible to continue fighting. That same evening, the young people found themselves in a temporary shelter. There was a rich arsenal of weapons here. The man said that he hadn't seen people in a very long time, which was evident from the joy on his face. The girls thanked their savior and asked if he really lived here alone. The man nodded affirmatively. He explained that 6 months ago, Chinyon was attacked by insects. All the people died or mutated under the influence of these monsters. His family had also perished. He was crushed with grief, but then discovered he had an unusual ability to bless bullets with spiritual power. Thanks to this, he had survived. The man said that now he was alone. All he wanted was to destroy as many of these insects as possible and rebuild his city. The protagonist told the man not to worry. They would help save the city. It was their mission. Mo Qingqing saw a huge cockroach on her chest and screamed in fear, "The monsters are coming." Konya said that there were more cockroaches here, but she was ready to crush them all. The owner of the shelter told the girls to calm down. These were armored cicadas, pawns of the ghost cockroach. They could simply be crushed. The fat man asked, "Isn't ghost cockroach just another name for cockroach?" Hong Ye told her husband that this was serious. The ghost cockroach is one of the 8 ghost kings. The protagonist realized that there were at least 2 ghost kings in this city. Mo Qingqing asked those around her to help her get rid of the cockroach. The system offered the user a choice. Ignore Mo Qingqing and see what happens. Destroy the cockroach and go straight to the king. Eat the cockroach to gain its power. The third option seemed unacceptable, but the reward beckoned our hero. Lin Wei decided that for the sake of the reward, he would do it. The young man removed the cockroach from the girl's chest and put it in his mouth. Everyone present was speechless. Qin Feng said it was very cool. He had never seen anything like it. Lin Chu noted that the cockroach tasted like chicken. It crunched between his teeth and contained a lot of protein. The owner of the shelter said that if the young man was hungry, he could have just said so. He had food. The task was completed, and the skill was acquired. Fortunately, the protagonist did not have time to swallow the cockroach, so he pulled it out of his mouth. The system reported that the extraction was successful. The user gained the skill of communicating with cockroaches. However, it was better than nothing. The young man assumed that this skill had a fantastic effect. Lin Qiu heard a voice from below and looked into the closet. There were 2 cockroaches there. One of them said that the man had eaten their older brother. Lin Qiu was surprised. Could he really hear the cockroaches talking? Lin Qiu heard the frightened cockroaches begging for mercy and saying that they had nothing to do with it. The young man thought he should take advantage of these cockroaches. Hong Ye said that the cockroach king was on bad terms with the fly leader. He could try to take advantage of this. Lin Qiu told the cockroaches that they had 2 choices. Either he would eat them, or they would take him to their leader. The cockroaches chose the second option and promised to take him to their boss. Qin Feng looked at the squad commander and said that it was difficult to understand why they were not behaving normally. The fat man was surprised. Was the commander really communicating with cockroaches? Tang Su said that Lin Qiu was forced to communicate with the little creatures. Lin Qiu took the cockroaches in his hands and said he would be back soon. The fat man said that the commander may not have eaten the cockroach, but he had definitely become a monster. The territory of the cockroaches, Qinyan City. Cockroaches were everywhere. Lin Qiu saw their numbers and said that it was a whole kingdom of cockroaches. The little cockroach replied that it was their base. The cockroaches shouted that an intruder had appeared, and were surprised that these 2 could bring a human here. The cockroach brothers declared that this man must be taken to the boss, otherwise they would all perish. The cockroaches became hostile and called the 2 traitors. Lin Qiu said that this was a complete disregard for the lives of their fellow creatures, and that next time he would capture someone more important. Someone's voice rang out in indignation. Why is it so noisy here? Why are they disturbing his sleep? It was a girl's voice. The cockroaches realized that this was their leader and immediately fell silent. The girl climbed down from a pile of rubbish. Lin Qiu asked the girl, "Is she a ghost cockroach, one of the kings of the underworld?" The girl cried out for the man not to look at her like that. The young man said that the girl was very small and that he should be careful not to crush her. The girl transformed into a more mature form and said that this was her complete form. Lin Qiu said that she was still a child and thought that this ghost king looked cute. The girl tried to punch the young man but couldn't reach him. Hong Ye told Lin Qiu to be careful. The girl was very strong. However, it was too late, and the young man experienced the girl's fist firsthand. Lin Qiu took out a can of cola and said it was a gift for the girl to make friends. The young man thought that this ghost had A-class strength. The girl was surprised. Did this person really want to bribe her with a bottle of cola? She wouldn't drink it. She was just thirsty. The girl said that something was happening to her body. What had the man put in it? She felt her breathing quicken and wondered why it tasted so good. The cockroaches crawled up to the empty can and decided to try what the girl had drunk. They felt elated and said they had lost their natural strength. The girl said she wanted more of this drink. One bottle was not enough. Lin Kyo thought that the ghost cockroach was actually a gourmet. This drink had won her over. Lin Kyo said he could provide unlimited life energy, but they had to promise to eradicate the ghost fly. The girl said that Manhwa was probably just paying lip service. Everything could change. She added that they were longtime rivals, had been fighting over territory for a long time, and had wanted to battle each other for a long time. She agreed to find the conditions. Lin Kyo said that in that case, everything was settled. He hoped for fruitful cooperation and handed out more jars of living water. The girl cried out that it was simply paradise and exclaimed, "Long live drinks!" The dungeon master turned on the flamethrower and said that the insects had found their way to his base. The bald man, waving his spear, said that these insects annoyed him. Lin Kyo reported that their captain was returning and began to destroy the insects. He asked the girls, did they still doubt his courage? He formed an alliance with the ghost cockroach. From that moment on, they became brothers. The fat man laughed and said that Lin Kyo was also a cockroach in that case. The owner of the shelter added that it was simply brilliant, to defeat the enemy with the help of the enemy. A group of radical cockroaches supported the rescue team. They shouted that they would do it together. Lin Kyo declared that now all enemy forces had been defeated. The next day, the rescuers gathered to go to the Fly Queen to settle the score with her. The Queen of the Flies is one of the 8 Ghost Kings. Her assistants reported that, upon learning of the alliance between humans and cockroaches, she decided to create the most powerful insect to destroy all enemies at once. Thus, the flying rat was created and immediately given an important task. It was necessary to destroy all survivors. This could be done for a corresponding reward. The flying rat declared that it was time to hunt, and breaking free rushed to carry out the task. Hong Yi said that this was the first time she had seen her husband so focused. The young man was holding a broom in his hands. The fat man remarked that these flies were simply disgusting. Qin Feng said that he didn't see anything disgusting. It was just food. After the battle, the cockroaches celebrated their victory and said they had enough food for a whole week. The flying rats flew out of the portals and began to descend to the ground, ready for battle. Qin Feng said that it seemed as if a ghost had dropped rats on them from the sky. Lin Yue noted that they had just finished cleaning up, and the trash was reappearing. The cockroaches said that they were in for a double lunch. Life was too good. Lin Yue ordered the squad to return. One of the flying rats crashed into Mo Qingcheng's chest. The girl was upset. "Why me again?" The flying rat said it had to avenge its brave warriors. The rat added that the man should try to fight it. Could he handle it? The system again offered the user a choice: retreat, fight alone, or attack together. Lin Q decided that he had to learn to fly. Our hero activated the magic blade and said it was time for him to fly. A little girl fluttered above him. She asked if the young man still remembered her and said she would help him fly. The girl threw our hero up, thinking that he would destroy the rat anyway. The mission was complete, and the young man began to fall. The task was accomplished, but he still couldn't fly. The girl rushed to the protagonist and said she would save him. She grabbed the young man by the hair and kept him from falling. Hong Ye held up an umbrella and said she would help her husband. Lin Kyo thanked his wife and noted that she had done a good job. Hong Ye said she could feel the aura of the sage's stone. The young man added that he could also feel the aura inside the old man. Lin Kyo struck with his sword and told the rat to taste his hospitality. The rat used teleportation and disappeared from view. Lin Q told it to surrender. Why fight the voice of reason? Hong Ye noticed again that something was wrong here. The aura was very strange. The rat activated its full transformation and turned into a huge monster. It said that these people had really angered it. Lin Kyo said that it was an insignificant rat skill and wondered if she was really bragging about it. Kongya shouted that she would help and use the time delay skill. The huge rat approached the girl and shouted, "Does she really want to defeat me with childish tricks?" Mo Qingcheng was nearby and asked if everything was okay with Kongya. She confirmed that she was fine. The fat man told the dragon to destroy the rat. Qin Feng shouted at the fat man not to get involved and to be careful. The rat said that it loved to draw blood from pathetic people. The sword spirit activated the unbeatable wind skill. Hong Ye warned the young people to run to the side. Lin Yue noted that the fog was poisonous. Fatso said that all the fog was on their side. Qin Feng explained that the captain wanted to see if they could handle unexpected circumstances. The fat man ordered the red dragon to use its power. The dragon sprang into action. Qin Feng said that the dragon's help was invaluable. Xiang Qian acknowledged that the dragon had done a good job. In the evening, he would be rewarded with a roast chicken. The girl, the spirit of the sword, said that they needed to be more serious and show unity. The sword told the young man to take it in his hands and destroy the rat. Lin Qiu immediately felt that the sword's power had increased. The rat said that it already had something, and that no one could defeat it. Lin Qiu attacked the rat. The monster couldn't believe that the young man had a divine weapon and wondered how such a person could have it. The enormous monster was attacked and claimed that these people were attacking from behind, which was against all conventions. Lin Qiu said that they had only just begun. Was it really over already? Hong Ye said that caution must be exercised, as it was not over yet. He must have the Philosopher's Stone, which constantly generates new powers. The rat had indeed become much larger. The fat man was surprised. How were they able to split up? Qin Feng suggested dealing with the clones as well. Lin Qiu said that the attack must be stopped, otherwise the rat would only get bigger. The rescuers fought the rats. However, Qin Feng said that they needed to come up with something. They couldn't go on like this. Lin Qiu replied that he had everything under control, and there was no need to worry. The young man repelled all of his opponent's attacks. Mo Qingcheng said that this was an excellent opportunity, and that they should take advantage of it to attack the rats at the same time. The owner of the shelter drove up again in his SUV and said he had rat traps. Lin Qiu looked at the traps and said that the old man was simply inhumane. However, good things should be used. The traps were set up everywhere, and the rats fell into them. The monsters said that these were not humans, but real devils. Lin Qiu activated multiple suppression and wanted to see how the rats would cope with it. The sword said that the feeling chilled him to the bone. The flying rat said that they couldn't stay here or everyone would die. Lin Qiu sent his magic blade in pursuit. However, the rat managed to track the attack and dodge the blade. The little girl, the spirit of the sword, attacked the flying rat. The rat was surprised. How is it possible to fight yourself? The huge sword cut the flying rat in two. Lin Qiu received another fragment of the sage's stone. Lin Qiu handed the stone to his wife and said that the new fragment would help her recover much faster. Hong Ye replied that her husband was doing too much for her. Hong Ye swallowed the stone and said she felt unbridled energy. The girl couldn't control herself and, approaching her husband, hugged him. It was palpable, and everyone could see it. Xiang Qian asked in surprise where this beauty had come from. Mo Qingcheng wondered who she was and why she was so close to Lin Yue. Qin Feng suggested that she had been summoned from another world. Kongya said that she was the bride who had signed a contract with him. The owner of the shelter said that there was so much energy here that even new people were appearing. Hongye said that she couldn't control her body, so everyone saw her. Lin Yue realized that she had been exposed. The fat man was surprised. Did the commander hide this girl? Qin Feng asked. Did Lin Qiu fall in love? Mo Qingcheng wondered who she was. Kongya said it would be better if Lin Qiu explained everything. His friends demanded that Lin Qiu tell them everything immediately. However, our hero felt that he couldn't reveal that she was his fiancée. The protagonist said that she was a guardian spirit. Her name was Hong Ye. Everyone present was of course surprised. Was she really a guardian spirit? Hong Ye confirmed this and added that she was also his fiancée. Although they had not yet had an official ceremony, they were already almost married. Qin Feng said that only Lin Qiu could have such a powerful spirit. The fat man, as always, was upset. Why does this man get all the best things? Mo Qingcheng realized that she had no chance. The girl couldn't accept it, and declared that her heart was now broken. Konya tried to calm Mo Qingcheng down. Qingcheng burst into tears and said she was very sad. Konya said she understood her feelings. At the same time, the girl thought that Qingcheng smelled very good. Shangtai noticed that the world was unfair. He wanted to lose weight and return to the past. Qin Feng said that this was unrealistic because Fat Man ate too much every day. Lin Yue hoped that this performance would end soon. Lin Qiu asked his wife what was going on and why they could see her. Hong Ye replied that the energy of the sage's stone was very strong, and its fragments had merged, strengthening her flesh and blood. Now she was closer to a human body, so she could not remain invisible. Lin Qiu noted that in that case, her body would soon be completely transformed. The girl was upset. Why did he always think about the same thing? Lin Qiu explained that it was because he liked her. The Queen of Flies was informed that things were going extremely badly. The humans had destroyed the winged rat. Rumor had it that they had even eaten the rest. The Queen said that this rat was a failure. How dare it die? Who would accompany her at night now? The Queen of Flies decided not to be upset and to enjoy her last moments. The strongest beetle she had created was about to be born, and these people would become food for her child. The Queen of Flies decided to see how the man and the cockroach would cooperate with her in the future. The next day arrived. The protagonist asked his squad if they were ready. He added that they would all go together, as one, to attack and destroy the Queen of the Flies and all her minions. The old man behind the wheel of the car, accompanied by a horde of cockroaches, said that he was attacking the flies for the sake of Qinyun City, for the sake of world peace. The cockroaches announced that they were attacking for food. Half an hour passed. Lin Q noticed that, according to the topographic map, the demonic fly should be somewhere around here. The young people looked at each other with loving eyes. The fat man said that if he saw another display of love, he would destroy the couple. Now was not the time for that. Qin Feng told the fat man to calm down. Mo Qingcheng started crying again. She had just fallen in love, and her heart was already broken. Sheng Qian asked in surprise why the old man and the army of cockroaches had not returned to search for food. They were dying of hunger. The insect watched the rescue team from around the corner. It was a high-level mantis ghost. It said it had finally found these people. The mantis jumped out in front of the young man and said that he would now show what he was capable of. The mantis began to dance and warned that it would attack soon. The young people smiled. Qin Feng said that this mantis was quite cute. The fat man warned that the mantis only seemed harmless. Lin Q announced that they couldn't relax, because this was no ordinary mantis. The mantis declared that these people were just smug monsters. Countless insects were destroyed or torn to pieces. The mantis said that they had endured this humiliation for a long time. Hong Ye said that she felt a strong aura. Lin Chu took out his sword and told everyone to step aside. The insect flew up and declared that it was too late for people to retreat. Suddenly, all the people disappeared. Only Hong Ye remained in the square. This was the result of the mantis's insidious magic. It turned out that the young people had not disappeared, but had become very small. Qin Feng was surprised. What was going on? The fat man said he did not want to turn into an insect. Lin Chu explained that they had shrunk because of the mantis's magic. Hong Ye looked around and asked where everyone had gone. Lin Chu shouted to his wife, but she couldn't hear him. The young man was upset. Where had the mental connection gone? The mantis appeared in front of the people. Now it was much bigger than them. The insect said that now they had switched roles, and it would show them what it meant to be cruel. The fat man was surprised. Why had the mantis become so big? Lin Kyo activated the fiery fist of fury and said that if the mantis grew larger, it would only take one move to return it to its original form. However, the young man was unsuccessful. Lin Kyo was frightened and said that it was just an accident and that it was necessary to summon the magic blade urgently. The fat man began to summon the dragon demon. The sword spirit said that she had also shrunk. The magic dragon had also significantly reduced in size. The fat man did not understand why his divine beast had shrunk. How did it work? People began to run away from the mantis. Lin Q noticed that even spiritual power was now small. How could they fight in such conditions? In front of the young people, one of them asked, "Why did Lin Q become so small?" The fat man noticed that now the cockroaches were also huge. Lin Q thought that he had met the cockroaches at the right time and that he could use their power. Our hero mounted a cockroach and declared that they must fight back. The cockroaches united for victory and for food. Qin Feng climbed onto a cockroach and said that he could ride it too. The fat man said that he also liked the idea. The girls climbed onto the cockroaches together. Kanya asked if she could hold on to Mo Qingcheng because she was very nervous. The rescue squad rode the cockroaches, waving their weapons, and rushed at the mantis. Lin Kyo attacked his opponent with his sword. The mantis blocked all attacks and even counterattacked. The cockroaches also tried to strike, using a long pencil. The mantis cut the pencil into small pieces with its sharp claws. Lin Kyo used a hidden attack and kicked the mantis. The mantis was frightened and asked how the man dared to attack from behind. Did this weakling not dare to fight him face to face? The girls concentrated and used their magical abilities to create a magic circle to affect the mantis's mental state. It was a long-range attack. The mantis lost his footing and fell to the ground. Lin Q shouted that he was still alive and that they had to keep going, and swinging his sword, rushed at his opponent. The mantis flushed with rage, his body burst into flames, and he said that these people had angered him. Now he would destroy everyone who was still alive. He activated his maximum firepower. The old man's dog happened to be nearby. With a quick movement of its paw, it stepped on the mantis. After that, the dog grabbed the mantis with its teeth and began to chew it. The old man asked, "What is this dog eating again?" The fat man rejoiced and said that the mantis was finished. Lin Q was glad that everyone was safe and sound. After that, the people returned to their normal size and became like everyone else. Hong Ye saw her husband and rushed towards him. Lin Qiu said that they had fallen into a trap, but now everything was fine. Kong Ye was completely calm and hugged Mo Ching-cheng. Qin Feng and Shang Qian hugged the dog and thanked him. The cockroaches were also grateful to this animal. Lin Qiu thought it was time to meet with the head of the cockroaches and deal with the demonic fly. In the lair of the demonic fly, the queen said that her precious children had finally been born. A giant insect appeared, a newcomer to the A level. The queen said that her precious child was simply magnificent. He was a true king. The insect declared that it was hungry and needed food. It needed a lot of food. The queen told it not to worry. Soon, they would occupy the city of Qinyun, and then they would have a real feast. Suddenly, a little girl appeared in the air and shouted that stinky flies only think about food. The queen looked up and asked who this little cockroach was. She added that it was a great coincidence. She was just looking for someone to help her stretch her legs. The huge monster prepared to attack the cockroaches. The Queen of Flies took out her demonic sword, which looked like a whip. The cockroach girl said that the fly would not have time to do anything and activated her unique abilities. The queen called on all the black flies to attack their rivals, the hated cockroaches. The rivals met, swinging their weapons. The girl had a cockroach sword in her hands. At that moment, the fly was on the huge monster. The queen said she would make all the cockroaches cry. The cockroach girl said she hated the nasty flies. The cockroaches and flies watched the battle between their bosses from the sidelines. They thought that such a battle was always very exciting. The queen of the flies said that even after many years, this little cockroach was still weak. The girl said that even after many years, this queen was still stupid. Her brain had grown to 2 balls on her chest. The queen said that the girl was just a jealous fool. The girl replied that the queen of flies had large breasts but no brains at all. Last time, she was the one who lost in the Phantom Beauty contest. The queen of flies said that it was too long ago, and how dare she mention it. She just wanted love, but the male ghosts despised her for being too dirty. The fly and the cockroach continued to argue for a long time, calling each other names and swearing. The queen of flies began to swing her whip around. The cockroach girl responded with her sword. The queen was surprised at how easily her rival had avoided her attack. The girl said that she was very excited and thought she could finish off her rival once and for all. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of the cockroach girl, the Queen of Flies' child. The girl realized that the ghost created by the Queen of Flies actually possessed the power of an A-level novice. However, the monster released green slime, and the cockroach girl was covered in this liquid. Her armor began to corrode rapidly. The Queen of Flies said that she had not promised that everything would be too easy. She would now tear her rival to shreds, for she was the most beautiful queen of ghosts. Out of nowhere, an SUV appeared, ran over the Queen of Flies and knocked her down. There was a rescue team in the car. Lin Qiu said they had come to save the cockroach girl. The girl said she could move now. Lin Qiu picked up the girl and carried her to safety. Hong Ye blushed with embarrassment and said that this was punishment for him taking advantage of his position and other people's girls. Lin Qiu said not to misunderstand him, but the girl was clearly taking advantage of them. The Queen Fly said that this guy was quite cute. They should catch him, play with him, and then eat him. The cockroach girl said that the stinky fly shouldn't even think about it. She wouldn't dare hurt him. Lin Qiu called on everyone to attack the Queen of Flies and deal with her. The sword spirit said she was already here. The Queen Fly swung her whip and said that this time she would destroy the young man. The girls surrounded the protagonist on all sides and created a protective barrier for him. The rescue team also prepared to attack the fly to protect their commander. A group of cockroaches demanded that the Queen Fly be destroyed. The Queen Fly activated the Ghost Squall technique, and her whip turned into a monster. She was ready to fight back. The Queen Fly attacked, and people scattered in different directions. Lin Qiu thought that the devilish ghost fly and the giant worm it summoned were A-level. But here, only the cockroaches were A-level. The rest were all B-level. The enemy was strong, but they must not give up. Our hero turned into a demon again and took his demonic sword in his hands, putting all his strength into it. The young man swung and attacked the huge monster. There was fog in front of him. It was the breath of ghosts. He couldn't breathe in this vapor. However, the huge monster grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and lifted him off the ground. The Queen of Flies said that her baby was simply wonderful. His rival grabbed her whip again and swung it. Lin Qiu, exhausted, fell to the ground. The spirit of the sword flew to the young man and told him to hold on. Lin Qiu thought that with S-level physical protection, his life was safe. At the critical moment, his potential was stimulated, and the supernatural fragments accumulated in his body rapidly condensed. Our hero regained his strength, his body regained its power and resilience. The young man awakened his second ability. Muravyov couldn't understand what was happening. Where did this man get such a powerful aura? The rescue team realized that their commander had awakened. It was a new power. The system reported that the user had unlocked a new SSS level ability. A huge energy beast appeared above our hero. The golden monkey Sun Wukong. Hong Ye said that Lin Qiu had indeed awakened. Currently, his power had reached A level. It was simply incredible. He was worthy of being a master. He had enough power for that. The Queen of Flies said that this was not the end. She also had awakening abilities. The ghost fly called her baby to help and cut this man into pieces. Lin Qiu, having gained new abilities, swung his arm and delivered a powerful blow to the huge monster. The monster was deactivated. The ghost fly said that in that case, she would deal with this man herself. The cockroach girl and Hong Ye declared that they were the main opponents of the Queen of Flies. The ghost fly said that even if 2 people attacked her, she would not be afraid. Mo Qingcheng and Kong Ye were already fighting off the swarm of flies. The girls asked the fat man to help them. Xiang Qian replied that these insects were very disgusting. The flies attacked the fat man and began to bite him. The young man fought back and shouted loudly. The sword spirit, waving her weapon, said she would help the fat man. The fat man burst into tears. Had they deliberately done this so that he would be left without clothes? Why did the sword spirit cut his clothes? The girl, waving her sword, said she would destroy all the monsters. Her strength would help her become the best. Lin Qiu told the little elf to step aside. He would deal with this monster himself. Lin Qiu had to admit that this monster fought ruthlessly. The monster kept repeating that it wanted to eat. The Queen of Flies said that her baby couldn't lose, but she herself could sacrifice him. The queen added that, as expected, it was a good child raised by its mother, because she had put so much effort into it. Lin Qiu said that now the Queen of Flies possessed the power of this monster. They had united. He added that if the enemy had united, they could do the same. The magic knife, the elf, and the blood spirit scissors all combined into a new weapon. The sword told Lin Qiu's wife to hurry up and destroy someone. The ghost fly warned her rivals to line up one by one, as she was ready to destroy them all. Hong Ye said that only the Ant Queen would die today. Our heroes attacked simultaneously, but were unable to break through the Ant Queen's defenses. Lin Qiu noted that his opponent had a shield that could not be broken so easily. Hong Ye shouted that she was attacking and activated the Demon Eater scissors. Lin Qiu said it was good work. Now it was his turn to use his new skills. The old man watched the battle from the roof of his hideout and said it was a great slaughter. He must not fall behind. The old man's weapons were ready, and he declared that it was time to destroy all the insects in the city. The old man mounted his smartphone on a selfie stick and said that he was inviting everyone to Qinyun's live stream channel. The man showed the remote control and said he had many gifts. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion behind the streamer. The old man thanked the neighboring king for the rocket and also expressed his gratitude to Yu Feng for another rocket. The Ant Queen lay exhausted on the ground, but repeated that she could not lose. It was simply impossible. Lin Qiu stated that nothing was impossible. The ghost fly had decided to attack people and must be punished for it. The fly did not understand where an ordinary person got such a strong aura. The protagonist looked like a true winner. The cockroach girl said that times had changed, and now the only way out was peaceful coexistence. Lin Qiu patted the girl on the head and said that the cockroach understood everything. The girl cried out that she was not a child, and that there was no need to treat her that way. The ghost fly stood up and said that these people were very naive. Did they really think she only had one child? The fly shouted that she was summoning an army of bugs and that her children would appear soon. The fat man laughed and showed an image on his smartphone. He said that the old man had blown up the insect cradles and shown it live on TV. Qin Feng added that the nearest ghosts had also been destroyed. Lin Qiu praised everyone. The protagonist said again that he intended to end this and swung his stick at the Ant Queen. The system again offered the user a choice: destroy the ghost, send the Ant Queen to prison, or forgive her. Based on the reward, the young man chose the second option. The ghost fly was tied up. She asked what they were going to do with her. Hong Ye asked if her husband was really going to let her go. The young man replied that he would take her to the night watchman for questioning. She was an important figure in the criminal world with valuable information. The ghost fly declared that she would not say anything. Lin Yue said that her ghostly aura had evaporated, and now she was a useless ghost. The fat man added that he was ready to take care of her. Lin Qiu said that everyone had done a great job. Now they could rest, and he invited everyone to dinner that evening. The old man said that he never thought he would have such a peaceful day and asked what the young man was going to do next. Lin Qiu replied that some cities were still under siege and the battle must continue. Order had not been restored everywhere, and his wife's body had not yet been completely transformed. The rest of the sage's stones had to be found. The protagonist added that first they had to get rid of the ghost cockroach. The girl was indignant. Had they decided to turn against her after their victory? Lin Qiu replied that this was not the case. He wanted to introduce the girl to his sisters and accept her help. The girl was surprised. Shouldn't people hate ghosts? Lin Qiu said that this was not the case. Everyone has supernatural abilities. Some may be ghosts, so they cooperate with the good people of the ghost world. All the ghosts in his house had once defended their right to live. The cockroach girl said that living among humans, one did not have to worry about food and clothing, and she envied that. Lin Qiu said that when she joined his family, he would often bring her food. The old man remarked that it looked very sweet from the outside. Lin Qiu realized that he hadn't been home in a long time and didn't know how his sister was doing. It was time to go back. Lin Shi, accompanied by her assistants, was on her way to college. The girl considered herself a diligent elementary school student because she studied hard every day and achieved good results. Lin Shi contacted her brother via IP telephony. Yellow noticed that Lin Shi had been smiling at her phone all day. "Is she okay?" she asked. Ji replied that Xier was just happy and that there was no need to spoil the mood. Dingxi saw the latest information about her brother on her smartphone. She thought that Lin Qiu was very talented, so he should be with her, not Hong Ye. Yellow added that Lin Shi was trying to control her brother. Lin Xi looked back and said that the two of them were becoming too self-confident. Behind the girl were strangers, who said that the two faithful companions were not there today. They were simply tired of Lin Shi. She was a little schoolgirl who was always hiding behind her brother. They said that she could always fight back. But today, for some reason, she was too calm. Lin Xi said that these students were very cute, but they should remember that fighting was forbidden. The strangers said that this girl was actually very weak and had no abilities. Her brother was probably nothing special either. Lin Shi got angry. How dare they say that about her and her brother? They don't dare to say that. The girl punched the high school students and they flew far away. Lin Shi said she had warned them. There was no need to laugh at her and her brother. A teacher approached Lin Shi and asked what Xier was doing. The senior students said that the teacher should stand up for them, and they were ready to tell the whole truth. Lin Shi rushed to the teacher and said that they were bullying her. The teacher told Lin Shi not to worry. She would sort everything out. The victims claimed that Lin Shi was to blame for everything. Xier noticed that they called her ugly and called her a servant. The teacher asked why they were bullying her. They were all in the lower grades, but why were they so different? The victims hung from a tree and said it wasn't true. Xier admitted that she was also wrong. Her companions couldn't hold back and took their anger out on her. She was the leader here, so it was her duty to set a good example for them. Her companions needed to be punished. The teacher told Lin Shi not to blame herself and added that she would help the girl punish the culprits. The teacher asked the older students to follow her. Lin Shi celebrated her victory and insisted that she would get to them. After all, you can't bully little kids. A classmate approached the girl and asked why she was still there. They needed to hurry to the playground. The party was about to begin. Tables with refreshments were set up on the sports field. Boxes of gifts stood in the corner of the stage. Everyone was waiting for the celebrations to begin. The principal said that the younger students from the two schools would become even stronger together. Lin Shi and her friends were already near the refreshments. The girls began to eat greedily. Those present were surprised. How long had these three not eaten? One of the students asked Lin Shi if she was the bully from the Songlan Academy. The young people were talents from Elliston College. One of them said his name was Master Tiger. He came here to fight Lin Shi. The young man believed that today he would become the main bully among the two schools. Lin Shi replied that she didn't care who he was, as long as he didn't interfere with her eating. The bully from the neighboring college knocked the food out of the girl's hands and said that she was too weak to even dare to fight him. Lin Shi was outraged. It was her sandwich. It was very tasty, and she had spent time making it. Lin Shi shouted that this scoundrel would regret what had happened. After that, her bear attacked 3 students from the neighboring college. Yellow was outraged. Why wasn't she invited to the fight, and she struck one of the guests. Bear grabbed the main bully from Elliston College by the legs and spun him around in front of him for a long time. The teacher who was disciplining the students was surprised by what was happening. The redhead was so angry that she even hit the teacher, with her foot in the jaw. Lin Shi said that you can't hit a woman. After all, she is their teacher. The students from the neighboring college shouted that they wanted to go home and would never do it again. Lin Shi praised Bear for his efforts. The yellow-haired girl caused a disturbance and shouted that their college couldn't lose. Lin Shi sat in the stands and watched as representatives from the two schools fought each other. Seer took out a notebook and began to write a letter to her brother about what a good day it was. She and Elliston were having a good time. However, such a life was boring. She wanted to grow up quickly and go on a mission with her brother. Kanglin Airport. The young people returned to their hometown. The fat man knelt down and said that he had many memories connected with this city. He loved this land very much. Lin Yue was greeted by many fans. They considered this young man to be perfection itself. Lin Qiu took off his sunglasses and said that the fans were just crazy. Our hero did not think that the day would come when they would be so famous. Che Feng did not understand how to get through, because there were fans everywhere. The fat man was upset again. Why did even the bald man have fans, but he had none? Mo Qingqing announced that she still had things to do, so they had to go home immediately. Kongya told Qingqing not to worry. She had a good solution. Kongya called everyone over to her. Lin Yue asked what they were whispering about. Qinfeng and Fat Man said that this was the only way to return quickly. The young people pushed their commander toward the fans and told him to take the brunt of the attack. "And you happily accepted your idol." The young man shouted not to take off his clothes. Fatso and the others quickly ran away while no one was paying attention to them. Fatso said he liked the plan. 3 hours after Lin Qiu was handed over to the crowd, his physical condition deteriorated. The young man managed to escape and said that these wild animals had even stripped him of his underwear. He decided that he couldn't walk around the city naked. After all, he was a gentleman. He needed to ask Seer to bring him some clothes. Lin Qiu looked at his smartphone and was surprised. His personal belongings were being sold at auction. The young man did not understand what was going on. Lin Qiu said that the fans had gone completely crazy. Hong Ye drew the young man's attention to what was happening. Small street vendors were selling photos of our hero. They claimed that these were limited edition photos that only they had. Fans peeked out from the nearby bushes and said that their idol had appeared. Lin Qiu ran away. The fans began chasing the young man again. The protagonist did not understand why people were so ruthless. Moving through the back alleys, the young man managed to get home. Lin Qiu entered the house and saw his sister packing her things. Yellow was helping her. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was Seer really going to move? Lin Si told her brother to sit down and rest. The young man snatched the smartphone from his sister's hands and looked at the screen. The screen displayed information about the auction he had seen earlier that day. The girl had collected and put up for sale her brother's old belongings, which had been sitting on the shelves for a long time. Sire apologized, saying she wanted to help her brother earn money. Yellow said that Lin Shi was extremely obsessed with money. Lin Si was indignant and told Yellow not to pretend she was innocent. Lin Qiu said that even though his sister had good intentions, he still didn't agree. Seer promised to return everything to its place. Lin Qiu explained that he meant something completely different. After what had happened, the price of these things should be much higher. If they started selling them, they should sell them for a good price. Lin Shi was delighted and said she understood everything. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door and Mo Qingcheng appeared on the threshold. She said that the young man must help her. Qingcheng calmed down a little and explained her request. She wanted Lin Qiu to be her temporary boyfriend. Hong Ye immediately declared that she was against this relationship. Lin Shi also said that her brother already had a girlfriend, so there was no need to get carried away. Mo Qingcheng explained that it wasn't what they thought. Qingcheng explained that today was her grandfather's birthday. When she returned home, she heard that they were planning to marry her off to a guy from the Luo family. Qingcheng added that she didn't want to become part of their family and get married so early. Ho Feng followed Qing Yue and Su Teng to complete the task. But not everyone was a reliable fighter. Now only Lin Qiu could help her. The girl asked for permission to enter into a fictitious marriage contract so that her family could annul the previous one. Hong Ye said she would allow her husband to go with her. Qingcheng thanked her warmly. Lin Qiu told his wife not to worry, because she would always remain in his body. Hong Ye promised not to be jealous. Lin Si asked what kind of scene they were playing out here. Lin Qiu arrived at the Mo family's house. The young man thought he was good at everything. Mo Qingcheng said that Lin Qiu looked very good. Kongya thanked her sister for the invitation and for allowing her to wear the dress. Lin Qiu said that the skirts suited the girls. Qingcheng and Kongya became even more beautiful. Hong Ye told her husband that it didn't seem like he was pretending. The girls took the young man by the arms and said it was time to go to the meeting place. It would be better if Lin Qiu started getting used to his role right now. Hong Ye was already extremely dissatisfied, because her husband was accompanied by two beautiful girls. She thought, when Lin Qiu returns home, she will have to beg for forgiveness. The Mo family's banquet hall. Our hero, accompanied by two girls, appeared before the other guests. The girls saw Lin Qiu and rushed to meet him. Each of them dreamed that this young man would become her boyfriend. An old man appeared in the middle of the hall, accompanied by security guards. Security asked for a moment of silence. Elder Mo thanked everyone for visiting his home. Mo Qingcheng thought it was good that her grandfather had arrived on time. Otherwise, the girls might have torn Lin Qiu apart. Lin Yue looked at Elder Mo and guessed that he had been a strong man in his youth. The guests said that today was Mr. Mo's birthday, and lined up to give him gifts and wish him well. Lin Yue thought that today was Grandpa Mo's birthday and wedding party. These people knew how to celebrate. The eldest son of the Luo family said that he had another gift from him personally, Luo Tianyi. He wished the birthday boy a long life and blessings. The protagonist had the feeling that these people were not even acquainted with each other. Qingcheng was being forced to marry such a person. Luo Tianyi presented the birthday boy with an A-level Binglian elixir, the Ice Lotus elixir. Elder Mo said that this was very noble of the young man. It was an expensive gift, so the young man could feel at home. Luo Tianyi reminded him that from now on, Qingcheng is his wife. He must treat her relatives well. Qingcheng's brother declared that he was against this marriage and that there would be no wedding. Tianyi was indignant. What was he talking about? He and Qingcheng were perfect for each other. They were both talented and beautiful. Where did these objections come from? The old man asked why Xiao was against the marriage. Qingcheng added that she was also against the wedding. Xiao thought that he was her only love. Qingcheng told her grandfather that she already had a boyfriend and raised Lin Yue's hand. This was unexpected for the young man. He wasn't ready for this. The old man looked at Lin Qiu with indignation. Xiao didn't understand what was going on. Xiao Mo shouted that Lin Qiu had taken his beloved sister away, and he was extremely upset. They began to discuss the new groom, because he was the hero of Kanglan, the very savior. His father was from the hunting blade team. It was no surprise that the young man was famous for his exploits. Luo Tianyi said that this rival was a pathetic kid without a penny to his name. His family was much richer. If Lin Qiu wanted to be with Qingcheng, then he was striving for the impossible. Lin Yue said that people are just jealous of him. Tianyi is trash, who can't do anything without his family's support. That's why he doesn't like heroes. Qingcheng told Luo Tianyi to watch his words. He can't treat her boyfriend like that. Kongya said that money isn't everything. The system offered the user a choice, to leave the house. The young man was here to wish his grandfather happiness and listen to music, as well as to put his opponent in his place and show who was boss. Lin Qiu thought he agreed to humiliate his rival. Lin Qiu said that Luo Tianyi was the best and unbeatable, but could a gift really show his full power? Tianyi wondered what this trash could offer. Lin Qiu said that Tianyi should not blink and should not be afraid to show his fear. The protagonist added that he wanted to give the gift of life, just one refreshing can. If you drink 2, you will never feel tired. With 3 cans, old age will not be scary. Kanya was surprised. Was this really a suitable gift? Tianyi laughed. Did Lin Qiu really think that a can of some weird drink could be offered as a gift? That was ridiculous. Elder Mo told everyone to calm down. He had heard that during an auction someone had sold happy water that increased spiritual power. Where did Lin Qiu get this drink? Lin Qiu admitted that the water was created underground. Why not let the elder try it? Elder Mo doubted that the young man had created this water. However, taking advantage of the banquet, he decided to grant the young man's request and try the drink. The old man said it felt wonderful. He felt a surge of male hormones. The volcanic power made him feel young again. The old man announced that he now felt 20 years younger and full of energy. Elder Mo said that now he could easily do without bodyguards. He had no need for extra people. The old man added that Lin Qiu was a priceless treasure. His granddaughter had found a good guy. Lin Yue thought that the people in the big family were real, and that changed everything. The task was completed, and the reward was credited. Luo Tianyi was indignant. How could this child create such water? He must have just bought it. Where else were the bottles hidden? Lin Qiu admitted that 1 bottle was not enough and said he could give 20 more. Lin Qiu declared that he only drank this kind of water and invited everyone present to try it today. The young man suggested that everyone celebrate Elder Mo's birthday. There was enough water for everyone. Lin Qiu asked his brother Qingcheng if he wanted to try the water. Xiao got angry and told the young man to leave. Elder Mo said that Lin Qiu would be his granddaughter's husband. He had made up his mind. Tianyi could be free. Luo Tianyi said that the family looked down on him, so they shouldn't blame him for his future actions. Lin Chu shouldn't get cocky. Qing Cheng would still belong to him. Lin Qiu told Tianyi not to be so arrogant. It would be better if he stayed out of sight. Qing Cheng thanked the hero and expressed her hope that she had not caused him any trouble. Lin Chu replied that he was always happy to help his friends. Lin Qiu thought that he was not afraid of the Luo family. He was ready to fight even ghosts for the sake of world peace. The Luo family oppressed the people and wasted money. It was time to deal with them. Morning came. Lin Qiu woke up in bed with his young wife. He was awakened by a phone call. It was his mentor, Tang Ling. The woman was surprised. Were they still asleep? Ghosts were rampaging in the Kanglang Mountains. She asked the young man to lead a team to fight them. The reward was guaranteed. Lin Qiu heard about the reward and said he would leave immediately. His wife would wait for him. Hong Ye woke up and asked her husband, "Another assignment?" Lin Qiu replied that he needed to leave immediately, as they couldn't do without him. The young man said that mercenaries don't get days off. Hong Ye acknowledged that the more opportunities there are, the more responsibility there is. Lin Shi wished her brother luck. Kanglang Mountain area. A large crowd of people has been reported here. Many of them are armed and very dangerous. Lin Shi was surprised. Why are there so many people here? Are they also on a mission? Qing Cheng noticed that the Night Watch had sent specialists. They are only here for the money. They don't have enough manpower right now, so they usually carry out missions in other areas. The specialists asked where the young man came from. He should go home and gather his strength. Those who are ready to defend people have gathered here. Kongya was indignant, but the young man calmed her down and told her not to get upset. 3 seconds would be enough for him. Suddenly, the ground shook at the foot of the mountains, and dark energy appeared. An order was given to exercise caution. Everyone felt a terrifying aura. Could there really be a B-level ghost there? The specialists shouted that they were ready to watch the agonizing death of the villains. First, they had to deal with the ghosts to warm up. They headed towards the presumed location of the ghosts. However, something incredible happened to the specialists. Nothing could be seen because of the fog, but cries for help could be heard. The ghosts were winning. Lin Qiu said that this was a real battlefield. People who ignore the advice of others may pay for it. The first wave is cannon fodder. We must unite to win. Fight side by side to defeat the monsters. In the area where the ghosts were supposed to be, pretty girls were found. They greeted the young people. The experts were surprised. Where were the ghosts? Why did they need beautiful girls? They had come to fight the ghosts. It was difficult to resist the temptation, and the young people succumbed to the girls' charms. They thought it was heaven on earth, finally able to meet girls. Qing Cheng said they were crazy. Kongya added that there were many beautiful girls here. Lin Qiu declared that these people had been misled. Hong Ye said that all was lost. Suddenly, the girls began to transform and turn into monsters. As a result, not a single girl remained. The monsters began to destroy people, tearing them to pieces. Lin Qiu activated the magic circle and said he would fight the ghosts with his summons. A squad of armed skeletons was summoned. Lin Qiu declared that now was the best time to attack, and the squad initiated an attack on the ghosts. The hero's squad and sympathetic monsters engaged in battle with the local ghosts. The fat man said that if this continued, their spiritual power would be completely depleted. Their only hope was Lin Qiu. It would be great if he were here. The fat man added that Lin Qiu had previously led the team in every battle. He relied on his strength to help others. They were always secondary participants, and they also needed protection. However, there was no need to despair. Even without a commander, they could unite to defeat the enemy. Mu Zhong said that Shang Qian was right. They had to try their best and rely only on themselves. It was time to show their strength. The students used their unique abilities and began to destroy the ghosts, effectively completing their tasks. A B-level dragon ghost appeared from the forest. It was armed with a firearm and was very dangerous. The dragon ghost fired, and the projectile flew straight at the red dragon. The red dragon was wounded, and the fat man was also injured. Mu Zhong came closer and helped him, using her healing skills. The fat man recovered, jumped to his feet, and said that in order to survive, they must rely only on their own strength. Before them was only a B-level ghost. It would not be able to defeat them. The fat man shouted that today he would finish off his enemies and do everything in his power. After these words, Shang Qian bravely rushed at the armed dragon ghost. In the dense forest on Mount Konglan, Yang Xiao leaned his hand against a lone tree. The young man said that this was exactly what he had expected. There was indeed a lot of spiritual energy here. Yang Xiao hoped to become the heir to the ghostly power, one of the 8 ghost kings, and declared that Lin Qiu would not be able to resist him. The ghost said that by absorbing spirits, Yang Xiao had unlocked the seals of many ghosts, causing a huge flow of energy. Yang Xiao noted that the ghosts were here to cover their tracks. That's great. Yang Xiao ordered everyone to be watched and no one to be allowed to leave the mountain. The ghost thought that since the young man had absorbed the soul jade and become the ghost king, he had turned his back on them. Lin Yue happened to be nearby and said that it was a wonderful place to relax. The ghost watched the young man closely. Yue Bukun thought that now that Lin Yue was here, the young man would not be able to escape retribution. The experts told Lin Qiu to wait there while they dealt with the ghosts themselves. The men said they wanted to give the young man gifts as a sign of respect. In their hands were wild monsters caught in the forest. Lin Qiu said that if everyone was ready to go with him, he couldn't refuse anyone and was ready to show them something interesting. The young man decided to prepare a meal and said that it was not just a roast. The cook promised to add A-grade beef and season it with sauce. The girls noted that the dish smelled delicious. Lin Qiu stated that he only loved his teammates. The girls tasted it and noted its excellent texture. Browned on the outside, tender on the inside, it gave them a burst of energy and a warm feeling. The girls added that it was very tasty and they enjoyed it immensely. Experts said they also wanted to try it and were willing to pay a lot of money, even exchanged their spiritual stones. Lin Qiu said that he had been indifferent to fame and fortune all his life. But since they were all brothers, these offerings could be put in a box. Kongya looked into the box and said that Lin Qiu had earned the money easily. The young man invited everyone not to pass by and try the kebabs, which were available for a limited time. The product was limited, but a discount was available. Yue Bukun was extremely angry. The kebabs were delicious. The aroma was unforgettable. But that was what people were talking about. Kongya said she wanted more. Lin Qiu noticed that he could get rich at her expense. Mo Qingqing asked if their task was not to fight ghosts. Lin Qiu suggested that everyone had eaten their fill and recharged their energy. However, there were ghosts here who were helping him. The old ghost did not understand why these people continued to follow Lin Qiu. The young master of the Luo family appeared from behind the bushes. He told his assistants that it was time to show their loyalty and destroy Lin Yue. Yue Bukun recognized Luo Tianyi and thought that this man also hated Lin Yue. The enemy of his enemy is his friend. Using his unique abilities, Elder Bukun released evil puppets at Tianyi's back. With the help of strings, he hoped to amplify people's emotions. Luo Tianyi then declared that he wanted to destroy Lin Qiu with his own hands. Tianyi said that Lin Qiu's hour of doom was coming soon and came out of the bushes. Mo Qingqing wondered where Luo Tianyi had come from. Lin Qiu asked the young man where the goddess Luo Tianyi was. Tianyi realized that his wish would not come true and was extremely angry. The young man sent his assistants ahead and said that whoever brought him Lin Kuei's head would become part of his Luo family. The men said they would protect Lin Qiu and advised Tianyi to get out of the way. Suddenly, the soul of a sword appeared with a magic sword in his hands. Tianyi was frightened and asked what kind of creature it was. The sword spirit said that the young man would not return home today. Luo Tianyi looked back and saw hostile ghosts behind him. Hongye said that it was a monster uprising caused by an earthquake. Lin Qiu used his teleportation skill and appeared next to his opponent. Tianyi asked what this guy was doing. Lin Qiu grabbed Tianyi by the chest and said he had come to help the young man. Kongya activated time acceleration, and Qingcheng created an ice shield. The girls decided to fight the ghosts together. The sword spirit quickly spun the magic sword and invited the ghosts to appreciate her dexterity. Lin Qiu asked his opponent, "Wasn't that enough for him? Didn't he feel his pride being trampled on?" Tianyi declared that Lin Qiu was a real shameless person and demanded that Mo Qingqing be returned. Lin Qiu said he would help the young man fulfill his wish and find a girlfriend. The protagonist poured a liquid into his opponent's mouth and explained that it was water with special properties. It increases hormone levels and emits pheromones that attract the opposite sex. It is necessary to use it. Suddenly, a huge monkey appeared nearby and said that the young man was very handsome and manly. Everyone present began taking photos for content. At that moment, the monkey kissed Luo Tianyi on the cheek. The ghosts that appeared told the young man to go with them. Luo Tianyi shouted for them to leave him alone. Lin Qiu said that Mr. Luo should go all the way and not give up. Yue Bukun was angry. Why did this guy also fail the task? What a waste of time. We need to go back and ask Yang Xiao for help. Yang Xiao stood by the tree and didn't understand what was going on. Now he couldn't absorb the aura of the mountainous area. Suddenly there was a flash and someone appeared inside the tree. After the flash disappeared, a little girl appeared. Yang Xiao was puzzled. How did this child appear here? Yang Xiao did not understand why the aura of the Kanglang Mountains had suddenly become so pure. Yang Xiao smiled and greeted the girl. He suggested that she go on a journey with him to find a way to absorb the spiritual aura. The girl said that Luluo didn't want to go with him. He was a terrible person. Yang Xiao was indignant. Who was she to call him that? He would deal with her now. The girl said she could feel some kind of energy very close by. Luluo said she had to check it out. After saying this, the girl flew up into the air. Yang Xiao spread his wings and flew after her, trying to make her stop. The confrontation with the ghost dragon and the fat red dragon continued. Tang Su said that its energy was inexhaustible. Mu Zhong declared that this could not continue and that they had to deal with it as soon as possible. Shang Qian announced that he wanted to use a technique and that the dragon should prepare itself. The dragon form skill was activated, and the red dragon transformed. Tang Su was surprised to see such a technique. Had Shang Qian been hiding it all this time? Mu Zhong said that now all his cards were on the table. The red dragon, 2-in-1, flew up and declared that all of his opponent's efforts were now useless. He was also a dragon, but he did not have the same level of power. The red dragon activated fiery explosion and declared that this was his true power. Everyone acknowledged that this time, Fatso had achieved great success. The red dragon, 2-in-1, thanked everyone for their recognition. A friend said that Fatso was pretty good. Now he was second only to Lin Yue in combat power. Mu Zhong thought that Shang Qian had indeed become much stronger. Perhaps Lin Qiu had motivated him to become so. They couldn't fall behind them. Lin Qiu continued to attack his opponents, declaring that he would deal with them all, and they would all become his soul jades. Kongya said she couldn't believe her eyes. Was this really happening? Hongya shouted for Lin Qiu to be careful. A powerful stream of energy was approaching. There was a loud explosion. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist found himself in the middle of a pit. An unknown creature was sitting on his hands. The young man looked at it and said in surprise that a little girl had fallen from the sky. Lin Qiu asked, "What is she doing here? Why is she attacking his body at such a young age?" The girl said that Luluo had struggled to find her father. Hong Ye was very angry. Was Lin Qiu really her father? Hong Ye demanded that Lin Qiu slowly confess. Why did this girl call him dad? Was she his illegitimate daughter? Lin Qiu said he didn't know this girl and was seeing her for the first time. It must be some kind of misunderstanding. The girl ran up to Hong Ye and said that she was her mother. Hong Ye was confused. Had she become a mother? Kongya and Mo Qingcheng were surprised. Did these two already have a child? Lin Qiu and Hongya denied it in unison. Mo Qingcheng asked the girl where little Lu Luo had come from. Konya offered the girl a treat. Lu Luo took the candy and thanked the sisters. The girl said that she only knew her name, Lu Luo, and that she had been sleeping in the mountains and couldn't remember anything else. Hongya said that this girl had the spiritual energy of Mount Kanglang. She must be the incarnation of a deity. Lin Yue added that in that case, the girl knew them because he possessed the spiritual power of the gods. The girl looked up, saw the dark energy, and said that things were bad. The monster was approaching. Her father had to run away. Two figures emerged from the dark energy. Yue Bunchen said that Yang Xiao had returned. Yang Xiao turned to our hero and said that they were close friends. Lin Qiu recognized him and said that he was the eldest son of the Yang family. But why was he hiding behind others? Could he come forward and talk without someone else's support? Lulo pointed at Yang Xiao and said that this monster had bullied her and wanted to absorb her power. Lin Qiu was outraged. Yang Xiao doesn't even spare children. Yang Xiao said that his interlocutor should be ashamed. Lin Qiu smiled. Could it be that Yang Xiao was angry because he had become a father and had done nothing to deserve it? Yang Xiao said that he would send them all to hell today. Under his spell, they would hardly be able to fly. Hong Ye said that caution must be exercised. Yang Xiao has the power of an A-level ghost king. Lulo said there was no need to be afraid. She would help. The girl activated the forces of nature. Lulo explained that she cares for the environment and receives support in return. The earth will help her cleanse nature of such scoundrels. A vine emerged from the ground and immediately entangled the bodies of Yang Xiao and Yue Bunchun. The protagonist said that Luluo was so strong that she could catch two opponents at once. Now it was time to show what he was capable of. Yang Xiao tore the vine apart and said that it was a cheap trick. He couldn't be caught that way. Lin Qiu appeared behind Yang Xiao and attacked him with a stick. Yang Xiao was surprised. Where did his opponent get such speed? Did he really have a new ability? Lulo again called on the forces of nature for help, and Yang Xiao was attacked by a vine with thorns. Lin Qiu praised the girl and said that he expected nothing less from his father's daughter. The girls were surprised. What kind of family was this? Yang Xiao moved to a safe distance and admitted that he had been careless this time. Yue Bunchen was upset. What had Yang Xiao done now? The elder grabbed his protege, and the two began to retreat. Yang Xiao shouted that he would remember all this and would definitely return. Lin Qiu knew he couldn't catch up with his opponent, so he swung and threw a piece of stick at him. The stick pierced his opponent's rear end at high speed. A loud cry rang out. Lin Shui thought that this time he had failed to deal with Yang Xiao. Having become one of the 8 Ghost Kings, Yang Xiao was no longer the same person he used to be. After acquiring new powers, he had changed a lot. Hong Ye asked her husband what they should do with this mountain spirit. Kong Ye suggested handing him over to the patrol department. Lulo didn't want that. Lulo said with tears in her eyes that she would not go anywhere. She would only stay with her father and mother. Mo Qingcheng told the girl to calm down and asked Kong Ye not to tease her. Mo Qingcheng asked why Lulo wanted to stay with her mom and dad. The girl replied that it was because they were very beautiful. Kong Ye said that it was just face control. Hong Ye was surprised. How could Kong Ye say such a thing? Lin Yue said that what Lulo said was true. Mom and dad are very beautiful, they are a good couple, and they will definitely protect the little girl. Lin Qiu felt that pressure again. The family seemed to be turning into a kindergarten. In any case, they had to go home first. Once they reached the lakeshore, the girls said they could finally relax. The young people saw Lin Qiu among the vacationers. The protagonist said that he finally had a day off and decided to relax and swim here. The fat guy admitted that there were a lot of beautiful girls around. Qin Feng suggested that his friend go surfing. Lin Qiu replied that he had a family, so he wanted to spend time with the girls. Lin Qiu was upset and said that he also wanted to hang out with girls, so he needed to lose weight. Qin Feng told Shang Qian to stop being jealous. Mo Qingcheng suggested that her friends go surfing together. The fat guy was delighted and said that he now liked surfing. Qin Feng was upset. Why wasn't he invited? Maybe there was something wrong with his swimsuit. Lin Yue tried to teach Lu Luo how to swim. The girl was still afraid. Hong Ye looked tenderly at her husband. Hong Ye thought she wanted to spend time with Lin Qiu. It was a pity that her body had not fully recovered, and she could not stay in the sun for long. Lin Shi said that her brother had taken in a new child and now he didn't care about his sisters. Huang said that Lin Shi was just jealous. Bei Ji suggested that it would be better to just keep quiet. Lulo approached her sister Lin Shi and said that she had picked up a shell and wanted to give it to her. Lin Shi was surprised. Was it really for her? The girl was delighted. She had become a big sister and was now very happy. Yellow thought that Lin Shi had changed her mind very quickly, because just a moment ago, she had been jealous. Oizi was surprised. Shouldn't she be called Aunt Lin Shi? Lin Shi was very angry at these words, and shouted that she was her younger sister, and she loved her. These two just wanted to laugh at her. Lin Qiu suggested they just have fun, and added that he wanted to take a picture of everyone. After the fun, Lin Qiu said that before they started eating, everyone could make a wish. If they wrote it down on paper, folded it into a paper airplane, and flew it in the wind, their wish would come true. Lin Shi said that they shouldn't fool her. Who would believe that? They had to try it first. Lin Qiu and Hong Ye looked at the quarreling children and said that they were still far from family idol. Lin Qiu read everyone's wishes and said they were very wonderful. The young man asked Xiaobai what kind of wish it was to become a riding animal. Xiaobai replied that he had learned to grow and become stronger. Lin Qiu was surprised. He thought Xiaobai was playing every day, but he had been learning all this time. Xiaobai grew in size and asked, "Is that surprising?" Lin Qiu was surprised. Had Xiaobai not only grown up, but also learned to talk? Kanya admitted that she had previously thought that Xiaobai was a girl. This fox cub already had a certain level of development, but after following his master, his power increased. If he continued to practice, it was only a matter of time before he became an adult fox. Lin Qiu suggested returning to its original size, as it was easier to carry around when small. Xiaobai said that it was not a problem. He could easily change sizes at any time. Lin Shi said she also wanted to pet such a large pet. Xiaobai got angry and said that he was not a dog, and they should not call him that. Lin Shi and Huang said that he was a dog and wanted to pet him. Xiaobai ran away and yelled at the girls not to come near him. Lin Qiu said that they were surrounded by happy children. They were becoming more and more like a real family. Hong Ye held the sleeping Lu Luo in her arms and agreed with her husband. Lin Qiu hoped to help his wife recover her body as soon as possible. The young man released a paper airplane and hoped that his wish would come true. On the deck was a B-level shark ghost. He dreamed of becoming the king of sea ghosts by conquering countless small islands. Now he was ready to enter the great land of Daxia. The ghosts accompanying the shark ghost said they would win. Off the coast of the city of Haiphong were the ships of the Daxia Navy. An alarm sounded, announcing the invasion of the ghosts. The military called for calm, saying that they had a fighting fleet and would wipe these ghosts off the face of the earth. The ghost shark rose above the shells exploding in the water and said that these actions were useless. The ghost shark added that every time it went into battle, no one could defeat it. It called itself the Invincible Captain. The military flotilla was attacked by the ghost shark, and the ships suffered significant damage. The ghost shark said that the people of Daxia would not be able to resist him because he was the boss here. The ghosts saw a flying, burning paper airplane and shouted that it was an enemy attack, an unidentified object. The paper airplane exploded, and the ghost frigate was severely damaged. The ghost shark acknowledged that it was a terrifying force. The ghost shark suggested that Daxia's secret weapon had been used against his army. The ghost captain ordered his subordinates to destroy everyone on the coast. At this time, our hero and his family continued to have fun and enjoy cultural activities. Lin Q and his sister sang karaoke. They asked Z and Yellow to shut up, because it was a real acoustic attack. Lin Q heard someone behind him say that they would destroy people without batting an eye. The young man was surprised. Who was singing so terribly? He looked back. The protagonist and his family saw ghosts standing on the shore. Their leader, a ghost shark, declared that they would rule Kanglin. But first, they would occupy it. The leader of the ghosts proposed a battle. Whoever wins will follow him. His subordinates said that people would be able to see the greatness of their boss. Lin Kyo was surprised. Where did these fish heads come from? Lin Shi added that this fish head was very ugly. The ghost shark said that it would now show what despair meant and rushed to attack the people. The subordinates shouted that they would fight for their boss. Yellow armed herself and said that if the ghosts wanted a fight, they would get one. She decided to try out a new weapon, the Tooth of the Evil King. Lin Q was surprised. Where did Yellow get this weapon? The girl replied that it was her child, which she had given birth to thanks to tooth decay. Yellow said that her enemies would learn her power and attacked. The ghost shark replied that the strong always win. Now her rivals would see what a real nightmare was. Lin Kyo said that this ghost was very talkative and struck it with a devastating blow. The majestic Lord of the Seas was defeated by a human. The ghost shark said that this was impossible. It couldn't lose to a human. Lindsay told her toy bear to get rid of this ghost. The ghost shark was attacked, but it didn't understand who this monster was that was helping humans. Linji told the ghost that it was over. He had to go home and live there with his dream of world domination. The ghost shark was destroyed. The protagonist got the stone, the Jade of the Soul. Lin Q said that he couldn't help but fight, because these sea creatures were asking for a fight for no reason. Our hero saw his sister and asked why she was there. Hua replied that there had been an alarm. She had received a message that ghosts had arrived on the shore. However, it looked as if Lin Q had already taken care of everything himself. Lin Kyo said that his sister was right. He had indeed already solved the problem. The young man added that they were just fish, which were not difficult to deal with. Lin Hua said that her brother was doing well, that he had really grown up and was no longer as helpless as he used to be. Sire was also wonderful. Her strength was growing, even though her height remained the same. Lin Si said that she couldn't show her weaknesses. Lin Hua said that her younger sister would definitely become a beautiful woman in 2 years. Seer asked not to be comforted. Lin Hua asked Hong Ye if she was the spiritual body that was always with her brother. Her younger sister had told her about it. Lin Hua said that Hong Ye and her brother were quite nimble since they already had a child. Lin Kyo explained to his sister that Lu Luo was their adopted child. The protagonist could no longer keep it a secret. Lin Hua said that her brother didn't need to explain anything to her. She understood everything. After all, it was a recent thing. It could happen to anyone. Her brother thought that Hua had misunderstood everything. Lin Hua said that after all, the young people would still need to train. She would give them an assignment to research the ghost of the Sand Shadow. Lin Kyo was surprised, because this was one of the 8 Ghost Kings. Lin Hua confirmed this and added that, according to available information, the Sand Shadow Ghost had expanded its territory, engulfing 4 cities and turning the entire land into a desert. People had been sent there, but they were struggling to control the situation and were trying to stop the desert from advancing. Lin Xue said he understood everything and thought that the ghosts should not be underestimated, as they could be temporarily suppressed with the help of a few A-level people. Lin Kyo asked about the others. Would their auras not be enhanced? Lin Hua replied that hers had been raised to advanced A-level. The young man said that now he understood why his sister had such a terrifying aura. Hua was amazing and surpassed many. The girl said that there was still a long way to go, and Lin Qiu would reach the same level sooner or later. It takes a lot of work to become stronger. The sister said goodbye and expressed her hope that when they met again, Hong Ye would have recovered her body. Lin Qiu thought that his sister was so lonely. She always copes with everything on her own. She is extremely strong. The protagonist expressed his hope that one day he would be able to gather his strength and tell his sister Hua that he had a brother who was chasing after her. In recent days, everyone has awakened their fighting spirit and worked hard to continue living their lives. Qinfeng continues his intense training. Kanya sometimes watches him. Su Tang attends dangerous training sessions. The fat man's whereabouts are unknown. They say he has returned to his family and is trying to lose weight. Our hero has been assigned to work as a member of the Coco unit. It is necessary to investigate the sand shadow ghost on the western edge of the desert. Keek said that it was unexpected that she would be assigned as Lin Qiu's partner. The girl thought that being able to meet Lin Qiu and go on a mission with him was a real blessing. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and she didn't expect Lin Qiu to adopt anyone. Lu Luo said she missed her mother. Keek thought, isn't this the girl who formed a team to exterminate evil spirits? Hong Ye wanted to preserve her innocence and secretly observed to confirm Lin Qiu's loyalty. Lin Qiu thought Hong Ye was very strange. She didn't show up to play with him. She must be angry or jealous. Kiki said that was unbelievable. There used to be a city here, but now it's a desert. According to intelligence reports, the Sand Shadow Ghost was seriously injured by humans. Now he's recovering somewhere. But where to look for his traces since the desert is so big? Keiki told Lin Yue not to think too much. They needed to move forward step by step. Lin Qiu told Lulo to get ready. They were going to green this desert. The sand shadow would become green. Lin Qiu saddled Xiaobai and set off with Lulo to scatter seeds across the desert. The girl was surprised. Were they doing the right thing? Weren't they here to complete their mission? Why were they sowing grass seeds? Lulo, scattering seeds, said that the young plants would grow quickly. After the process was complete, the protagonist said that everyone had done a great job. Lu Luo added that she could see a lot of greenery and felt happy. Suddenly, SUVs appeared from behind a hill. The drivers did not expect to see an oasis and people here. Lin Yue was also surprised. Kiki said that they were desert thieves. Lin Qiu noted that they had not encountered ghosts, but something worse. The armed criminals who arrived in SUVs announced that this was a robbery. The villains jumped out of their cars and demanded that the travelers surrender without a fight. The criminals lost their footing as they jumped out of the vehicle and sprawled on the grass. Lin Qiu thought that they had just met, and he wanted to give them a gift. The villains claimed that they had not fallen, but simply wanted to liven up the atmosphere. The desert thieves decided to show off their beautiful bodies, but emphasized that the travelers still had to hand over their valuables. They know they look good, but they need money. Lulo told her dad that these people were black. The thief was indignant, because they had been sunbathing for years. The girl couldn't understand the atmosphere of cool guys. The system offered the user a choice: destroy the thieves, thereby punishing them, re-educate them, and allow them to return the property on their own initiative, or choose peace and obey. Lin Qiu thought that it had been a long time since there had been any tasks. The second option was good. It was necessary to persuade the thieves. Lin Qiu said that as smuggling kings, these two brothers must be very rich. One of the villains confirmed that they were the richest in this desert. Lin Qiu said that he had traveled this road and planted a tree. He hoped that his opponents understood the rules. The thieves said they knew the local rules and ordered their assistants to immediately bring the treasures to their older brother. The assistants told their boss that something was wrong here, because they were supposed to be robbing. The thieves started shooting automatic weapons and said they had been deceived. They also have their dignity, and their profession must be respected. Xiaobai told the owner that he would deal with these people himself. Lin Qiu replied that he had no objection. The giant fox pounced on the desert thieves and knocked them to the ground. The accomplices took out automatic weapons and shouted that they would help their boss. These people had better give up. Lin Qiu defeated the villains and said that it was nice to earn a lot of money for nothing. The villains couldn't understand how this had happened. They used to rob others, but now these people had robbed them. Lin Qiu told the criminals that he had spared their lives. Were they not happy? Lin Qiu showed his sword and explained his actions. Before, thieves robbed people, and now he had done the same. Lin Qiu said he was willing to let the people go, but they had to tell him about the Sand Shadow Ghost. The thieves replied that they only knew how to rob people and didn't know anything about this ghost. Lin Qiu said that if they didn't want to talk, he would have to show them something interesting. Lu Luo initiated a call to nature. The desert thieves were immediately frightened. Unable to bear it any longer, They confessed. They had heard rumors that the Sand Shadow Ghost was recovering in the capital of Sin. However, the road there was very dangerous. Quicksand and ghosts. They did not want to talk about it for safety reasons. Lin Yue said that they had to move forward, no matter how difficult it was. After all, it was on their conscience. Keika looked ahead and said it was an illusion. Didn't Lin Qiu think so? The young man guessed that the girl liked him a little, but he had long been used to it. Kongya thought that Lin Qiu was as cheerful as ever. Could he like a girl like her? The protagonist admitted that he already had a fiancée. Lin Qiu asked Hong Ye to appear for a moment. Hong Ye appeared and said that she was this guy's fiancée and also his guardian spirit. Cake thought that this girl was very beautiful. Lulo saw Hong Ye and rushed into her arms. Hong Ye said that the girl was very obedient, even when her mother was not around. Cake thought that this was a very happy family. Only this girl was worthy of being Lin Qiu's fiancée. Hong Ye said that she had been watching them and noted that Keike was a good girl. She had been working hard throughout the trip. Koni said that it was her duty. The girls said goodbye, and Kiki thought that Hong Ye was very caring. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why did Kanya suddenly blush? What was going on here? Why did he feel like he was in the way? Everything must be wrong. Suddenly, a strong wind picked up, followed by a sandstorm. Hong Ye said she could smell ghosts. Ghosts did indeed appear nearby. They were armed and very dangerous. Hong Yi identified them and said that they were ghost soldiers and that they needed to run away. The ghost soldiers began to swing their weapons in front of them, threatening to kill anyone they attacked. Lin Qiu and his companions climbed onto Xiao Bao and hid underground. Hong Ye said that the danger had passed. Lulo said that they had landed safely. Hong Ye announced that they had found themselves in the treasure trove of the former soldiers. Lin Qiu was delighted and said that they now had a chance to become truly rich. Hong Ye warned that something was wrong and that they should not open the treasure chests. However, it was too late. Lin Qiu had already opened one of the chests. A monster's hand appeared from the chest. All the other chests opened, and monsters burst out of them. Ghost soldiers began to descend into the dungeon from above. Hong Ye said that these ghosts were pursuing them. Lin Qiu declared that it was time to give them gifts, and grabbed the monster's hand from the chest. The ghost soldier descended into the dungeon, and saw real ghosts in front of him. At that moment, the young people fled. Xiao Bai grabbed KK in his arms, explaining that he wanted to help her because she was running slowly. Hong Ye looked back and said that the monsters from the chests were about to devour the soldiers. Lin Qiu added that they were cannibals. The monsters from the chests did indeed attack the ghost soldiers. They devoured the ghost soldiers and turned into something in between. Ghosts with chests on their shoulders instead of heads. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was this some kind of game? What was going on here? Kiki noticed that the chest ghosts were chasing them. They were too fast. What should they do? Hong Ye said she had been here before, and knew there was a hidden mechanism nearby that could be used as an exit. Lin Qiu pulled on a hanging rope, and the mechanism activated and lifted him up. The ground beneath their pursuers' feet collapsed, and they began to fall down after it. Lin Qiu praised his wife and said she did a great job. Now a deep pit separated them. Hong Ye said that this was not all, and that they needed to be careful. There were other traps here. Rockets appeared in front of Lin Qiu. The young man said that these rockets must be used. He activated the royal treasure, a mass launch of traps. Arrows and other piercing weapons flew at the ghosts. The pursuers were finished. The surviving ghosts tried to pass through the closing doors, and Lin Qiu asked them to crowd together. When there were no more pursuers left, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Ye noticed that too many traps were working at the same time. This place was preparing for self-destruction. Lin Qiu suggested that there was no way out. Lulo said she could help and activated her unique abilities. The girl summoned a beanstalk, and a plant emerged from the ground at great speed. Lin Qiu and his companions grabbed onto the growing stalk and climbed up with it. The protagonist was surprised. Was that really possible? Lin Qiu said that the plant was magnificent. Xiao Bai admitted that he was afraid of heights, and Lu Luo said that they were striving upward. After a while, the young people found themselves on the surface and decided to celebrate their escape. Keiki did not expect Lin Qiu to have spatial abilities and be able to defeat ghosts. Lin Qiu said it was a small trick, and that Keiki would be able to do the same when she became stronger. Hong Ye noted that Lulo had helped them a lot today. Thanks to her, they were able to escape easily. Lulo modestly replied that it was thanks to her good parents. Keek added that the kind Xiao Bai had also helped. Without him, they would not have been able to manage. Lin Qiu approached his wife and asked what she was thinking about. The young man invited her to dinner. They were having kebabs tonight. Hong Ye said that she hadn't felt the atmosphere of the desert night in a long time and missed it. Lin Qiu asked how his wife knew about the traps in the underground palace. The girl explained that it had once been the treasury of her empire, and she had created some of the traps herself while working on their design. Hong Ye added that it began long ago, 3,000 years ago. The Sand Empire existed in the western desert. It developed, grew, and lived in peace. However, ghosts invaded the human world and destroyed the Sand Empire. Hong Ye added that as a princess, she fought everyone, but still lost. Hong Ye said that the empire was brutally destroyed, and her father, brother, and she herself sacrificed themselves. The girl added that her soul had been reincarnated for thousands of years, gradually losing itself, becoming a ghost, and finally awakening in the modern world. Hong Ye thanked Lin Qiu. Thanks to her acquaintance with him, she is gradually regaining her humanity, awakening her memory, and remembering everything that happened. The young man became a gift from heaven for her. Now she is protected and loved. Lin Qiu added that meeting her was also the happiest event in his life, the best thing that had ever happened to him. The young people kissed in the desert under the open night sky. The next day came. Kiki came out of the trailer, stretched, and said that she had gone to bed too late the night before and had trouble falling asleep. The girl looked around and was surprised. Where had their food gone? Why was everything gone? Lin Qiu also came out of the trailer and noted that they hadn't seen anyone in the desert. Why had everything disappeared? Xiaobai said he knew who the thief was. He was hiding underground. Xiaobai started digging and pulled out a frightened creature. Hong Ye announced that it was a sand dog, a creature that hides under the sand. Lin Qiu said that the dog looked like it had sunstroke and needed to be laid on the ground. The young man added that if the dog wanted to live, it had to tell the whole truth about this desert. The frightened dog promised to tell everything it knew, including information about the sand ghosts. It could take people to the city of sand sculptures. After a while, the dog kept his word and brought them to the city of sand sculptures. Lin Qiu was surprised to find himself there. The city really did have sculptures made of sand. The roads, houses, and even the inhabitants were made of sand. Unexpectedly, the people fell into a trap. The dog managed to escape. The protagonist realized that it was an ambush. A local resident named Wingaso, who had the ability to control sand, said that the dog had done a good job by catching several villains. Lin Qiu was upset. He had been deceived by a stupid dog, and the enemy seemed to be an unusual person. The man introduced himself formally. He was Wingaso, the sandmaster and owner of the city of sand sculptures. Wingaso said that these people were not locals and had invaded the desert. Today, he would use the power of sand to turn them into sand sculptures. Keek wondered what they should do. They had met a madman, and anything could be expected of him. The system offered the user a choice: fight Wingaso, sit quietly, or win the sand sculpture contest. The hero chose the third option. Lin Qiu was surprised that someone like Wingaso dared to call himself the Sandmaster of the City of Sand Sculptures. Wingaso claimed that this stranger was defaming his name. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was Wingaso still so confident? Would he have the courage to compete? The young man declared that he would make a much better sand sculpture. Hong Ye thought that her husband had another crazy idea. Keiki warned that if they were going to compete, they would need judges. Wingaso announced that the competition would consist of 3 stages, each with its own theme. The judges would evaluate the works, and it would be fair. Lin Qiu warned that if he won, Wingaso would tell everything he knew. The theme for the first stage was plant embodiments. Lu Luo said she would do well with this theme and help her father. Wingaso decided that he was dealing with amateurs and that they would not be able to do anything good. After a while, Lin Qiu announced that everything was ready. Wingaso said he had created another masterpiece. He demanded that the judges evaluate not only the beauty, but also the speed of the task. The judges were animals caught on the side of the road. The artist created a sculpture called Cupid of Plants, combining plants and love. Lin Qiu showed his creation called Child of Nature. The judges awarded Wingaso 90 points and Lin Qiu 95. Wingaso did not understand why this happened. Lin Qiu explained that their masterpiece was similar in aesthetics to animals. The theme of the second stage was the image of a big bear. Wingaso is confident that he will win now. His bear rules the world. Lin Qiu noticed that his opponent did not understand animals and showed his work. The judges awarded Wingaso 70 points and Lin Qiu 99. The young man declared that his opponent did not understand the true desires of animals. The theme of the third stage is human love. Wingaso created a sculpture of himself, because his true love is himself. The protagonist created an image of Hong Ye because his true love is her. Lin Q won the third stage with 100 points. Lin Q wondered how Wingaso could create a sculpture of himself. Did he not love anyone? Wingaso replied that he was heartbroken and lost. The protagonist was surprised. Did the game really affect Wingaso that much? The master said that the local man did not understand his feelings. He added that the city had prospered until the ghost army attacked. The city's inhabitants had been destroyed. In despair, Wingaso awakened his ability to control sand and became the sole survivor. All ghosts attract strangers, and his girlfriend died in battle. The master swore never to trust strangers again, and never to let ghosts enter the city. In order not to remain alone forever, he changed the city and its inhabitants. Lin Kyo said he understood Wingaso. His parents had also been killed by ghosts. That was why he had come here to fight the Ghost King Minyuan. He added that people should understand each other and acknowledge that Wingaso was a true sandmaster. Keek asked when the master had a girlfriend, and whether he had created the statue in her honor. Wingaso replied that he had no intention of showing it to anyone, but since he was in the presence of good people, he would reveal his former love. The master showed the sculpture and said that she was beautiful, with a gorgeous figure. Lin Q had to agree so as not to offend the master. Keiki said that it would be better to return it intact. The young man added that breaking up was not the end of the world. It helped to recover. Wingaso said he did not know where the sand ghost was, whom the young people were looking for. But after the surrounding area turned into a desert, the city of Sin appeared. Lin Q said that he now had time for a new journey. The master made them a boat out of sand. It would only last one day, but that would be enough to get them to their destination. The next day, the young people arrived in the city of Sin. According to Wingaso, it is a city where people and ghosts live. The people are famous for their simplicity. Lin Q saw a beggar on the corner of a house, a blind man begging for alms. A ghost was watching him from around the corner. The monster grabbed the beggar's alms bowl and ran away. The blind man jumped up and chased after him. How dare he steal his money? Lin Q said it was a folk remedy. The ghost helped the man cure his blindness. Hong Ye noticed that her husband had misunderstood everything. An old man appeared on the young people's path. He asked if they needed help in the city. Keek said that everything here was very exotic and asked the old man to take a photo of them, handing him her smartphone. The old man told them to stand together and not move. Then the man turned around and ran away, saying that the smartphone would now belong to him. Lin Q rushed after him, deciding to see how fast the old man could run. The protagonist caught up with the old man, punched him in the back, knocked the smartphone out of his hand, and said that one must respect elders and love young people. The young man grabbed the old man by the chest and said that as the oldest person in town, he must know a lot. He needed to tell him about the sand ghost. The old man replied that the ghost comes and goes without a trace, and he knows nothing else. But in the neighboring tavern, there is a bard who knows everything, as he is in constant contact with the sand ghost. Lin Kyo lightly hit the old man and wished him a pleasant flight. The old man was upset. Why was he being beaten even for telling the truth? The young man said that there were many people in the city, and added that his wife should find a hotel and rest, while he would go alone. Hong Ye, as always, warned him to be careful. The hero entered the Moonlight Tavern. There, people were drinking and talking about life. Lin Yue noticed a man and assumed that he was the bard. The protagonist decided not to use force and to be restrained, because he did not know the rules of the city. Lin Kyo approached the man and asked if his name was Bard. The young man had heard that this man possessed all kinds of information, but he had a question that Bard probably wouldn't be able to answer. The man said there was nothing he did not know. Lin Q said he was interested in the sand ghost. Bard replied that he was a terrible person. The young man thought that, judging by his reaction, Bard must have met the ghost in person. That meant he was on the right track. Bard suggested playing a game. If Lin Q won, he would answer his question. The protagonist realized that it was risky to oppose the god of gambling. Lin Q suggested betting coins and using the system reward. It was a special coin. On the front side were angel wings that gave strength, and on the back was a demon's head striking with lightning. The young man suggested checking who would get the angel. The bard declared that he always wins and is ready to begin. Those present in the tavern understood that the game had begun, and that the novice was pitted against the experienced master. The bard said that it was easy to toss the coin so that the angel would come up. However, he lost and was struck by lightning. The observers noted that the bard's luck had run out. The man handed the coin to Lin Q, saying that it was now his turn. The young man was struck. Could a coin really make anyone a subordinate? He tossed the coin, hoping that his own thing would not let him down. However, Lin Q also lost. The young man thought that the system had cheated him. The next round was announced. The bard declared that the god had blessed him with luck and that he could not lose again. He lost again and noticed that something was wrong with the coin. Lin Q took it and said that now he was the real winner. The 66th attempt ended without a winner. After the 100th attempt, the audience compared them to African chiefs. At one point, the coin finally fell out of the angel's wings. Lin Q said that luck was on his side. The bard suggested a more serious contest: reading poetry. Poets would not intimidate honest people. The bard began first and recited a poem about a coin. He tried his best, demonstrating his talent. After reading it, he asked Lin Q what he thought of his creation. The young man was surprised. Was this really a poem? He thought he could easily defeat his rival in this contest. Lin Q stepped into the center of the tavern and read his poem. The audience was impressed. Those present noted that the poem was beautiful, promoting the poet's heroic temperament. Loud but restrained, like a classic. The bard knelt before the young man and called him his idol. His poems, like Cupid's arrows, strike straight to the heart. Lin Q demanded that his opponent tell him about the sand ghost. The bard confessed that he was the sand ghost's informant. The ghost had taken over his house and forced him to gather important information. Now he was compelled to do so. Lin Q heard that the sand ghost had been wounded, which meant he was now recovering. The bard confirmed this and added that he was too weak. Otherwise, he would have seized the moment. Lin Q realized that the chance had come, and he had to act. This time, the ghost would not escape him. The hero had long been skilled at dressing in women's clothing. It was the only way to get close to the ghost, so he repeated the tried and tested method. The girl turned to the guards and introduced herself as Nudza, a servant chosen by the sand ghost. She said she needed to meet with him urgently. Seizing the moment, the girl struck both guards and knocked them out. Nudza said that the two were feeling unwell and needed to rest. Security guards, undead creatures, appeared on the way. The girl thought that now it was all over, as the noise had attracted their attention. Nudza noted that they were very disobedient and had an unusual way of greeting guests, which even scared her a little. The undead shouted that the enemy must be destroyed. Lin Q tore off his clothes and declared that this was a group of ghosts who knew no mercy. He would show them who was boss. Our hero summoned the elf's blade. The sword's soul asked in surprise why Lin Q remembered Luluo during the battle, since he usually didn't summon her. Lin Q replied that he was a good person and had not summoned her before, so that she could rest and regain her strength. Luluo said she would believe him this time. Now you can watch and learn from me, she added. The sword spirit struck with the skill Fiery Storm. The undead scattered in all directions. Lin Q said that was not bad and summoned Golden Armor himself, preparing to use his unique skills. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. This Monkey King will be quite tasty. The captain of the ghost soldiers, Snake Spirit, appeared, declaring that she was now the young man's enemy. Lin Q noted that the female ghost was very strong. Become my slave willingly and I will let you live, said Snake Spirit. The protagonist replied that he would do as he pleased and would not obey. Snake Spirit was indignant. That's rude of you, you've hurt my heart. She approached him, adding that with every passing second, her desire to eat him only grew stronger. Lin Q replied that he was not tasty. The spirit of the sword attacked the female ghost, but the attack was unsuccessful. The spirit of the snake noticed that the girl was ruthless and even forgot about her. The woman activated the love illusion skill, staring intently at her opponents. Lin Q imagined Hong Ye in front of him and said that he had come to his wife, stretching out his arms. The sword spirit saw the sword and said that it was big and beautiful, and she liked it. However, the ghost woman was attacked. A voice inside her exclaimed, "How dare you charm him!" Hong Ye appeared next to the hero with scissors. "Now that I'm here, no one will dare touch my husband," she said. Lin Q was surprised to see his wife here. Hong Ye explained that she sensed his danger and came immediately. She added, "The ghost woman is a terrible snake. If I hadn't come, it would have ended badly." The snake spirit said that the more people there were, the more excited she became. Hong Ye told her husband that she and Luluo would deal with the villain. Lin Q had to find the sand ghost, who was now very weak. As soon as she was done, she would come to her husband. The ghost woman asked if she really liked this guy. Hong Ye promised that she would make the snake spirit regret charming her husband. The ghost woman said that the atmosphere was full of danger and she couldn't stop. She used the snake's tail to actively attack her rivals. Hong Ye was wrapped in the snake's tail and couldn't move. "Now you can't escape," said the snake spirit. Hong Ye realized that her abilities should not be underestimated. Hong Ye used her spiritual weapon and freed herself by cutting the tail into pieces. The ghost woman groaned in pain. Hong Ye held up the scissors and said she was ready to fulfill all her opponent's desires. The wife warned the snake spirit that she would be destroyed if she moved. The ghost admitted that she could not fight at full strength after seeing such a strong sister. The snake spirit asked her rival to hit her again. Hong Ye thought that even though the snake was a pervert, it would be useful to keep her alive. Hong Ye grabbed her opponent by the arm and knocked her to the ground. "You're rude," said the spirit of the snake, admitting that this was what she needed. The ghost woman regained her original form and turned into a snake. Hong Ye said that the ghostly energy was sealed in her body. If the snake spirit gave information, she would remain alive and atone for her sins. The snake with loving eyes agreed, recognizing her sister's strength and beauty. She decided to stay alive, perhaps so that they could travel together in the future. Lin Kyo looked at the guards and realized they were too weak to fight. The protagonist stopped in front of the door, sensing a strong aura. The sand ghost must be close. Lin Kyo opened the doors and stepped inside. The ghost said that he had finally come. The sand ghost noted that people believed rumors. He had deliberately spread rumors about his wound. The man had come on his own. Sand rose up around the protagonist. The young man realized that he was trapped. He could feel a strong, ghostly aura. The ghost had previously hidden its power. The ghost said that as soon as the man crossed the desert, he immediately attracted the attention of the sand ghost. He added that there was powerful soul energy in the man's body, and he had been eagerly awaiting this appearance. Lin Yue thought that the ghost was referring to Hong Ye, and wondered what he intended to do with her. The ghost summoned a shadow sword and demanded that the man's soul leave his body, or there would be no mercy. Lin Kyo prepared for confrontation, stating that he wanted to see the power of the sand ghost. He attacked, but the blow had no effect. The ghost said that it could not harm him. Lin Kyo noticed that all ghost kings pretend to be weak. The ghost declared that he would show his absolute power and activated his sand hand. The huge sand hand struck the hero and he flew far back. The ghost demanded that the man confess what spirit dwelled within his body. Lin Kyo replied that he would not discuss it so that nothing would happen to him. Hong Ye burst into the room, rushing to her husband's aid. The ghost activated the sand shield and thus protected himself from Hong Ye's attack. The sand ghost said that this girl had the same breath as the guy. That meant her soul was in his body. Hong Ye told the ghost not to even think about touching her husband, or else she would deal with him. There would be no mercy. Hong Ye told Lin Kyo to be careful, because this ghost was of the highest A level. The protagonist assumed that this was one of the strongest ghost kings. The ghost asked the girl, had she really decided to fight him on their first meeting? Hong Ye swung her sword and activated her spiritual flame. Her energy beast, the red dragon, appeared above the girl. The sand ghost said that this was unexpected for him. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, but the girl hadn't made any progress. Hong Ye was surprised. Did they know each other? Hong Ye really had a strange feeling that they had met before. The sand ghost told her not to doubt it. The enemy would not stop attacking while she was talking. The ghost grabbed the girl with his huge sandy hand and lifted her off the ground. Lin Kyo destroyed the sandy hand with a swing of his sword and freed Hong Ye. He told his wife to be careful. He would deal with this sand ghost himself. Hong Ye replied that she was fine. Hong Ye asked the ghost who he really was. The ghost said, "Have you forgotten me after only 3,000 years?" The sand ghost took off his helmet and said that he hadn't seen his silly sister in a long time. Hong Ye was surprised. Was her brother Hong Shang still alive? Lin Chu remembered that his wife had once told him about a brother named Hong Shang. Hong Ye asked, hadn't he died? Why hadn't he looked for her? Why had he joined Minyuan? Had he forgotten that the demon had destroyed their clan? Hong Shang replied that when he died, his soul disappeared. He had nowhere to go, so he was forced to join them. But for many years he held back, passionately wishing to destroy Minyuan one day. Hong Ye reached out to her brother and said that he seemed unchanged. He was still her brother, so he could join them, and they would go together. Hong Shang said that he was now half human, half ghost. He could not return to the human world. Hong Shang added that he wanted to stay here, devour human cities, Minyuan, conquer the whole world, and restore the former glory of the Sand Empire. Hong Shang noted that he had created many ghost warriors, ready to destroy at his command at any moment. The young man told his sister to join him, because they were united and would surely achieve great things. Hong Ye said that in that case, the earth would be plunged into chaos. These were not the same times as 3,000 years ago. Lin Kyo said that if his brother-in-law wanted revenge, he could cooperate with Daxia. They needed people and resources. He could join them and secure a great future for himself, as well as take revenge on Minuan. Sand Ghost said that this man had naive ideas and perceptions of the world. He was hopeless. Hongsheng said that he was tired of these conversations and wanted to end the debate. Hongye said that her brother would not succeed. Lin Qiu declared that they would attack the Sand Ghost together. Hongye activated her spiritual flame, and Lin Qiu used his lightning strike. It was a simultaneous attack on the Sand Ghost. Hongsheng easily dodged the attack and said he would let his sister see the creation of the new world with her own eyes. The Sand Ghost disappeared. Lin Qiu told his wife that her brother had changed a lot. Hongye declared that she would stop him at all costs. Lin Qiu said that they would set off tomorrow, into the depths of the western desert. Traveling through the desert, the protagonist suggested that his companions use surfing to get around. Hongye suggested that it would be difficult for them to find what they were looking for. It might be hidden deep in the desert. Lin Qiu declared that even if the world turned upside down, he would still find it. Lulo pointed upward and said it was a big shark. Hongye replied that sharks cannot live in the desert. Kiki said that sharks are creatures that only live at the bottom of the sea. The girl must have just imagined it. Lin Qiu declared that if sharks appeared here, he would protect the girls. Xiaobai told the master to be careful. The next moment, a huge shark really did jump out of the sand. It opened its mouth and showed everyone its large, sharp teeth. The shark lunged at the travelers with its mouth open, and the young people found themselves in its mouth. Lin Qiu and Xiaobai managed to jump out of the huge creature's mouth, but the girls were inside. After that, the shark dove into the sand as if into water. The protagonist called on the spirit of the sword for help. Lin Qiu, waving his stick, attacked the shark's tail, which appeared from the sand at that moment. The young man saw that the shark's fins were growing back. Could it really accelerate? Hong Ye and Keiki ended up in the shark's mouth and fell inside, into the predator's stomach. Keiki was frightened. Could they really die this way? Luluo covered her nose with her hands and said that it smelled very bad here. The girls found themselves in the shark's stomach among a multitude of bones. Hong Ye said they must not lose hope. They still had a chance. They needed to find a way out of there as soon as possible. Keiki agreed. It was dangerous, but they had to try. Hong Ye said that spiritual power was sealed in the stomach of this beast. They needed to find something sharp and cut open its stomach from the inside. The girls decided to split up and go in different directions in search of something sharp. Outside in the desert, Lin Qiu was chasing the shark. The predator was very fast. Xiaobai grabbed the shark's fin with his teeth. Lin Qiu grabbed the fox cub's tail and said he had an idea how to stop the predator. The sword spirit said she had pierced it. At the same time, the girl plunged her sword into the shark's body. The shark screamed loudly and jumped completely out of the sand. After that, the predator accelerated even more. The young man grabbed the sword spirit and pressed her against his body to protect her. The girl suggested that the protagonist join forces. Lin Qiu said he would be happy to do so. The spirit of the sword explained that they could combine her magic sword and his long stick. The merger took place. The young man said that now this new weapon was a first-class sword, with the aura of both god and demon. Lin Qiu thought that the shark's agility had decreased, and that now the advantage was on his side. The shark approached and opened its mouth again. The hero jumped high into the air, found himself above the shark, and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Qiu cut off part of the predator's fin with a powerful blow. The shark growled loudly in pain, opening its mouth again. The girls inside the shark found a stone. Hong Ye said it was a philosopher's stone. Luluo asked if it was edible. Hong Ye declared that they were now saved. If they pulled out the stone, the shark would lose its life force. The shark jumped out of the sand again, screamed loudly, and began to writhe. Lin Qiu guessed that his wife was helping from inside. It was a great opportunity. The young man struck with his new weapon and cut the shark in two. The shark's body evaporated, leaving only a severed skeleton. The girls were free. Hong Ye boasted to her husband that they had found the philosopher's stone. Lin Qiu said it was an excellent find. Lin Qiu ordered his wife to swallow the stone immediately without further ado. Hong Ye did as she was told. After that, her body rose up. The girl descended to the young man and said that she felt she needed to consume one more philosopher's stone to fully regain her body. Lin Qiu declared that after Hong Ye's final recovery, he would make her his true wife. The girl replied that she was looking forward to that day. First, they needed to defeat the Sand Ghost in order to secure their future. The protagonist decided that he would not stand on ceremony the next time they met. The young people entered the village, and the streets were deserted. The travelers found a staff in the center of the village. Hong Ye said that it was the staff she had lost when she was a princess. She never thought it would end up here. Lin Qiu decided that it was just a coincidence. Hong Ye noticed that the staff, which had shown in the past, was now just an ordinary wooden stick. How things had changed. Suddenly, local residents armed with shovels and hoes appeared. They were aggressive and asked who the strangers were. Lin Qiu was surprised. Why were all the residents old people? One of the old men wondered why the woman in red looked so much like their princess of the sandy desert. Could the princess have been resurrected? Lin Qiu asked his wife if these were the remnants of the empire. Hong Ye could not imagine that any of her people were still alive. The old people knelt down and greeted the princess. Hong Ye said that there was no need for honors and asked them to get up. Hong Ye wondered why only the elderly remained and where the young people were. The elder replied that the ghost of the sand shadow had captured all the young people and sent them to build a pyramid. Hun Ye realized that he wanted to create even more ghost soldiers. He had to be stopped. The old man said that in the nearby areas where the pyramids were built, the night ghosts ruled. Not only did he enslave people, but he also controlled the water sources. He was the lord of the desert. The elders noticed that this was a terrible crime. He uses clean water while they get dirty water. The young people agreed that this was unacceptable. Lin Qiu told the elders not to worry. They could rely on him. He would save everyone. He said they would split up and attack the enemy camp. Keiki, Luluo, and the fox cub must capture the water source. Keiki assured them that she would complete the task. Luluo said that they would have to take another risk. Peering out from behind the sand dunes, the young man watched the construction of the pyramid through his binoculars. Ghost warriors supervised the people working without rest. Hong Ye noticed that the pyramids were ready. They could already summon ghosts. Lin Yue added that the other buildings around them had been demolished. Hong Ye looked to the side and said that the building was probably the lair of the night ghost. Lin Qiu said that they needed to infiltrate the enemy camp. Lin Qiu activated the ghost summoning and ordered his great army to move forward. The ghost warriors claimed that humans were inferior beings who were not worth pitying. A subordinate ghost reported to the commander that everything was under control and no one would get in. Suddenly, an army of ghosts led by Lin Qiu appeared from behind the dunes. It was a surprise attack. The ghost guards did not understand why they were being attacked by other ghosts. There was no time to think. They had to fight back. A ghost brawl ensued. The people realized that they had a chance to escape and also attacked the guards. At the top of the pyramid was a huge pool. In the pool was a night ghost, an A-rank owner. His companion reported the enemy attack below. The night ghost had no doubts about his safety and said that if they got to him, he would simply drink all the water. Lin Yue and Hong Ye approached the pool. The young man was surprised. Was this really a poultry farm? What was a chick doing there? The night ghost said that it was not a chick. It was too beautiful and capable of destroying everyone. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was the night ghost really a chick? The night ghost said that one should not look down on chicks. Night ghosts is a great name for chicks. In fact, he was the golden rooster. Hong Ye's energy beast, a huge snake, appeared above her. She asked her mistress for permission to fight this golden rooster. Thanks to her sister's power, the spirit of the snake ghost became much more powerful. Lin Qiu asked his wife when she got a pet. Hong Ye said she didn't have time to explain, but it was the ghost of the spiritual snake, which she had temporarily subjugated. The chick cried out that the snake had become a traitor and joined the human race. The snake replied that she had not joined the humans, but Hong Ye personally. Lin Qiu suggested that the night ghost surrender. Otherwise, he would turn him into a burger, like the one sold at KFC on Thursdays. The night ghost said he would strike 3 blows and show his true power. His opponents would learn the might of the chicken's paw. The chick initiated the flying feathers attack. Feathers, sharp as knives, rushed towards the opponents. The snake said she hadn't trained in a long time, but dodging the feathers turned out to be quite fun. Lin Qiu hummed a cheerful song. If the chick didn't hit him even once, he would surely get very angry. The chick said that this was disrespectful, because he was the most talented, and everyone in the neighborhood knew him. Now he was extremely tired. Lin Qiu pointed out that scattering feathers was a bad habit and needed to be corrected immediately. The young man added that his teacher's technique was the best in the world. Lin Qiu approached the chick and said there would be a test on cutting. The chick cried out that he strongly disagreed. After a while, Night Ghost had significantly fewer feathers. The chick declared that this was indecent and that such behavior was unacceptable. Lin Qiu announced that the feather removal was complete. Now it was time to proceed to the bakery. The system offered the user a choice: destroy Night Ghost, release him, or subjugate him. The young man thought that the reward for freeing Night Ghost was the highest. Lin Qiu said he had changed his mind and was letting the chick go. The night ghost said he would not leave. The man must be up to something. Lin Kyo shouted that this chick could ruin everything for him right now. How could he refuse freedom? It was completely unreasonable. Lin Kyo began to push the chick away, demanding that it leave quickly. The chick agreed and added that the man was definitely sick. The task was completed. After that, the young man grabbed the chick by the paw and ordered it to return. He had let it go, but he hadn't said when exactly it had the right to leave. There was no need to rush. Lin Kyo tied up the night ghost and said that he would be his prisoner. The chick said that the man had no good intentions at all. The gate was opened, and Luluo said that now everyone would have water. Kiki noted that there were many other sources of water that would help the residents of other villages. The residents of the surrounding villages saw the clean water and were very happy. This meant they were saved. The long-awaited water had finally arrived. Long live Her Royal Highness. The rescue team returned, bringing Night Ghost with them, who had been captured and was now tied up. The old people rushed to Hong Ye and began to thank her. The girl said she had to do it. The old people saw the bird and decided that it was the night ghost. The bird asked why they were staring at it so intently. Had they never seen a beautiful chick before? The old people began to beat the chick, taking out their anger on it. The night ghost admitted that he was wrong and asked for forgiveness. Lin Q told Keiki to get ready to light the fire. Today they would feast on chicken. The night ghost was outraged that humans were so cruel. If they ate it, his lawyer would not let it go. Lin Q said that the way the chick begged for mercy was indeed disturbing. Lin Kyo offered the chicken a deal. If it led them to the sand ghost, it would not be eaten. With tears in its eyes, the chick said that the sand ghost was in the village of Iron City, 100 miles away. There was an army there preparing to attack Daxia. The chick added that it could arrange transportation to get them to their destination as quickly as possible. Lin Kyo said that when the chick grew up, it would become their means of transportation. The night ghost declared that this was a disgrace and that he would never agree to such a thing. After some time training with Lin Q, the chick, covered in bruises, declared that what he loved most in the world was being a means of transportation. Lin Kyo, riding on the back of the flying chick, said that they needed to move faster. At this speed, it was not fit to be called an airplane. After a while, the rescue team arrived at Iron City. There was nothing unusual here. Kiki noticed that the city was well guarded and that everything needed to be thoroughly checked. Lin Q said that they needed to find a way to get inside. Hongya said that if they used invisibility, it would be extremely difficult to detect them. Lin Q replied that there was no need to worry, because the chick was their reconnaissance agent. Night Ghost was ordered to fly over the city and find out what was going on there. The chick said that he could do it, and that he would manage. Night Ghost thought that he would take the chance and switch sides. Lin Kyo warned that he had secretly placed a contractual curse on the chick. As soon as treasonous actions were discovered, its body would explode. Night Ghost thought that Lin Q was a very cunning person. The chick flew up into the sky and said that he was the best, and would definitely bring good news. Lin Q wished him luck. Hongya asked if there really was a contract that would cause him to explode if broken. Lin Q replied that he had lied to the chick, but it had unexpectedly believed him. Hongya said that this was exactly what she expected from her husband. His level of evil was clearly growing. The chick flying over the city saw a huge number of troops. He decided that it was just terrible. The ghost warriors noticed the night watchman in the sky, but how could he be here if he was responsible for guarding the pyramids? One of the warriors said it was just a fat bird flying by. They should shoot it. Its meat would be very tasty. The night ghost saw the warriors waving their arms and decided that he was very famous and that they probably wanted his autograph. However, many arrows flew toward the chick. This did not bode well. While waiting for intelligence, the rescue team played cards. The night ghost entered the tent and reported that he had returned with information. The chick's body was pierced with arrows. He indignantly asked how they could have done such a thing. While he was studying the situation, they played poker without him. Lin Shui said he would reward the chick because it had proven that the city had a strong army and could not be attacked. At the same time, the young man was holding a jar of living water in his hand. Xiaobai said that they could escape. Lin Q agreed. They would quickly dig a tunnel thanks to their supernatural powers. After a while, the tunnel was dug and everyone was underground. The chick pointed its wing down and said that there was a source of water there. It could sense moisture. Inside, there really was an underground water reservoir, but it was guarded by ghost warriors. The chick demonstrated its power and scattered the ghost warriors in different directions. Lin Q praised the chick again. Kiki said that she had to control the water source, otherwise a flood could start. The girl summoned the water spirit. Lin Kyo thought that Keike might expend too much energy for this. Hong Ye replied that her husband should not worry. The girl could handle it. Keek said that in order to win, sacrifices must be made. After that, she summoned the water spirit again. Kike summoned not only the reservoir, but also the underground waters. Lin Qiu assumed that the Iron City would be flooded after all. The ghost warriors on the fortress wall saw that the desert was flooded. Everyone needed to be evacuated immediately. How could this have happened? Many ghosts found themselves in the water and did not understand what had caused the disaster. The rescuers climbed out of the dungeon and saw that there were only land soldiers in front of them. Hong Ye asked KK if she was okay. The girl replied that she was a little tired. Lin Qiu handed the girl a jar of living water and told her to drink it and then rest. Keek thought she was too weak, but she still had to continue working as best she could. Lulo asked Hong Ye if she should return with her sister. The girl replied that Lulo was still very young, so it was better not to take any unnecessary risks. Lin Qiu brought several cans of water and told the chick that it was payment for his work. KK and Lu Luo were returning, and they needed a ride. The chick told the man to call him a night ghost, not a chick. The chick was delighted to see that he now had several cans of water. The night ghost thought that if he followed Lin Qiu, he could secure a much better future for himself than the sand ghost. The night ghost perked up and declared that he would complete the task assigned to him. Lin Qiu was surprised at how the chick had grown so big. The night ghost developed tremendous speed and said that he was ready to do anything for this liquid. Lin Shui and Hong Ye, riding on Xiaobai, attacked the ghost warriors. Lin Qiu asked the pure mountain spring to give him strength. He was ready to drink it all. A second captain, a B-level ghost lizard named Baimu, appeared in the hero's path. He shouted that the man would pay with his blood for trying to destroy his Iron City. Now, he guards this city instead of the snake spirit. The snake spirit, sitting on Hong Ye's palm, said that he was just a child. The ghost lizard Baimu declared that the snake spirit had betrayed them, and therefore fell in his eyes. Lin Yue said that he had no intention of giving up. The young man decided to use the long stick and the magic sword again. A fusion occurred, and the purple gold sword appeared. The ghost lizard Baimu declared that even if the commander had surrendered, he would still fight to the last drop of blood. Lin Qiu said that out of respect for his enemy, he was willing to give his opponent one thing. Coins appeared in the young man's palm. The coins of good and evil spell was activated. The ghost lizard Baimu cried out that he had lost his opponent. Where had he disappeared to? He decided that this was a negative consequence of the punishment, and realized that the coin should be used as a weapon in the future. The ghost lizard Baimu declared that a soldier could be destroyed, but not humiliated. He was ready to fight one-on-one. Lin Qiu thought that lightning had destroyed his opponent's defenses. It was an excellent opportunity to attack. The protagonist said he would help his opponent lose with dignity. Hong Ye thought that her husband could easily destroy the B-level ghost. The hero discovered a jade soul capable of increasing strength. The young man thought that the jade soul could extract attributes, which was comparable to rewards for quests. Lin Yue converted the power right away and felt unprecedented power. He felt the power flowing through his whole body. The young man wondered if he would be able to absorb even more power from ghosts in the future. Hong Ye told her husband that they needed to check the Santo mansion. It was time for the real battle. Lin Qiu replied that they first needed to deal with the soldiers in the city. Xiao Bai said that he could take care of the ghost soldiers. The snake spirit added that he could also be relied upon. Everything would be fine. Lin Qiu and his wife went in search of the sand ghost. The young man noted that all the residents of the neighboring areas had come to help. Hong Ye agreed. Everyone here was fighting. The people wanted to defeat the sand ghost and liberate the city. After all, their time had come. The sand ghost Sequoia, an A-level owner, appeared on the roof of one of the buildings. The young man said that his foolish sister had finally arrived. He was impressed by the flood trick. Hong Ye said that her brother's conspiracy had not been successful. Sequoia replied that his sister should take care of herself. Hong Shang asked why his sister still refused to cooperate. Would they really have to fight? Hong Ye said that it was her brother who wanted to fight. He had to give up his ambitions. Times had changed. The sand ghost declared that talking was useless. His expression clearly showed that battle was inevitable. Lin Qiu activated the lightning strike skill to deliver a devastating blow. Hong Ye responded by activating the spiritual energy strike. Hong Shang raised his sword and said that in the name of sand, he was ready to gather everything. The opponents were almost half buried in sand. Sequoia declared that his foolish sister could rest in peace. The sand dust explosion skill was activated. The sand ghost said that resistance was futile. The opponents would be destroyed. Lin Qiu and Hong Ye reached out to each other. They did not want to be scattered in different directions by the sand forces. Lin Qiu declared that he could not let go of Hong Ye. The young people's fingers touched. They were reunited. The sand ghost initiated a powerful explosion. Red-hot sand flew everywhere. Hong Shang said that it was finally over. Xiaobai saw the explosion and said that the master might be in danger. The snake spirit thought the same about Hong Ye. The protagonist was in a semi-conscious state. The young man thought, could he be dead? Images from the past began to appear in his mind. The young man thought that this time he might not be able to bring gifts for his younger sister. Lin Qiu had promised his older sister Hua that he would walk hand in hand with her. But now it seemed that he had let her down. Lin Qiu remembered his mentor Tang Lin Yi and the Fat Man, as well as his other colleagues. The young man was ashamed that he had let down the academy and his team. He deeply regretted what had happened. However, our hero was most concerned about Hong Ye. Lin Qiu believed that, as her husband, he had failed to protect her, but the young man decided that it was too early for him to die. After all, he hadn't even helped his wife restore her body. The sand ghost Sequoia saw a pillar of fire burst from the ground. It was quite unexpected. After that, Lin Qiu and Hong Ye appeared from under the ground. Moreover, our hero appeared in the form of a ghost. Hong Shang was surprised. Had this guy really decided to transform? Lin Qiu replied that they weren't done yet. Shirin shouldn't think that everything would be easy for him. Hong Yi told her husband not to be so careless, because her brother was still full of energy. Hong Shan said that finally, a real battle would take place, and he would be able to feel his full power. Lin Qiu told his wife that he would deal with her brother himself. Hong Ye objected, saying that she could still fight. The spirit of the sword suggested joining forces and creating a new weapon. The merge skill was activated, using the Demon Eater option. The spirit of the snake and Xiaobai also arrived to help their masters. The giant snake suggested that the sand ghost admit the truth. Only if they got along with humans would their race have a future. Hong Shang called the snake a traitor and promised to destroy everyone. Hong Shang activated the Sand Shadow Field skill. Hong Ye said that this was a unique technique of the Ghost King. Hong Shang's opponents lost their bearings and began to fall. Sequoia declared that this sand field would be their grave. Lin Qiu admitted that his opponent had become much stronger. Hong Shang ordered his servants to attack the people. Xiaobai told his master that he would deal with these soldiers himself and not let them cause any harm. The sand ghost attacked his opponent, but our hero activated the teleportation skill and was able to quickly dodge. Lin Qiu noticed that the Ghost King liked to cheat. However, it wouldn't help him anyway. He would still be roasted. Hong Shang wondered where his opponent got such strength. Hong Ye wanted to sneak up from behind, but Hong Shang noticed and said that his sister underestimated him. The sand ghost activated the storm again. He declared that his opponent's powers were still insufficient. The ghost snake and Xiaobai quickly dealt with the ghost soldiers and decided to help their hosts. Seeing the sand attack, they realized that things were bad. Lin Qiu said that they must first repel the attack, then spread out and counterattack one by one. Hong Shang found himself surrounded. The sand ghost said that these minor attacks couldn't hurt him at all. At one point, the protagonist said that his opponent had already lost the fight. The sand ghost was surprised. Did they really expect to destroy him by attacking all together? The sandstorm was activated again, and another powerful explosion thundered. When the sand settled and the air cleared, Hong Shang saw his sister lying unconscious. Next to her were Xiaobai and the snake ghost. The sand ghost smiled and said that his sister had lost to him. However, a voice from behind said that the sand ghost was rejoicing too soon. Lin Yue activated the magic blade and stabbed it into the ghost's back, piercing it through. Hong Shang, losing strength, fell to his knees. Lin Qiu said that it was just a small explosion. Such an explosion could not harm his body, which possessed S-level strength. The sand ghost turned around and stabbed his sword into the hero's chest. Hong Shang said that his opponent clearly did not expect this. His sword was capable of piercing any defense. Hong Shang got to his feet and declared that victory would still be his. Our hero did not look his best. However, the protagonist's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Is that all the sand ghost is capable of?" Lin Qiu declared that even if everyone wanted him dead, he would still stop the sand ghost. Lin Qiu punched his opponent in the face and pulled the sword out of his chest. Sitting on the ground, Sand Ghost said in surprise that during the transformation, his opponent was no higher than A level. How could a human defeat him? Lin Qiu stated that he had long since surpassed the A level and was simply pretending. Hong Shang was not one to be intimidated and also punched our hero in the face. The ghost said that the man underestimated him. No one is going to give up until there is true peace on Earth. Lin Qiu was surprised. What peace was he talking about? By destroying the Earth, the Sand Ghost was provoking war. Was that really what he wanted? The protagonist kicked his opponent in the chest, sending him flying backwards. Hongshang said that humanity is corrupt, and its morals are immoral. The Sand Ghost responded by striking the hero and saying that it was not worth defending the world in which these people lived. Lin Yue couldn't stay on his feet and flew to the side, leaving a deep mark behind him. Hongshang added that ghosts used to be people, but they became disillusioned with the human world. That is why there are more and more of them. It is impossible to endure this pain. Hongye approached her brother and said that he only thought that way because he only saw darkness. The Sand Ghost asked what kind of light people see. Hongye should not forget that she is not just a simple person, but the princess of the Sand Empire and his sister. The girl replied to her brother that he had never felt warmth. His soul was sick because he had no loved one. Therefore, he could not understand what light was. Hongshang was surprised. Since when did his sister start lecturing him? The girl replied that he was not worthy of being her older brother. Strong people, protecting the weak, often sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Because of the invasion of ghosts, many lands were destroyed, and countless families went to the other world. Hongye told her brother to look around. Couldn't he see what life was like for the people under his rule? The girl asked what was the difference between the result her brother had achieved and the demon who had destroyed their empire. Lin Qiu suggested ending the conversation. Hongshang asked if she was really happy with the people and enjoyed living among them. Hongye told her brother that even though Lin Qiu sometimes seemed foolish, she felt good around him. Having awakened as a ghost, she had lived in darkness, but as soon as Lin Qiu appeared, light opened up before her. The girl added that this guy didn't care what had happened to her before. He sincerely helped her, and she felt his love. The young man made her life beautiful, and darkness would never consume her again. Hongye said that this is why she likes living with Lin Qiu. This guy is the one she will love forever. The Sand Ghost said that he had wandered alone for too long. He never had the life his sister talked about, but in his heart, he understands why she is so happy. Hongshang handed his sister the 2 stones he had picked up earlier. At first, he wanted to absorb them and turn into a human, but now he doubts whether he should do so. The girl told her brother to absorb the Philosopher's Stone and return to human form. In the future, he would have a chance to atone for his guilt. Lin Qiu added that the Sand Ghost should listen to his sister. When he joined Daxia, they would be able to move mountains. Hongshang said he couldn't go back. The ghost gave the stones to his sister anyway and told her she had to restore her human form. The girl screamed and lost consciousness. Lin Qiu picked her up and began to revive her. The Sand Ghost said that was all. If they wanted so-called peace, he would give it to them. Hongshan squeezed the dark demonic stone with force, and all the energy came out of it. The demonic snake said that the boss had almost destroyed the ghosts. This artifact could be used to control them. All the ghost warriors had indeed disappeared. Lin Qiu said that the Sand Ghost had decided to take his army away. Hongshang said goodbye to his sister and Lin Qiu and said it was time for him to leave. Hongshang added that he was going on a journey around the world to explore it far and wide. However, if the future turned out to be a complete disappointment, he would return and take over the world again. Lin Qiu told the Sand Ghost to wait. It wasn't fair. Had he decided to seize the moment and run away? Hongye woke up, sat up, and started coughing. Soon, blood came out of her mouth. Lin Qiu asked how his wife was feeling. The girl said that the Philosopher's Stone was helping her regain her human form, but its energy was too strong for her body. Lin Qiu told Hongye not to be afraid. He was there and would carry her in his arms. 4 days passed. The desert. Sin City. One of the central streets. Lin Qiu had bought an apartment here with a view of the cityscape. The young man sat by the bed of his recovering wife. Everyone else was sleeping on the floor. The girl woke up, opened her eyes, and was surprised. Had Lin Qiu been there all this time? Lin Qiu was delighted to see that Hong Ye had finally come to. The girl said that she had become human again. The young couple embraced. Hong Ye said that her husband needed to rest. Cake and the others also saw that Hong Ye had woken up and become human again. The girl assured everyone that she was fine and feeling well. The young people took each other's hands and felt mutual tenderness. The girl said that this feeling was incomparable to what it had been before. Now it was something else. Hong Ye asked why Lin Qiu had become so shy after her transformation. The young man replied that it was because she was very charming. The protagonist himself did not understand why he had become shy, because he had known her for a long time. Lulo knew that her father wanted to kiss her mother, and shouted for him not to hold back. The snake ghost said that he also wanted to kiss his sister. Xiaobai asked what was wrong with this snake. Kiki also didn't mind watching the young people kiss. After all, it was so romantic. Hong Ye said she wanted to do it too, and couldn't resist kissing her husband on the cheek. A celebration was organized for this occasion. Everyone had fun, ate, and drank. Lin Wei noted that their animals seemed to be very fond of alcoholic beverages. This needed to be stopped. Hong Ye said that they looked happy. Cake said that Luluo was already asleep and that she would take her upstairs. The girl added that Lin Qiu should be kind to Hong Ye. Lin Qiu said there was no need to worry. He treated her well. Hong Ye suggested that the young man go look at the moon. After all, it's so romantic. Lin Qiu took the girl by the hand and said he agreed. However, he was very shy because it was his first love. Once in the desert under the starry sky, the young people climbed up. Hong Ye said that she had wanted to show the young man this for a long time so that he could feel the sky. Lin Qiu did not expect that after her transformation, she would be able to fly freely. The girl said that now her powers were at the A level, and flying was one of her abilities. Our hero thought that Hong Ye and his older sister had reached A level. He would have to work hard in the future. The young people landed on Mizuki Hill. It was the highest point in the desert. Hong Ye called on the moon and stars to witness their love. Lin Qiu declared that Hong Ye would always belong to him. After these words, the young people kissed passionately, and each felt a flutter in their stomach. 2 days passed. The young man came out of the tent and stretched. After practicing, he felt almost like a supernatural being. Then the practice continued. After another 2 days, Hong Ye said it was time for them to return. Lin Qiu thought that it was finally over. Although he didn't mind the training, his wife's power was too great. Sin City, Lin Qiu's house. The young man announced that they had returned. Kiki said they had returned just in time. Guests were waiting for them at home. Our hero went inside and saw his older sister Huo. She was talking to Luluo. The girl thanked her sister for the rabbit. Luluo showed the rabbit to her parents and said that her sister had given it to her. Lin Qiu pointed out that she was her aunt, not her sister. Lin Huo said that Lin Qiu and his team had done a great job. They were asked to investigate everything, but they did not expect to gather so much information. Lin Huo warned that the sand ghost had become a member of the Daxia. She added that the inspector had agreed to accept her brother into the night patrol unit. Lin Qiu said that he actually wanted to be a free man. Besides, he hadn't spent enough time with his wife. Hua Lin said that Night Watch was just a name. Her brother would simply be performing other tasks. Hong Ye knew that her husband dreamed of joining the unit. It is important not to forget your dreams. Men should have their own goals. Our hero decided to join the Night Watch and thanked his wife for her understanding. Hua Lin said that was just great. She didn't expect anything else from her brother. Now that he had chosen this path, he deserved to know some of the world's secrets. Lin Qiu was surprised. Did his sister have some shocking news? Hua Lin said that today's world is much more dangerous than before. Lin Qiu replied that he had already heard about it. Ghosts roam everywhere. The news shows only a small part of what is really happening. The island of Ying is engulfed in wars and natural disasters. The territory is completely overrun by ghosts. The Western Kingdom has also been affected. Many ghosts have disguised themselves as civilians and disappeared into the crowd. How did they manage to get rid of so many enemies? It was a desperate battle in which everyone, despite the shortage of people, sacrificed themselves for the common good. Even the sea areas are not peaceful. Giant ghosts emerge from the water and destroy islands. However, there are many strong people at the border, so it is necessary to resist the invasion of ghosts. Enemy forces do not give the city a break from constant invasions. Lin Hua said that because of this, they need talents like her brother. However, this path is not an easy one. Lin Qiu must be mentally prepared for it. Lin Qiu replied that he was ready. Lin Qiu suggested that his wife return to Kanglin with him. She should also join the Night Watch squad. Hong Ye replied to her husband that she wanted to stay in the desert. Lin Qiu was, of course, surprised. The girl said that they would not be able to live like this. He loves her, but at the same time, he has his own goals. Therefore, she decided to stay in the desert, and he would have the opportunity to achieve success. Lin Qiu thought that they were happy together, but everyone had their own priorities in life. Hua Lin said that it was good for a person to have a goal. The government of Daxia wanted to reclaim the desert. However, Hong Ye could join the Night Watch as a special agent and continue to live in the desert. Hua Lin added that nothing is impossible. However, first it is necessary to rename the City of Sin to the City of Sand, so that people feel safe. This should serve as an example for Hong Ye. She will transform places one by one. Hong Ye said that in that case, she agreed. The protagonist did not expect his wife to take their separation so close to heart. On the one hand, he is happy for her. but at the same time, he is sad to think about the upcoming separation. Hong Ye asked her husband how he felt about her decision. Lin Chu replied that he would support her no matter what. Lin Hua thought that she was looking at a lovely and happy couple. Before parting, they had become like a family. The next morning arrived. The helicopter was waiting for the passengers. Lin Qiu handed his wife his phone and told her she could call him anytime. WhatsApp and Telegram were also installed. Hong Ye told her husband not to worry, because they were spiritually connected and could exchange souls. They didn't even need the internet for that. Lin Qiu thought that this wasn't very good. His wife would be able to keep track of him. The snake ghost said she wanted to stay with Hong Ye's sister. Keiki noticed that she had abilities related to the water element, so she could be useful in the desert and help with irrigation in certain areas. Lulo told her father not to worry, because she would help her mother. The big chick said he would miss him. However, he had an egg that he had laid himself, and he wanted to give it to him as a gift. The locals offered our hero various souvenirs as mementos. Lin Qiu thanked everyone and said he would gladly accept these gifts. Hong Ye told Lin Qiu to take care of himself and not worry about her. The young man replied that he was no longer the weak boy he used to be. Hong Ye hugged her husband and said that she would wait for him with all her heart, because he was the only one she loved so much. Lin Qiu said that he would miss her too. The helicopter with the passengers took off. Hong Ye waved her hand and said goodbye to her husband. The girl thought that their feelings were eternal, and nothing could destroy them. She decided that Lin Qiu would be a completely different person when they met again. Minyuan, Daxia headquarters. The Lord thought, how dare the Sand Shadow Ghost pretend to be missing? The Ghost King Yang Xiao told His Majesty not to worry, because he had him. His people were hiding in different cities and were starting a large-scale covert operation. The Lord said that was excellent. The King of Nightmares held great promise. Yang Xiao bowed to His Majesty and said it was worth it. The young man hoped to become stronger and take the ruler's place. The Lord declared that his clones were abroad. Their task was to occupy all territories, and their ultimate goal was world domination. Yang Xiao wondered how many clones this demon had. Was the original really standing before him? It was difficult to imagine how powerful he was. Kanglin, the Sand Shadow Ghost, found himself in the central square of the city. Wandering around, Hong Shang realized that he had accidentally ended up in the city where his sister lived. It was completely different from the desert. The infrastructure and technology were much more advanced. There were too many people here, but he could hide his ghostly aura and disguise himself as an ordinary person. The locals saw Hong Shang and thought that this man was imitating ancient people. They had seen such a costume somewhere in comics. The girl thought, even though his gait is strange, he is very handsome. Hong Shang decided that he was dealing with a bunch of ignoramuses. He flew up into the sky and decided to change locations. Hong Shang found himself above the roadway and thought that there were many moving iron boxes here. They can occasionally be seen in the desert, but here they are everywhere. The buildings in this area were very tall but unattractive. They were much better in the desert. A police officer approached the stranger and told him to come down immediately. He was disturbing the peace. There was no need to climb on top of a traffic light. The Sand Shadow Ghost was bored, so he changed locations again. The townspeople filmed his flight on their smartphones and said it was very beautiful. In the doorway, a girl was running away from her pursuers. She screamed that ghosts were chasing her and that she needed help. The ghosts warned her that no one would help her. The girl saw a stranger appear from around the corner and cried out for him to help her. She ran up to the young man in strange clothes and asked him to help her get rid of her pursuers. She noticed that the stranger was very handsome. The ghosts caught up with the girl and told the young man not to meddle in their affairs if he wanted to stay alive. Hong Shang was angry that they spoke to him so disrespectfully. The young man picked up the girl, lifted her off the ground, and used his unique abilities to attack the ghosts. The ghosts were hit with a sand strike and destroyed. The girl was surprised. This guy had defeated the monsters with a single blow. It seemed incredible to her. The stranger was like a supernatural being and she was still in his arms. The girl blushed with embarrassment, thanked him for his help, and asked the young man to let her go. Hong Shang threw the girl to the ground and told her to stop hugging him. Humans are very strange creatures. The girl thanked him again and wanted to tell him her name, but the stranger interrupted her. The young man told the girl not to think anything more than that. He had simply been provoked by those monsters, and now he was leaving. The girl asked him not to leave so easily. She wanted to invite him to dinner as a token of her gratitude. The young lady took a step and cried out in pain. She had twisted her ankle while running away from the ghosts. How would she walk now? Hong Sheng said that humans were very weak creatures. He was curious to see what the girl would do next. The sand shadow ghost picked the girl up and said he would carry her home. She thought he had hugged her again. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl showed him the way and wondered why her heart was beating so fast. She was glad she had met this man and was afraid to imagine the consequences if this meeting had not happened. The young lady asked if the stranger was from the night watch. She admired his strength. Hong Shang told her to stop saying that, as he was tired of hearing such things. The girl was upset. This guy was too cold-blooded. He was handsome, but it wasn't easy to talk to him. The victim wanted the young man to say something. How could guys have such long hair? The girl said that this young man's appearance reminded her of a character from an anime. Hong Shang replied that he was just a wanderer from Sin City. The girl thought that Sin City was a beautiful name. The young lady introduced herself. Her name was Xia Shui. She studied at Beicheng School. How could she address her savior? The young man replied that she could call him Hong Shang. The sand shadow ghost thought that this was human nonsense again. He could understand if they were interested in technological developments, but everything else was meaningless. The young people entered the girl's house. She asked Hong Shang to lay her down on the sofa. She was curious. This was the first time a boy had been in her house. Hong Shang laid the girl down and began to pull the sock off her foot. Xia Shui was indignant. "What are you doing?" She thought this guy might be a pervert. Hong Shang examined her injured foot. Xia Shui said it was just a minor bruise. She thought one pill would be enough, and if not, she would have to go to the hospital. Hong Shang said there was no need to go to the hospital. He used his energy abilities and began to heal her foot. Xia Zhu moved her leg and said that the pain was gone. It was a miracle. She didn't think that this seemingly stern man would turn out to be so kind. Xia Zhu thanked him and added that she was now completely fine. The girl offered the young man dinner. Hong Shang refused and added that he was leaving. The sand shadow ghost thought that these people were sucking all the energy out of him. Now he really felt hungry. Hong Shang said he had decided to stay for dinner so as not to offend the hostess. After a while, dinner was ready. Xia Zhu said it was eggs with tomatoes. It might not look very good, but it tasted delicious. There was also pork and fish sauce. Well done. Xia Zhu asked if he liked the food. Hong Shang replied that food was a source of strength and energy for him, and the taste was not important. Xia Zhu knew that he liked her food. He just didn't admit it out of modesty. Xia Zhu thought that if her classmates had tried this food, they would have said it was the worst dish they had ever tasted. Hong Shang was still eating, which meant she was really a good cook. Hong Shang thanked her for her hospitality and said it was late and time to leave. Xia Zhu said she wanted to walk him home and asked where he lived. The young man replied that he didn't have a home. Xia Zhu was surprised. Where did he sleep? Hong Shang said he slept in a tree in the park. It was cool there in the evening, and you could feel the aura of the sky and the earth. Xia Zhu imagined herself sleeping in a tree at night, and she didn't like it very much. The girl suggested that Hong Shang stay with her tonight. He would sleep in her bed, and she would sleep on the sofa. She couldn't let such a good person wander the streets. Hong Shang said that she would be uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. They could sleep in the same bed together. Xia Zhu blushed again with embarrassment. Xia Zhu couldn't even think about spending the night with Hong Shang. It was too soon, since they had only just met. Xia Zhu said aloud that they had only known each other for one day. How could they sleep in the same bed? The young man replied that if she didn't like the bed, they could sleep on the sofa. As a result, the young people lay down on the sofa. After a while, Xia Zhu asked if Hong Shang was asleep. Hong Shang was asleep. However, Xia Zhu couldn't sleep, being so close to the guy. The girl was still awake, so she asked where his parents lived. Hong Shang replied that they were also gone. Xia Zhu apologized and said she didn't know that. The young man replied that he wasn't angry. Of course she couldn't have known that. Xia Zhu said that her father was her only remaining relative. Her mother had died after a long illness, and her father spent his days fighting ghosts. They rarely saw each other. Xia Zhu added that she had no superpowers. She went to a normal school, and she couldn't even stand up for herself. The girl admitted that she envied this guy. It's good to be strong and confident. Hong Shang said that there was nothing to envy, because being an ordinary person was also quite good. Xia Zhu said she wanted to become stronger. Hong Shang said he could teach her a few things. Xia Zhu was surprised and delighted. Is this really true? She thought. The closer she got to him, the stronger he felt her desire to become stronger. Now she could kiss him. Xia Zhu blushed again with embarrassment and moved away. She couldn't do that. Hong Shang said that it was very boring. The young people wished each other good night. The next day at school, the students discussed the news that Lin Shi had taken the position of chair of the disciplinary committee. Now, she would be patrolling. Someone shouted for everyone to step aside immediately. The chair was coming. The students bowed and greeted the chairperson. They considered Lin Shi to be a low-ranking demon king. Lin Shi said that under her sensitive leadership, all students would become good and polite. One of the upperclassmen said that Lin Shi was just a junior and shouldn't tell the upperclassmen, who broke the rules every day, what to do. What could she do to him? Lin Shi told the student that it was not appropriate to behave in this manner. Huang added that this bully would have to deal with her first. The senior student grabbed a bat and said that no one could beat him at baseball. Another bully said he was a stool warrior. A third said he was the king of slime. Yellow took out a magic bomb and said that times had changed. The girl kicked the bomb and sent it flying toward the bullies. The bomb exploded, and smoke enveloped everything around them. The bullies admitted that there was a terrible smell. What kind of weapon is this? They wondered. The students were frightened. Were all of Lin Shi's subordinates this strong? Lin Shi told Yellow that they were good people and opposed violence. The assistant replied that she liked nuclear weapons. Lin Shi asked how her brother's sales were going. Yellow immediately produced a financial report and told her about the profits. Lin Shi thought her brother would be happy. However, she hadn't called him in a long time because the connection in the desert was unstable. Even Starlink doesn't work there. Suddenly, a car appeared at high speed in the square in front of the school. It braked sharply in front of Lin Shi. Yellow got angry. This wasn't a parking lot. The driver had to get out of the car immediately. The car doors opened, and Lin Q got out with a fox cub on his shoulders. Lin Si was delighted and threw herself into her brother's arms. She said she had missed him very much. Lin Q replied that he had missed her too. In the evening, everyone gathered in the living room to look at the gifts. Lin Q told Oniji to take a break from cleaning and join them in examining the gifts. Oniji received a new maid's uniform. Lin Shi also received new clothes and thought that her brother cared about her. Lin Kyo gave Yellow a new typewriter and added that it was for Xiaohua. Yellow smiled and said she was very happy. Lin Kyo said it was a joke. The real gift was a land shark bone. Xiaohua was delighted and said that Lin Q loved her more than anyone else. Xiaohua grabbed the bone and ran away. Lin Q thought she had become a puppy. Had he made some kind of discovery in biology? His sister asked why Hongye and Luluo hadn't returned. Lin Qiu replied that Hongye had recovered and found a job, so she had stayed in the desert. Luluo was helping her. There was no need to worry about them. Lin Si was delighted to hear that Hongye was doing well. Lin Qiu said that he also had a new goal now. Tomorrow he would go to the Night Watch department and fight side by side with his older sister. Sire didn't think her brother was so brave. Everyone has their own goals. The next day arrived. The Night Watch department of the city of Zhanglan. An office building. Walking down the hallway of this building, the protagonist was surprised. He didn't think the inspector had such a cool place. Lin Hua said that the boss had ordered him to join the second task force. Lin Qiu replied that he wanted to be in the same group as his sister. On the other hand, it was even better that he would be in the second team. There would be less suspicion. Who would be the captain of this team? The young people entered the office of the second team leader. Hualin told the commander that she had brought Lin Qiu. The commander of the second team turned out to be Yun Shi. Yun Shi said that this well-known young man looked like an ordinary guy. Hualin told her brother that this was the leader of the second group, and from now on, she was his boss. Yun Shi had heard that this young man was Hualin's younger brother. So she had brought him in through the back door? Hualin was indignant. After all, her brother was known to the whole world. Yun Shi was just jealous that she had such a brother. Lin Qiu pulled the girls apart and told them not to fight. He didn't care what others said. Yun Shi hugged the young man from behind and said that he was tall and strong. The protagonist said embarrassedly that he felt uncomfortable when other women touched him. Hualin was furious and told Yun Shi to stop her lewd behavior immediately. Yun Shi calmed her rival and told her not to worry. She would take care of her little brother. Lin Qiu thought that his sister and his new leader were competing with each other. This could end badly. Hualin warned the commander of the second squad. If even a hair on her brother's head was harmed, she would not be happy. Yun Shi promised that the young man would be fine. After Hualin left the office, Yun Shi hit her subordinate and knocked him to the floor. The commander of the second squad said that if Lin Qiu wanted to work, he had to control himself in the boss's office. The young man had to forget what had happened here before. Lin Qiu thought that she wasn't so hot-headed inside, but she had plenty of strength. Yun Shi had heard about this young man's achievements, but he had to forget about those low-level ghosts. They were nothing compared to what they were doing here. Since the young man had joined the night watch, he would be required to do quality work. Lin Q replied that he understood everything. Yun Shi said that his salary for 6 months of training would be 5,000. There would be no benefits. There would be a reward for capturing a ghost. It was difficult for the protagonist to disagree with such a leader. The young man thought that his sales were growing by the hour, not by the day. He already had a huge income. He was not interested in money here, but in the desire to become stronger. Yun Shi told the young man not to say anything unnecessary. She needed a diligent subordinate. The commander added that she could give him some perks as a newbie. Would the young man agree to work with such a boss? Lin Q thought he would just watch, and Hong Ye wouldn't guess anything. Yun Shi noted that newbies who complete tasks on their own receive good rewards. Lin Q thought that first Lin teased him, and now his new boss was doing the same. Why was society treating him this way? The commander handed the young man the documents and the application form. Lin Q thought that even though he was an intern, he was already a member of the Night Watch. A new stage of life had begun. Yun Shi said that the first task was to investigate the disappearance of men near road number 3 in the northern district. Something strange was going on there. The Night Watch had already sent people there, but they had gone missing. There was speculation that ghosts were involved. Lin Q told his boss not to worry. He would be the best rookie she had ever seen. The protagonist found himself in the north district of Zhanglan. With a can of living water, he thought he had wasted the whole day. There are no clues, even though this is the area with the highest crime rate. Lin Q thought that now that Hong Ye was not around, there was no one to even talk to. The protagonist heard a woman's voice behind him. The girl asked why the young man was walking alone here. Lin Q saw the girl and thought, could another nighttime fling be waiting for him? However, our hero sensed a ghostly aura about her. Something was wrong here. The stranger said that they were close to each other. Would his girlfriend be angry? The system offered the user a choice. Take the initiative and spend time with the girl. Behave straightforwardly and resist temptation. Attack them and expose the girl. Lin Q decided to choose the second option. The stranger said she was very hungry, and the young man probably wouldn't mind having dinner either. The girl suggested he come over to her place. She was a very good cook. The protagonist said he wasn't hungry. If she was hungry, she could go and eat. Why was she here? The girl was upset. Why wasn't he hungry? But even if that was the case, he could still agree. The girl said that she had just lost her appetite too. She suggested taking a walk and going somewhere together to have a drink. Lin Q replied to his older sister that he was faithful to only one girl. The stranger got angry when she heard herself being called older sister. The system reported that the task had been completed and the reward credited. Lin Q thought that now he could try something different. Lin Q told the girl that he couldn't refuse such a beauty and suggested that they have a fun night out. The girl suggested that her brother hurry up. She believed that no man could resist such a beauty. Lin Q thought that the disappearance of men in this city was definitely her doing. But to find out anything, he would have to enter the tiger's den. It was time to find out everything. The young people went to the girl's apartment. The hostess told the young man to make himself comfortable. She would bring something to drink. Lin Q felt a strong ghostly aura. Most likely this girl had been living here for a long time. He needed to get more information. The girl said that today they would try wine for the soul. The hostess poured alcohol from a bottle and said that this drink was from the Apache region. The seductress suggested they drink and talk about life. Lin Q said he didn't drink alcohol because he cared about his health. He preferred Coke. Lin Q told the young man to wait a moment. She would bring everything right away. Lin Q added that she shouldn't rush. He had the drink with him. 1 bottle of Coke refreshes, 2 fill you with happiness, and 3 bottles grant immortality. The girl smiled and said that this guy was well prepared. However, it was unbearable for her to put up with this. The girl was furious and tried to find a way to get even with this guy. The seductress came to her senses. She realized that she had drunk the wine from the glass she had poured herself. The girl immediately felt nauseous. Lin Q said that drinking alcohol is harmful. He had warned her. Lin Q sat down on the sofa and said he would like her to massage his feet. But of course, after she felt better. The girl got angry and tore off her clothes, turning into a monster. She screamed that this guy was really in trouble. Lin Q managed to get her to reveal her true form. She was just a B-level ghost. The protagonist hit the ghost and asked why she was screaming. She clearly hadn't been taught any manners. Didn't her neighbors sleep at night? After being hit, the monster fell to the floor and said that this guy was not as simple as he seemed. How dare he fool me? Lin Q admitted that he had fooled her. But did she really care? The monster girl pounced on the young man and said she would destroy him. After hundreds of blows, Lin Qiu defeated the ghost and won. The ghost, with scars on his face, said that this young man was quite good. Lin Qiu said that he was interested in the answers to his questions. Was she responsible for the disappearances of people in the city? Why did she do it? The ghost replied that she was just helping other monsters deceive people and then sending them to their deaths. Hearing about the slaughter, the young man realized that things were not so simple, so the investigation must continue. The ghost took on her human form and led the young man to the slaughterhouse. The girl said that this was the place for the slaughterhouse and that she had the key to the gate. Lin Qiu replied that he didn't need the key and ordered her to watch the ghosts. Our hero said that a real man had to sort this out. He had his own key for that. Once inside, the protagonist smelled blood. It seemed to him that the missing men might be somewhere nearby. Lin Qiu looked into the boxes nearby and concluded that these people could have been turned into food. Lin Qiu asked his companion where the ghosts had gone. The girl replied that they were probably afraid of him, so they had hidden. He would have to look for the ghosts himself. Lin Qiu looked into the next room and found the ghosts. They were armed and very dangerous. Our hero smiled and said, "Have they decided to ambush me? Do they think I will beg for mercy?" His companion smiled slyly and said that this young man was very easy to deceive. While they were walking, she sent a signal to her brothers and simply waited for him to come here himself. One of the ghosts asked what it was like to be deceived. The ghost added that he liked the merciless look in this man's eyes. Lin Qiu just laughed. The young man knew it wouldn't be easy, so he came here to check everything out. He said he would destroy all the ghosts and complete the Night Watch's mission. Wielding their weapons, the ghosts rushed at the young man, declaring that they would give him a beating and beat him up. Using his unique skills and mastery of the magic sword, the young man destroyed all the ghosts. The girl, frightened, told the man not to come near her, or she would call her older brother. Lin Qiu said that no one would help her. The protagonist suggested that the girl call her brother anyway. He wanted to see him. A huge monster did indeed appear in the room. An A-level butcher ghost. The ghost said that such a bug could not cause him any trouble. The girl was delighted and rushed towards the monster. Finally, her brother had come to rescue her. Our hero even grimaced when he saw the girl and the monster kissing on the lips. Lin Qiu said it was just disgusting. Lin Qiu didn't even know that there were still A-level ghosts left. It seems that the Ghost King is just a high-ranking position that has no direct relation to strength. The butcher ghost and his comrades rushed at Lin Qiu. He shouted that he would turn the man into mincemeat for scaring his sister. Lin Qiu activated his transformation mode and turned himself into a ghost. He challenged the butcher ghost to fight the Holy Buddha. The monster attacked our hero, but the young man effectively repelled the attack. Lin Qiu declared that this butcher was not the first Ghost King he had encountered. As a rule, those like him did not end well. The butcher's ghost activated his wind strike and said he would show the man his full power. Lin Qiu broke his opponent's sword with several powerful blows and then said that now it was the butcher's turn. The blow hit the most vulnerable spot, and the ghost of the butcher almost cried out in pain. The Hulk fell to his knees, writhing in pain, and said that he would not forgive this. The butcher's ghost activated the flesh and blood skill and began to gather the strength and aura of his minions. As a result, the monster grew in size. All his minions became one with him. On the roof of the neighboring building was the commander of the second squad, Yun Shi. The woman decided that her subordinate would hardly be able to cope with this ghost. Apparently, she would have to help him. The artifact ability was activated. Yun Shi summoned the mist to her aid, and a huge energy dragon, the commander of the second squad, appeared before the butcher's ghost. The butcher's ghost did not understand where such an opponent had come from. Could Laozi be involved in this? Lin Qiu thought it was his leader's ability. It seemed that Yun Shi had been watching him and had come to his aid. The huge dragon ghost received the command to devour and destroy the butcher's ghost. Lin Qiu thought it was simply unbelievable. Yun Shi destroyed the butcher with a single blow. The commander of the second squad sent the dragon ghost back and said that the mission was complete and they could return. Lin Qiu couldn't believe that Yun Shi possessed such power. Lin Qiu asked the leader if she was really worried about him. Was that why she came to help? Yun Shi replied that she came here to watch him die. Lin Qiu laughed and said that she liked him. How did she rate his performance? At the same time, on the other side of the city, a sports car was driving down a deserted street. In the back seat of the car was the Ghost King Yang Xiao, accompanied by demonesses. Yang Xiao thought that he had finally returned to this city. Lin Qiu must be waiting for him. In the conference room of the Xianggang family, a meeting of elders and other officials was taking place. Xiang Qian's fat cousin, Xiang Ji, presided over the meeting. He said that he had convened all the elders to discuss Xiang Qian's performance. Was his behavior worthy of the status of heir to the Xiang family? Xiang Ji said that his cousin was greedy for food and lust. He did not succeed in school and did not become popular, unlike Lin Yue. What good could he do for the family? There was a proposal to replace the heir. The elders of the conservative wing of the family said they did not agree. According to family rules, this was impossible. Although Xiang Qian often acted foolishly, he nevertheless helped in discussing business matters. He could be considered the best diplomat. In addition, he had a good relationship with Lin Qiu. The elders of the reformist wing said they were against it. Times have changed, and Xiang Jie has become too ambitious. He needs to be supported. Besides, he has reached the A level. In this world, the strongest have the final say. Shang Ji said that it doesn't matter what decision is made here. He will still be the heir to the Shang family. All the relatives of those present are under his control and are now locked up. The elders were dissatisfied. Shang Jai said that they just needed to sign the necessary papers, and he would release everyone. The elders said that this was a crime. Shang Jai grabbed one of the elders and said he would force them to do it. Suddenly, the door to the conference room flew open, and a young man accompanied by bodyguards appeared in the doorway. He said it was too hot in there. He had been away for only a month, and already many changes had taken place. Shang Jai was indignant. Who was he and why was he barging into the conference room? The elders thought that they recognized this man's face. The young man asked, "Does brother Xiang Ji not recognize him?" "It's me, Xiang Qian." Xiang Ze was, of course, surprised. How did this happen? Xiang Qian had lost a lot of weight and grown stronger. Now he had a muscular body and a strong back. The elders said it was a miracle that the young master had changed so much. Xiang Ze asked what Xiang Qian had done to himself. Now he looked more like a steel log. Xiang Ze noticed that the elders were under his control, and that all they had to do was sign the inheritance agreement. Shang Qian said he was sorry, but he knew his cousin's intentions and sent all his subordinates to the hospital. The elders thought that this heir could be relied upon. Shang Ji became angry and called his cousin a scoundrel. He declared that his time had come, and he would be destroyed. Shang Ji attacked Xiang Qian with his fists. Xiang Qian said it was time to stretch his muscles a little and met the attacker with a kick to the chest. Shang Ji remained on his feet and said that he would not forgive this. He had no equal at school, and Shang Qian was doomed. Shang Qian reminded him that they were on the same level, but his strength was more stable than his brother's. The imitation technique was activated. Shang Qian delivered a powerful blow, and his cousin ended up lying at the bottom of the pit. The deactivation was successful. Shang Qian approached his defeated brother, pressed his foot on his chest, and said that his opponent had lost. Shang Jai couldn't believe that he had been made a laughingstock. He couldn't stay lying there, because it was a real disgrace. Shang Qian said he understood his brother's intentions. They were good because he was trying to help the family. However, there are rules. Those who break them must be punished with imprisonment. Xiang Jai burst into tears, apologized, and said it would never happen again. He would continue to work hard for the benefit of the Xiang family. Shang Qian wished his brother luck and expressed his hope that he would see a different version of him in the future. Lin Yue rode Xiaobai through the deserted city streets in pursuit of the ghost of a hungry dog. The ghost had just eaten 2 people who had been chasing it for several blocks. Ling Qiu told Xiaobai to switch to sports mode. The ghost should regret becoming a dog. At the same time, Xiang Qian was moving in the specified direction through the deserted city. The young man had spent a lot of time away from everyone, but now he was enjoying the beautiful moments of silence and solitude. A ghost dog appeared from around the corner. It was running in the same direction as Xiang Qian. The ghost of the dog bumped into the young man and ran on. Xiang Qian did not expect this and even dropped the ice cream cone from his hands. The young man was upset. After all, it was the first time he had allowed himself ice cream after a long diet. He couldn't forgive the insult. Behind him, a man riding a huge fox appeared. He shouted for that fat man to get out of the way immediately. It was Lin Kuei. He thought the man ahead looked very much like Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian was even more outraged. After such a long diet, how dare someone call him fat? Xiang Qian shouted that he would no longer tolerate this, and, in a fit of rage, attacked the ghost dog with an energy strike. The ghost dog was destroyed in seconds. Xiang Qian said that he should no longer be judged by his appearance. Lin Qiu saw the dragon's flame and was surprised. This guy destroyed the ghost dog in seconds. Lin Yue recognized this person. It was indeed Xiang Qian, but he had lost a lot of weight. The fat man also recognized his classmate and said he missed him. Lin Yue asked where Xiang Qian had lost 15 kilograms of body weight. Lin Qiu asked how the fat man managed to lose so much weight. Xiao Bai remarked that he was also interested in this. Xiang Qian replied that it was a long story and wondered whether he should tell the whole truth. After the meeting, the young people decided to stop at a noodle shop and recharge their batteries. Lin Qiu said that Xiang Qian had really changed a lot. Xiang Qian said that he had gone to the mountains and trained every day, exhausting himself physically. He lost weight, but did not stop there in order to keep himself in shape. Lin Qiu thought that he personally had reached the A level in the last 2 days. Xiang Qian was only a few steps away from that level. Xiang Qian noted that he had almost given up, but he was moving towards his goal. The fat man noted that Lin Yue had also become very strong, since he had managed to get into the night watch. Now, everyone had their own life. Xiang Qian continued. Upon his return, he learned that Ho Feng and Qin Yue's relationship had improved, and they had started dating. At the suggestion of their mentor Tang Ling, they decided to teach at the academy. Tang Su was still alone in the mountains. It was impossible to contact her, but she must be fine. Qin Feng works at the academy as an instructor for first-year students. Kongya and Mo Qingcheng have become entrepreneurs. They make jewelry for ghosts. Xiang Qian said he wanted to follow in Lin Kuei's footsteps and join the night watch. Lin Kuei promised to give him a letter of recommendation. The fat man was delighted and thought that Lin Kuei had always valued their friendship. Lin Ke spent the whole night chatting with the group leader. Hongye wondered who Lin Kuei was flirting with. Lin Kyo was upset. How could his wife think that he was interested in other women? He returned home late at night, but he was very drunk. Hongye said she believed her husband. Her work in the desert would soon be finished, and she would return to him. Lin Q thought that he missed his wife very much and couldn't live a day without her. In the underground club of the Devil Gang, the Ghost King Yang Xiao took the stage. This moment was reflected in various news channels. Lin Qiu thought, could Yang Xiao have returned after all? Yang Xiao greeted the audience and said that the devil team was with them. Now he was going to give a speech. The monsters declared that they were listening attentively to their boss. Their boss was simply wonderful. Yang Xiao announced that he had a dream. He wanted to become the ruler of Kanglan and live in the best mansion. The ghosts present also wanted to change their place of residence. That would be great. Yang Xiao said that he also wanted to rid the world of crime so that there would be no more pain. He wanted to create a college entrance exam to give everyone a chance to get an education. The world is full of light, but they continue to hide in the darkness. Sooner or later, their day will come. The ghosts shouted that this day would surely come and supported Yang Xiao in his desire to rid the world of crime. People were outraged. Are ghosts really on live TV? Why are they showing this? What is going on? Lin Qiu thought that this was a carefully planned hacker attack, and that such an opportunity should not be missed. The young man announced that he was challenging Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was outraged. How dare this guy steal his spotlight? The Ghost King told the scoundrel to watch his back. Sooner or later, he would tear Lin Qiu to pieces. Yang Xiao turned to the ghosts. They must prepare to destroy Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu said that Yang Xiao's speech was a complete failure. He would have to destroy his gang. The door flew open, and Lin Si appeared in the doorway. The girl suggested that her brother have a good day off, and she also wanted to eat and dress up. Lin Qiu agreed, because he was in a great mood, so he would buy gifts for everyone. The young people went to a shopping center located in the very center of the city. However, the protagonist had a bad feeling that something bad might happen. Lin Shi decided to buy a lot of things. She wasn't interested in money. After that, Lin Shi and her assistants visited a candy store. Again, they didn't care about money. Lin Qiu was upset because he had to spend all his hard-earned savings. At a children's restaurant, Lin Qiu told his younger sister that she only eats children's food, which is why she is not developing and remains short even at 14 years old. Lin Shi asked who was stopping her from eating at an adult restaurant, because her brother could see that there were lots of grown-ups there. Lin Qiu looked away and saw Hong Shang. His brother-in-law was sitting at a table with some girl. The protagonist was surprised. What was this man doing here? Maybe he wanted to deceive this girl? Xiazhu apologized for bringing Hong Shang to a children's restaurant, but noted that the food here was really delicious. Hong Shang replied that it didn't matter to him. The main thing was to fill his stomach. At one point, Lin Shui and Hong Shang's eyes met, and a spark flew between them. Xiazhu asked why the young man had become so distracted. Was something wrong? Hong Shang said that everything was fine, but that the people at the table opposite were behaving very strangely. Lin Qiu thought that his time had come, and that he would pay for everything in full. The system offered the user a choice. Save the girl and take her away from Hong Shang, expose his identity, or ignore him. Lin Shui decided not to bother him. Lin Qiu gave his opponent the middle finger and mentally wished him a peaceful meal and no choking. Lin Qiu continued to grimace, while wishing Hongshang all the best. Xiazhig suggested that the guy at the next table was crazy. Hongshang confirmed that this was indeed the case. The task was completed, and the reward was credited. However, the system notification said that before using the skills, it was necessary to create a ghost form. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was the appearance of the ghost really that important? Lin Guo wondered if it could be an inflatable doll. The system reported that the request had been received and the transformation was beginning. Lin Guo was surprised, because he had just said it casually. Why react like that? The task was completed. Now the user could use inflatable ghost dolls. Lin Qiu thought that someone was definitely making fun of him. Suddenly, armed ghosts entered the room. People were frightened by the criminals and decided to run away. The gang leader, with a weapon in his hands, shouted that the people were doomed. In the name of King Yang Xiao, they had come here to take Lin Qiu's life. Lin Qiu breathed a sigh of relief because he was tired of waiting for this. Besides, now he could use new props against these guys. Yellow was surprised. Where did they come from, and why did they dare to disturb them? Lin Si decided to deal with them in her own way. Lin Shi declared that it was time to fight and ordered her ghost assistants to attack. Lin Qiu told his sister not to rush, as he wanted to gain some experience. Xiaoxiu was frightened and asked her companion what they should do. Hongshang suggested that the girl eat and watch the show. Lin Si attacked, and the ghosts were immediately deactivated. The girl was surprised. Was that all? They should be ashamed. In the future, they must train well. The armed ghosts did not give up and declared that Yang Xiao had shared his power, so humans were doomed. Yellow shouted that she wanted world peace. Lin Shi was outraged. How dare these ghosts interrupt her date? Xiao Bai warned that the enemy was endowed with a ghostly aura. In the underground room, using the video surveillance system, Yang Xiao watched what was happening in the children's restaurant. His ghosts were having a hard time. Yang Xiao was surprised. Was Lin Qiu really such a coward? Instead of entering the battle himself, he left it to his sister, and Yellow. Yang Xiao saw that the Sand Shadow ghost was present in the restaurant and was frightened. It was better not to mess with this guy. Lin Qiu used the devil doll technique and said he was waiting for the ghosts to attack. Devil dolls were everywhere, ready to repel the attack. Lin Shui was surprised by what was happening, because these were just inflatable dolls. Lin Si asked in surprise how her brother was able to summon these dolls. Lin Qiu put on dark glasses and shouted to confuse the others. He called on these dolls to follow him into battle. The ghosts laughed. Did people really think they could defeat them? The rubber dolls showed what they were capable of and attacked the ghosts fiercely, leaving them no chance of escape. Lin Qiu thought that the power of these ugly ghosts had increased. He would have to use his fiery fist of fury. Hongshang thought that this guy was very cunning. Xiaozhui decided that her companion knew this blue-haired young man well. Lin Qiu was in an aggressive mood and declared that he had more gifts. After these words, the ghost was punched and flew far away. Hongshang threw the ghost back and told the young man to keep the monster for himself. Lin Qiu struck with a bat and threw the monster back again. Hongshang, without taking his eyes off his cup of coffee, used his sand hand to bring the monster back. At one point, the people parted. They saw that the commander of the second squad, Yun Shi, had appeared in the restaurant. Hongshang picked up his companion and said they needed to leave. As he disappeared, Hongshang said that they would see each other again. Lin Qiu said that he would invite this guy for a cup of tea. Yun Shi noted that she was surprised, but Lin Qiu was doing well. The protagonist was surprised. Was the leader here again? Yun Shi did not expect this young man to be so hardworking. He even manages to support his family. Lin Si said that she had the best brother. He took care of everyone around him. Yun Shi encouraged the girl to work hard so that she could join the night watch in the future. Lin Qiu asked why the commander had come here. Could it be related to Yang Xiao's gang? Yun Shi reported that a list of people sentenced to death had been found, and Lin Qiu's name was at the top. Lin Qiu decided that he would definitely catch up with Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was extremely angry after the failed attack at the children's restaurant. Why can't anyone deal with this bunch of scoundrels? Ghost Captain Joker asked if Master Yang Xiao would trust him and his squad of ghosts with this task. Liu Meng, a worshipper of ancestors, asked if Joker was really going to attack the city. Anime leader Zhang Cheng apologized and explained that he couldn't tear himself away from his manga. The great inventor Wengxi said that his invention could be useful in this matter. Joker said that Master Yang Xiao had shown mercy and discharged them from the psychiatric hospital. Thus, they were indebted to him. They would go through fire and water for him. The villains unanimously declared that they were ready to give their lives for Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was pleased, because now no one could get rid of them. Their goal was to destroy the city of Kanglan. The leader from the anime world, Jiang Cheng, noted that the world they live in is an illusion. The real world is in another dimension. Jiang Cheng added that it was necessary to purify people's souls. The first task was to destroy Lin Yue. He noted that those who believed in him would live forever. If they wanted to open up a new world, they had to obey his orders and fight evil. Lin Qiu, traveling around the city, thought that according to the information from team leader Yun Shi, a cult had recently appeared. But after a long search, there was no trace of it. Suddenly, a pink scooter stopped in front of the young man. The driver suggested that the young man watch a comedy show and invited him to an anime festival. Lin Qiu asked when it became fashionable to wear women's clothing. The young man thought that, on the other hand, this person might know where the secret cult was located. A thorough investigation should be conducted. Lin Qiu asked if the anime festival would be interesting. The protagonist turned around and said that he would be bored there, so he didn't want to go. His companion clarified that he had a VIP ticket to the exhibition. In that case, admission would be free. Lin Qiu took the ticket and noted that he would not refuse free admission. He decided that he needed to go to this festival to conduct a thorough investigation. The protagonist added that along with the tickets, he would also borrow a scooter. The man in women's clothing thought that their leader would get to this guy too. Lin Qiu used powerful technology and was able to transform himself. Sword Ghost said that Lin Qiu was extremely good at makeup. He looked great in women's clothing. Lin Qiu replied that his appearance was beautiful, so even in women's clothing he was irresistible. Lin Qiu, in the guise of his wife, sensed a familiar aura and temperament. Mo Qingqing and Kongya were standing in front of him. The girls guessed that it was Lin Qiu standing in front of them. The young man said that he was on a mission, so they had to keep it a secret. Lin Qiu did not expect to meet the girls at the anime festival. Kongya noticed that Lin Qiu was still as handsome as ever. The audience welcomed the mentor on stage. The ceremony was about to begin. Lin Qiu thought that the sect leader, the wanted criminal Zhang Qing from the psychiatric hospital, was on stage. Zhang Qing declared that they had destroyed the third dimension, and now it was time to resolve other issues. For the sake of saving the world, he was ready to offer an idea. Zhang Qing added that for this he needed the power of universal love. He would summon the most powerful being, who would obey him. The audience, of course, gave him their love. Zhang Qing told everyone to close their eyes and gather their strength. He summoned the most powerful sorceress on his behalf, Varak Mayena. Koni looked around and noticed that these people had gone mad, their minds under control. Lin Qiu noted that he had a plan for such a case. Jiang Cheng said that everything was going according to plan, and that he could already sense the girl. A girl did indeed begin to appear on stage. However, to restore justice, Lin Qiu moved closer to the stage and sent Jiang Cheng flying backwards with a kick to the jaw. The process on stage was already impossible to stop. The girl continued to appear from the magic circle. The circle automatically summoned her. The strange girl appeared completely on stage and announced that her name was Xiao Yuan. The girl turned out to be unattractive. Jiang Cheng was outraged and declared that it was Lin Qiu who had disrupted the ceremony and disfigured their sorceress. They needed to hurry up and punish this man. The audience demanded that their goddess be returned. Lin Qiu thought that these people were literally zombified. There was no point in pitying them. The girl who appeared screamed for Lin Qiu to hug his little sister and rushed at him. Jiang Cheng, with a book in his hand, said that it was time for him to participate. He decided to revive a special anime character. A transformation took place, and a character from the second dimension appeared before the audience. The body mastery skill was activated, and the Knight of Mian County appeared. Lin Qiu thought that if transformation was still in vogue, he would do the same. The transformation skill, original form of the Holy Buddha, was activated. It was decided to arrange a duel between the knights. Lin Qiu was surprised. Where did his opponent get such skills? Unexpectedly, our hero found himself in the realm of ghosts. But why was there nothing there? It was the absolute field created by the leader, the very place where all power was concentrated. It was incomparable to the field of ghosts. The enemy could easily hide here. Suddenly, the opponent appeared and activated the Meteor Fist skill. Lin Qiu thought that 9 years of boxing training had not been in vain. The young man attacked his opponent and threw him far back. The ghost said that it reminded him of his terrible school days. Lin Qiu struck his opponent again and told him not to scream so loudly when he was being beaten. The Knight of Mian County struck the protagonist in return and told him not to act like a professional. Lin Kyo used the skill, Nightmare Formula, Heavenly Crescent. The system offered the user a choice: save Jiang Chen and help him recover, let him sink into the world of the second dimension, or destroy Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Lin Kyo decided to play doctor in this case. Our hero grabbed his opponent and choked him. The young man asked if he was really facing an anime hero. His opponent was struck in a vulnerable spot, fell to his knees, and declared that this young man was terminally ill. He couldn't watch so much anime. Lin Kyo said that he would no longer use this weapon. The knight could breathe easy. The ghost jumped to his feet, grabbed his sword, and said that the young man was too naive. The protagonist slapped his opponent and asked if he really had a knife. Civilized people don't do that. The ghost was indignant. How dare a man insult a knight? Lin Kyo hit the knight and said he wanted to see his face. To do this, he had to remove his mask. Jiang Chen was outraged. Why did his rival destroy his dreams of a beautiful world? Lin Kyo replied that he had been taught to do so. To achieve your goal, you have to be stronger than others. You cannot understand what your opponent is feeling by looking at his mask. Jiang Chen struck the protagonist and said that his heart was tormented, and that this happened every day. Our hero noted that his rival's blow had destroyed his transformative form. It was time to end this. Jiang Chen, in the guise of a knight without a mask, attacked the protagonist and declared that he would do it first. His opponent must see his strength. It was a flying kick from the knight. Lin Yue said that it was some kind of coincidence, because he also possessed such a technique. Jiang Chen was surprised how anyone could ignore that. After all, it was exactly the same strike. There was a powerful explosion, and Jiang Chen was injured. Lin Chu said that the knight always loses when he plays on the left. Kongya and Mo Qingcheng came on stage and said that this time, victory was theirs. Their opponents were forced to flee. Jiang Chen said that his parents divorced when he was very young. They were indifferent to him, and he felt like a spare part. After school, his girlfriend left him for a rich sponsor. Jiang Chen admitted that now his world was ruined too. The system reported that the task had been completed, and the reward had been credited. Lin Q decided that he had helped this guy. The protagonist approached Jiang Chen and told him not to be upset. Life is full of ups and downs, and you have to keep yourself together. Lin Q told his opponent that it didn't matter what world he was in. The main thing was to stay happy no matter what. Jiang Chen's mistake was breaking the rules. He tried to destroy the world. Jiang Chen asked if God had sent this young man to him to atone for all his sins. The great inventor Wengxi noted that the night sky in this city was very beautiful. It would be great to spray chemicals here. Liu Meng, a worshipper of ancestors, said that their commander had long been interested in this city, and had long wanted to capture it. Tomorrow is Halloween. It's the right time to take action. Today, we can destroy a few people for fun. During a video call, Hong Ye asked why Lin Chu was laughing. The young man replied that thoughts of his wife were driving him crazy. Hong Ye said that there was no more work in the desert. She would soon return to Zhanglan. Lu Luo said that she was also returning. Lin Q wondered if his wife would be able to join the night watch when she returned. He dreamed of fighting side by side with his wife. Lin Shi asked her brother if he was free. The school is having a Halloween party. Will he go with them? Lin Kyo apologized to his sister, but because of the holiday, many people would be out on the streets. Therefore, the night watch had increased patrols and would have to work overtime. Lin Kyo thought that something was definitely wrong with his sister. Lin Shi also decided to go on patrol that evening. During the evening festivities, the young man thought that his commander, Yun Shi, was right. These people don't care about any restrictions on going out. They want to have fun. There are more and more ghosts. The protagonist was spotted and identified. Those present recognized him as the hero of Zhanglan and rushed towards him, demanding selfies and autographs. Lin Q was forced to retreat. The spiritual troops of Wenxi and Liu Meng were also walking around the city. They noted that the atmosphere here was intense. It was necessary to gather people and distribute ghost candy to them. The ghosts began to hand out candy to everyone for free and tell them that the owner of the candy factory had run away. However, after eating the candy, everyone turned into monsters. Now their minds can be controlled, and this army is under command. The monsters were ordered to attack and follow the general to break through to Hulao. Lin Kyo also dressed up as a ghost. The young man decided to play hide and seek, because now no one could find him. However, the fans still pursued our hero. The protagonist couldn't understand how they recognized him in such a costume. The survivors who didn't get any candy shouted that they needed to escape. They wanted the monsters to leave. Lin Kyo said that there was a hybrid of the Hulk and an orc here. He sensed a mixture of human and ghostly auras. People must be turning into ghosts. Lin Kyo saw a small child lying on the ground. People paid no attention to him. Lin Kyo protected the girl from the monster and said that it couldn't harm her, especially not in front of him. Lin Kyo gave the child to her mother and told her to run away and find a safe place. The protagonist drew a magical sword that devoured blood and said that he would not allow monsters to run rampant over the people in his area. For this, they would be destroyed. The leaders of the troops assumed that this was Lin Kyo. This is where the invention came in handy. Lin Kyo saw these leaders and thought that they were the most dangerous members of the spiritual team, Wangxi and Lu Meng. Wenxi pounced on the protagonist and said that it was an honor for the young man to be his opponent. Lu Meng declared that times had changed. Now, the success of any endeavor lay in science. He applied his invention. Yang Xiao, watching from above, said that this team was simply amazing. These ghosts are doing a great job. This time, they managed to launch a full-scale attack. The Joker said there was no need to worry. The fun was just beginning. The Joker appeared before the people and declared that he had come to save them. If they followed him, they would be safe. He invited everyone to the circus, because the show was about to begin. The Joker's hand burst into flames, and he told everyone not to leave. However, the people were terrified. The next moment, everything around them was engulfed in flames, and the people screamed for help. Everyone present was burned. The Joker declared that it was the perfect ending. A woman's voice rang out behind the criminal. Now it's his turn. The commander of the second squad appeared on stage. The Joker said that the girl was late, as the circus show had just ended. The leader of the Night Watch, Yun Shi, rushed at the ghost. The Joker jumped aside and said he wanted to play knife throwing. At that moment, knives flew toward Yun Shi. Joker said he was too busy tonight. He didn't even have time for a girl like her, so he had to say goodbye. A smoke illusion was activated. The girl thought that there was no escape from it. The Joker disappeared, turning into smoke, and said that the Night Watch representative would not catch him. Yun Shi said she was not going to let her opponent go. Yun Shi looked at the victims of this tragedy and thought it was her fault because she was late. The ghosts that appeared nearby invited the squad leader to come with them and have some fun. They didn't know they were playing with fire. Yun Shi summoned her ghost dragon, destroyed these monsters, and flying up, said that she and her squad of spirits would never forgive them. Lin Kyo continued to fight the leaders of the spirit squads. One of their inventions was destroyed. The leader said that this young man was strong and underestimated. Another leader noted that the young man had acted unforgivably by destroying his experimental biochemical gun. Lin Kyo declared that he was ready to show his rivals a real transformation during Halloween. Our hero activated his new abilities. Demon form. A magical image appeared above Lin Kyo's ghost. Lu Meng said that he would deal with this rival himself. Wangxi could go to another area. Lin Kyo's ghost stopped Wangxi and said that no one would leave here. The great inventor Lu Meng summoned a huge robot. It was his unique invention. Wangxi said that the old man had taken out his favorite toy. Now this boy was in for it. Lu Meng climbed inside the robot and said he would introduce his opponent to his iron friend. Inside the robot was a pilot's cabin. The robot activated its fist of justice and attacked Lin Kyo. However, our hero, in the form of a ghost, was able to dodge the attack. Lin Kyo felt a powerful blow and said that he had a strong enough aura. The system offered the user a choice. Go all the way, use technology to fight, or brainwash the leader of the ghost squad and save his soul. Lu Meng said that any resistance was useless against his invention. Lin Kyo stated that in that case, he agreed to fight with the help of technology and called on the ghosts, rubber dolls, for help. Lu Meng saw the rubber dolls and was surprised. What kind of technology was this? Lin Kyo and the ghost dolls took out automatic weapons and opened fire to kill. Lu Meng, standing under a protective dome, thought that firearms were endowed with supernatural energy. This could harm the robot. The rubber dolls had already climbed onto the robot and began to destroy it with all kinds of tools. The great inventor thought that his robot might be destroyed. It was already being taken out of action. Lin Kyo ordered the blue sorceresses to destroy the villain while attacking him. There was a powerful explosion. Lin Kyo thought that real men never look back at an explosion. The system reported that the task had been completed. Lu Meng managed to survive and thought that his invention was still useless. It was always like that. Lu Meng remembered showing his robot to his grandson. His grandfather thought the robot was amazing and suggested that he would win the Nobel Prize. However, the robot rebelled. The owner said they had problems. The boy and his father had to leave immediately. The robot exploded and only Lu Meng survived. The inventor said he dreamed of a peaceful life, but no one needed him. At the same time, he had a grenade in his hands. He believed that if nothing good happened in life, Then why not end such a life? He saw no bright future. Why continue such a life? There was a powerful explosion. Lin Yue managed to activate his absolute defense and was not injured. Lin Qiu did not think that this man would prefer death to imprisonment. Wenzi arrived at his destination and was surprised to find no one alive there. How could he show off his skills? A group of unknown people emerged from the shadows. It was Lin Shi and her team. The girl said she was very bored. She went out to find her brother and didn't think she would meet ghosts. When she saw the children, called them by different names, and asked why they were there. The children were surprised. What was going on? Wenzi said he had figured it all out. Now it was clear why he couldn't find his red rabbit. It had been stolen and repainted. At the same time, the villain pointed his finger at Xiaobai. The fox cub was surprised. Did he really look like a rabbit? Lin Shi said that they needed to contact the psychiatric clinic. Their patient was here. Yellow said that it would be better to call the police. They decided to contact the demon spirit. Wenzi swung his weapon and said he was very angry. They had to give him back his rabbit. Yellow counterattacked her opponent and said that he should take his medicine. Lin Shi warned that the bear would be next. Wenzi was harshly deactivated. Wenshi got up and said that he was being treated unfairly. His opponents even called on the animals for help. Cheesy stated that a maid's mission was to maintain hygiene. It was necessary to tidy up her opponent's hair. Wenshi asked them to stop mocking him. They should stop beating him up. Wenshi did not think that after thousands of years he would lose to people like these. Where had his rabbit gone? Xiaobai shouted that the rabbit was coming and rushed at Wenxi. Wenxi said that these children had forced him to transform. He turned into the divine Lu Bu. Even if this transformation consumed his life force, he would still fight. Oniji acknowledged that the enemy's power had increased to A level. Yellow said that now they were playing with fire. Huge Bear said that there was no need to be afraid, because his strength was also at the A level. Lu Bu said that these small fry were not worthy of being his enemies. He would destroy them all and show his power. Yellow asked why they shouldn't run away. Lin Shi replied that she never loses. It was time to reveal all her cards. The transformation mode was activated. The second spirit was summoned. A huge ghost panda appeared. It was Bai Wu. Yellow said that Lin Shi had summoned a national treasure. They noted that it was necessary to protect animals. Lu Bu was surprised. Where did this Bai Wu come from? Lu Bu was deactivated. Yellow said that this guy had no right to call himself Lu Bu. He wasn't even close. Xiaobai said it was an amazing job. Lin Shi replied that it was easy. It wasn't even worth the effort. At that moment, the protagonist appeared and asked why Seer was here. Did she really defeat this guy? Lin Shi said that she had come to help her brother. This lunatic was her gift to him. Lin Qiu said that his sister had done well. It was simply amazing. Jeluo said that Lin Shi was looking for any excuse to go out and play. She advised Zi to keep quiet. Otherwise, Sheer might hear her and send her home with a single blow. Lin Qiu said that it was unsafe here and recommended that his sister return home. Lin Qiu said that he would hand this man over to the night watch department and bring dinner home. Lin Shi agreed. Lin Qiu thought that his wife would be returning the next day. He was eagerly awaiting her arrival. The next day arrived. At the airport, passengers with their luggage were leaving the customs inspection area. Meeting his wife, our hero thought that he had worked overtime the day before. Because of this, he had a small day off. Lin Qiu couldn't get through to Hong Ye on the phone, but he and his wife were mentally connected and could sense each other from a distance. Hong Ye and Lu Luo were standing right next to the protagonist. The young man did not recognize his wife at first. Lin Qiu felt Hong Ye's breath. The girl looked up and saw Lin Qiu in front of her. The young people approached each other and hugged. Hong Ye said she missed him very much. Finally, they met. Lin Qiu said he missed her too. Lin Qiu thought that the ability to plan things after regaining her human body was simply the best example for women. He was already ashamed of himself. Lulo said that mom and dad only loved each other. They had true love, and she was an unforeseen circumstance. Lin Qiu said that they loved Luluo very much. Hong Ye added that she was the best girl for them. Lin Qiu said that he had bought a gift. It was a squeaky chicken, a very funny toy. Lin Qiu said it was time to go home. They would have a little party at home. Luluo said she really wanted to see Lin Shi, Yellow, and Xiaobai. Lulo sat on her suitcase and urged her mom and dad to hurry up. Suddenly, Lulo found herself in the arms of a stranger. The girl was frightened and screamed loudly. The stranger turned out to be Joker. Joker asked if he had really met the famous Lin Shui. Hong Yi and Lin Ko rushed to rescue Luluo. How dare this clown touch the girl? The men in black suits rushed to defend Mr. Joker. Lin Kyo warned that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way. Hong Ye said that these were primary A-rank creatures. They needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Joker managed to slip away and was already climbing into the helicopter. Luluo was in his arms. Lin Kyo said that it was very low to threaten him through his family. The protagonist thought that the clown was Yang Xiao's disciple. That meant this kidnapping operation was surely the Ghost King's plan. Hong Ye said that he was probably trying to trick them. First, they needed to calm down, and then go after Luluo. Lin Xue said that his wife was right. Hong Ye added that they must save the baby. Lin Xue warned that he would ask for help. In the car on the way from the airport, the young people sitting in the back seat were hugging each other. Yunxi thought, was Lin Q showing his love in front of her? If it weren't for that clown, she would never have gone with him. Hong Ye asked the commander of the second squad how Lin Q had performed during his service as her subordinate. Yunxi replied that, apart from his entertainment with girls, everything was quite good. Hong Ye said she understood everything, and painfully pinched her husband's leg. Lin Q declared that he had not been entertaining himself with anyone. Captain Yunxi was making things up. The leader of the second squad said that she couldn't get any closer to the clown, so she would drop the young people off here. It was an industrial outskirt of the city. Lin Kyo thanked his boss for her help. Hong Ye thanked the captain for taking care of her Lin Q. Yunxi said she would hide nearby and lie in wait. If help was needed, she would provide it. Lulo lay on the ground with her hands tied behind her back. The girl said she was very hungry. One of the villains threw some bread at the girl and told her to eat it and be quiet. If it weren't for Mr. Joker's orders, this girl would have been dealt with long ago. Lulo said she wouldn't eat it. She was usually given donuts and cakes. The villain said that the food was right in front of her. If she wanted to, she could eat it. Although they themselves had not eaten anything yet, they turned around and went to look for food for themselves. Luluo smiled and thought that it wouldn't be so easy to stop her. The girl managed to free herself, approached the robbers, and hit them with all her might with a toy chicken. Lulo entered the next room and saw a huge number of grenades. The other criminals saw the girl and asked in surprise what she was doing there, and how she had escaped from captivity. Luluo said she had something interesting and began throwing grenades at the criminals. After the villains were destroyed, the girl went to the other boxes and decided to blow them up with grenades too. Lin Kyo and Hong Ye saw a huge explosion not far from them. What could it be? They had to hurry and save Luluo. Luluo was protected by the leaves of a plant and was unharmed. The girl said that there were big fireworks in those boxes. She liked it and wants to do it again. The Joker appeared from the spatial portal and reported to Mr. Yang Xiao that Lin Q's daughter was now with him. He was ready to demonstrate this on video. Luluo was among the ruins after the explosion, and looking at the camera, asked why the ugly green-haired monster had captured her. Joker and Yang Xiao saw this message from the little girl. Joker said that Lin Q had raised a very good daughter. He should be rewarded for that somehow. Joker thought that he really was a clown. Joker returned to his assistants and said that they couldn't even look after a little girl. He had to clean up the mess himself. Luluo found herself inside the protective sphere. The Joker turned to the girl and said that she should be punished for disrupting his plans. Luluo asked what this monster wanted from her. The girl's mom and dad came to her rescue. The Joker was delighted. Finally, this guy had come here. Luluo said that this man was hurting her. Lin Q told the Joker that he deserved 10 years in prison for kidnapping a child. The Joker jumped up and said that he would have to entertain these VIP guests. He suggested that they all go to the circus and enjoy an incredible crime. After these words, all three disappeared. Luluo was left alone. The girl said that they could at least save her first, and then leave. Yunxi was resting in a secret place, sitting in a car. She thought that Lin Chu had become too good over the past 2 weeks. At one point, the squad commander sensed their aura. What was going on there? Hong Ye and Lin Chu found themselves in an unfamiliar place. There was nothing around. The young man said that Joker controlled this entire field. Where did it come from? Hong Ye said that some creatures with strong souls, apart from ghosts, gain a dimension. Lin Q must try. He will definitely succeed. The young people found themselves in a circus arena. The Joker was standing above them and said he was inviting them to his circus. This place would be paradise for everyone. A huge puppet appeared in front of the young people. Lin Kyo immediately attacked the puppet and damaged it. The Joker said that it was useless because it was an incredibly advanced puppet with the ability to regenerate. Hong Ye said she wanted to test how fast this regeneration was and whether it was faster than her scissors. Through the joint efforts of the young people, the puppet was destroyed. Lin Kyo said that next time, Joker should create something stronger. because this one wasn't enough. Lin Kyo asked in surprise, "What is Batman doing there?" Hong Ye thought her husband was playing his silly jokes again. The Joker was frightened and asked where Batman was. Hong Ye was surprised. Did he really believe it? Lin Kyo crept up from behind and said that high-class prey always falls for the simplest bait. Lin Kyo hit the Joker with all his might and told his lady to catch the ball. Hong Ye returned the serve and sent the Joker back. Lin Kyo prepared a firecracker and said that now it was time for the audience to put on a show called Spiral to the Sky. The Joker was tied to the firecracker and sent high into the air. The ghost screamed that Lin Kyo was a real devil. The protagonist announced that there would now be a royal salute. The firecracker exploded in the sky and the Joker was seriously injured. Hong Ye admitted that it was a cool explosion. The system offered the user a choice: to let the clown go and become a modern monk, to torture and destroy the clown, making him feel pain, to defeat the clown using his body. The protagonist chose the second option. He asked his wife to lend him her scissors. Lin Kyo worked with the scissors, and nothing remained of the Joker's costume. Lin Kyo said that the costume looked as terrible as the green hairstyle. The protagonist thought about how else he could torture this clown. The Joker yelled at the guy not to come near him. Lin Kyo suggested that the green-haired man walk across the rope with the other spikes. The Joker continued to scream in pain. Then the young man started throwing knives blindly. The Joker screamed that his hairstyle had been ruined. The Joker thought that he couldn't win this fight, but he could hide, leave the Green Hills, retreat, and pass on his plan. The villain released smoke and said that now he was invisible. No one could catch him. Hong Ye shouted that the Joker had to be stopped. Lin Yue said that the villain had escaped, but the smoke was already dissipating. The system reported that the mission was complete and the clown had been released. The reward was credited to his account. Lin Kyo thought that he was not going to let the Joker go. The Joker thought he was lucky to have escaped, but next time, he wouldn't let Lin Kyo go. The Joker heard a voice behind him. Someone said that they had met again, and it was no coincidence. Yun Shi and her energy dragon were nearby. The commander of the second squad said that this scoundrel had destroyed many innocent townspeople and was trying to escape. Today, she would bring him to justice and avenge everyone. The huge energy dragon swallowed the Joker. Lin Kyo and Hong Ye also rushed to the scene. However, Yun Shi had already delivered justice. Yun Shi admitted that this time, the young people had tried much harder than she had. The commander thought that these two were simply the perfect team, and were also perfectly suited for the role of Night Watch Squad. Lulo watched Lin Kyo and Hong Ye and decided that her mom and dad had forgotten about her. She was definitely not their child. The ghosts reported to their boss that the clown had lost to the Night Patrol Squad. Yang Xiao was angry. Even Lin Kyo was able to defeat this bunch of losers. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. In the evening, our hero celebrated Hong Ye's return and the restoration of her physical body with his family. Hong Ye said that she had brought her sister Shi a big foreign gift. Lu Luo said that she also had a gift for Lin Shi. Lin Shi thanked her for her thoughtfulness and said she was very happy. But what was inside? Lin Shi came to her senses. Why did she fall for this gift? Hong Ye definitely came here to steal her little brother. The box contained a beautiful dress. Lin Shi was very happy and said that Hong Ye was kind to her. She loved the gift because no girl would refuse a beautiful dress. Hong Ye said that there were gifts for everyone, so they should feel free to open the boxes. Huang and Oniji were also very happy. Oniji received a combat version of a maid's outfit. Yellow was surprised. Why did everyone like to give her bones? Did they really think she was a dog? Lin Yue said that he was the only one left without a gift. Had love passed him by? Hong Ye said that she had not forgotten her beloved. The protagonist got the latest model of a silicone scrub board. It would be especially comfortable for him to sit on it on his knees. Lin Kyo suggested that Hong Ye chose this board just to beat him with it. Hong Ye asked, "Does her husband really want her to return the gift?" Lin Kyo said that was not the case. He would gratefully accept the gift. Lin Kyo gave his wife a photo as a memento and said that he thought about her every minute of every day. Hong Ye accepted the gifts and said she was happy. After that, Hong Ye grabbed the board and rushed after her husband. Lin Chu started to run away and said that there would be no more such jokes, and that tonight he would repay her in full. At night, in bed, the young man said that he missed being close to his beloved. Hong Ye said that the issues in the desert had been resolved, and that she would now be by his side. In the morning, the young man woke up early and checked the latest information on his smartphone. He was interested in what was new on Instagram and TikTok. The young man thought that whenever happiness suddenly appeared, everything seemed like one big dream. Joining the Night Watch squad was an excellent decision. Hong Ye opened her eyes and asked why Lin Chu hadn't woken her up. The young man said that she was tired from traveling and had also worked hard at night. He couldn't wake her up so early after that. While getting dressed, the young man said that Captain Yun Shi and Sister Mian had called and said that he needed to go to work, where he would receive all the instructions. Hong Ye remarked that if two beautiful women had called her husband, then it must be important. Yun Shi congratulated the young couple. They had been doing an excellent job lately. Therefore, it was decided to enlist them in the squad earlier than planned. From now on, they are officially part of the Night Watch team. Lin Hua said that her brother was as good as she was. Yun Shi should find someone like him. The commander of the second squad said that he was under her command anyway. Lin Qiu asked if Yun Shi had asked to bring his wife with him, because he also wanted to add her to the squad. The young man decided to quickly change the subject, otherwise his sister and the squad commander would get into a fight. Lin Hua said that Hong Ye had helped them a lot while working in the desert. Therefore, they had decided to make her a full member of the squad. Lin Qiu told his wife that she was so good that the leadership didn't even bother to test her strength. Hong Ye said she was extremely happy about this. Now she would be able to work with her husband in the future. Yun Shi and Lin Hua thought that these young people were deliberately mocking them by hugging each other. The squad commander said that the young people were allowed to form a group of newcomers. They could come up with a name for it. Lin Qiu thought that the Night Watch leadership had a very good opinion of him. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. The young man suggested naming the squad Hunting Blade. He had originally come up with this name to carry on his father's legacy. But now, Hunting Blade had become something more to him, a symbol of his growth and faith in others. Lin Hua said that her brother had made an excellent choice. She was sure that their father would be proud of them. Lin Qiu said that it was all thanks to his older sister's help. Yun Shi said that the Night Watch squad and Kanglin College had received many applications for auditions again. Lin Qiu would be responsible for protecting the students and observing the Night Watch. Lin Hua added that recently, many ghosts from In Island had invaded the eastern part of Daxia. Some of them had not yet been caught. This time, her brother would get more people to get rid of these dark creatures. Lin Qiu told his sister not to worry. He guarantees that the task will be completed perfectly. Hong Ye thought that this would be their first mission together with Lin Qiu. The young people arrived at the entrance to the trial site. This time, many new students were participating in the autumn trials. Lin Qiu thought that he would only participate in something like this in order to destroy the night ghost. Before a series of other incidents, a bloody night ghost was spotted here. Tang Ling said that she hadn't seen Lin Qiu in a long time. Was he sent here from the night patrol squad? Lin Qiu said that he didn't expect his mentor to be the team leader. Tang Ling said that the young man hadn't changed. Was that his legendary girlfriend next to him? Hong Ye greeted her and introduced herself. Tang Lin replied that she was glad to meet her. The mentor noted that the young man was not bad. He used to be an FFF class loser, but now he had risen to A class and was making excellent use of his physical abilities. In addition, he had joined the night patrol squad. The young man was looking forward to the upcoming assignment. Those present recognized the young man as the hero himself. What a beautiful girl was next to him. Lin Qiu thought he should have worn a mask. Now he felt awkward being such a star. The system offered the user a choice to silently walk past the crowd, enter the gate, and let the students enjoy themselves, or to set an example and force the students to destroy 100 ghosts and monsters. The young man chose the third option, the wild forest on the outskirts of Kanlin. Lin Qiu told the students that the training would not be easy and asked if they had any dreams or goals. Positive responses followed. Lin Qiu asked if the students wanted to become as strong as him and as beautiful as his wife. If so, he offered them the water of life, which is worth millions on the world market. After drinking it, their souls and bodies would become twice as strong. When everyone gathered and destroyed 100 ghosts, he guaranteed to deliver dozens of bottles as a reward to the best students. The students shouted that they would destroy all the monsters and ghosts. Would they really get this divine water? The Night Watch squad thought that working together wasn't a bad idea. It could make group battles stronger. Lin Guo gave a master class and destroyed 18 ghosts. The students joined in, and 52 ghosts were destroyed. Lin Qiu noticed that there was nothing difficult about it. The ghosts fled. They did not understand where these bandits in school uniforms had come from. A total of 90 ghosts were destroyed. Lin Qiu told the students that if they could fight as a team, they should continue to do so. Fighting alone was unwise. The mysterious ghost, watching the young people from behind a tree, said that they were very tasty prey. During the mission, 99 monsters were destroyed. Lin Qiu wondered, why are there no more ghosts to be seen? Where are they hiding? It's time to unleash the power of teamwork. Lin Qiu told the students that victory was just one step away. They had to find the ghosts and destroy them all. Hong Ye said she would secretly monitor the students. If her husband found anything, he must contact her through spiritual consciousness. The ghost of Yingdao, Lady Yu, continued to watch our hero. Yingdao thought that Mr. Yang Xiao had sent her to Kanglan City to deal with this guy as a sign of gratitude. Lin Yue wondered why it was raining here when it was sunny all around. The young man understood that if something was wrong, it meant that a demon was nearby. On the way, our hero met a girl sitting on the side of the road. She said she was in pain and asked for help. Lin Qiu thought that this girl was not a very good actress and was not pretending well. The young man asked her what had happened and decided to teach her some real acting skills. The stranger thanked him for his help and said she felt better. Lin Qiu thought that Hong Ye shouldn't be angry. It wasn't real. The girl confessed that she was the goddess of a nearby lake. The young man was surely looking for something here, and she was ready to help him. The ghost of Yingdao, Lady Yu, who had turned into a girl, thought that the guy looked too simple and had easily fallen into her trap. Lin Qiu thanked her for her help and said that would be nice. He thought, does the girl really want to use this old trick on him? What if he doesn't take her to the lake? The girl asked the young man if he had lost one of his axes. He replied that they were not his axes, because he had thrown the titanium one. The girl said that the young man was laughing at her and that he would have to reveal his cards. The guy should behave appropriately and not make her teach him good manners. The protagonist immediately slapped the girl. The girl fell down. The young man said that there was a mosquito on her cheek. If she was the goddess of the lake, why was she so weak against physical attacks? Lin Qiu added that he didn't really understand all this. Lin Qiu said that he had only helped her swat the mosquito. Wasn't that manly enough? The stranger noticed that the rain was getting heavier. She opened her umbrella and invited the young man to stand under it with her. Lin Qiu said he would be happy to. The ghost Yindao thought that the guy had fallen into a trap again. The girl turned into a ghost and said that it would be difficult for any living creature to escape from under her black umbrella. Lin Qiu realized that he was facing the ghost of Yingdao, Lady Yu. Had she really come here herself? Apparently, Yang Xiao had ordered her to do so. Lady Yu told the young man to be a good boy and experience a painful death. He would not be able to escape from under her black umbrella. Lin Qiu grabbed his rival by the neck and said that such a beautiful personal space could not be left unused. Lady Yu was indignant. What was the young man doing? Lin Qiu replied that they were both lonely, so why ask unnecessary questions? Lady Yu's ghost was surprised. Why was her heart beating so fast? She was, after all, Mr. Yang Xiao's representative. Lin Qiu asked how many ghosts there were in the city of Yingdao. Suddenly, Hong Ye appeared. The girl told the villain to let Lin Qiu go. She did not expect a ghost to knock on her door. Lin Qiu shouted for his wife to save him. This woman was trying to seduce him. Lin Qiu was furious and told his wife to come up with her own punishment. The young man replied that she should forget about it all. He controlled this ghost and had to destroy her black umbrella and magic. Hong Ye activated her red umbrella and said she was not afraid of the little black umbrella. Her umbrellas were much better. There was an explosion, and the black umbrella was destroyed. The young man said that he could finally move. Now this ghost would not be able to seduce him. The protagonist used a hand-to-hand combat technique. Lin Qiu's special technique. Our hero ran up to his wife and said that she had arrived just in time. This ghost had tried to trap him under the umbrella so that he couldn't leave. Hong Ye wondered where Lady Yu had come from and how she could have tried to steal her husband. The ghost screamed that they had already destroyed many people in Daxia. These two might not fare well either. Suddenly, the students appeared. They said that Lin Qiu had found the last ghost. It was time to show their strength. The ghost of Lady Yu screamed that she was forced to use the secret technique, Rain of Harmony. The ghost grew in size and shouted that none of them would leave alive. She possessed the precious water of harmony. The students did not understand what was happening. Why was the rain corroding their weapons and clothes? The ghost said that her will of harmony was stronger than acid. It would corrode not only their clothes, but also their bodies. Hong Ye thought that these students were too weak. They wanted the students to improve their skills in real combat, but they were so easily defeated. Hong Ye told her husband to help them escape, and she would take care of the ghost. Lin Qiu replied that his wife should not worry. The students had their own legs. The system offered the user a choice. help Hong Ye and the team deal with Lady Yu, help the students escape successfully, or use motivational skills to inspire the students to leave on their own. Lin Q thought that he'd like to save people. After all, he was a medic at heart. The ghost of Lady Yu thought that these people were using physics. They were very fast. The students were puzzled. Was Lin Q himself going to get them out of there? Lady Yu decided that this young man must not be allowed to escape. Hong Ye got angry and told the ghost not to even think about touching her husband. She would have to destroy her. Hong Ye swung her arm and told Lady Yu to keep the water for herself. Then she hit her in the face with a red umbrella. Lady Yu was puzzled. How was this possible? Did her rival also have an umbrella? Hong Ye said that this ghost was still crawling under the table when she was already using an umbrella. Lin Yue saved the students and told them to rest here and always remember that good deeds are done selflessly. The system reported that the mission had been completed and the reward had been credited to the account. The girl told the protagonist that there were still students left there. Lin Qiu would help them get here, right? The young man replied affirmatively and added that they still had to be able to survive on their own. He still had to fight the ghost. Lin Qiu decided to help his wife, but saw that Hong Ye was easily coping on her own. The young man said that his wife was simply magnificent. Hong Ye added that Lady Yu would no longer dare to mess with Lin Qiu. Hong Ye swung her leg and said that she would destroy the ghost. Lin Qiu asked his wife to spare her, because they needed to get useful information. Lady Yu said that she would not say anything. Lin Qiu noted that he had many ways to make the ghost talk, and his wife would help him. Lin Qiu offered the ghost some pepper oil to drink, and asked what the ghosts of Yingdao had forgotten in Daxia. Lady Yu asked her to spare her. She agreed to tell everything. Lady Yu said that the ghost king Yang Xiao had ordered Lin Qiu's destruction and promised him a job in the underworld in return. The young man was outraged. How dare Yang Xiao involve foreign ghosts? This was beyond the pale. Lady Yu thought she could escape while the two were busy digesting the new information. The ghost cut the ropes on her hands with a knife and tried to resist. Lin Qiu shouted that he would teach Lady Yu the rules of good behavior and swung his stick. The 100 Ghosts mission was complete. The young man received the jade stone and said it was worth it. Lin Qiu asked his wife to look at his new skill. The skill was called Tumbling Cloud. Hong Ye was surprised. Was this skill asleep? Lin Qiu thought that was the case. Lin Qiu tapped the cloud and told it to wake up. The cloud opened its eyes and asked who had called it. The tumbling cloud wondered where it was and why it wasn't at home. What kind of place was Huaguo Mountain? Lin Qiu decided that the tumbling cloud was very useless. Lin Qiu said he wanted to try flying on this cloud. The cloud replied that only rude people do that. Hong Ye said that this cloud was not very obedient. Lin Qiu grabbed the cloud by the top and said that now it would obey him. The cloud was surprised. What was wrong with this person? After a few minutes of peaceful negotiations, the cloud agreed to let the young man ride on it. The phone rang. It was the commander of the Yunxi squad. The commander reported that the Nightmare Gang, along with the ghosts of Yingdao, were wreaking havoc in the streets, and many patrolmen were seriously injured. He needed to leave immediately with his wife. The young people climbed onto the tumbling cloud. The protagonist did not expect to have to use this cloud so soon. Now they needed to get to Kanglin. The cloud said they could count on the best service. Kanglin City, Donggu Street. Monsters are rampaging and acting aggressively. Yang Xiao declared that from now on, this was a new city of ghosts. The monsters must serve him, the king of nightmares. In the name of the underworld, the gang of nightmares and Yindao would unite for destruction. All who disagreed would go to hell. Yang Xiao said that he came here for revenge. Today's battle will not end until Lin Qiu is dead. The ghost Yindao, the lantern Qingxin, said that there are no strong people in this city. It's a very boring place. These people are good for nothing except as candles. At that moment, Lin Shui flew over on a cloud and asked if the ghost had decided to use people as candles. That was clearly going too far. Hong Ye said that the vile ghosts should immediately stop tormenting people. Qingxin said that someone interesting had finally appeared. Qingxin demanded that the people give her their lives and become her flame. Lin Yue told his wife to protect the people while he dealt with the ghost. Hong Ye told her husband to be careful. Qingxin said that if this man was a warrior, he should fly after her. Lin Yue replied that he could fly too, so he saw no problem. The ghost said that the people of Daxia were still too weak for her. This man must be prepared for battle. Lin Qiu said that this lantern ghost was too ignorant about the people of Daxia. There were exceptions among them. The tumbling cloud claimed that it was the fastest cloud. Lin Kyo said that his opponent was not yet ready to play with him. Lin Kyo activated the Fire Fist of Fury and prepared to strike. King Shin shouted for her Devil Bull to come out and fight. It had work to do. The energy beast appeared above the ghost. King Shin said that this little one belonged to the Ghost Bull tribe and was very strong. All the people here would die. Lin Kyo said that he had indeed almost died from the smell coming from its mouth. The Devil Bull was outraged. What other dirty insults were being hurled at him? King Shin climbed onto the bull and told the little one to deal with the rebellious man. The bull shouted that the young man was annoying him and rushed to attack. Lin Kyo declared that any criminal who insulted the honor of his country must be punished. The cloud flew over and said that it was always on standby. Lin Ye said that her opponents would have to undergo special therapy. She would send them to heaven. King Shin told the bull not to be afraid. As long as she was nearby, no one would hurt him. And indeed, all wounds were healed. Lin Kyo asked when she had learned healing. Lin Kyo on the cloud came very close. The bull declared that he would destroy this man. Hongye shouted that she was coming to her husband's aid and attacked the Devil Bull. At the same time, Qing Shin lost her balance and flew to the side. Lin Kyo said that his wife had arrived just in time, as always. Hongye realized that she couldn't leave her husband alone. She had just finished evacuating the civilians. Qing Shin said that this girl didn't smell like a real person. Something was wrong here. Lin Kyo asked his wife if they knew each other. Hongye replied that when she went mad, she met this woman on the island. She challenged her several times, but to no avail. Qing Shin declared that she was the ancient ghost of Yingdao. An opponent like this girl could not defeat her. The Devil Bull said that these people would be destroyed anyway, no matter who they were. Lin Yue struck the bull with a stick and said that he was not going to just stand by and wait. His rivals could not even count on that. Structural changes began to occur in the ghost and her bull. Qing Shin said that Lin Qiu had forced them to mutate. The young man would have to pay for this. Sticky green slime flew towards our heroes. Lin Qiu told his wife to be careful. Hongye said that she had learned a lot from her husband, so she was not afraid of such an attack. Lin Qiu said that it was time to finish off this opponent. The lantern ghost Qing Shin and her demonic bull were hit by a fire attack and suffered significant damage. However, the ghost screamed that their rivals would die in agony and activated her negative energy field. Hongye said that this was very bad, that it was an illusion. Lin Qiu must close his eyes immediately. Lin Qiu began to wave his arms like wings and repeat a children's rhyme. Hongye wondered if her husband had gone mad from the illusion. The ghost Qing Shin laughed and said that now they had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, the protagonist appeared behind the ghost and said that she had laughed enough. Now it was time to say goodbye. After these words, the young man pierced the ghost through with his sword. Qing Shin screamed loudly and burned up in hellfire. The Devil Bull decided that he needed to run away immediately. Lin Qiu flew over on a cloud and ordered the bull to freeze and not move. The bull said he was a poor and unhappy ghost and asked him not to touch him. An unknown woman approached our hero's house. She went inside and decided to destroy the house. In that case, she would become the first in Yang Xiao's heart. It was the ghost of Yingdao, the bony lady. The thought of being close to Yang Xiao excited her. The bony lady thought it was very strange. Why was the door unlocked? Was there really no one here? Suddenly, a trap was triggered, and the ghost of Yingdao found herself trapped. Children appeared outside the trap. They said that this cute ghost looked delicious, and that they could even play with it. The bony lady was outraged. Were all the children in Daxia so abnormal? She had to get out of there immediately. However, someone blocked the ghost's path in the trap. Ouyang-ji, dressed as a maid and holding a kitchen knife, asked where the ghost was going. Lin Si said that it was a rare guest in their house. Who would have thought that ghosts could break in here? The girl suggested playing. The yellow one noticed that the grass on the graves of the ghosts who had broken into other people's houses last time had already grown to 6 meters in height. The ghost of the bony lady cursed the day she decided to climb into this house. Lin Shi said that they would become the best orthopedic craftsmen. Yellow said it was amazing. This ghost had become a real lady of bones. They Z noticed that she needed to clean up again. Lin Shi said she was bored again, and her brother was still outside. She really wanted to have some fun. The assistants thought it was too dangerous to go outside. Did Lin Shi really want to play some more? Sire suggested to her assistants that they all help her brother fight the ghosts. Yellow agreed to go out and kill all the enemies. It would be fun. Oiji waved her hand and wished them a safe journey. She promised to take care of Luluo. Green said she also wanted to go out and have fun. Lin Qiu continued to exterminate the demonic bull. He shouted for the ghost to return to nature. The demonic bull did not understand why these people were chasing him. After all, he did not have the emergency syrup. Suddenly, Yang Xiao appeared on the road. The demonic bull was delighted and said that his savior had arrived. Lin Qiu had already thought that he would never be able to find this ghost king. However, he had come here himself. Yang Xiao approached and addressed the demonic bull. Yang Xiao destroyed the bull and said that this weakling couldn't even handle one person. Yang Xiao said that Lin Qiu's hour of death had finally come. The Ghost King began to exude a dark aura and demonic energy. The protagonist declared that his opponent should not look down on him. He would have to destroy this ghost. The opponents rushed towards each other, eager to engage in a fierce battle. Lin Qiu transformed and became a ghost again. He said that he would no longer allow his opponent to enslave the world. They had to settle their scores right now. Yang Xiu said that it remained to be seen who would prevail. He would send this sweet couple straight to hell. Hong Ye and Lin Qiu rushed at their rival in unison and said they would destroy his body and soul. After this attack, the Ghost King found himself lying at the bottom of a suddenly formed pit. Yang Xiao thought this was impossible. After all, he had worked so long and hard, and still lost. Since childhood, he had been the proud son of heaven. He thought that he would achieve success together with Chu Junyao, and they would reach the pinnacle of this life. Yang Xiu said that this man had deprived him of everything he could be proud of. He would never accept this. Hong Ye said that his rival was beginning to awaken the true body of the Ghost King. Lin Qiu declared that he would not allow Yang Xiao to do whatever he wanted. However, the Ghost King Yang Xiao activated a shockwave, and his rivals scattered in different directions. The Ghost King said that as long as he had even the slightest chance to destroy Lin Qiu, he was willing to take it, even at the cost of his own life. Yang Xiao turned into a nightmarish, high-class Ghost King. Lin Qiu said he was not impressed at all. Was this really his true body? He would have to beat the Ghost King and return him to his former appearance. Yang Xiao said that this young man was very naive. The Ghost King added that he would take great pleasure in beating Lin Qiu. Along the coast of the eastern district of Kanglan City, ghosts invaded the island. The people had a hard time. The night patrol squad regrouped and launched a counterattack. The Ghost Island, the nuclear Ghost King came ashore. The commander of the 2nd Night Patrol Squad, Yun Shi and Lin Hua, attacked the nuclear Ghost King. Yun Shi said she had never imagined such a duo. She had never even dreamed that they would work together. Lin Hua replied that there were too many enemies now, so they had to fight side by side. Yun Shi declared that in that case, they must destroy all these villains. The eastern district of Kanglan City. The battle with the monsters is also in full swing here. The Ghost Bear Toy and the Ghost Panda are fighting fiercely against a huge number of monsters. Lin Shi and her squad are directly involved. Yellow said that her moment of glory had come. Seer declared that no one would stop her until she found her brother. Tan Ling said that there were too many ghosts. Even Qin Feng and Xiang Qian with his red ghost dragon participated in the battles. Qin Feng asked in surprise where so many ghosts had come from. New ones kept arriving to replace those that had been destroyed. Tang Ling added that a protracted battle would clearly not be in their favor. However, they could not retreat. Not everyone had been evacuated from the city yet. Suddenly, there was an explosion with a powerful release of excess energy. Tang Ling said that she was familiar with this skill. Could it be Su Tang? Indeed, Tang Su appeared. She apologized for the slight delay. Mentor Tan Lin ordered to stop the ghosts and prevent them from entering the city. After the ghosts were destroyed, it was time to rest. Tang Ling said she was tired. Xiang Qian asked why Tang Su was here. Wasn't she in isolation? The girl replied that she had come out to get some fresh air, but did not expect to encounter the invasion of the ghosts of Yingdao. Xiang Qian noted that too much time had passed, yet Tang Su had not become more feminine. Tang Su became angry and said that Fatso had lost weight but still did not know how to talk. Tang Su asked where Lin Wei and the others were now. Tang Lin replied that they were in the city helping the others. Lin Qiu had joined the Night Watch squad and should now be on the front lines. The young people were delighted. Their friend had become very cool. A new group of ghosts appeared in the square. Fatso said they were ready to fight again. The eastern district of Kanglan City. The girls declared that they were not afraid of anything, and would also defend the city from the invasion of ghosts. Mo Qingcheng rushed into battle to defend the city. Kongya and the others followed her example. The Ghost King Yang Xiao continued the confrontation, and said he wanted to see how long the two would last. Lin Yue replied that he should calm down. He wouldn't be able to defeat them anyway. Hong Ye approached her opponent from behind, but Yang Xiao activated his sphere skill and became invulnerable. The Nightmare Sphere was activated. The Ghost King declared that he was going to torture these people properly. He wanted to see with his own eyes how they would destroy each other. Yang Xiao said that his sphere had a special ability to create clones. Sure enough, ghostly copies of our heroes appeared before them. Yang Xiao said that his ghosts usually begged to be copied. Lin Qiu noted that anyone who dared to copy him would die on the spot. The young people realized that they would have to fight their copies. But how could a ghost reproduce all their skills and movements? Hong Ye said that the dark version of her looked very ugly. Lin Qiu struck his opponent and said it was just awful. It felt like he was beating himself up. The clones were forced to retreat to a safe distance. Lin Qiu said that these bodies were pathetic, even though they completely copied their movements. Hong Ye noticed that Yang Xiao was unable to copy their thoughts, so there was a chance to deal with the clones. Lin Qiu said that his wife was right, and he had an idea. However, the risk was too great. The clones went on the attack. Lin Qiu declared that the enemy was advancing and they had to try. The protagonist activated the combination skill. If weapons could be combined, then surely physical abilities could be combined as well. Hong Ye asked what her husband was doing. At that moment, an exchange of energy and unique skills was taking place. After completing the union process, Lin Qiu pounced on the clones and destroyed them with a single blow. The young man said that fakes should not exist. Yang Xiao couldn't believe what was happening. How was this even possible? Hong Ye thought that Lin Qiu's power was now close to A-class. He was worthy of being called her husband. Lin Qiu rushed at his opponent and said that the Ghost King's end had come. Justice would be served. Yang Xiao thought that his lineage was capable of endless change. Now he needed to get rid of his useless, wounded body. His spiritual essence left his mortal body, and Yang Xiao flew upward. Hong Ye was nearby and asked where he was going. Did he really want to run away after everything he had done? Her scissors would not allow it. Yang Xiao didn't understand why Lin Qiu was helping his partner. Why was he, the king of the ghosts of the underground abyss and the boss of the Nightmares gang, losing to them? Lin Qiu swung his sword again and said that the Ghost King's end had come. However, the Devil God's doppelganger appeared, grabbed Yang Xiao with his huge hand, and said that he would deal with the Ghost King's fate himself. The Devil God's doppelganger said he was impressed. This man had managed to wound his doppelganger. The rivals disappeared into the bottomless night mist. The doppelganger's voice said that he remembered this man and would wait for a new battle. Hong Ye told her husband that it was time to stop. The protagonist was upset. The young man did not think that Yang Xiao would be able to leave again. Hong Ye said that it didn't matter anymore. Lin Qiu had done very well anyway, and they had won. Lin Qiu said that Yang Xiao had managed to escape after all, but next time he would be caught and punished to the full extent of the law. Hong Ye promised that she would always be by his side, and that they would fight together until victory. The protagonist acknowledged that his beloved did a lot for him. In the deserted city, against the backdrop of the bodies of destroyed monsters, the young people kissed passionately. Kanglan City, East Coast. Everything here was also destroyed. Yunxi admitted that she was very tired. Now she would need to fully recover. Lin Hua noted that there was still a lot of work ahead of them. The city was finally rid of the ghosts of Yingdao. The locals thanked the young heroes for their help and offered gifts and food as a sign of respect and gratitude. Lin Si accepted everything with joy and said she was very grateful. The girl thought, even though she hadn't found her little brother, the gratitude of the people was very pleasant. Tang Ling told her students that they had done a great job. The ghosts had been destroyed or had retreated. The fat man suggested having a picnic in the evening. Qin Feng declared that the victory belonged to Daxia. Mo Qingqing and her friends acknowledged that it was a perfect victory for the Kanglan women's team. The next day, the protagonist organized a festive dinner with his family. There was a knock at the door, and Lin Hua's older sister appeared on the doorstep. The girl asked, "Is this a family dinner without me?" Lin Hua said she had brought a delicious cake. Seer was delighted and said she loved her older sister. Lin Qiu asked his sister if she had finished her work. Lin Hua replied that it was not so easy to complete the reconstruction after the disaster. In fact, she had come to share some news. Based on the information she had, the Devil God's doppelganger had taken Yang Xiao and 2 mystical ghost kings to Ying Island. Hua added that they wanted to make Yingdao the main base of the underworld. In response, Daxia decided to send people to the island to completely destroy the forces of the underworld. Her sister added that other cities would also send people. Kanglan is sending her brother and his wife on this expedition. So, it's time to get ready and take 2 assistants with you. Lin Si was upset. Was her brother really going to Yingdao? And would they be separated again? Huang stated that the Demon Queen would once again be left alone. Her sister suggested that her brother would take Qinfeng and Xiang Qian with him. Lin Chu objected and said that he would take Mo Qingcheng and Kong Yu. Hong Ye was indignant. Why did her husband only choose girls? Lin Qiu said he had his reasons. Huang Ye said that Lin Qiu was a real charmer. Lin Si decided not to argue. Lin Qiu said that his friends were physically strong, but he and his wife needed more support, so girls would be better suited. Lin Hua said that her brother was right. Hong Ye agreed that it was logical and agreed. Lin Qiu also wanted Fatso and Baldy to join the Night Watch squad. Could they be recommended? Lin Hua said that the Night Watch was currently recruiting new members, so they could be recommended. The older sister noted that family members could also be taken along on missions. Lin Si was, of course, very happy to hear this. Lin Qiu said that in that case, he would take his younger sister with him. The girl had no doubt that her brother would choose her. The protagonist added that he would also take Yellow, Luluo, and Xiaobai with him. Ong Ji was upset. She was the only one not chosen. Why are maids always overlooked? Hong Ye pointed out that only one person could be taken, but her husband had taken 4 places. Lin Chu explained that the yellow-skinned goblin, the divine three-tailed fox, and the divine spirit of the green vines were not human. All of them strongly disagreed. They were citizens of Daxia. Lin Hua said she agreed. Her brother should follow the plan, and she would report everything. The friends thanked Lin Chu for recommending them to the Night Watch squad. Lin Qiu said there was no need to thank him. They had known each other for a long time and had fought together many times. Besides, they were strong on their own and would have been able to join the night patrol squad without his help, sooner or later. Lin Qiu suggested that they all fulfill the will of the hunting blade together. The fat man said that they would exceed their friends' expectations. Sheng Qian asked why Lin Qiu hadn't brought his girlfriend today. When were they getting married? Tang Su looked at the young people and thought that she had never expected to make such close friends before. The day of the expedition had arrived. Lin Si was playing tennis on the deck of the ship and said she would now demonstrate her fire strike. Ouyang Ji was cooking in the kitchen and noticed that the food reflected all her anger. Mo Qingcheng and Kong Ye took the opportunity to sunbathe and have a good time. Lin Qiu was also in his beachwear, but asked the girls if this was some kind of resort. Hong Ye said that her husband himself looked like a tourist. Lin Yue objected that this was not true. He was just relaxing before the fight. After a while, the protagonist asked everyone to stop playing. They had a serious mission. Hong Ye suggested that her husband had finally remembered his duties. Kong Ye was surprised. What serious mission was he talking about? Lin Qiu suggested giving the boat a name. Hong Ye thought angrily, is this really a serious mission? Lin Qiu said that playing a naming game would help them work together as a team. Hong Ye thought that her husband was fooling people again. Kong Ye suggested the first name, Golden Fish, so that they would always be young and beautiful. Mo Qingcheng said, Sunshine Miles. She wanted to wish for a bright and smooth journey. Lin Shi suggested naming the boat Black Pearl. Her brother is the invincible captain in her heart. Lu Luo suggested the name Grass God. Huang said that Jai Xing sounded very good. Hong Ye suggested naming it Titanic. It is a symbol of eternal love. No matter what happens, she will be by his side. Lin Yue agreed that it was romantic, but the Titanic sank, so the connotation was not good. Lin Qiu suggested naming the ship Virtue, since they were all upstanding citizens. The passengers' reaction was not very positive. Kong Ye wondered if they were worthy of virtue. She then suggested naming it Absence of Virtue. Lin Qiu said that this name also suited his style as the King of the Sea. Lin Qiu announced that in that case, Absence of Virtue would set sail. Hong Ye thought it was a very appropriate name. Hong Shang traveled on the water in a small boat with his companion. The girl asked if they were really going to Yingdao. She said that Lin Qiu was going to that island. Did Hong Shang decide to follow him? The young man was surprised. How could one follow a guy? He was just tired of living in one place and wanted to see another country. Lin Qiu noticed a small fishing boat from aboard the ship. The fisherman looked at the approaching ship in surprise. What do they want here? The passengers were put on full alert. The protagonist couldn't believe that they would encounter a ghost in the middle of the sea. The old man threw down his nets and told them to stop because he was not a ghost. Hong Ye lowered her weapon and said that it really wasn't a ghost. She didn't feel any ghostly aura coming from him. Lin Yue asked the fisherman who he was. This man was not a ghost, but he looked ugly, almost like a ghost, which seemed suspicious. The old man climbed onto the deck of the ship and said that he was the head of the village on Whale Island. He had come here to fish. But who were these young people? Lin Qiu said that they were psychics from Daxia and had come to free Yingdao. The old man assumed that they were friends and invited the guests to Whale Island. The protagonist said that they were pleased to learn about the customs of the islands adjacent to Yingdao. On Whale Island, the young people were treated to seafood, which was very delicious. However, the locals looked very unusual and strange. It was so delicious that the guests almost fought over the leftovers. Hong Ye asked the elder why they all looked so strange. The old man said it was a long story. The elder added that the inhabitants of Whale Island had lived a hard fishing life for generations in the era of ghosts. One fine day, a ghost called the Chemical Whale destroyed all the nuclear power plants in the nearby sea. After that, there was a severe outbreak of nuclear contamination. The contamination made them what they are, and now they are often mistaken for ghosts. Lin Qiu thought. It turns out that all the food he had just eaten was contaminated with radiation. Hong Ye wondered if it had ever occurred to the locals to fight back. The elder replied that the chemical whale was very powerful. At that moment, everything around them shook. Lin Qiu was surprised by what was happening. The elder shouted that a whale had appeared near the shore. They had to run away immediately. Armed with a magical weapon, the protagonist ran to the shore and said that this whale had appeared before the master. Now he was ready to fight back against the sea monster. Kong Ye used the time acceleration skill. Mo Qingcheng used the mile of ice skill. Lin Shi said that her black wind and white night would tear the whale to pieces. Huang said that it was time to demonstrate her skills in front of the whale. Hong Ye said that they should take advantage of the fish's weakness and destroy them all with one blow. Lin Qiu told his wife not to worry. He could handle it. All the predatory fish that attacked the island's shores at the whale's behest were destroyed. Lin Qiu declared that such fish would be no match for him. Lin Qiu told his team to stay behind. Lin Shi asked her brother to be careful. Lin Qiu and his companion arrived at the chemical area where, according to the elder, the whale had fled. The young man wondered why there were so many skeletons here and what kind of place this was. Hong Ye noticed that they were whale bones. The young people heard a voice saying that the strangers had been deceived by a group of villagers. Lin Qiu saw the ghostly image of a whale. The whale said that this was a slaughterhouse for the dregs of society, a graveyard for his children and grandchildren. They had become monsters through their own fault. They could not live. The whale added that it was time to tell the whole truth. Hong Ye reported that this was the world of the chemical whale's memory. The whale said that they were peaceful by nature. Although humans sometimes hunted them, whales were generally able to thrive. But the people of Yingdao began to hunt whales en masse, discovering their enormous value. The destruction of whales led to their near extinction, and this whale also perished in the slaughter. The law of survival was broken, and the people of Yingdao reached the brink of madness. The whale added that his soul had united, becoming the embodiment of revenge. A system task was launched, and the user had to make a choice. Help the whale and end the revenge, or trust the villagers and destroy the whale, dividing the world into good and evil. The protagonist chose the first option. He said that their method of extermination was wrong. By destroying each other, they were only exacerbating the problem. He was here to uncover the truth and punish those responsible. The whale asked if these people were really going to help him. The heroes looked back and saw the locals approaching. They shouted that the people of Yingdao couldn't stand it when someone revealed their secrets. The locals shouted that these two had learned what they should not know and would not leave here alive. Lin Qiu said that these islanders were one thing on the outside and completely different on the inside. It was disgusting. Hong Ye was outraged at how they dared to do such a thing. The chemical whale said he was going to attack even more nuclear power plants, so that people would live like this forever. Hong Ye said that attacking nuclear power plants would not solve the problem. Lin Qiu added that such actions lead to pollution that harms innocent lives, including marine life. The whale said that now he understood everything. The fish had begun to mutate. Was he to blame? He only wanted revenge and did not expect such consequences. Lin Qiu proposed cooperation for the sake of peace. Lin Qiu and Hong Ye rode the tumbling cloud and moved forward. The young people arrived at a former nuclear power plant. The sea around the plant was polluted. The whale took human form and said that it was easier to cast spells that way. However, the transformation consumed too much energy. The girl whale said that the sea had been polluted, and since it was her fault, she had to clean it up herself. If they managed to clean up and seal these pollutants, the sea creatures would be saved. In the process of laborious work, the pollutants were gradually sealed. The girl said she didn't have enough strength. However, she couldn't give up. Even if it meant losing her life, she had to continue. Hong Ye realized that Kit could turn into a mermaid. Lin Qiu reminded her that he had promised to help and would not go back on his word. The mermaid said she did not expect to meet these young people during the crisis. They were very kind. After cleaning up the surrounding area, the young people returned to the deck. Lin Chu said that it wasn't bad. The contamination problem had been solved. Now they had to take care of the villagers. Hong Ye added that the chemical whale was burning up its energy. Lin Chu looked at the mermaid and told her not to do anything foolish. Her life force was running out. Hong Ye asked if she really wanted to clean up the water even more. The mermaid replied that they had only eliminated the pollution in the nearby sea. The rest of the world had not been purified. She had no energy left. She could only burn her body. The young people shouted for the mermaid to stop immediately. Her aura was already extremely weak. As she disappeared, the mermaid expressed her hope that these people would be able to keep their promise and save the world. They must not let her down. A bone appeared in front of the protagonist. The young man thought that the chemical whale had left it there to warn humanity. Local residents appeared on the ship. Hong Ye assumed that they had heard the noise and rushed here. The islanders fell to their knees and asked the hero to help them too. After all, he had managed to clean up the environment. They were innocent residents of Yingdao who needed to be saved. The young man thought that these people were still pretending, even now. Lin Yue said that after everything they had done, they still did not repent and continued to deceive him. Lin Qiu showed the islanders the bone of the chemical whale and said that it was the fruit of his hatred. If they did not repent, the whale would never find peace. The elder was frightened. Could it be that the chemical whale had told the young man all this? The locals rushed towards the young man. They believed that the remains of the chemical whale were worth a lot of money. Lin Qiu was surprised. Were they still not repentant? These people had lost their humanity because of greed. Jiluo said that these islanders were hopeless. Holding a chainsaw in her hands, she declared that she was ready to destroy them. Lin Si said that it was not a bad idea. Lin Qiu said he would do it himself. He would avenge the whale's death and give them what they deserved. The islanders asked what he was going to do. Lin Qiu replied that he was going to save them all. The mission was accomplished. The reward was credited to the user's account. After redeeming the islanders, Lin Qiu continued on his way. The next day, our hero arrived on the mainland of Yingdao. The rescue team ended up in the central city square. The young man did not expect it to be a small town. It turned out to be a city of dolls. Lin Si said that it was simply magnificent here. Lin Qiu said that they needed to be careful and not touch anything. However, the children were already holding local dolls in their hands. The young man wondered why there was no one here, not even ghosts. Hong Ye said that she also had a strange feeling. Xiaobai approached a doll and said that it looked unusual. Suddenly the doll glowed and rose up. Lin Qiu said that it had come to life. The doll asked to play with them and directed doll rays from its eyes at the people. The rays were dangerous, and everyone present was affected by them, causing a sea of negative emotions. The doll said she welcomed them and announced that they were all becoming her new family. It was the ghost doll Arang. All the children and Hong Ye turned into toys. The young man was upset. His wife had also become a doll, and even all the parts of her body had shrunk. Mo Qingcheng admitted that they had become very cute. Oi Ji picked up the toys and said that everyone had indeed become dolls. Lin Yue was, of course, upset. Oni Ji armed herself with knives and said that it was time for the maid to save the world. The ghost doll said that on Yingdao Island, people would have to live according to local customs. But there was no need to worry. Everyone would be reunited. Mo Qingcheng asked what they should do now. Lin Qiu said there was no need to worry. First, they had to check if the ghost doll had a way to return everything to normal. Lin Yue said that his wife's soul was very strong. Even as a doll, she could still be jealous and control her body. Oi Ji declared that everyone should stay where they were. Now she would protect them. Lin Qiu said that their lives were in her hands and she must be careful. The ghost doll placed the newcomers in a special space and said that they could have fun in the world of dolls. Lin Yue said that if you want to defeat the dolls, you have to use dolls. The young man took out the ghostly rubber dolls he had purchased earlier. The protagonist ordered his army to attack and show the ghost Yingdao what they were capable of. Mo Qingcheng was surprised where all these rubber dolls came from. However, the ghost dolls of Yingdao proved to be very strong. Lin Qiu told the rubber dolls not to die. They must not disappear. Mo Qingcheng asked if he couldn't summon new ones. Oji asked what they should do. They couldn't deal with the local ghosts. Mo Qingcheng said that there was always a way to strike back. Lin Qiu told his companions to take care of the small ghosts while he attacked the giant doll. The Hongye doll asked where Lin Qiu was going. Yeji said she would clear the way for him. The maid activated her flying knives skill and destroyed the ghost dolls. The smiling doll told the people not to underestimate her. Now it was her turn to strike. The doll turned into a huge heavyweight and told people to beg her for mercy. Lin Qiu said that this was not scientific. Why did ghosts have the ability to grow larger? The huge heavyweight doll struck the hero, and the young man flew high into the air. However, he said that the blow was very weak. The ghost doll activated the pink fist skill. Lin Qiu successfully blocked the blow. The doll was upset. Why was this shield harder than iron? Lin Qiu said that they needed to find weak spots, then focus on them and attack directly. Hong Ye said that she would definitely come up with something. Ong Ji thought she had a solution. Dolls usually have zippers, which are often damaged, and cotton wool is taken out of them. The maid told the master that this doll must also have a zipper. That was its weakness. Lin Qiu agreed to conduct a personal inspection. That was what he did best. The ghost doll said that she could hear everything and would not allow this to happen. Lin Qiu replied that she would not be able to reach him anyway. Lin Qiu climbed onto the ghost's back and asked where her zipper was. The doll screamed for the man not to touch her. Lin Qiu found the zipper and noted that it looked very sturdy. The young man unzipped it and climbed down her back. The ghost doll said that cotton wool was starting to fall out of her. It seemed as if her body was being emptied. Lin Qiu pulled out all the cotton and said that the battle was over. However, it was not easy, and he was very tired. After that, Hong Yi and the children all returned to normal. Lulo said she no longer wanted to be a doll. Lin Xi replied that she would no longer touch other dolls. Hong Ye announced that the other dolls had also turned into humans. Now they looked like residents of a small town. People were happy that after several years, they had finally returned. The ghost doll was the cause of the disaster. Everyone needed to work together to deal with it. The elder asked our hero if they would continue to move forward after defeating the ghost doll. Lin Qiu confirmed that he wanted to occupy Yingdao instead of Daxia. The old man said that in that case, the young man could go east to the city of Zuo, which was already full of ghosts. Many people needed help. Lin Qiu thought that the more abilities one has, the more responsibility one has. People must be saved. The protagonist believed that he must capture Yingdao at any cost. The next day arrived, the city district of Zuo. Finally, the rescuers arrived in this city. Lin Qiu said that he would never tire of looking at his wife. Hong Ye asked if he hadn't seen enough of her last night. Lin Xi noticed that her brother and sister-in-law either showed affection or talked in a sexual manner every day. Kongya and Qingcheng said that it was too ostentatious. Kongya said in an alarmed voice that something was wrong here and pointed somewhere. A tragedy had unfolded in the place she pointed to. People were lying on the road, and there was blood everywhere. They assumed that ghosts had done this. At that moment, ghosts did indeed appear from the cloud of smoke. They were coconut ghosts. Hong Ye suggested that they were ghosts of the heart. They had to be gotten rid of. Another group of rescuers appeared nearby. They were armed with crossbows. The leader told the strangers not to stand in one place, otherwise they would become food for the ghosts. The young man replied that they were Indao fighters and were responsible for destroying ghosts and monsters. Lin Yue said that they had come here specifically to fight, so she suggested joining forces. Kongya used the time acceleration skill again. Mo Qingcheng activated the ice wedge skill. Ong Ji said that Yingdao was a real miracle. Here, you can cut with a knife wherever you go. Lin Xi ordered Black Wind and White Night to destroy the ghosts. They couldn't lose face in front of the people from Yingdao. One of the locals said that this guest was a bit like his idol from Daxia, Lin Qiu. Where did such talents come from? Were they really from Daxia? The local rescuers took the guest to a shelter in the subway. Lin Shui thought that by talking to the victims, he would be able to gather the necessary information. The local leader said that these people had been injured after being captured by the ghost's subordinates. They had suffered injuries. Lin Qiu told the victims not to worry. This time, he, Lin Qiu, had brought his team here to liberate the island. The local leader said he was not mistaken. He had seen this face on television. This was his idol. He shook hands with the protagonist and said that he looked up to Lin Qiu. He asked permission to be his younger brother and learn from him. Our hero replied that he was carrying out his mission in the name of liberating Yingdao. The young man said that he had previously studied spirits and went to help a student, but was stopped by ghosts on the way. Fortunately, he met these people, and they helped him. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was the student really trapped? Was she beautiful? Hong Ye said that her husband's true nature had been revealed. Lin Si asked if her brother was really going there because of the girl. The leader of the local liberators asked them to join forces to save the student. Lin Qiu said he couldn't refuse. After all, it was for the sake of the next generation. Our hero said that these guys would go with him, while the rest would stay behind to defend the place. Lin Si was surprised. Did her brother really not want to play with her? The girl added that this time she wanted to punish him. Lin Kyo said that his younger sister was very strong, and only by staying here to protect everyone would she let him leave with peace of mind. Lin Si did not expect her brother to trust her so much. Lin Kyo declared that he was setting off to rescue the students. Hong Ye felt again that something was wrong. Kanya thought that Lin Kyo was upset because of the girl. The young people entered the sewers under the city. The girls had already regretted joining this team several times. Lin Kyo admitted that it smelled very bad here. Through the sewers, they made their way to the city high school. There were soldiers serving the ghosts nearby. Lin Kyo and his team peeked out of the sewer hatch and asked what was going on. The local leader did not expect the guards to be so strong. Kongya said it was her turn now and went outside. The girl activated her slow time skill. Kongya told everyone that they needed to run quickly before the ability wore off. Lin Chu noted that he hated running fast. The young people crept up to the research building. According to intelligence, the students were there and were being used for experiments. They had to act quickly. Lin Kyo said that these patrol soldiers looked like humans. But how could they be helping ghosts? The rebel leader replied that these beasts were members of the Yingdao self-defense forces. To gain power, they had made deals with ghosts and voluntarily turned themselves into half-ghosts. The ghosts must not be allowed to continue modifying the students. Lin Kyo said that they were just a bunch of idiots. He could handle the villains himself better than anyone else. The local leader was frightened. Did the gentleman really want to challenge them? Our hero approached each of the soldiers and deactivated them. He used speed without destruction. The leader was impressed and said that he expected nothing less from Mr. Lin Chu. Hong Ye added that the residents of Yingdao had always worshipped only the strong. The young people made their way to the entrance of the building. Hong Ye immediately found the entrance. Inside the building, the rescue team walked through the corridors for some time, but encountered neither people nor ghosts. Something was wrong here. Why was there no sound? Kong was surprised. Had everyone really vanished? Lin Q told Yellow to help find out where the students were being held. Yellow took offense, saying she wasn't a police dog. Lin Q said he had prepared some delicious chicken legs for her, but Yellow refused to work. Then he said he would have to eat everything himself. Yellow said she wasn't a police dog, but a police wolf, and she would complete the task. Kongya noted that their leader knew how to get people interested. Ching Ching added that he knew how to exploit other people's weaknesses. Lin Kyo held out a chicken leg tied to a stick and said it was right in front of Yellow. Yellow said it smelled not only of chicken, but also of ghosts. The protagonist really saw ghosts sitting above. The ghosts began to attack with sticky spider threads. The ghosts declared that they must eliminate the invaders and carry out the order to destroy them. The rebel leader said that it was a modified ghost. It had a blood-smelling function. Lin Q said that they must be destroyed. The protagonist added that these ghosts resembled spiders and released cobwebs. The ghosts tried to block their enemy. The young man shouted that the ghosts considered themselves human, which is why they behaved accordingly. Hong Ye said that she would quickly destroy these spider people. After a while, it was all over. The rebel leader apologized for not being able to help. Hong Ye noticed that the webs had turned into slime. Yellow said that it wasn't over yet. She could smell the ghosts. They were approaching. The rebel leader said that it was a strong, ghostly scent. The other ghosts had found out about them. They had to leave. Lin Qiu declared that no one could stop him from saving people. Hong Ye noticed that her husband was more concerned about the female students than saving lives. The rebel leader said that these young people are like family. They take Yingdao's affairs as their own. Kongya told the guy to stop talking and go fight. She would restrict the ghosts' movements. Lin Qiu said that there were too many ghosts, but they had to be defeated in one go. Hong Ye agreed. The battle had to end very quickly. Yellow said that she was facing nothing but trash. One blow from her would be enough. The rebel leader told the ghosts to remember him until the day they died. Hong Ye said that they needed to find the trapped students as quickly as possible. After these words, women's voices were heard asking for help. Hong Ye said that it was very strange. Why did they only hear these voices now? Lin Qiu ran toward the voices and said he was going to rescue the girls. Hong Ye noticed that her husband's true nature had been revealed. Hong Ye asked what Lin Qiu was doing now. Seeing the beautiful students, he was so happy that he couldn't move. The young man replied that this was not the case at all. The girls asked to be saved, but they were inside the monster's body. One of them was above his mouth. The protagonist said he had never seen anything like this before. The students turned into ghosts and told the handsome man to become one of them. They were fusion ghosts. Lin Kyo said that he was already going to help. Hong Ye grabbed her husband by the shoulder and asked where he was going. The young man came to his senses and said that he had almost fallen under the influence of the ghost. Mo Ching-cheng said that it was not the influence of the ghost, but of the girls. The rebel leader said that he wanted to help these people and had to deal with it himself. Yellow declared that she would be the first to strike this ghost. In that case, she would be able to get the long-awaited chicken leg. The ghost said that he would attack his opponents with stationery. Of course, everyone was surprised. Was this monster really going to use office supplies as weapons? Kanya said that she would slow down the ghost using her time skill. Hong Ye said that it was necessary to take advantage of Kanya's help and destroy this monster. Lin Q supported this idea. The ghost asked if the rescuers really wanted to hurt their own people. Was this really the etiquette of the Daxia people? Lin Q suggested that the ghost's tentacles absorb power. The young man realized this after almost everyone was captured by these tentacles. Hong Ye shouted that she would help her husband now. The ghost said that after digestion, they would all become part of his body. Hong Ye, with an umbrella and scissors in her hands, shouted that the ghost should not dare to harm Lin Q and her friends. This monster had messed with the wrong person. Hong Ye thought that Lin Q had saved her so many times that it was time to take the initiative and save him now. The ghost said he wanted to see which would be faster, his tentacles or her scissors. Hong Ye admitted that the tentacles were quite strong. Even the blood spirit scissors couldn't cut them. All the victims were in the stomach of the fusion ghost. Lin Q said that he couldn't do anything. He had no strength left. The ghost said that resistance was futile. No one could hurt him in the slightest. Hong Ye still did not give up. Hong Ye suggested that the fusion ghost might have absorbed Lin Q's power. That was why the monster had become so strong. The sword spirit asked if her master's wife was having problems. Hong Ye wondered why the magic weapon had appeared. The sword spirit said that Lin Q had completely stopped using her as a weapon. Out of idleness and boredom, she decided to have some fun here. The ghost was surprised. What kind of child was this? The girl said that no one treated her that way. She suggested that Hong Yi strengthen her weapon and destroy the monster. Hong Yi agreed and their powers merged. A fiery sword appeared in the girl's hands, transformed from the scissors. The blood spirit scissors transformed into a new form, filled with a destructive aura. Hong Yi said that because the ghost dared to touch her husband, it must be destroyed. The verdict was final. Hong Ye decisively destroyed the ghost and freed all the captives. The protagonist couldn't believe that his wife was so strong that she was able to save everyone on her own. Hong Ye replied that she had to save him once. They were husband and wife after all. The young couple embraced. Lin Qiu thought that he should not pay attention to other women. He could no longer be so careless, otherwise he might lose Hong Ye. The rescuers thought they needed to return to the shelter as soon as possible. The young man hoped that his younger sister and the others would not encounter the ghosts. The ghost, the flying head of a barbarian, said he could smell it. They must be underground. Everyone must attack the ground. People continued to hide in the subway. The ghosts managed to dig a passage and ended up in the subway. Panic broke out among the people. People began to scatter in different directions. The ghosts caught up with them and conquered them. Lin Shi shouted for everyone to run outside immediately. Lu Luo promised to stop the ghosts. The townspeople armed themselves and said they couldn't just sit and wait for the ghosts to attack. They had to unite and fight back. Together they could defeat these ghosts. Lin Xi ordered Black Wind and White Knight to repel the enemy's attack. The ghosts sensed a demonic aura. Could there really be demons here in the dungeon? Lin Xi said that she was not a demon, but the daughter of the great Lin Yuan. She would fulfill her father's wish to exterminate all ghosts in Yingdao. The senior ghost said that this was a very arrogant statement. However, he liked it. Black Wind and White Knight attacked the ghost, but he was unharmed and said that these cubs were too weak for him. The ghost scattered the bears and said that they would make an excellent shield for him. Lu Lo asked Lin Xi what they should do in this case. Xiao Bai said that they needed to call Lin Chu urgently. Lin Xi said that before her brother left, he trusted her and asked her to protect everyone. Now she couldn't ask him for help. It was time to show the power of her body. After these words, Lin Xi took on a demonic form. Lu Luo said she was scared. How could her sister Xi become like this? Xiao Bai explained that Lin Xi had unleashed her demonic power, so they had to be careful not to accidentally hurt themselves. Lin Xi thought that the power of the demonic form was too great and could turn against her. Therefore, it could only be used for a short time. Only a quick fight was possible, otherwise she would lose her mind and hurt everyone. This could not be allowed to happen. The ghost was surprised. Is a little doll from Daxia really that strong? But that's good. It means she's delicious. The ghost released dark smoke from its mouth and said that everything should be plunged into darkness. Lin Xi thought that this thing could affect her psyche. The ghost said that the little doll was still too young to fight him. Using the dark smoke, the ghost crept up close and wrapped his body around Lin Xi. He told the girl to prepare for death. Xi'er felt that she was beginning to lose control. If this continued, she would destroy everything around her. That's exactly what happened. So Lin Xi could no longer hold back and began to destroy everything around her. She said that this ghost would not dare to strangle her. The ghost said that the girl had lost control. How can she defeat me now? He thought. Lin Xi wasn't losing control. On the contrary, everything was under her complete control. The girl hit the ghost on the head with a huge rock, then grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Lin Qiu and his companions, standing outside on the tumbling cloud, noticed that something was happening in the subway. Lin Qiu thought that his younger sister should have organized protection there. Could something have gone wrong? Lin Qiu poured some cheerful water into the cloud and said that he needed nitrogen acceleration. He had to hurry and save the people. The ghost said he would destroy this girl in his world. Lin Xi continued to put up a good fight. The long-necked ghost declared that this was his place, and he was in charge here. Lin Xi said she wasn't afraid of this ghost and was ready to destroy him many times over. She didn't need any extra words. She was a woman of action. Lin Qiu and his assistants descended on a cloud to the ground. The young man was surprised. What kind of whirlwind is this? How could Lin Xi's aura appear there? The rebel leader said that this whirlwind must be the entrance to the flying head ghost's domain. Hong Ye said that Lin Xi must have been captured by this ghost, the flying head. Lin Qiu noticed that the whirlwind was now sealed. They needed to find a way to break the seal in order to safely rescue his sister. The flying headless ghost still couldn't understand how he could lose to a little girl. The monster decided to go all the way and activated self-destruct mode. However, self-destruction in its area of effect would inevitably destroy everyone. Lin Xi was not afraid, and said that even if she sacrificed the last fragment of her mind or broke her bones, she would still protect everyone. In addition, she unexpectedly saw her brother and decided to protect everyone again. Lin Xi remembered how her brother had protected her as a child, and demanded that the boys not hurt her. Lin Qiu told his sister that a true hero is someone who protects others. That's what his father told him. Lin Xi said that now was the time to protect her brother, because she had grown up and could do many things. Lin Qiu saw his sister and rushed towards her, speeding up the jet cloud. Lin Xi looked back and saw her brother rushing toward her at high speed. The girl shouted for Lin Qiu to be careful. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. After the flames and smoke cleared, everyone saw that Lin Xi had defeated the flying head. Someone said that something seemed to be falling from the sky. Lin Qiu noticed that it was an egg and rushed after it. The egg emitted an aura of Xi'er. That meant his sister was still alive. Lin Qiu grabbed the egg and held it close to him. Everyone present asked what had happened to Lin Xi. Hong Ye suggested that Xi'er had greatly depleted her strength, which is why she took the form of an egg. She was from the Demon King clan. If the egg was properly cared for, Xi'er would be able to be reborn. Lin Qiu said he would definitely help his sister. Tokyo Yasukuni Shrine, Inoshima Island. The ghost in the shrine said that the experiments on humans had finally yielded some results. Yang Xiao's body began to strengthen. Yang Xiao was in a flask with nutrient fluid. It was decided to turn this guy into a loyal dog who would obey unquestioningly. The assistant reported to the Lord that there had been a clash with enemy forces in the Sapporo area. The flying Golovin had been destroyed. According to the information received, this was done by a group led by Lin Qiu. The leader was surprised. Did Lin Qiu and his men really reach Inoshima Island? However, there was nothing to fear. It was necessary to order 2 of the 8 great demon kings to deal with the invaders. The assistant said he would do as he was told. The leader thought that even Lin Qiu and his minions would not be able to withstand 2 S-rank demon kings. 3 more days passed. With the help of Lin Qiu and his allies, the reconstruction of Sapporo began. A new city governor was appointed. The young people settled on the outskirts of the city, on the edge of the forest, on a small lawn. Lin Qiu said that they needed to come up with a way to wake up his younger sister as soon as possible. Oniji decided to use her method. She said that the Demon Queen would wake up. Her favorite strawberry cake had been specially prepared for her. Yellow said she was ready to share her personal stash of treats with the Demon Queen. It was time to get out of the egg. Lulo said that she had started taking care of the bear cub, but he missed Shire very much. He was sad all the time. Lin Kyo said that he would do everything possible to wake Shire up as soon as possible. The young man noted that a mother's love is the best way to awaken human nature. Perhaps Hong Ye would take on this difficult task and feed Shire from her breast? After these words, an awkward silence ensued. After a while, Hong Ye asked, "What kind of words are those? Where would I get milk from since I haven't given birth?" Lin Kyo did not lose his composure and immediately offered to work on it. His wife said that her husband was behaving too vulgarly. Lin Kyo noticed that the egg seemed to have moved. He decided to let the egg try to absorb some spiritual stones. It is unknown whether this was beneficial, but his personal supply of spiritual stones turned into pacifiers. The rebel leader appeared with his followers and said that trouble had struck. Rumor has it that the Demon King Abyss is searching everywhere for Lin Kyo. He is currently in a neighboring city. Lin Kyo said there was no need to panic. He had expected this. They would have to go and rescue another city. At the same time, they would be able to finish off the Demon King. The rebel leader said he wanted to become Lin Kyo's disciple. "Why are you leaving them?" he asked. The protagonist replied that the young man could consider him his spiritual mentor. The rebel leader was delighted and agreed. The young man noted that his mentor would continue to spread the cultural values and position of Dakshiya on Enoshima Island, so that Sapporo would become part of their country in the future. Lin Kyo said that the men's farewell was quick and without tears, and the rescuers left to carry out a new mission. The young man shouted after them that he would remember his teacher's advice. Enoshima Island, Highway number 8. Hong Shang and his companion followed the given directions. The girl asked if they had come here to find Hong Ye and the others. Hong Shang replied that this was not the case. He had simply decided to take a walk around the country and had nothing to do with Hong Ye. The girl thought that this guy was very stubborn. After all, it was obvious that he had come here because he was worried about his sister. How could he be so stubborn? Even after so many days of living together, he had never once shown any initiative. The girl looked at Hong Shan and told him to lower his head. The young man asked what she wanted this time. The girl kissed Hong Shang on the cheek. The young man turned and kissed her on the lips. The girl blushed with embarrassment. The girl told him not to do that again. "He doesn't understand romance at all," she added. Hong Shang said that he really didn't understand girls. The city of Zunshi. Lin Kyo's squad stopped to rest. In the morning, Yellow said she had slept well. The young man noticed that according to the night watch map, they were in a city that was an area with a huge number of demons. Probably, this was where the Demon King they had been warned about earlier lived. Suddenly, local girls ran up to the rescuers. On the way, they said that they hadn't seen men in a long time. "Now our hearts are pounding. Would the young man like to visit each of us?" Lin Yue was surprised. When did these girls manage to surround them? Where did all the men from the city go? This reaction frightened the protagonist too much. A local girl said that there were almost no men left in this town. The terrible Shin Fu had taken them all away. Lin Kyo noted that there were indeed many demon kings in this country. Shin Fu is a spider demon who feeds on the flesh of men. Some time ago, she captured this city and dragged all the local men to her lair. She also often attacks men in nearby cities. Lin Kyo asked if this Shin Fu was a misandrist. Hong Ye said she had heard of this demon. She has S-rank power. She devours men to increase her rank faster. Demons appeared in the sky. An alarm sounded. The girls said that these demons had reappeared. The young man needed to hide until they noticed him. The system offered the user a choice: destroy the demons that appeared, voluntarily allow himself to be captured in order to infiltrate the enemy's lair, or simply run away. Our hero was ready to do anything to complete the task. The young man told the girls to take him away, saying he was ready to sacrifice himself to investigate the case of this demoness. However, the ghosts flew past. Hongya said that her husband was quite brave. However, she thought that he had simply decided to have some fun with the demons in their lair. Lin Yue said that this was a misunderstanding. He actually wanted to be bait so that they would bring him to their lair. There, he could get rid of them all at once. Hongya said that in that case, he could go. She would believe him this time. Lin Q thought that his wife would simply destroy him if he decided to go after them. Suddenly, the egg flew up and hovered in the air. Hong Ye asked if Seer wanted to go with her brother to keep an eye on him. Lin Q told his beloved not to worry. His feelings for her were as pure as the sky and as solid as the earth. He would not betray her trust. Seer had to lie down in the hood for now. Lin Ko stood on a cloud and told the squad to wait for good news from him. Hong Ye asked her husband to be careful in every way. The insect ghosts did not expect that there were still surviving men in this city. Moreover, this man is chasing them. He behaves like a normal person. However, this could be a trap. For starters, they should just observe. Lin Yue stretched out on a cloud and said that he had fallen because he was completely defenseless. The ghost said that it was the worst acting he had ever seen. Lin Qiu explained that he had stumbled because of the dazzling beauty of the girls and asked if they could take responsibility. He added that he was ready to go with them. The ghost decided that this guy was crazy. Even the dumbest demon would understand that he was doing this on purpose. Lin Qiu showed his torso and told them to just take him with them to examine his entire body. The ghosts admitted that this guy had great abs. In that case, they could take him with them. The central office of the demon's lair. The ghosts reported to the sisters that they had brought a man. The girls suggested trying out this handsome guy themselves, since the queen was currently absent. The system reported that the task had been completed and the reward had been credited to the user. Lin Qiu thought that now he had to figure out how to escape from here. A sound came from deep within. A bunch of demonesses appeared nearby. They said that the queen had fun with handsome men every day, and they wanted to do the same. Where did this hottie come from? Lin Qiu thought that there were hundreds of demons here. No man could withstand this. He had to escape, or he would surely die. A demoness grabbed the young man by the waist and said that the handsome man in the hood had some kind of strange egg. Was he hungry? The egg popped out of the hood and hit the demoness on the head. Lin Qiu thought that even in this form, his sister was quite strong. The chase continued. The young man realized that these demons were as powerful as their demon queen. By a strange coincidence, the protagonist found himself on the roof of a tall building. The young man thought it was a dead end. However, Lin Qiu saw no other choice and decided to jump down with faith in a better future. Hong Ye and Mo Qingcheng caught the young man and saved him from falling. Hong Ye asked if he was okay, dear. Qingcheng noticed that they were nearby and immediately realized that Lin Qiu had caused all the commotion. Lin Qiu thanked them for saving him. However, at that moment, a demon began to emerge from the ground. A demoness appeared and asked who had disturbed her sleep. It was Okikamushi, who had been raised by the queen herself. Even ghosts feared her. Okikamushi said she would punish the pathetic humans for waking her up. Lin Qiu asked why this caterpillar was eating dirt. Hong Ye suggested that it was part of her ability. Okikamushi filled her mouth with dirt and attacked the people with poisonous sand, aiming at their shadows. Lin Qiu was surprised. What kind of skill was this? He felt nauseous. The demoness explained that when the poisonous sand hit someone's shadow, a random poison was applied to the owner of the shadow. Apparently, the young man had gotten food poisoning. Hong Ye told her husband that she felt very hot and needed help. Lin Qiu replied that his wife should pull herself together, as this was no time for vulgarities. Most likely, she had been hit with a love poison. Lin Qiu heard snoring coming from the egg and asked why his sister had fallen asleep. It happened to Mo Qingcheng. Was she paralyzed? Hong Ye turned to Qingcheng and said that this beauty was lying there attractively. It was simply impossible to resist. Lin Qiu got angry and punched the ghost Okikamushi in the face. The ghost asked why he was so aggressive. The young man replied that his resistance to poisons was much higher than the ghost thought. The system's tasks had rewarded him with excellent resistance, so now he could neutralize the poisons in his body very quickly. The young man decided to test which was stronger, his resistance or her poisons. He couldn't drag out the fight. He had to wait for his chance and deliver the decisive blow. The protagonist was upset. Could ordinary spits of earth really have such destructive power? Okikamushi used the Great Poisonous Stone technique, and huge stones flew towards the protagonist. Lin Qiu was surprised. Was it a ball? But he was very good at ball games. The young man kicked the stone away. The next kick hit the caterpillar's body. The young man reminded himself that he was good at soccer. Lin Qiu grabbed the caterpillar by the body and pulled it back. He said that this ghost was quite soft. Okikamushi insisted that the young man let her go. Lin Qiu noticed that the caterpillar had a deformed spine. "I need to stomp on your back a little to make it easier," he said. The ghost screamed, demanding that he get off her immediately. The young man said he was ready to continue because he could see that his massage therapy was giving her pleasure. Okikamushi found this strange, but along with the pain, she also felt some satisfaction. The protagonist announced that he had decided to add a little nourishing ointment. Insecticide from Lin Qiu. The young man told the ghost not to be shy and drink as much as she wanted, as he was ready to bring more. The guy continued to press the ghost and said that she needed to eat. A shovel appeared in his hands, and he reminded her that ghosts like to eat dirt. Lin Kyo threw dirt into the ghost's mouth with the shovel and said that he would spare no effort for her. The ghost cried out that she was giving up. The poison was neutralized. Hong Ye wondered why Ching Chung ended up in her arms. Hong Ye vaguely remembered that her husband had also been poisoned. She wondered how he was feeling now. Lin Kyo tied the caterpillar with a rope and declared that she was accused of intentional harm to health. She must be punished in the name of Daxia and all the men in the world. Okikumushi begged for mercy, saying she had done nothing wrong, just slept underground and snacked on soil. She was merely the queen's tool for exploring new lands and was ready to switch sides to the humans. Lin Kyo asked his wife if they should tame her. Under his supervision, she would not dare to do anything bad. They could take her as a pet. The caterpillar agreed to be obedient. Hong Ye noticed that then she would be able to sit in her sister's spiritual world. Okikumushi said that Hong Ye's spiritual world looked quite beautiful. The spiritual snake asked, "Is that the new caterpillar?" The snake added that she had also once become Hong Ye's pet, and had been living in her spiritual world ever since. Now she would not be lonely. The snake changed her appearance and suggested that they live in harmony, since they were now neighbors. Okikumushi thought that by becoming Hong Ye's pet, she would gain freedom. However, she now realizes that she was wrong. Lin Kyo said that now all they had to do was find the demon queen herself. Suddenly, a blood-red whirlwind appeared in the sky. Sire also reacted to this. The demon queen, Shinfu, emerged from the vortex. She was outraged at how these people dared to invade her lands and cause such chaos here. Lin Kyo said that he did not expect this. Could it be that Shinfu herself had come to them? Hong Ye noticed that this demon was much stronger than all the previous kings they had encountered. The system offered the user a choice. Destroy Jinfu and save the people of the city from misery. Flee with the people. Or become Jinfu's toy and cease to be human. The protagonist chose the first option, because the spirit stones would be useful to him and his younger sister. Shinfu said that the people of Daxia were insignificant insects, unworthy of her attention, and activated the heavenly net. Lin Yue warned that the web should be feared. Shinfu is trying to catch and exhaust them. Ghostly spiders began to move across the web. Lin Q was surprised. Where did she get so many offspring? The little spiders are filled with spiritual energy and can explode if they get too close. The young man was outraged at how Shinfu dared to throw bombs at his beloved wife. Hong Ye said she was touched because her husband covered her with his body to protect her from the explosion. Shinfu declared that she did not need to intervene personally to deal with such nobodies. She ordered her slaves to destroy the intruders. The ghost spiders rushed at the rescuers. Mo Qingqing joined the fight and said she would help deal with the spiders. Hong Ye also took action with her scissors. Lin Yue asked the ghosts why they served the queen after death. There was a loud click, and many ghosts were affected by the energy of the egg. The ghosts were destroyed. Lin Q said that sea air was great. She destroyed many spiders at once. Qingqing noted that even in the form of an egg, Lin Si remained strong. Hong Ye added that it was not the time to relax, as Shinfu was clearly plotting something. The protagonist approached the demon queen with his weapon and said that now it was his turn. Shinfu laughed. Did the man really think that was the limit of her abilities? Shinfu declared that while the humans were dealing with her subordinates, she had accumulated enough power to transform and would now demonstrate her strongest form. After these words, Shinfu turned into a female demon. She declared that all the people on the island belonged to her. Now she was an S-rank. Shinfu said menacingly that people would see their insignificance with their own eyes and must bow down. Lin Yue cursed. The queen had become stronger than a high-level A-rank demon. Qingqing admitted that her web was now much stronger and impossible to cut. Hong Ye suggested that the queen had reached the first level of S-rank. The people were bound by the web and could do nothing. Lin Q asked what the Spider Queen was up to. Shinfu approached Hong Ye and declared that the young man was incapable of protecting even his own wife, that he was weak and pathetic, unworthy of her. The protagonist said that if the queen was so confident, she should fight him instead of pressuring him through his wife. Shinfu said that this young man was not worthy of fighting him. She put a knife to Hong Ye's throat and suggested that the girl abandon her cowardly husband and become her servant. Hong Ye replied that this would never happen. The queen asked what would happen to the girl if she slowly plunged the blade into her chest. Lin Kyo shouted for the villain to stop. The young man did not understand why he could not break the web. Now he understood the difference between A and S ranks. Was he really incapable of saving his comrades? protecting his loved ones and keeping his beloved safe? The feeling of helplessness irritated him. That meant he had to become stronger right now. The young man used the fragments of superpowers he had accumulated recently. They responded to his will, began to merge into a single whole, and awaken. A new deity was born. The young man unlocked his third superpower, Pangu. Shinfu was surprised. Why was this man still resisting? He even made her feel threatened. Lin Yue said that the demon queen would now feel the power of an ancient deity. Then he delivered a devastating blow. She would pay for the pain she had caused his wife. The young man lifted Hong Ye in his arms and said that no one but him had the right to touch her. Mo Qingcheng noticed that Lin Qiu's power was now close to S rank. Shinfu was surprised. Did the young man really hope to defeat her? He had only just awakened his superpower. Lin Qiu struck the demon queen far back with his fist and asked why she was swinging her small knife at the great and unique Pangu. The young man said that Hong Ye should admire her husband in all his glory. Now he would destroy this spider woman. Shinfu declared that these people should stop showing off. She would send the sweet couple straight to hell. Lin Qiu attacked his rival again and said that she was talking too much. It was time to destroy her. Shinfu was outraged. How could this man break her indestructible spider legs? She was now at her strongest, at the first level of S rank. Lin Qiu said that his power was now far greater than hers, and activated the axe that destroys the heavens. Mo Qingcheng said that it was unbelievable. Where did Lin Qiu get such monstrous power? Hong Ye pointed out that now was not the time to think about that. Shinfu was still alive. The young man also acknowledged that the demon queen was very resilient. Shinfu begged for mercy, saying that she was just a harmless little spider. Lin Qiu asked the queen if she knew anything about the last demon kings from the abyss. Hong Ye thought, could it be that the great Shinfu had turned into a poor spider in an instant? Shinfu replied that she knew about one of them, the demon queen Han Mei, who was currently in a neighboring city. Han Mei is an S-rank demon queen who wields the power of fire and can create undead creatures. Wherever she goes, these creatures appear and the land withers away. She has already captured 3 cities, proclaiming them cities of the dead. Shinfu said she knew nothing else and asked if they would let her go now. Lin Qiu confirmed that he would, but straight to hell, because she had insulted Daxia and wounded his beloved. Even her death could not atone for all her sins. The demon queen was destroyed, the task was completed, and the reward was credited to the user's account. Lin Qiu suggested that Seer take the spirit stones for herself. She needed to eat a lot to recover and regain her human form. Lin Qiu approached Hong Ye and asked how she was feeling, because the spider had stung her right in the chest. The young man offered to suck out the poison, as he had high resistance. Hong Ye replied that she had managed on her own, and if her husband wanted to double-check, he could do so tonight. Mo Qingcheng drew attention, and said that Lin Shi seemed to be about to hatch. Would Sheer finally regain his human form? The egg began to crack. A fluffy ball with wings emerged from the egg and said that it could finally speak. Hong Ye said that Sire was really cute. Lin Yue replied that it was simply adorable. Mo Qingcheng added that it was very interesting. She asked what kind of blood flowed in Lin Shi's veins. Lin Qiu said that his adoptive mother's veins flowed with demon blood, so it was not surprising that Sheer had demonic traits. Lulo said that her father had defeated everyone. Kanya added that they had finally caught up with them. Everyone looked at the demon queen and said she was really cute. Ding Si declared that when Seer regained her human form, she would take revenge on them for mocking her. Hong Shang suddenly appeared and said that they had finally met the annoying Lin Qiu and his stupid little sister. Wherever this guy appears, chaos reigns. Nothing changes in the world. Lin Qiu was surprised to see Hong Shang here. Hong Ye suggested that her brother had come with his fiancée. Lin Qiu asked if Hong Shang had followed them all this way out of boredom. Hong Ye showed her cell phone and said that her brother could have just called. Hong Shang said he wasn't bored at all. He just wanted to take a walk on the island and happened to bump into them. The girl thought that the more he justified himself, the sillier he looked. Hong Shan noticed that Han Mei, one of the 8 great demon kings, had recently appeared here. He had planned to meet her in battle, but changed his mind. Lin Qiu pointed out that Hong Shan himself had recently been one of the 8 demon kings. Hong Shang emphasized that Han Mei was not an opponent that Lin Qiu could handle. She was a true S-rank demon queen, so caution was needed. The protagonist thanked him for his concern, but stated that he was obliged to defeat all the local demons and liberate the country at any cost. Lin Qiu suggested that Hong Shan join the team so that they could deal with everything more quickly. Hong Ye said that it would be fun to walk together across the vast expanses. Hong Shan refused, because he was just a guest from the past. The young man dissolved into the sand and added that they would see each other again. Lin Qiu said that the guy had simply left, and there was nothing they could do about it. However, it was time for them to get going. Hong Ye admitted that her brother had always had a difficult personality. The next day arrived. The rescue team decided that they were lost. They had been shaking in the car all day and could no longer feel their legs. The young people saw a van on wheels right on the road ahead. Luluo felt a strange aura coming from it. It seemed like there were demons there. Inside the van was an A-rank peak demon, the spirit of Onagria. He was handing out food and telling people to come up one at a time. Lin Ye rushed to the van and said that the demon was engaged in illegal trade, which meant he was a violator. The young man called himself righteous and vowed to put an end to illegal activities. The ghosts scattered because the great lord of demons, Lin Yue, had appeared. Lin Qiu was surprised. Had he really become so fearsome that he was now the lord of demons? Hong Ye said that to the demons, her husband was a terrible creature who exterminated their kind. Lin Qiu asked the spirit of Onigiri how to get to Hanmei's domain, as he was a little lost. The ghost replied that he had scared away customers, and now he was asking for directions. The spirit of Onigiri noted that peaceful demons lived in these parts, who never harmed people and fed only on his cooking. What had they done wrong? Lin Qiu promised not to destroy innocent demons. He only wanted to find out the way and leave. The spirit of Onigiri said that he did not like the man. First, he had to defeat him in a cooking contest. Lin Qiu agreed, because in his homeland he is called the King of Cooking. The ghost said he would test this. The cooking contest began. First round, fast food, hamburgers. After cooking, they had to taste their opponent's creation and give an honest assessment. Lin Qiu said that this would not be difficult for him, as he had already seen the recipe for a crab burger. The young man decided to cook a secret Lin Qiu's crab burger. Si Er agreed to help. Hong Ye asked if her husband was confident of success. CG noted that she liked the host's spirit of adventure and wrote down the recipe. Huang said that such a recipe made her feel nauseous. The spirit of Onigiri was surprised that his opponent was going to use such ingredients. For the king of haute cuisine hamburgers, only the freshest ingredients are needed. After cooking, the rivals prepared to taste each other's dishes. The ghost liked it, especially the velvety cheese, which enveloped the mouth like golden slime. Sauerkraut was the soul of the dish, bringing all the ingredients together. Tofu was the pinnacle of perfection. The smell was strange, but the taste was delicious. Lin Qiu said that his opponent's hamburger was also good, but the local seafood smelled slightly of radiation. Hong Ye admitted that her beloved husband's hamburger tasted better. Everyone present was satisfied with the results of the battle. The spirit of Onagria asked Lin Qiu to teach him how to cook like that. The young man replied that this was not surprising. In Daxia, every second person knows how to cook like that. Oniji said that she would like to take this opportunity to treat everyone to a dish she had prepared herself. 9 times twisted intestines is a traditional dish of their cuisine. Lin Qiu said that the maid was clearly up to no good. The ghosts were surprised. Did people really eat such things? The spirit of Onagria said that today he would make a decision that went against the precepts of his ancestors. He hoped he would not regret it. The ghosts tried it and were satisfied. These elastic intestines, like the skin of a demonic beauty, were just as desirable but unattainable. The chef admitted that there was a strange aftertaste inside these intestines, something like golden drops. Oniji admitted that the chef was a true connoisseur. She deliberately preserved some of the original flavor of the intestines so that everyone could experience its fullness. The spirit of Onagria said that he was very grateful, even beyond words. However, it was clear from his expression that he had a desire to kill this demon. Yellow said that now was the time to have a drink and offered chicken broth. The spirit of Onagria drank it with pleasure and said that there were some good people in this team after all. What he had eaten before definitely needed to be washed down with something. The chef shouted loudly. This was not chicken broth at all. It was undoubtedly some kind of bottomless swamp. Yellow thought that Lin Qiu had constantly tormented her with his dark cuisine in the past. Therefore, she desperately hoped that someday she would be able to share her pain with someone. Today, she finally succeeded. The spirit of Onigria said that he was giving up and no longer wanted to compete. He was ready to give up the map of the City of the Dead for nothing. That was the end of it. Lin Qiu studied the map and said that it was very detailed, much better than the one provided by Google Maps. He would need to share this map with the Night Watch later. The spirit of Onigria said he had one more important request. The cook noticed that there was a ghost restaurant on the outskirts of the City of the Dead. It was his legally purchased shop, run by his sons. If Lin Qiu had the opportunity, could he stop by and check on how they were doing? Lin Qiu said he would take care of it, and there was no need to worry. The young man thought that demons also started families and ran businesses. This country was truly a strange place where humans somehow coexisted with demons. After saying goodbye to the ghost of Onigria, Lin Qiu's group set off and reached the outskirts of the City of the Dead 2 days later. The young man said that thanks to this map, they had reached their destination fairly quickly. Seer asked why her brother didn't use a satellite map. Lin Qiu replied that there were also many demons and spirits in the sky. Many of the satellites were simply destroyed. The astronauts who were sent there to investigate never returned to Earth. No one knows what terrible monsters they encountered. Lin Qiu wondered why this city was so dry. Hongye replied that it was due to Han Mei's ability. The ground she stepped on was immediately cursed and began to dry up. Lin Qiu said that now he had no doubt that this demon queen was S-Rank. Otherwise, she would not have been able to turn such a vast territory into a desert unfit for life. However, he had to deal with the chef's request first. His children's restaurant seemed to be nearby. Lin Qiu guessed that this shop had been neglected for a long time. The rulers of the suburbs, members of the Tengu clan, were nearby. People were kneeling in front of them. The rulers asked what these people were doing, because they understood that whether they would get water depended on it. One of the unfortunate people asked if they could get some water in advance. They had not drunk for half a month and could not continue working. The ruler became angry. He was not going to give out water in advance. Besides, no one had earned it yet. However, Lin Qiu intervened in the conversation. The young man said that he was the savior and had come here to sow peace and love. The members of the Tengu clan were deactivated. The locals received water for free and thanked the savior. Hongye said that these spirits had gone completely mad. It was all because of the struggle for survival. Since Han Mei appeared here, a severe drought had begun, causing an acute shortage of water. Lin Qiu approached the young people and said that they must be the sons of the Onigria ghost. The young man offered them living water and asked them to tell him about the local situation. The young people tasted the water from the jar and said it was very tasty. Then they said that these places were under the control of Tengu. He was Han Mei's subordinate and was responsible for distributing water and managing the workers, simple spirits who were forced to labor. Lin Qiu asked if the two knew where Tengu kept his water supplies. Hong Ye suggested that her husband had decided to visit the enemy's lair again. Having obtained the necessary information, our hero said that the young people needed to leave the city. Their father was trading on the highway nearby. They should go see him. Our heroes arrived at the suburban water station. Hong Ye said that she only saw minor demons, but they should not let their guard down. Lin Qiu said that he had an idea. Our hero decided to use his army of dolls and said that it was time for his little ones to shine. They needed to distract their opponents. The demons were surprised to see these rubber dolls. In all their lives, they had never seen anything uglier. Taking advantage of the commotion, the young people managed to slip through unnoticed. Lin Qiu said that the water station should be connected to the city water supply. The main valve needed to be turned off. Hong Ye did not expect her husband to be knowledgeable about such plumbing matters. The ghosts noticed the intruders and said that the invincible Kappa squad had arrived. Lin Qiu was surprised. What kind of hybrids are these? Are they really a cross between Tengu and Kappa? The ghosts said that they were not hybrids, but real Kappa. They just had slightly longer noses. Lin Qiu asked why they were so angry. He was very scared. Maybe they would make up after all. Hong Ye said that her husband needed to work on his acting skills. The ghosts rushed to attack the people and said that now no one could save them. The people were unlucky to encounter such a fearless squad. Lin Qiu said that he didn't even need to use his hands to deal with such opponents. The young man took a deep breath and blew out with all his might. The ghosts were outraged. Had the man blown off their hats on purpose? Was he mocking them? Suddenly, a huge ghost appeared. It was the junior commander of the undead, a skeleton of drought. He wondered why it had become so noisy here. Did someone dare to attack them? Lin Qiu was surprised to see such a huge skeleton. Could this be the legendary Lich himself? The protagonist declared that he would deal with this skeleton and test his new weapon, the Comet Pistol, on it. Hong Ye said that in that case, she would deal with the rest of the opponents. The Lich shouted that Lord Tengu's possessions were inviolable and rushed into the attack. Lin Kyo opened fire to kill and said that the undead should feel the full power of comments. Lich was surprised. What kind of ability was this? Could words really hurt? Lin Kyo heard the words flying out of the gun and declared that it was not a comment gun at all, but a real insult gun. Hong Ye said that these undead creatures were much stronger than the ones that had once spawned the zombie virus. They were not so easy to deal with. The Spirit of the Sword noted that she was definitely needed here. The Spirit of the Sword upgraded her weapon and activated Saw mode. Hong Ye said that now it was a completely different matter. The upgrade clearly helped. Enemies were cut down with a single swing. Lich activated his skeleton restructuring and declared that he also had his own cheats. However, something went wrong, and the undead lost half of its skeleton. Lin Q was surprised. How could anyone be so careless? Hong Ye admitted that her husband was a real expert at tormenting demons. The protagonist received the Spirit Stone of the Drought Skeleton and said that it was not bad. It contained quite a lot of pure spiritual energy. This would help his wife become even stronger. The young man handed his wife the Spirit Stones of the skeleton and the spider they had recently defeated. He expressed confidence that Hong Ye would soon reach S-Rank. Hong Ye noted that these stones were very valuable and asked how she could repay him. Lin Q suggested teaching his wife how to absorb spiritual stones right away. She needed to take them in her hands and concentrate to feel the power trapped inside. Lin Kyo looked at his wife and realized that she understood everything from the very first seconds. She absorbs the energy of spiritual stones even faster than he does. After a while, following the necessary transformation, Hong Yi told her husband that she had reached S-Rank. The young man admitted that his beloved had become even more beautiful. Could it be that S-Rank even affected physical attractiveness? Hong Ye snuggled up to her husband and thanked him. Lin Q said that she didn't need to thank him. It was only natural for him to help his wife. Hong Ye said that she would like to train a little with her husband, to share some of her unassimilated power with him. Lin Kyo said he understood and would go find a suitable place right away. The girl thought that this was the first time her husband had taken the initiative. Hong Ye told Lin Q not to worry, she would take care of it herself. The girl used her unique abilities and created a protective cocoon out of fallen leaves. Now no one would disturb them. Lin Q noted that his beloved's abilities were very practical. The girl said that this was not all. She was ready to show even more practical abilities. After 2 hours, the young man said that the training had been very intense. His beloved had proven to be very strong, and he had felt the full depth of her power. Hong Ye said that her husband had also been magnificent. Lin Kyo said that it was time to get down to business. Teng's subordinates had probably already started looking for them. They needed to hurry back and meet with Shir and the others. Hong Ye said that now they had both reached S-Rank and could try flying together. In the spiritual world, Lin Q's cloud was upset. Now the couple could fly on their own. Was love really like that? Would the cloud no longer have any work to do? The outskirts of the city of the dead. The ghosts spotted the strangers, and our hero's squad engaged in battle. Lulo told Xiao Baiyu not to delay and to destroy the ghosts. Kongya declared that no one could withstand her eye technique and her sister Qing Cheng's ice element. Lin Kyo was surprised. Had his sister and the others really killed all the enemies? Lin Shi asked where her brother had been. She had already killed many long-nosed ghosts. Lu Luo was delighted to see that her father had returned. Huang said that she was waiting for a reward, because she had also killed many ghosts. Lin Kyo said that everyone had done a great job, and announced that he would treat everyone to living water and eggs. Hong Ye noticed that her husband was a natural leader. The girls said that Lin Q was very generous today. Such water and eggs could not be bought for any amount of money. Lin Si asked why her brother and Hong Ye had returned so late, and what they had been doing. Had they gone on a date and done that thing? The young man replied that they had been fighting demons. Another ghost king appeared from the portal and declared that he had finally lured out this scoundrel. Lin Q said that enemies had appeared again. The demon gave his name as Tengu. He was the ruler of the outskirts of the city of the dead, sent here by Lady Hanmei herself. Tengu declared that no one dared to encroach on the Demon Queen's lands. Tengu shouted that he would not let these people leave here alive and activated the spread of his spiritual realm. Lin Yue thought that his opponent had decided to play his trump cards right away. Otherwise, why would he activate his spiritual realm? Lin Yue was immersed in Tengu's spiritual realm and disappeared from the sight of his comrades. The protagonist told his wife that the wind was very strong here. Hong Ye suggested that Tengu's abilities were related to the element of wind. Teng flew up to the hero and said that the real storm was just beginning. Now they would feel the true power of the wind element. Hongye told her husband to be careful, because this wind was stronger than a hurricane. Lin Qiu replied that his beloved should not worry. He had already figured out how to deal with it. He needed to redirect his power to his legs and regain his balance. Lin Qiu activated his fiery fists of rage and declared that it was time to counterattack. Now he would knock the spirit out of his opponent. The protagonist used Pangu's superpower. Our hero used the Rising Dragon Fist with jet acceleration and rotation. Tengu flew up and was forced to admit that the blow was powerful. Tengu thought that he had to destroy his opponent here and now, otherwise he would be called a weakling. At that moment, the ghost activated the Wind Blast skill. Hongye asked if her husband was okay. Lin Qiu said that he was still standing, but the enemy's wind was indeed strong. It was not easy to approach him. Tengu said that these people would perish in the depths of his storm and disappear forever. Now they would feel the fury of his wind. Hongye was outraged and said that she would not allow this ghost to hurt her husband and would finish him off with her own hands. Tengu laughed and suggested she try. His wind was boundless, and he would only lose if she managed to get through to him. Lin Qiu said that the ghost's wind had grown stronger again, and that they needed to focus on defense. Hongye told her beloved not to worry. She still had a trick up her sleeve. Hongye activated her spiritual armor form. She said that in this form, she was not afraid of the winds of an opponent like Tengu. Hongye added that if Tengu liked the wind so much, he would feel something that surpassed him in speed. Tengu saw his opponent's transformation and asked where the girl had gone. She now looked much stronger. Lin Qiu said that his wife was simply charming in her spiritual armor, and with such a wife, no demons could scare him. Tengu began to threaten again, saying that no human could withstand his storm. Hongye wondered why she should fight his storm when she could simply ignore it. Tengu was amazed at the speed and power his opponent demonstrated. She cut through his storm, and the wind, absorbing her spiritual energy, turned against its master. It was simply unimaginable. Lin Qiu said that his wife was magnificent, which was to be expected. The young man added that now it was his turn to give a master class. The protagonist declared that he wanted to pluck all the feathers from the long-nosed man's wings. Tengu replied that he strongly disagreed. Lin Qiu said that no matter how hard Tengu tried, he would not be able to catch him. Tengu became even more angry and remarked that, in comparison, it was Lin Qiu who was the demon. Lin Qiu plucked feathers from its wings, and Hongye delivered a devastating blow to its chest. As a result, Tengu lost its maneuverability and fell to the ground. The ghost was outraged that he was facing a couple of madmen. How could they treat living creatures this way? Why were they mocking him so much? Lin Qiu suggested to his beloved wife that they finish off the ghost, and she agreed. Tengu was surprised that his attacks had no effect on his opponents. Lin Qiu decided that all of the ghost's power came from his staff, which meant that it had to be taken away. Lin Qiu approached Tengu, grabbed the staff, and declared that it would be confiscated. Tengu resisted and admitted that the staff was the source of his power. Lin Qiu said he didn't believe it, but he was willing to test it. After that, the young man broke the staff in two. Teng was horrified, cursed, and declared that now he would not be able to stop the wind. Everyone here would die. Hongye told her husband that it was time for them to run away. She had already cut through part of the ghost's spiritual realm. Lin Qiu agreed. This guy's storm had completely gone out of control. Tengu shouted at the two not to leave him there. Without his staff, he could not control the wind in his spiritual realm. He had to sacrifice the last shred of his pride and ask for help. Lin Qiu said that this ghost was destined to rot inside his own spiritual realm. Tengu was unable to leave it, and remained to coexist with the raging winds. The protagonist was glad that his hairstyle was intact. The weather outside was much better than inside Tengu's spiritual realm. Hongye said that her husband looked conceited again. Lin Shi and her team were delighted when Lin Qiu and Hongye returned safe and sound. Lin Si asked what had happened to the Tengu ghost. The young man replied that he was finished. He was doomed to exist forever alongside his wind. Hongye added that it was his own fault. Lin Qiu said that after they taught that demon a lesson, Hongye would teach him a lesson tonight as well. Hongye asked how she should do that. Lin Shi said that it was disgusting. Her brother was once again thinking about indecent things in relation to his wife. Kanya added that the two were once again flaunting their love. Lin Qiu said that they needed to move on. They had to deal with Han Mei as soon as possible. The central area of the City of the Dead. The rescue team moves according to the information obtained from the map. The protagonist noticed that they were approaching the city center. which meant they would soon be at Han Mei's location. Yellow said she could feel a dark, spiritual aura here. But for some reason, there were no demons in sight. Hongye pointed to the undead roaming the city. They were repairing streets and even going to work like normal people. It used to seem that zombies had no brains. Lin Qiu told Yellow that even zombies were in love here, and she would remain alone. Yellow asked him not to pressure her mentally. Hongye noted that they did not feel any aggression, even though they had come quite close. The zombies continued to live their normal lives, seemingly unaware that they had long since turned into undead creatures. Lin Qiu admitted that the situation was strange. Maybe these zombies had become vegetarians and given up meat? Suddenly, the zombies headed toward the sound of music. Hong Ye suggested following them. Lin Qiu agreed. Something was clearly wrong here. Kong Ye was surprised. Had these newlyweds abandoned them again and rushed off to a concert? Mo Qingcheng declared that they were doomed to loneliness. The young people arrived at the venue and saw that a zombie concert was indeed taking place there. Lu Luo noted that the atmosphere was very lively. But where was the singer herself? The S-Rank zombie singer came on stage. She said that there were too many newcomers in front of her. She had gained more fans. She would have to satisfy their desire with her singing. Her moment of glory had come. The audience cheered, and the zombie singer began to sing her lyrical song. Lin Qiu was surprised. What kind of fan club was this in front of the podium? They were real demons. Hong Ye said that even zombies needed entertainment. Lin Qiu warned his companions not to let the zombies fool them. They must remain vigilant. The zombie singer continued to perform the song, paying no attention to anyone. The protagonist's companions fell under her spell and even began to sing along. Lin Qiu was amazed. Could her song really brainwash people and control them? Even his younger sister succumbed to her spell. Hong Ye took her husband by the hand and asked him to dance. Lin Qiu was horrified. Had even his wife succumbed to this spell? The zombie singers said that they had suffered enough from strangers, so they didn't need their help. The invaders had brought nothing but misfortune to this country. The system offered the user a choice. Take part in the battle of songs. Retreat alone and wait for the right moment. Tear the zombie singer apart with his own hands. Lin Qiu chose the third option and decided to tear the zombie singer apart with his own hands. The young man lunged at her. The singer asked what he was up to. Lin Qiu grabbed the singer's dress and pulled it toward him. He said that this was his signature move. Torn clothing. The task was completed, and the reward was credited to the user's account. The young man knew it would work. Even torn clothes were enough to complete this task. The zombies were outraged. How dare this man harm their goddess? He must be destroyed. The singer called the protagonist rude. If he was a man, he should accept her challenge and fight her with song. Lin Qiu agreed, but warned that in his homeland he was known as the god of vocals. The battle between the two singers began. The audience cheered for the zombie singer. The singer started first, and the young man noticed that her song was affecting reality. Lin Qiu told the girl to stop doing that. After all, they weren't in a music video. She didn't stop, and the protagonist declared that he could do it too. The young man sang loudly, and the zombie singer said that her ears might be damaged. The zombie declared that this song was a song of doom. The most terrible demon in the universe was singing through the young man's mouth. Hong Ye said that her headache had stopped. Apparently her husband had broken the zombie singer's spell. Lin Shi teared up and said that whatever her brother sang was beautiful. Xiaobai asked the host to stop shouting. Lu Luo suggested that a demon had possessed her father. Lin Xue asked what the zombie singer thought of his song. The ghost replied that the young man was a disgrace to the very concept of singing. If she had the chance, she would beat him up. Lin Xue said that he was imitating a dolphin with a sore throat. But what was wrong with that? Lin Qiu promised to sing normally and declared that he would now show the skills of the god of rap. The zombie singer said that she could also change her musical style. She would let her opponent feel what real rock was like. The protagonist felt a lot of dark energy in his rival's song. The young man didn't think rock could sound so heavy. He would have to respond to music with music. The zombie singer said that her opponent's lyrics were very poor. She wouldn't have come up with something like that even if she were drunk. But why was this song so powerful? There wasn't a hint of melody or meaning in the lyrics. Hong Ye asked her husband to stop. At this rate, he would send not only his enemies, but also his allies to the other world. Lin Shi said that her little brother sang well, but it would be better not to do this again. The zombies begged the singer not to open his mouth. They were ready to surrender. Lin Qiu said that now everyone understood how powerful the god of rap from Great Daxia was. The zombie singer admitted defeat, just so the guy would shut up. Some people earn money with their songs, but this one takes lives with his. The zombie singer said that even though she was a zombie, she wanted humans and demons to live in peace. She was a supporter of good. Her music helped these zombies retain their humanity and kept them from turning into true demons. The singer asked, "Isn't the fact that they live quietly and peacefully, without harming people, the best proof?" She begged not to harm these innocent zombies. Lin Kyo said that Hanmei was to blame for everything. She is the true enemy. Therefore, they will not harm the zombies. Hong Yi suggested that the singer join them. Together they will become stronger, and there will be a better chance of defeating Hanmei. The singer was surprised. Were they really willing to accept them into the squad? Hong Ye said that they accepted everyone who sought justice and peace, regardless of their background. Mo Qingcheng assumed that the fight was over. They were late again. Lin Yue said that the girls had arrived just in time. The young man added that they were just about to launch an attack on the heart of Han Mei's domain. This demon queen must be punished. At the foot of the Tower of the Dead, there were more zombies than ever before. The seventh demon queen of the 8 great demon kings, Han Mei, an S-rank demon, said that she was having another pleasant day. Delicious food, drink, and the caresses of men. What could be better? It was no wonder she had settled in this country. The 8th demon king, Rakshas, emerged from the portal. He said that the great demon lord had discovered that Lin Q and the others had already reached the city of the dead. This raised the question, what was Han Mei still doing here? Han Mei asked what Rakshas was so unhappy about. Wasn't life meant to be enjoyed? She suggested they have a drink and relax. Rakshas became angry and said that it was more important to get rid of Lin Qiu right now. Han Mei replied that he was being too harsh. Han Mei said there was no need to worry. She had already stationed her troops in the city of the dead. Lin Qiu would not be able to escape. Rakshas said that a true demon king must fight relying only on his own strength. Hong Shang and his companion appeared from the sand near the central entrance to the city of the dead. Hong Shang looked at the destroyed ghosts and was surprised. Did she really hope to stop the invaders with this? Han Mei hadn't gotten any smarter since he left. The Sand Shadow Ghost said he would go deal with Han Mei. The girl must take the amulet and leave the city of the dead, then find a safe place. His companion was frightened. Did Hong Shang really want her to leave alone? The girl had already decided that she would follow him wherever Hong Shang went. She always wanted to be by his side. Hong Shang said that would not happen. She would only get in his way. A woman should not interfere when a man draws his sword. The girl thought that this guy was very stubborn. She knows that he is just worried about her. And she is worried about him too. The ghosts saw the Sandman flying over them. Hong Shang moved in the specified direction. There was a powerful explosion, and the central building of the city began to collapse. Rakshas was surprised. Had they been attacked? Apparently, it was one of the demons. Han Mei said it was the ghost of Hong Shang. It was his explosion technique. Hong Shang entered the room through a hole in the wall. The young man said he did not expect to meet Rakshas here. Rakshas admitted that the ghost of the Sand Shadow had become even stronger. Han Mei told Rakshasa not to interfere. Hong Shang had come to her. Hong Shang asked if the two of them had decided to take his head, but who would let them? The young man activated his sand abilities, and another explosion rang out. Lin Qiu, using the map, finally reached the central part of the city of the dead. The zombie singer asked in surprise what had happened here. Could someone have already dealt with the guards before them? Hong Ye wondered who it could be. A girl ran out of the building and rushed to the rescue team. She said they had to help Hong Shanyu. He had rushed into battle against Han Mei alone. Lin Yue cursed. This guy loves to fight alone. Hong Ye admitted that her brother was quite impulsive. Hong Ye began to calm the girl down and promised to help Hong Shang. Lin Qiu said that if they teamed up with this guy, they could destroy Han Mei in one fell swoop. The protagonist said that there was little time left. They had to go to the rescue. He and Hong Ye would take care of it. The rest had to go through the city and get rid of the remaining zombies. Lin Si told her brother not to worry. They would take care of everything. Someone blocked the young people's path and said that the way was closed to lay people. Lin Qiu asked who he was and why he suddenly appeared, scaring people. The man said he was Qing Fangzhu, an S-rank demon. He was an ordinary demon monk guarding the city of the dead. The lay people must give up their intentions if they did not want to die. Hong Ye was indignant. How dare he block her way? She would destroy this bald demon right now. Lin Qiu thought that it was not worth prolonging the fight. They had to break through by force. The young man did not think that this bald man could catch up with them. The monk reminded them that the path was closed. Lin Qiu was surprised. What was he doing? His energy was like that of a demon. Hong Ye noticed that his power was filled with faith. Most likely he was a demon from a Buddhist sect. The monk dispelled the demon Buddha realm. The heroes once again found themselves in the spiritual realm of demons. Lin Qiu told the monk to come down to them. If he was so afraid of them, he shouldn't have started all this. He had only wasted his time. The monk called the young people a couple of hooligans. The demon Buddha would tame their evil tongues and help them reincarnate. Lin Qiu activated the palm of the pagoda and told his wife that he would deal with the monk himself. Lin Qiu said that he would now show the monk something truly gigantic. The giant staff of the Monkey King was activated. Lin Qiu grabbed the staff and said that now they would start playing whack-a-mole. The bald man would enjoy it. The demon Buddha was outraged. How dare these people treat him with such disrespect? They did not have a shred of faith. Hong Ye told her husband that this monk was beginning to lose ground. Lin Qiu had done well. Now it was her turn. The monk must not be given a moment's respite. She activated her spiritual energy strike. Lin Qiu also attacked his opponent and said that there was not a shred of true Buddhism in this demonic Buddha. The monk said that he would not forgive these people for destroying his demonic Buddha. They would die here. The monk revealed his true abilities. Hong Ye said that he had been hiding his true power. The young people scattered in different directions. Hong Ye noticed that the monk's last attack carried a kind of curse. This curse suppressed their spiritual energy. The monk said that the sea of suffering was boundless, but there was no need to worry. The shore of salvation was near. His rivals must shave their heads and join his sect of demonic Buddha. Hong Ye said that she hated it most when people used scissors in her presence.